Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 341, Chapter 308. What a weird atmosphere. It felt like I'd been called into the principal's office. Though I wasn't alone, thankfully. Olga sat behind her desk, practically steaming as no one wanted to speak. However, my attention was mostly on the other woman in the room. Olga enjoyed her break enough that she stayed there for quite a while, which gave me more than enough to learn under Beryl's tutelage. She erupted in anger when she finally walked into the room to see the commotion. She probably was sent there when my team members finally made it to the medical room. Funnily enough, it wasn't entirely directed at me. In fact, I think she was the tiniest bit amused to see Beryl in such a state. Kadek. Olga breathed out, reining her temper in. Explain it from the beginning. Why yes, director. A young man with silver hair that looked almost white in the right light answered. He was slim and had a sort of timid personality, though that could just be his reaction to the director's anger. It was after the group training exercise this morning. Lev came and asked if any of us wanted to give B-Team a few pointers, and, I offered to help. Hinako. Olga turned to address the woman who I couldn't help but keep an eye on. It's as he says. She said simply. She had long brown hair and two pigtails that almost touched the ground. A large coat around a turtleneck sweater and brown eyes that gave me a strange feeling. She was by every definition beautiful, but that wasn't what held my attention. Lev asked me specifically as well, saying that I was the most versed in Eastern magecraft, and that the new leader of the B-Team was said to have some proficiency. So I was curious to see as well. She glanced at me, and I met her eyes. Not human. Absolutely 100% not human. And I think she noticed something wrong with me too. Because it was not a kind gaze she returned towards me. I may have thought that was because of what I did to her teammate, but she seemed utterly apathetic to his current situation. But another important question was annoying me right now. Why was there another non-human here? I have absolutely nothing against non-humans, considering I can't truly be considered human myself, but they're supposed to be rare in this world. Strange, I don't have a reference for whatever she is. Drake spoke up. With that Lev person, he at least feels a little familiar, but mostly foreign. That brat you beat up earlier, he reminded me of some disgusting things, if only a little bit. And I also had no reference for that creature you met at first, aside from that immense power it was hiding. But whatever she is, she's definitely not on the level of that creature, but she's still a complete unknown to me. You don't have a clue? Nope. Do you? Maybe. But, I'd rather investigate some first. Because my initial thought seemed a little too outlandish considering the era. I guess I'll go shifting through your memories, see if I can't maybe pick up a clue. Drake hummed to himself. I can say for sure that they're not dragons though. Was around that corpse of my opposite here long enough that I can pick up the same of my kin, even if our existences differ. Leviticus. Olga waited a moment before addressing that thing. He was smiling innocently to the side. And to my surprise, the Hinako woman also looked at him with a strange expression. I can understand your intent, but why did you bring Beryl? She asked more so than demanded answers like she did the other two. A huge shift in her tone when talking to this thing in the form of a person. I apologize, Olga. He had been behaving rather well recently, and I thought he would be a good lesson for the newcomers. I was afraid they were beginning to see what we're doing here as a game. Lev replied, and I think I picked up some hidden amusement in his tone. I just wanted them to get a firm understanding at what kind of world we live in. I expected Beryl to be a little rough, but nothing beyond what we couldn't patch up in a day or two. It made me frown that Olga didn't even question him on his intent. She just adopted a thoughtful look before nodding her head. I can see your point. It's a good idea to knock those ideas out of their heads early on. It's unlikely they'll be needed, but if we're doing a second, backup, team, then it should be done properly. Director. Roman suddenly pushed open the door. The brown-haired man had a strange look on his face. A pensiveness mixed with a subtle glee. I brought Kirshtaria, like you asked. Behind him, a man with long blonde hair walked in. He wore an immaculate ensemble, and exuded an air of nobility that I would place with many different Magus families. Director, I have just received the summons. His tone was oddly gentle in contradiction with his perceived appearance. Wodime. Olga said rather stiffly. Good, you're finally here. We can settle this matter for good now. Yes, I believe it prudent. Wodime stated, turning towards me. Are you Takao Shimoda that I've heard became the leader of B-Team? The one who beat Beryl unconscious? I am. I met his gaze with my own. Well, I already had a good excuse for my actions, so I was primed for him to start throwing accusations and call for. I apologize for the actions of my teammate. He bowed his head. As the leader of a team, I take full responsibility. And I was a little thrown off by his admittance. Pardon. I should have given you a proper warning. Beryl is not the most appreciated member of our team. As critical his duties are, it is no excuse for his behavior. He raised his head. I will take full responsibility, Director. This wasn't how I expect him to act. Wodheim, I vaguely recalled that family name. An old one, thousands of years old, and he looked competent. I expected him to have an ego bigger than the room, but he immediately bowed his head and apologized. Interesting. Olga looked at him for a moment and huffed. Roman, what's Beryl's status? His right arm is broken in about a dozen places. His fleshcraft wore off during the events, thus it didn't revert properly, causing some muscle and tissue damage and disrupting the flow of blood. There's also the rebound he suffered from his miscast spell. His organs were going into failure, but I managed to stabilize him, barely. And there are a bunch of other minor wounds, bruising, sprains, that kind of thing. But they aren't life-threatening, just in large enough quantities to make note of. Roman replied rather cheerfully. Is he a sadist? Shimoda. Olga sighed, dropping her face to her palm. What am I going to do with you? Give him a raise. Roman replied happily. You are dismissed, Roman, Olga glowered. All right, I'll go back to poke at my patient. He hummed, not even perturbed at the tone that Olga used. And for some reason, I think he meant that quite literally. Did he have a grudge against that witch for some reason? And now it's public knowledge that he's a witch. It was an open secret before, but I know some busybodies are going to kick up a fuss about this whole thing. The director steeled her expression again. We should get on top of it immediately, Olga. A punishment must be rendered, otherwise some of the vultures may use this as an opportunity to make a move. Regardless of how disliked Beryl is even in the clock tower, and among the staff here, our priority is to resolve the singularity above all else. Shimoda's actions, while understandable, have potentially lost us a valuable asset. Lev spoke up, flashing a grin towards me for a brief moment. Dr. Roman said that Beryl should be recovered by the team we set out for the singularity, Director. Wodheim spoke up. And we cannot fault Shimoda here for his actions when Beryl was the one who instigated and attacked first. Olga scowled as Wodheim spoke, and it made me think she had a grudge against him. Lots of relationships here I didn't have context for. Lev is correct. She finally replied. We can't let the one circling around the chance to kick up a fuss. So, I will give punishment to Shimoda. And I was going to lose a lot of respect for her if she went this route. Shimoda, your pay for this month is going to be docked. She leaned back, with a small smile on her face. And I will not be punishing Beryl. Well then. My expectations have been dashed in a good way. Wodheim nodded. I will spread news around. Good. Olga seemed pleased. Magi, the sort that would claw at any advantage they could. I have no doubt there are those vultures circling overhead, ready to tear into this big piece of meat that is Chaldea given any opportunity. Olga is going to spread that I got punished while Beryl didn't, making it seem like she did right by the more esteemed figures of our society. I was but a random mage from out east. And while Beryl was a witch, and seemingly detested everywhere, he was still a known figure with a pedigree of some sort, and he was a member of a team. It wouldn't do good for Olga to show favoritism to others when so much more important things, and people, were on the line. Besides, I'm sure Beryl got punishment enough. I didn't go that easy on him, after all. Lev looked unhappy but didn't let it show too deeply. There's still the matter of his missing status for a team. Agreed. Wodheim added. From what I understand, Beryl used a curse that's tentatively placed at B rank, with the ability to go further. I believe it was cast hastily at a diminished state, but that is still a powerful curse, especially to have it rebound. As much as I dislike him, he is an expert in curses. The unknown woman with the name of Hinako spoke up. I believe we have an obvious solution. Wodheim looked at me again. I cannot claim to know much about the Eastern arts, but from the report I heard, spoken and not entirely verified, Mr. Shimoda here is adept enough at the curse arts to counter them without harm to himself. Not to mention handily beating Beryl in a fight. Are you suggesting I make Shimoda an A-team member? Olga asked. Is he not already a reserve member? Wodheim asked. I'm suggesting that he integrate with our team for the interim on the off chance that Beryl is unable to perform his duties when the time comes. He will still be the leader of B team and perform those duties to the best of his ability. Your suggestion has merit. Olga frowned. Kadek, Hinako, your thoughts? It should be fine. The timid younger guy said awkwardly. He can't be worse than Beryl. Hinako scoffed, though she was still glaring at me for some reason. Shimoda, what about you? Olga asked me. I have nothing against it. It would give me a chance to see how a team is training if you expect me to join in. Would help in how I handle my own team. It would also let me investigate further, and maybe keep an eye on a few individuals I'm skeptical about. Wonderful, I believe this settles the matter then. Wodime smiled noticeably warmly. I suppose it does. Olga grumbled. Very well, you all are dismissed. And Shimoda, I can overlook this incident because of who was involved, but this won't be acceptable in the future. I'll keep that in mind, Director. Thank you for your leniency. I made sure to be humble towards her. I felt like she was someone who liked her authority respected, even if she didn't lord it over others. She perked up the slightest bit, so I think I hit the mark. Right, see that you do. She said proudly. Unfortunately, I must attend to matters that have arisen due to Beryl's admittance to the medical wing of our facility. I apologize for not being able to properly converse and apologize, Shimoda. Wodime addressed me. If you allow me the opportunity, one would be honored to properly welcome you to our team, perhaps tomorrow once the dust has settled. Don't worry about it, I completely understand how things have gotten a little messy. I look forward to meeting the whole A-team. I politely replied to his humble words. Speaking of, where exactly do you guys gather at? I'm still new here, and the place is confusing to navigate. Oh yes, many of us have gotten lost among these corridors. Wodime chuckled as we all walked out of the director's room. I didn't even notice that Lev disappeared. Which made me a little paranoid if I were to be honest. Why don't I show you? I'll show him. Hinako interjected. You go deal with Beryl's mess. I can show him where to come later. Wodime blinked, looking at her. If you insist, I shall leave him in your capable hands. Why did it sound like he thought the idea was strange? And why did she volunteer? Come, Kadek, I need your aid. Coming, boss. He said quietly, following behind the team leader, leaving both the woman and I alone. Follow me. She said rather aggressively as her hand grabbed my wrist. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. She walked with haste, turning corner after corner, and it had been several minutes since I saw any other people walking around. No one comes to this area. She abruptly let go of my wrist. Except the maintenance staff, and they routinely check every Wednesday, so we have some privacy. Privacy for what? Her hand slammed against the wall right next to me, a very intense look on her face and her eyes flashed a dangerous red. Her hand dug into the reinforced building, digging out a chunk as it turned to dust within her grasp. Why and how are you here, divine spirit? Was she threatening me? And she called me out so blatantly. The fact that she didn't blurt it out in front of everyone else meant she was also hiding herself. This was just getting more and more strange the longer I spent in this place. But one thing was for sure, I did not like to be threatened. I let a faintest bit of my divinity seep out to accompany my words. Shouldn't I be asking that, true ancestor? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Non-canon Omake, a game to decide the fate of the world. A wager. The beast spoke. Ars Goetia, the human order correction ritual, and the one responsible for wiping out humanity. You wish to bet the fate of the world on a wager. Its voice sounded incredulous. We could fight. I cheat, mind you. But we could fight, an epic battle to decide the fate of humanity as a whole. Servants from across all time and space answering the call to do battle against you. The will of the world backing us up because it doesn't like what you're doing. Or, we can just make a wager and bet it all on a single moment. It would save both of us time and effort. The idea is not detestable, magician. Very well, what are the terms before I agree? Good, I baited him. Just as I would honor my word, so too was he bound by his own pride. A game of skill, 1 versus 1, me and you to decide it all. The monster let out a raucous laugh. A game. An appropriate conclusion, as this was merely a game from the start. I accept, magician, this game of yours, you may choose the means, I care not. I will defeat you at any ridiculous attempt at skill you think you can face me with. I have lived thousands of years and thousands of lifetimes through my demon god pillars. Do you believe there is anything I cannot match you in? I smiled, waving my ring. It was an old device, one from my childhood. A video game, one that I had mastered through many years of torture. We'll be playing Mario Party. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Goetia let out another roar of mocking laughter. Even with this laughable device you attempted to subvert me with, I have still defeated you, magician. It was kind of comical, seeing his massive hands hold that tiny controller. He picked up the rule very quickly, as expected of someone of his intelligence. Not only that, but he played perfectly, as well. Every aspect of the game that came down to skill, he won with ease. It made me feel a little depressed, if I were to be honest. It's time to pick the winner. Toad on the screen began tallying points. Pitiful. The beast continued his laugh. Are you even capable of counting this high, magician? Do you not see my 5 stars to your 1 star? Why continue with this charade? Just admit defeat now. I may even allow you to watch the final moments of this wretched world for the minuscule amount of amusement you have provided me. Oh wow, it looks like Mario has the most stars. Goetia picked Mario as his character. His logic being that he shared a name with the game, thus Mario must be the best. Unfortunately, Luigi is far behind. And I picked Luigi. He didn't know yet why I picked Luigi, even when I picked my character first. But he was going to find out in a moment. But before we decide the winner, it's time to give away some bonus stars. What? Goetia stopped in his laughter, taking focus once more. What does that creature mean by this? I have already won, declare me the winner. Who said it's over yet? I grinned and his eyes widened. First, let's see who won the most coins throughout the game. Toad on the screen began tallying the amount of coins we each won. Oh wow, it looks like Luigi won the most coins. Here's a star as a reward. No. Goetia said quietly, before regaining his composure. It matters not, it is my 5 to your 2. A futile effort on your part. Now let's see who walked the most spaces. Luigi gets the star. What is this nonsense? Who won the most mini-games? No. Luigi. Who lost the most coins? Ridiculous. Luigi. What is this ridiculous ruling? I demand an explanation. How are we tied? I defeated you for the majority of the game, and you were given stars for merely existing. Now, one last star to give. No. This is a special star where we pick our favorite to win. Don't you dare. And it's Luigi. The game got cut off, a controller was now impaled through the screen of the TV with a very angry Goetia on the other end. He didn't speak a word as he stood up. He merely walked away and disappeared. But moments later, the incineration of human history was reversed. And I never heard a word from him again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 342, Chapter 309. I don't know why she was surprised that I called her out in return. Did she not expect me to call her out after taking me somewhere isolated and claiming I am a divine spirit? She was, a little off the mark on me, but it wasn't entirely inaccurate, more she aimed right when she should have aimed left. Her eyes flashed a dangerous red, the mild surprise wore off immediately and I could see her tense up. Honestly, it felt like I was looking at an animal that was backed into the corner, ready to lash out. Odd considering that she was the one who initiated this confrontation. I'm not a true ancestor. She hissed. And I'm not a divine spirit. I countered. She blinked at my abrupt denial. Impossible, your divinity is obvious, and you have an authority, regardless of how you try to hide it. And the fact that you can pick up on those things, I'm going to call bullshit on you too. There's no way she would have picked up on something like that unless she was a true ancestor or something of a similar weight class/caliber to the point where titles were merely semantics. I am not a true ancestor. She seethed quietly, repeating herself. An elemental then. I raised an eyebrow. Don't act like you don't know. She scowled. Who are you? Why are you here? If you're here to mess things up. Whoa, hold it. I quickly cut of her, because it was clear she was thinking the worst. You're making an awful lot of assumptions here. Clearly she didn't want her identity revealed by how she's acting. It seemed like a sore spot for her, and I think she's worried I'll blow whatever cover she currently has. I can promise that I have no ill intentions regarding Chaldea or the people here. Am I just supposed to take your word for it? She snorted, but took her arm back. Why are you here? If you're doing anything that could ruin my plans, I won't let you off easy. A precarious situation I found myself in. How many days had I been here at this point, and how many things had noticed my interesting heritage? Though, this woman was the most direct about it. Funny that everyone else so far was very cautious about revealing themselves. I quickly decided what I should and should not say. Some parties are interested in what's happening, and I was sent to investigate to make sure everything gets resolved satisfactorily. And that tells me nothing. Do you expect me to give you my life story? Pretty much just said I'm undercover here. She huffed in annoyance, crossing her arms. I take it your name is fake then. And your name is real. I countered. The look she gave me made it obvious I hit the mark. And what exactly is a true ancestor doing here? The purpose of this organization is the protection of the human order. I find it unlikely that one of your kind would overly care about that. You can continue to exist even if the human order falls and another takes its place. I am not a true ancestor. She growled. And I don't care, divine spirit. She pursed her lips. And you're one to talk. Not a divine spirit, and my mom was human. I chuckled at her attempt to verbally jab right back at me. Not caring about the purpose of Chaldea, yet here all the same. And a part of a team as it were. Makes you look suspicious. I look suspicious. She repeated in mild disbelief. You're the divine spirit that shouldn't be able to manifest in this era. Not to mention, you're coming in at this point when we're getting ready to deploy. I've been here since the beginning, you're the suspicious one. Maybe I should report what I found. She eyed me. By all means, let's both step into the spotlight. The little twitch of hers meant I hit the mark I was trying to. But you're hiding just as I am, so it appears we're at an impasse. Are you trying to blackmail me? It's more like mutual blackmail. You don't want to reveal yourself, for whatever reason. I don't want to reveal myself for reasons I already said, the noise she made giving me the impression she didn't believe me just yet. So, mutually assured destruction as it were. Not to mention she was the one who pulled me away, though I can understand her reaction considering that she's an elemental of some sort, something infinitely close to a true ancestor, but she denied an actual title and I appeared close enough to a divine spirit for her to start panicking about. There's no reason we have to be hostile. I offered her an olive branch. I genuinely have no ill will towards Chaldea or anyone here, so far. As I said, I'm investigating the whole situation. I can't rule out that some people here may be less than savory in facilitation of this whole problem. You think that someone here is the cause of the singularity? You should know how the world works more than most. Do you think a singularity like this would manifest and sustain itself without some external assistance? The counterforce should have purged it with prejudice. Chaldea formed after the problem was discovered. And if someone or something was the cause of the singularity, do you think they wouldn't keep an eye on the ones tasked with fixing the supposed error in the timeline? She bit her lip, seemingly accepting my logic was reasonable. She took a deep breath before responding. I had no hand in it. Obviously. I snorted myself. I find it unlikely that an extension of the world would actively seek to unravel the current texture. Of course, it's not like I'm a human. I wouldn't do something so ridiculous as harming the world. A very clear disdain in her voice when talking about humans. So we have an agreement. I don't trust you. She sneered, crossing her arms. You still haven't proven who you are or why you're here, only given your word. You keep calling me a divine spirit. I won't deny that I have both divinity and an authority, so believe in my pride that I wouldn't lie. I offered her another perspective. I intend to fulfill my duties as hired to the best of my ability, and I will be helping resolve this situation as best as possible while also investigating the cause, which may or may not be currently lurking these halls. Fine. She relaxed the slightest bit, her tense shoulders slumping a little and her arms unfolded. I'll believe you, for now. If I think you're doing anything that will disrupt my own goals, then I won't hesitate to reveal you. And you would reveal yourself? I questioned. I'm much more trusted than you are. And I was actually hired by Marisberry with him knowing my real identity. She huffed. So I have a lot more weight behind my words than you do. Fair. I nodded at her explanation. So, she was hired by the previous head of the Animosphere family knowing her true identity. That made things a little interesting. I wonder how Olga's father was able to discover her when even I had no idea that she existed. And just for clarification, what are your goals, so I don't accidentally step on your toes? I wouldn't care as long as she wasn't actively participating in the singularity's creation, nor going against its resolution. None of your business. You kidnap me, force me to run my mouth and you won't even tell me your basic goal so I don't accidentally stumble into it. Rude. I said rather playfully. She frowned after blowing some air out of her nose. I want to summon a specific servant, that's all. Really? I blinked at the sheer simplicity of her supposed goal. That's it. You have a problem with that? She narrowed her eyes. The opposite, actually. I honestly can't say I have anything against you doing so. A part of me is curious as to why you're going through all this trouble. There were ample opportunities for you to hijack a Grail war that you could have used, yet here you are going through this roundabout method. And reveal myself to humans so I get hunted down and used as some kind of experiment. She scowled. The only reason I agreed was because my identity was hidden. I suppose I can't fault you there, I know how the Mages Association would treat you. I let out a small sigh. All right, I won't do anything to interfere with your attempts to summoning the servant you want. Good. She whispered, there was a noticeable relief that washed over her. How important was this summoning for her? She's an elemental of some kind, so it's likely she's very long-lived, at least since the end of the Age of Gods most likely. So, it's reasonable to assume that this servant she's summoning was someone she knew in life. I wouldn't press. It seemed obvious that she's unrelated to my investigation. And I sort of sympathize with her. I don't know what her relationship with this servant was, but all I could think about was Scathack and what I went through. The way she's anticipating it by her undertone, I can imagine it's someone important. Since we're being all candid, can I ask you about some things? She quickly recovered and returned to her annoyed expression. Fine, be quick. I don't want to have to answer any questions on why it took so long if there's anyone still around in the training area. Says the one who took me here in the first place. Anyone suspicious I should note? Sure, if they can practice magecraft, chances are they're scum and would likely do something horrible if it meant they could gain even a modicum of benefits. The sarcasm was clear in her tone. Even your team. There are very few exceptions, even amongst my own team. You've met the witch. Touché. I couldn't argue with her there. Wodime seemed pretty nice, surprisingly enough. Thought he was going to act like the average high-noble magus. He is not insufferable. She said quietly. Curious. Good to know that Wodime's attitude wasn't just a one-off response to what happened. He appeared amicable. I didn't want him to actually be insulting me in the back of his head during every conversation. Anyways, anyone I should specifically look into? Perhaps, Lev. She stiffened a little, barely enough that I could have blinked and not notice. So you noticed. It would be hard not to. Well, he does a good job of hiding it. The elemental shrugged. Not even Beryl noticed, and there are a few other non-humans walking around. Any idea on what's going on with him then? Because I'm fairly sure that Lev was targeting me subtlety. Clearly, he doesn't want to reveal himself either. Why would I know? It's not like I asked him. He hasn't caused any problems, and he's been involved before I came along and hasn't done anything to make me skeptical. But you immediately dragged me off to an isolated corner of the building. Do you think I wanted to get involved in whatever it is you're doing? He isn't a divine spirit masquerading around as a human. She scowled again. At least whatever he is, he's discreet and wouldn't draw any attention to me. I couldn't say the same for a divine spirit that just waltzed right into this place like he owned it. Well, considering the personalities of most deities, I could see her concern. Better to get ahead of it than to let it blow up without her control. He's also targeting me. Obviously. She rolled her eyes. Why else would he bring Beryl to help out? Everyone knows he's a menace at the best of times and outright disgusting normally. Wodime has to constantly threaten him to keep him in line. And you're not the least bit curious why he's doing so. I don't care. She said very bluntly. As long as I'm not involved, and it doesn't interfere, I'm not going to stick my hands in it. That does give me an idea. How about a trade? A trade, for what? What would you even want from me? I want nothing to do with you. I could use someone in my corner that knows why I'm here. An extra ear around the place with someone who has much more trust would go a long ways. She scoffed again. You have nothing I want. Don't bother trying to. A holy grail. I cut her off, making her stiffen. I can offer a holy grail to summon the servant you want. You're lying. I promise on my divinity, my authority, and my name. I spoke with genuine sincerity. I won't even interfere with your attempts to summon through Chaldea's systems. But I also can promise the use of a holy grail in case of failure or any other reason. I could tell she was conflicted on the choice here. She was silent for several moments before her lips parted to speak again. What do you want specifically? If you hear anything, see anything that might be related to someone either helping the Singularity or preventing Chaldea's mission, I want to know. Also, I want you to run interference with Leviticus. Do you think he's involved? She didn't sound immediately against the idea, which was a good sign. I don't know, but he gives me an uneasy feeling and he's been hostile to me, so it couldn't hurt to be cautious. At this point, I was 99% sure she had absolutely nothing to do with why I'm investigating, so I didn't mind trying to pull her over since she already picked something out about me, so she could probably pick something out I might have missed. I won't do anything that jeopardizes myself. I wouldn't ask you to. And I did make a promise. She pursed her lips. I won't betray Chaldea, I have my own pride. The agreement I have with Marisberry Animosphere stands. Good to know her pride was important to her in this kind of circumstance. I genuinely have the best intentions for Chaldea. Also, her hand was raised in front of me, a single finger extended. Her singular nail turned into something sharp, sharper than steel as she kept it for my eyes to see. Slowly, it trailed down to my chest, hovering right over my heart as she poked the spot. Divine spirit or not, if you're lying to me, I will carve out your heart. I wonder if I should tell her that her threat made her more attractive than intimidating. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Come on guys, 20 more seconds. I called out to the side as my team were running back and forth. Stamina is key for nearly everything we do. Your magic circuits have a strange connection to your physical attributes. Stamina carries over not just in the physical aspect, but your ability to push through continued use of your circuits for long periods of time. And it would help them since they weren't being trained on full-body reinforcement. Meaning, their stamina will drain faster, so they needed to thoroughly train that aspect. It made me feel a little like a drill sergeant. I held up my fingers, counting down the seconds. All right, everyone, you can stop. They immediately collapsed on the ground. While you're resting, I want to see you turning your circuits on and off. Get used to doing it under stressful situations. By the time we're done, I expect you all to be able to do it with but a thought. Though, I would go over it again in a couple days, see who needs more help in that regard. So far, they've been making some decent progress. After the incident with Beryl, I hadn't been bothered, and I've had a few days now to really get into their training. I was also going to teach them how to activate my talismans and load them up with their own. They weren't spectacular, but their benefit came with their ease of use and ability to be mass-produced with large amounts of resources. The downside being of course that they're usually weaker than normal spellcasting with similar effects. But that's just considering the basic use of talismans. I obviously have spells that incorporated their usage, but that came from more knowledge and experience than they have the time to catch up to. So, the ability to just throw out a talisman that has an immediate effect attached would be beneficial. Though, if worse comes to worse, I'll forego my hidden identity. I don't think my pride can let me just sit and watch if they got into danger and I could help. I accepted them as my responsibility, that made them my people, and I'll do what I can to assure their survival. All right, everyone. I clapped my hands. You did good, we're going to slowly increase the physical exertion every day. As much as I hate to say it, you guys are going to be hurting every day, and we're going to cheat with Magecraft so we can keep up the effort without breaking your bodies. The director had authorized the use of Magecraft of the medical variety. Muscle soothing, enhanced rejuvenation, that kind of thing. Not much, but it would be extremely useful when continuously stressing the body. Samuel. I started speaking again. How you feeling? Good boss. He moved his wrist. Feels weird, but it isn't Hutton no more. I nodded. Remember this feeling, your body is getting used to foreign magical energy invading it, even for its own benefit. It's going to feel odd for a few days, but you'll get used to the feeling. I walked to the side, pulling out another box of glass balls for them to continue practicing on. You guys know what to do. They all walked over with staggered steps, taking a ball or two with them before moving a few feet back and sitting down to concentrate. Pierre, you're being too impatient again. I walked up behind him. Slow and steady. He took a deep breath, focusing intently on it before it suddenly shattered in his hand. Fils de bâtard. I chuckled at his insult in French. If it helps, think of it like your mother. Castoy. He threw his arm up with a huff, telling me to get lost. I held back another snorted, dropping another glass ball in his hand. Seriously though, slow and steady for now. Get a feel for how it reacts, you don't want to just throw all your magical energy into it at once. J'ai compris, patron, he nodded, focusing again. Like a fine woman, she needs to be romanced, slowly. Like your mom. A distinct British accent followed up a few feet away. Brandler. Pierre shot back. Or, you wanker, in the language you pigs talk in. I will learn this faster than you, swine. There wasn't really any bite to the words, from either of them. Is that a bet, Frenchie? All right. I interjected. Focus on your orbs unless I misjudged and you guys have some energy to spare. Which means you can run a bit more today. I walked over to the one Pierre was arguing with who quickly lowered his head. Ah, boss, I can't feel my legs. He looked at me really cheekily. I lightly swatted at the back of his head. Focus, Benjamin. I chided him lightly. He was the youngest of the lot. Barely in his 20s, so he was a bit more playful about this whole thing. You're having the exact opposite problem. You're going too slow, your magical energy is dispersing before it can fill up so you're just wasting your effort. I knelt down next to him, putting a finger on the orb. Watch me. I ushered him. Don't be afraid of it breaking. He watched as my magical energy poured into it, taking his own and inflating it to where it should be. Slow is good, but you're not ramping up at all when you see that nothing's happening. Don't be afraid, this is the point where you can mess up without any problems. All right, cock it up all I want, got it mate. He laughed, but did start focusing harder. I just chalked it up to his personality to make light of situations, but he had been putting in the effort, so I didn't think anything negative about him. I looked around, and the progress was minuscule, but they were getting better. They actually got along pretty well. No major issues among themselves, even some playful bantering here or there. And no one was challenging my authority, however, that may be because of what happened with Beryl the other day. Maybe that did put it into perspective like Lev said, even if he was bullshitting. I either want you to succeed successfully in 10 attempts without breaking the orbs, or I want you to go through 20 orbs before you finish. I stood amongst my team as they all nodded. Afterwards, we'll be sitting down and I'll give a small lecture on bodily anatomy and how it pertains to this specific spell. I more or less figured out how I was going to go about this even without them learning structural grasp. It would be difficult, but within the time constraints, it seemed plausible. Anyways, I suppose it was time to address the spectator that had been waiting patiently off to the side. He perked up slightly as I approached. Kirstaria Wodime, to what do I owe the pleasure? The leader of A-Team stood silently as he watched for the past 20 minutes or so, not moving to disrupt. I apologize, I did not mean to interrupt your training time. Don't worry, you didn't. He was very polite like before. We were wrapping up the physical aspect, before moving on to a lecture afterwards. You appear to have built a strong rapport with your team so far. I had expected it to be more disorganized due to their origins. They're very out of their depth and they know it. It's easily to get their admiration when I offered them help after their worldviews were utterly shattered. And Beryl's introduction seemed to help in that regard. I admitted. It is unfortunate that this is required. I do not enjoy the thought of sending inexperienced and unprepared people into such a dangerous situation, if we were to fail. Tell me, do you believe this to be a viable strategy? Viable? No. I shook my head. You're asking if sending a bunch of mundane people into a potential battlefield that requires the use of servants to navigate is a feasible alternative. It's practically suicide, but at that point, everything had gone utterly wrong and we're out of options. The literal world would be at stake, so there isn't room to argue about the morality of it. I explained it to them thoroughly, and they're prepared for what hopefully may not come. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. The best we can do, in a reasonable time frame, is to prepare them to be able to run away from danger while relying on their servants to do nearly everything. It seems we share the same sentiment. I am pleased that you took the path of ensuring their survival instead of training them in other means. I admit I am skeptical with the approach of teaching them reinforcement, even in as minor a capacity as you are attempting, but I can also say I do not believe there is a good alternative. The director mentioned that there are other mages that were recruited for B-Team coming in the next few batches. I can work with them to fill in the gaps after I see where we're standing at that point. I looked at my team still going about their training exercise, the sound of glass breaking fling the silence between our words. A logical approach. He replied. It is a stroke of luck that you were recruited when you were. Otherwise, I fear B-Team may have been left in the hands of those who would be uncaring beyond immediate gratification. I can only imagine. Yeah, most magi would just make them presentable and nothing more if they didn't have to. I do have a question though. Speak, I shall answer as best as I can. Where are we with regards to servant summoning? I asked, still a little confused on that tidbit. So far, I don't think you all have performed the summonings yet, but we're approaching the deadline soon. Wouldn't it be wise to start now, train with your servants and be more prepared? A worthy thought, and I believe you have not had much time to learn about Chaldea's facilities thus far as to why that is not the case. To put it simply, our summoning system is not reliable. He strained that last word. Is it prone to failure? I raised an eyebrow. No, perhaps I chose the wrong word. The system is based on the grand ritual performed in the Grail War, but there are also differences. The ability to operate without the support of the Grail or the ley lines it is usually anchored to made it so that other methods were needed. It lacks the coordinated power to latch onto a heroic spirit and pull them down as a servant. I could summarize what he was getting at. Indeed, even with a probable catalyst, to facilitate the summoning of a servant is a difficult endeavor. That seems like a worrying notion that should have been brought up sooner. I'm assuming that there is a reasonable solution to this problem. As we approach the time of deployment, Chaldeas and Sheba have foreseen the intervention of the counter-force. The fate system will be operable beyond its original limitations and summoning of servants will be more accessible. The counter-force is going to open a direct link as the path of least resistance. The counter-force was basically a machine, it used the bare minimum energy necessary to solve any problem. Knowing that Chaldea is here, ready to resolve this singularity, the counter-force would see it and know it doesn't have to expand energy, just open a path to the throne to allow the fate summoning system to operate without problems. And if the Chaldeas and the Sheba systems in place were able to simulate the world, peering at points in history, predicting the intervention of the counterforce should be child's play in comparison. Indeed, you have a good understanding of the underlying situation. I am impressed as I heard you have not had any official tutelage connected to the Mages Association. When this matter is resolved, if you would be inclined, I would offer my recommendation to the clock tower. That's very kind of you. And I was being sincere when I said that. A recommendation was not a trivial thing to give out. But I will politely decline. I have no intention of going to the clock tower, I don't feel I'll fit in that well. Understandable. He didn't push the issue. Regardless, I have come here to apologize once more for the conduct of my teammate. It's fine, it was already resolved as best as it could have been. I don't hold you accountable for his actions. No, as the leader, it is my fault, I will not shy away from that. He seemed to not want to budge on that aspect. I wished to come sooner, but many problems took my attention. As I said previously, I wish to invite you to train with our team. We have a simulation room set up with the data and the records of dozens of servants that will allow us to properly simulate a battle involving them. We use it often for our own training purposes, and I believe it would be beneficial if you brought along your team so they can see what they will be participating in if the time comes. A battle simulation involving servants. Color me interested. I was immediately enthused by the idea. I knew that Chaldea had some interesting toys, but it just continued to impress more and more. Wonderful, tell me when you have time prepared. I reserved the simulation room for the entirety of today if that is acceptable. You may use them how you see fit. Well, I did have other plans, but when would they get this opportunity again? I clapped my hands loudly, gathering everyone's attention. It seems like we have a change of plans. A-Team leader, Kirstaria Wodheim here offered the facilities used by the A-Team today. So, we're going on a little field trip. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 343, Chapter 310. Hinako Akuta POV. You have decided to watch as well, Hinako. I had some free time. I replied simply to Kirstaria's words. Have you taken an interest in Takao Shimoda as well? He inquired. You offered to escort him previously. It is odd for you to take the initiative in such matters. An interest. I supposed he could call it that. Maybe I was too quick to reveal myself to him, but I couldn't just let a divine spirit blunder into things and potentially wreck the plans I had. Who knew what would happen if he was revealed what I was? Humans are such capricious animals, and magi were even worse. Dangle the right motivation in front of them and they would turn on a supposed teammate without a second thought. I've already had to run away from magi in the past and seclude myself away from civilization for centuries. I knew all too well what humans would do if they discovered me, and I wanted nothing to do with them. I didn't want to have to flee this place after all the trouble I've gone through already. I was so close to being able to summon him. After so long, I would finally see my lord husband again, and I didn't want anything to get in the way of that. A small amount. It is a good idea to understand the capabilities of the leader of B-Team. And there is the possibility he will be replacing Beryl should the unfortunate occur. The leader of our team nodded in approval. Would it be unfortunate if Beryl recovered or if he didn't? I scoffed at the thought of that, man. I never had any good interactions with witches the few times I ran into them. Why were they all so demented? It's not like I care about humanity either, but why do they have to act so disgusting about it? Beryl wasn't even strange in comparison to others of his kind, a mass-murdering psycho whose idea of a fun evening is going on a killing spree. There was a slight reaction from him, but he didn't overly lean into it. I understand that Beryl is not very well regarded, however, he was chosen by Marisberry for a reason. We should respect that decision above our own opinions. Oddly caring for a human, much less a magus. Maybe that's why I don't get bothered by his presence. It made staying in this human facility much more bearable when I had to answer to him and not a more stereotypical magus with their head shoved so far up their behind that they couldn't see past their own inflated sense of self-worth. It's not hard to guess Marisberry's thinking process. Despite everything, Beryl was suited for the job, being an expert in curses, and his unique perspective as a witch would most likely come in handy. And his lack of morals meant that he wouldn't care about who or what got in the way of solving the singularity. Then there's him. The one standing in the center of the simulation room. The divine spirit who claimed to not be a divine spirit. He had divinity and an authority, what else could he be? Though, there were other things about him. But it was difficult to accurately gauge those when they were drowned by his divinity, and I just assumed they were part of his divine attribute. I still don't know why I accepted his offer. I feel like a fool for believing him, even if the deal felt genuine on the surface. He swore on things that no divine spirit would ever lie about, but still, it was hard to trust that he would keep his word. I guess it wouldn't harm me either way, and the idea that I had a backup plan didn't hurt. Ugh, why did things have to get so complicated? I didn't want to get involved in all this. I just wanted to summon my lord husband, not deal with magus intrigue or a silent fight between whatever Lev was and whatever that person was. Speaking of, it seems that some unexpected ones have gathered. I eyed Lev as he walked into the room, the director following after him like a lost puppy. He was probably referring to me. It wasn't a secret I tended to stick to myself most of the time. I rarely took the initiative to gather in a group like this. Lev Laner. Wodheim greeted. Kirstaria Wodheim. He politely nodded back. And Hinako Akuta, a pleasant surprise. It's hard to find you away from your room or the library these days. He smiled cheerfully. However, after the talk with that divine spirit, I now had the feeling that he was probing me. This man was obviously not human, but I never cared about that before. I wasn't one to speak up about a non-human hiding themselves when I'd experienced humans' cruelty firsthand. Admittedly, he gave me an odd feeling, but he never showed a reason to distrust him. He left me alone most of the time, so I did the same. I had some free time. Is that so? He hummed. Well, he is an interesting young man, is he not? I don't fault you for wanting to get a better look at his capabilities. I wouldn't know. I shrugged. But if he's going to be participating, I may as well see it with my own eyes. Indeed. He eyed me for a moment before turning his attention back towards the scene below. Why did his gaze feel unsettling? It felt almost like a warning. It wouldn't hurt to keep an extra eye on him regardless. Where is the rest of A-Team? Olga stepped forward, that pitiful girl who tried her best to look authoritative. I apologize, Director, I did not anticipate the attention this would receive. I did not give orders for my team to assemble. Kirstaria replied. It seemed that every time Kirstaria opened his mouth the director got annoyed. It almost made me feel bad for her. She was basically abandoned by her father because she lacked the aptitude to be a master or to reshift. He put all his effort into nurturing Wodime as a pseudo-heir in her place. Then he suddenly dropped dead, leaving Olga to pick up the pieces and try to hold everything together when she never was properly set up to do so. Pitiful. Barely more than a figurehead. But it was none of my business. Fine. The director scowled. It doesn't matter. Let's see how Shimoda handles servant combat. It's surprising she's even here. She usually stayed far away from anything involving servant training. She always had a clear look of jealousy whenever she was forced to be near. He's shown splendid combat aptitude against Beryl. I read his file on which crafts he has competency in. I can't say I have any meaningful knowledge on Onmyoji, but runecraft is not a very popular method of application inside the clock tower. Wodime commented. Thankfully, we have our own expert in the field. Lev smiled, gesturing at me. I was annoyed that he drew attention to me like this. I wouldn't call myself an expert. I have some knowledge about it, but it's rare to see outside of Japan. Don't sell yourself short, Miss Hinako. Lev's deceptively gentle smile ever present. I'm sure you have quite a bit of experience. More than enough to call yourself an expert on such Eastern crafts. I did not like the way he was being so direct with me. How about we make this a little more interesting? Lev suddenly changed subjects. Do you propose something, Professor Lev? Wodime asked. Only that we increase the difficulty just a smidgen. He said rather innocently. If I'm not mistaken, you intended for the fake servants he commands to be randomized. Why not lower their parameters a few degrees compared to his opposition? I can see the reasonable logic. However, are you sure you wish to do that on his first encounter with servants even if they are merely facsimiles of the real ones? I fear that I may have done him a disservice beyond simply having Beryl act as he saw fit. I do not wish to see such a promising young magus walk the path of arrogance that blinds him. I believe it would be a good lesson that he understands the degree of difficulty he will potentially face. It was, well reasoned, but after talking with the man who called himself Takao Shimoda, I couldn't help but see the underlining scheming. Maybe if he never brought it up previously, nor if I had watched them interact, I may have just ignored it. I don't know why they seem to be antagonizing one another, and I wanted nothing to do with it. I don't see the problem. The director spoke up. Lev's thoughts are reasonable. Shimoda has shown to have a good head on his shoulders, it's best to not let it swell too large. That girl was just wrapped around his finger. I wondered if she even gave it a second thought or just agreed with him immediately. By your will, Director. Wodime just bowed his head in acknowledgement. Really, that guy is surprisingly gentle. It's probably out of respect for her father that he put up with her attitude and borderline hatred. He's not so oblivious that he can't see how envious she is of him and he just lets her lash out and doesn't do anything to stop it. Well, it doesn't matter. It's not my concern, and I won't butt into something that's not my business. May as well see what he's capable of. I added my 2 cents. Maybe he'll show off something he's hiding. Divine spirits aren't really known for being subtle with a few exceptions. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. What an interesting place. I had to hand it to Chaldea. When I was told their facilities were state-of-the-art by Gramps, I didn't know by what standard he meant. Now, after seeing it, it was a genuine compliment by his own standard. I looked up to see my team sitting in an observation room to the side, clearly excited and waiting for the show to start. And in another observation room above, I saw a few more faces. The true ancestor, the incarnated elemental. Pretty much an academic difference, but she got annoyed when I called her a true ancestor. So, I suppose elemental would be the more correct terminology. Hinako Akuta, a name I could guess was probably fake. And there was Kirshtaria Wodime as well, or as expected I should say. Our eyes met and he gave me a gentle nod of encouragement. I was pleasantly surprised to be wrong about someone. I expected the quintessential Magus, but I met one of the rare good ones. The director also showed up. I flashed her a smile and a slight nod, and she seemed very pleased with my acknowledgement. I was still trying to understand her more, but I already picked up that she seemed to preen when her authority was respected, so I made sure to do so when I could. And then there was Lev, looking right at me. Sir Shimoda. Wodime's voice carried over the room from where he stood above. It was a very polite and respected greeting, especially when nobility was still a thing among magi. We will begin when you are ready. This is your first time, please don't hesitate to ask questions. He already explained to me how this place operated. A combination of many different fields of magecraft, it basically made a fake battlefield and produced simulacrums in the form of servants. From what he described, they used the gathered data to create very generic class types to fill in the expected slots. A very impressive training method since actual servants would be used in combat in the future. While not a perfect representation of servant capabilities, it was darn near impossible to come as close as they managed to. The last benefit was that you couldn't really get hurt here. Everything was a simulation, by the literal definition. You might feel sore and get a little tossed up, but these projections couldn't kill you or meaningful harm you in any way. I'm ready to begin. I replied. Very well, we will begin the summoning process. He stated as my vision around the room changed. Solid illusions took hold, bounded fields in such massive quantities that the area became much larger than the room was before. We were now in the middle of a destroyed city, rubble and flames filled the distance. Randomized summoning commencing. 3 figures materialized next to me. Blank expressions on their faces, but I could guess their summoning based on they were holding. Archer, Berserker, and Lancer are the 3 servants you will be leading in this battle. You have 3 command seals to use. And each of their noble phantasms can be activated one time. You have 5 minutes to familiarize yourself with their statistical parameters and their noble phantasms before the enemies will attack. His voice was abruptly cut off as soon as he finished. I looked down at my left hand, 3 command seals appeared on it. Funny, considering my magic resistance shouldn't allow this to happen. But they weren't real command seals. They were basically an illusion to represent the real thing. He did explain everything like this to me as if I were new to handling servants. What a marvelous piece of magical technology they created. I wonder if I could create something like this back in Kyoto to help train everyone. Thoughts for later. For now, I mentally pulled up my servant statistics. And by that, I basically just called upon the spells intertwined with the room to send me an image of their layouts. They were lower than anticipated. The highest was a B stat, which was my Berserker's strength. Everything else was more or less at C across all their boards with a few ranks mixed in. Their noble phantasms were very straightforward as well. Berserker could basically become immortal for a fixed duration. Archer could release a very powerful volley of arrows. And Lancer could strike with a near unblockable attack. I see what he meant by generic in their application. I more or less had a plan after seeing everything. I reached into my sleeves, taking out a handful of talismans, slapping a couple dozen onto my Lancer while also putting some on my other servants. Archer, take the high ground. I stated, and my servant immediately moved, jumping up the nearby building a couple dozen stories tall. Lancer, hide nearby in one of the destroyed shops. The Lancer servant immediately bolted off to the side, dashing into the collapsed storefront. Berserker, immediately attack the first melee-orientated servant that appears. Otherwise, shield me from any projectiles. A strange grunt was its response. Unfortunately, it's not my Reiku here with me. I would much rather stare at those amazing legs of hers as she fought. A large timer appeared above in the sky. The countdown began until the fight started. Once it hit 0, a few lights flashed in the distance, obscured so that I couldn't place any figures, but I could easily tell there were new presences around. Another admirable creation was how these servants felt real to the senses. I stood behind my Berserker, as something approached quickly. It was another Lancer that covered the distance down the street in the blink of an eye. My Berserker roared in fury as it pushed off the ground to meet it. The collision sending shockwaves out in every direction. I frowned as I noticed the enemy Lancer equaled my Berserker in strength, not giving an inch. My Berserker was at a large disadvantage. No real weapon except its large fists, and subpar stats. From the other corner, another figure ran forward. The generic form of a knight, sword in hand, as its metal greaves cracked the ground beneath its quick steps. Archer, keep the saber at bay. I called out as arrows immediately began raining down from the sky. The enemy saber dashing to the side, stopping its momentum to parry and dodge the hail of arrows. Though, I didn't see the third servant anywhere. I was assuming it would be an even match, 3 versus 3, but I suppose I couldn't make any assumptions. My eyes darted around until I felt a presence distort the wind behind me. Lancer. I called out and he moved right as I commanded. A dagger appeared from the shadows, coming right for my back, only to be intercepted by a spear. An assassin servant. I frowned as it was difficult to sense. Something I chalked up to the way the systems here replicated presence concealment. I wondered if it simply didn't exist in a tangible form until right as it came close. The assassin tried to jump back, slipping back into the shadows, but I ordered my lancer to pursue. The saber jumped up, as if to climb the building and seek out my archer. I flicked my hand, taking 3 talismans between my fingers, and they shot off. Like shooting stars, they slammed into the servant's footing of the building, making the saber servant fall off. It caught the saber by surprise, clearly struggling to find a foothold as its sword slammed into the side of the building to stop its descent. My archer didn't let the opportunity pass as it began unleashing a barrage of arrows, several burying themselves into its body as it tried its best to defend. Lancer appeared back at my side. As it appeared, he lost sight of assassin. I was assuming at this point that the assassin servant had some kind of passive noble phantasm that allowed it to slip under detection easier. My berserker was struggling with the enemy lancer, cuts covered its body as it continued to roar furiously, large hands slamming down trying to get a hit in, but the lancer kept dancing around the attacks. Hold here. I told Lancer as I eyed the situation, waiting for an opportunity. I began drawing runes in the air. It wouldn't do me good to show how adept I was at runecraft. Better make it look like there was effort on my part. I held my hand up, signaling several of the talismans on Berserker's body to explode. The impact sent Berserker stumbling, but the Lancer was taken way more off guard by the sudden attack. My servant was the one to recover quicker due to his mind clouded by madness, grabbing the Lancer with one hand and furiously attacking with the other. It was at that moment that Assassin reappeared, dagger striking at the back of my Berserker. I actualized a couple more talismans stuck to its skin. A transparent shield covered its body, stalling the dagger for a moment before shattering, giving my servant enough time to swing its large arm around, slamming the assassin servant to the ground. Bindings of Gaia. I finally cast my runic spell. Massive vines burst out of the ground, enveloping all 3 servants where they stood. Lancer, use your noble phantasm on Saber. I called out as Archer was retreating from the Saber servant, avoiding its attack. Saber's magical energy gathered together, and I was assuming it was about to release its noble phantasm. Immediately, Lancer shot off, enveloped in a large quantity of magical energy as it scaled the building in a split second, turning into a blur as its spear seemed to multiply, only to condense into a single point. The Saber servant, seemingly sensing the impending attack, jumped back, sword up in a guard as it braced itself and the power it had gathered a moment ago dispersing. With my archer servant no longer harassed, I continued. Archer, use your noble phantasm on Lancer and Assassin, don't worry about Berserker. And Berserker, use your own noble phantasm. My bindings of Gaia only needed to hold 4. The moment. The servants easily ripped themselves free, but it was too late. My archer gathered up a not insignificant amount of magical energy and released a barrage. Different than Atlanta's noble phantasm that was like a torrential downfall. This was more like a condensed stream as the much smaller area was bombarded in a countless number of arrows. The 2 enemy servants fell to the ground, dissipating into magical energy. I quickly threw out 2 more talismans towards Lancer and Saber, arching around my own servant who had just used their noble phantasm. Saber was hurt, but still going strong. It was about to counterattack my Lancer when my talismans whipped through the air at it, causing Saber to halt their steps to slash at them. It was in that moment that Archer changed targets, making the Saber servant retreat, but only to run into my rampaging Berserker who stopped it in its tracks. It only took a few more moments before the Saber was cornered, formed the triple assault of my servants and fell as well. With the enemies defeated, my servant went still and the area around us started to fade away and my servants disappeared as well. I was greeted with the sight of a pristine white room. The only indication of anything having occurred was where my own spells damaged the ground. I dismissed the vine that grew, and I could see the ground visibly begin to repair itself. Impressive. After another moment, the door to the room opening up, the faces from the room above were all present except for Lev. Well. I looked at the director with a small smile. How did I do? The director was speechless for some reason. Asterisk. The chapter over on Patreon was giving me a lot of trouble yesterday, so I couldn't get it out in time. Here's Thursday's chapter, and I'm probably going to crash when I get home from work since I was basically up all night finishing up, so it'll be a little later. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 344, Chapter 311. Why you did adequately. The director managed to eke out. As expected from someone I made B-Team's leader. It's kind of cute how she praises people through a roundabout manner like that. A very intriguing display, Sir Shimoda. Wodime spoke up at Olga's side. Forgive me for prying, but do you have previous experience with servants? I couldn't help but feel you had some familiarity in the way you executed your actions. What to answer with? Knowing there were several different Grail wars in the past few centuries, I did have some wiggle room to work with. I happen to be acquainted with someone who participated in a Grail war, so I do have some knowledge of servants. In addition to ample combat experience with regards to non-human entities, much of which were beyond the physical means of normal humans, I suppose you could say I have experience in situations like this and I just did what I normally do. I answered pointedly, not giving too much away, but letting them come to their own conclusions. Why are we just finding out about this now? Olga huffed. Even some basic second-hand knowledge on servant combat and how to operate with them would have been something worth noting. I never had the opportunity to bring it up. I shrugged helplessly. Was I just supposed to arrogantly blurt it out when the topic first presented itself? Fine. Olga grumbled. But shouldn't the paperwork you filled out before being accepted have asked about previous history? Why was something like that glossed over? Actually, it barely covered anything beyond achievements that you would find in the clock tower. Things like combat experience, or miscellaneous experiences in that same vein were completely ignored. Honestly, reading the recruitment paperwork, Chaldea sounded much more like a research institution. Olga opened her mouth and closed it again, bringing her palm up to her face. Please tell me our recruiters didn't ignore a very important aspect of recruitment for potential master candidates, Leviticus. Apologies, Director, but Lev had disappeared as soon as the simulation ended. Wodime answered. As did Miss Hinako shortly after. Ugh. Olga groaned out again. It seems I'll have to audit our recruiters personally. I have no idea why that was missed by so many people, but we will at least be able to rectify it for the next batch of recruits, as late as this correction is. If I may make a suggestion. I spoke up again, breaking her from her scowling. Speak, Shimoda. It may be beneficial to look for any combat experience, not just focusing on things like dead apostle hunts. Or in my case, fighting yokai in the past. While those kinds of things are no doubt worthy of notice, if a potential recruit had experience in the military, that would also be a great boon. It's nearly impossible to teach that kind of discipline to the random people we may find out and about without a lot of time and effort. The ability to keep calm under pressure, following orders without questioning them every step of the way, and handling extremely stressful and deadly situations. A wise sentiment. I believe it is a perspective I would not have considered. Wodime looked thoughtful. Such history is easy to overlook for vaunted magi, that is easy to not even consider them. Olga glared at him briefly before orientating herself. I will look into it and update our recruitment parameters. Your advice is most welcome, Shimoda. Sometimes your worldview is so skewed that you just don't consider certain things until someone pointed them out. Hell, Gramps and I are more than guilty for this same exact thing. And it would also be a great help if I had to leave. Finding someone to fill my spot would be easier if they knew how to lead teammates into battle. Good, but I have some questions and I believe it prudent to go over your combat session, as this was your first attempt. Olga continued on. Don't expect me to do this all the time. Since I was here, I may as well lend my expertise. Shall I grab my team then? I offered. We should turn this into a lecture for them. Even if we've barely covered servants in their full capacity, with the simulation fresh in their heads, it would be good to hammer in some details. Asterisk. All right, everyone, listen up. Olga slapped the chalkboard at the front of the room. Since it's your first time seeing combat at that level, we're going to do a breakdown of what you need to expect if you're put into that kind of situation. Olga said before that she wasn't going to get involved with B-Team as it was beneath her, but here she was. She may come off a little harsh, but she never did anything detrimental. The complete opposite from what I've seen thus far. She would always try her best to help with any problem that came her way. Yeah, she would huff and groan, but she would do what she needed to make sure her subordinates were content. It's a little early for you all, but you got your first taste of how things will go if you have to deploy. Olga swept her gaze around the room. Shimoda here performed well above what was expected of him. You all are lucky to have someone adept giving you practical lessons. Thank you, Director. I took her pause as cue to cut in. So, as she said, we're going to do a little talk about my simulation. I clapped my hands, easing the tension a little in the room. Olga's presence seemed to have the effect of making everyone slightly cower. It was understandable in their position, but I wanted them at ease. We've barely covered the basics, but this is also a good opportunity as you all will be doing something similar in the coming weeks. I don't expect any of you to do, well, good at all. But we don't have the time to be gentle about our means. A-Team was kind enough to offer a schedule for when they will not be using the simulation room. Your leader will be making your own schedule to fill in those gaps when he deems you competent enough to take that step forward. Olga informed everyone. Which was nice of Wodime. I wouldn't say it was cutting into A-team's training time as it was empty time slots, but it was nice all the same. He seemed like a genuinely nice guy. Unfortunately, he had other matters to attend to, so he had to leave. Moving on. Olga grabbed a piece of chalk and began writing on the board. The classes of servants that appeared in the simulation. You should be aware of the absolute basics by now after the few lectures you have participated in. The meaning behind the classes, for instance. We will start from the beginning. As well as Shimoda performed, what was his first mistake? I was actually curious what she was going to point out. No one raised their hand, but it felt more rhetorical on her part. What about you, Shimoda? What was your first mistake? Well, I suppose in hindsight, I made a mistake from her perspective. I put myself in the middle of the fight when I had the opportunity to take a step back. Olga looked at me for a moment before smiling slightly. Indeed. She nodded in approval. Servants are beyond the means of nearly every magus. It's a forgivable mistake in this circumstance, but it is not a good idea to stand in the middle of the fighting like he did. That isn't to say that masters are not involved, a master is part of a servant's strength. You would do well to remember this. But at the same time, you are also the biggest weakness for a servant. Your lives are much more valuable than your servants as well, take that into account in the future. She whipped her hands after writing on the board a few times. Shimoda, recount the exercise from your perspective. Yes, Director. I turned back to face my team. Starting from the beginning. You covered Noble Phantasm, very briefly, so I won't delve too deep into the workings of those. They're a servant's trump card, sometimes cards, and come in many different shapes and sizes. You'll be able to see the servant you make a contract with, their stats and their Noble Phantasms. I was able to learn right away that my Berserker could become invincible for a short duration, my Lancer had a very precise and near-instant attack that was hard to block, and my Archer had a wide-range kill shot. A hand went up as I gestured to him. Go ahead, Samuel. How come the other, servants didn't use their Noble Phantasms? He spoke the term with a little difficulty, perhaps feeling odd to say out loud. A good question. Olga interjected. Shimoda basically explained why, but he will give his own opinion. I didn't give them the chance. I said simply. Good. Olga nodded. It was not a fluke, or luck. She sounded actually a little proud if I were to be honest. A Noble Phantasm generally costs an exorbitant amount of magical energy to release. It is not something to be used casually, a trump card is a valid explanation of what it usually means. There are exceptions, of course, but it holds true for most situations. Going back to my setup. I took over once more. I made my traditional archer take the high ground. Monsieur. Pierre put his hand up this time. What do you mean, traditional archer? Another good question, and something we simply haven't covered yet. Classes are broad and simplified. Archer basically means any ranged servant that isn't a caster. An adequate simplification. Olga muttered. Continue. Right, so I made my archer take the high ground. I didn't have much time to set up a proper ambush, so I made use of the terrain. I set my Lancer merely out of sight so he could gain the initiative on his first engagement. And with my Berserker, complex commands wouldn't be well received. We covered why they're called Berserker, so I won't delve into that. So I made him to put it simply, he was my meat shield. Hey boss. Samuel put his hand up next. So, don't mean to be a downer. But you did a bunch of spells and stuff. We don't know any of that, how are we supposed to copy what you did? I was about to answer, but Olga stepped in. Your situation is different, admittedly. But you will be provided abundant resources by Chaldea. We will be creating personal mystic codes for each of you that will help you if the situation calls for it. They stared blankly at her for a moment. Magical items. I clarified. Olga blinked, a flash of a flush for a moment. Thank you, Shimoda. She said quietly before clearing her throat. In addition, you will be learning to work as a team to overcome obstacles like this. Also, my talismans aren't particularly difficult to use. I pursed my lips, thinking it over. Get reinforcement down, and I'll start teaching you all how to use them and make sure you're all outfitted with an assortment. At least the basic talismans weren't difficult to use. Nothing more than one-time use mystic codes. Channel magical energy, activate their effects. Things like the shielding talisman, a healing talisman, a few basic elemental talismans, etc. I had a lot I prepared beforehand. The benefit was their ease of use and lack of magical energy required, the drawback being their strength was lacking compared to the equivalent of a spell cast through normal means. Scathack didn't let me leave until she thought I made adequate preparations for nearly every situation. Honestly, it was just her way of showing her concern and caring about me. They noticeably perked up, and I couldn't fault them. Who wouldn't be excited about playing with magic? If that is sorted, we will continue. Olga actually sounded a little enthusiastic, despite her earlier claim that she wouldn't be helping B-Team and it was beneath her. Her eyes were lighting up with a certain gleefulness that I hadn't seen before. Now, let's go over his combat strategy and the commands he issued. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Thank you for your help, Director, I said as the team filed out of the room. We had been in a discussion for well over 3 hours, and Olga barely even noticed. Yes, well, I was just doing my duty as your senior and the director. She always preened under praise. Having you here helped them greatly, I'm sure. I find it unlikely that any other experienced magi would be so willing to spend their time to help them. It wasn't a bother, she said in a hushed tone. They actually listened to me, so it wasn't unpleasant. The last bit was added with barely a whisper. And I felt like there was a lot to unpack with what she said. But I was going to pretend to not hear her. I don't think she meant to voice her thoughts like that. Geez, she must have had it rough if something like this was enough to make her so happy. I said before that it must have been stressful to run an organization like this, especially after her father passed. But maybe I was just underestimating what she actually had to do to get this far and keep her position. You have done well, Shimoda. She returned to her rather stoic expression. I'm pleased that you handled yourself so well in the simulation, and you have good theoretical knowledge that I don't find lacking. Since you are the leader of B-Team, I believe you can be let into one of the secrets we're keeping. Secret? I repeated, a lot more interested now. Could this be a clue I was looking for? I hadn't been able to pick out any major problem yet. Sure, Lev was a big red flag, but that hadn't crossed into the boundary of problem on the same scale as what the singularity represented. Not to mention the other things I've met here. As you know, servant summoning through the fate system has only a minuscule possibility of succeeding right now. Fortunately, we have been able to summon a singular servant and they have been a great help to Chaldea. Olga informed me. I will take you to meet Caster. Caster? I blinked. Are they a traditional caster or someone who just fills the role? While I was a little sad that it didn't go the direction I thought, it was still interesting to meet another servant. A traditional caster. Olga replied. I mentioned mystic codes for B-Team. We can discuss what you should need with her as she will be the one to fulfill those requests. She has taken over certain duties since her summoning, some of which involves the production of mystic codes. Fascinating. Unfortunately I couldn't reveal myself. I would love to talk shop, but I had to keep my competency a secret beyond what I've already shown. Olga began leading me out the room and down the hall. Please remember that her existence is a secret. I don't want to have to deal with outsiders wanting to bother her for their own personal gain. Yeah, a caster-class servant would undoubtedly have knowledge that most magi would salivate over. Who else knows? A-Team, Roman, Lev, myself and a select few more of the staff that she has to interact with. She does wander around from time to time, but her existence as a servant is a secret. Noted, I'll be careful about it in the future. I stated as we approached an end of the facility I had yet to visit until now. I was able to sense many different kinds of bounded fields and defense mechanisms. Are we approaching personal workshops? You noticed. Olga eyed me inquisitively. You have good senses. I noticed when Assassin attacked you in the simulation and you called for your Lancer before he even appeared. It's a shame you haven't had the opportunity to apply to the association for your talent to blossom. I thank you for the praise, but I don't think I would fit well in that environment. Regardless, this is where personal workshops of the staff are housed. I don't think I need to tell you what that entails. If you're found trying to break into one, being fired may be the least of your concerns. But I don't suspect I will have to watch you for that. She continued onwards, several more bounded fields washed over us. Caster has 2 workshops, a public and a private one. She can be found in her public one most of the time, and if the situation calls for it, you can approach and attempt to contact her. Anything I should know about this caster servant? They are eccentric. Olga twitched a little bit. Here we are. Olga didn't even give a knock of courtesy, she pushed the door right open. Director, you're here. A cheerful voice greeted us. Caster. The director returned curtly. I peeked in to see who spoke. A woman wearing a bright blue and red set of garments that wouldn't be out of place at a Renaissance festival, yet at the same time, had a modern touch with a skirt that showed off some very beautiful legs. She had bright blue eyes, shoulder-length brown hair, and what could be described as a gorgeous face. Oh my, who's this? Caster looked at me. Ah, you're Takao Shimoda. I had a few moments, so I watched your simulation battle. On my Oji, an interesting bit of magecraft. It took me a few minutes to figure it out. Not very difficult, but it was fun. I blinked. Thank you. What do you mean you watched? Olga narrowed her eyes. I hacked into the surveillance. She said as if it was unimportant. But, introductions are now required. She spun around once in her chair before jumping to her feet. You were admiring my body, as expected. Continue looking at this model of perfection that I crafted for my vessel. Gaze upon my genius and splendor, for no beauty could match that which I have created. And are you wondering who stands before you in such perfection? It is I, duh. 8 out of 10. The caster came to a screeching stop. Pardon. You said you made that body. I'm assuming it wasn't the form you were supposed to be summoned in, but your preference by your admittance of crafting it. I give it an 8 out of 10, not bad. Why did it suddenly get a lot colder in the room? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/storyforum. Chapter 345, Chapter 312. Haha, I think I misheard you. The servant giggled menacingly. I think you called my greatest work only an 8 out of 10. You're basically just copying yourself. How could you call this your greatest work? I replied. You were going to introduce yourself as Leonardo da Vinci, yes? She nodded. Oh, by the way, do you still want to be called that? I don't want to presume since you made yourself a woman. It was easy to guess her identity once I took a look around the room in addition to some other small clues. There were drawings and blueprints with designs that were rather iconic and connected to a well-known artist. She blinked, smiling lightly as the tension eased. That's sweet. I don't really care about gender. Man, woman, what's the difference? My genius transcends all of that. So, feel free to just call me Da Vinci-chan. Da Vinci it is. I nodded. I'm actually a little bit of a fan. Oh. She perked up. What one of my works is your favorite? That's hard to decide. I tapped my chin. I want to pick out one specific project of yours, but honestly, I think my favorite overall were the plethora of designs that basically predicted a lot of modern inventions. Though, honestly, all of your works are cultural icons that make it hard to choose a favorite. Those old things. She flipped her hair back with a bright smile. Those was just some doodles I scribbled when I was bored. But I suppose it's to be expected from a genius like myself. I wish I had been told you were here beforehand. I would have prepared something proper to ask for your autograph. She let out a cute laugh. Oh, that's kind of you to say. I really do appreciate that my works have managed to survive and continue to inspire people even centuries later. What's happening? Olga said in confusion. You insulted her looks, and now she's happy. That was that, and this is this. Da Vinci shrugged. It's obvious for him to lavish me with praise, even if he seems to be a bore that can't recognize beauty perfected when he sees it. She introduced herself as a craftsman, not a model of sorts. I was critiquing her work in that same spirit, not insulting her looks. I defended myself. And I disagree that it's a representation of perfection. I would never be so crass to just wantonly critique a woman's looks with blatant disregard. However, it was obvious she had been promoting herself as the crafter, more so than propping herself up through her own looks. I suppose everyone's entitled to an opinion, no matter how wrong it is. I couldn't agree more. We stared at one another for a moment, a twitching smile was on her face. Says the person whose eyes lingered on my legs for an extra 0.32 seconds. Well, they're nice legs. Was she trying to fluster me? Ha. Though, the corners of her lips curled up. They are, aren't they? She looked at me coquettishly, her dainty hand lowered down to the hem of her skirt, a single finger tugging on it, raising it up an inch. One might even say perfect. What are you doing, you perverted servant? Olga squeaked out. I almost forgot she was there, as Da Vinci understandably held my full attention for the moment. But the director was sporting a very red face as she threw her finger at the servant in accusation. Be decent, you scoundrel. You can marvel at my perfect form as well, director, I don't mind. The servant stopped her act with a laugh, plopping back into her seat. Though, she did have a little smug look about her when she noticed I gave her legs another glance. Can't take your eyes away, It seems that someone isn't being honest. I've seen better. I said nonchalantly, making her smile twitch again. Playing hard are you? I'll make you admit to my perfection sooner or later. She relaxed, the playfulness of hers settled back down. I could more or less parse her personality from the first few moments. I didn't feel like she would be truly insulted when I made that comment. At least you're more fun than most of the other magi here, stuffy blowhards. I'll take that as a compliment from the great Da Vinci. I chuckled. Even if that's not much of a threshold to overcome. Will you two stop flirting? Olga stomped her foot. Oh fine. Da Vinci exhaled. I guess we'll get started on the boring stuff, then I can go back to my own projects. What can I do for you, director? I assume it has something to do with the blind magus you brought. Do you need me to make him a mystic code to repair his vision? That may be a task that even a genius such as I would find difficult. It's weird, I've never had a problem with my vision before. I replied with a rather dry tone. Maybe it's someone else who's blind and projecting a little bit here. Enough. Olga huffed. I don't care if you two hate each other, but stop bickering and wasting my time. I don't hate her. I shook my head. Why would you think that? Da Vinci also blinked in confusion. Olga covered her face, letting out a groan. Just, let's settle what we came here for. We were going to request mystic codes for those cute B-team members you're training. Yeah, I know. Da Vinci interrupted. I mostly got the designs ready. How? Olga questioned softly. Did you not hear me earlier when I said I hacked the surveillance system for the training rooms? Da Vinci once again said it with complete nonchalance. Do keep up. Wonderful, that saves some time. I interjected, noticing the fuming expression that Olga had. What were your thoughts? Tricky. Da Vinci tapped her chin. But I managed to get something that should work. You may give me your praise. She beamed / preened as she grabbed a piece of paper out of a stack at the desk she was sitting at, shoving it into my hands. I looked it over and couldn't help but be impressed. Did you copy the idea of my talisman shield and add it on? How long ago did I even show that off? It was a quaint spell. She shrugged. For people who have no knowledge of spellcraft, I had to tone down any of my usual inventions to something they could properly manage. Give me that. Olga growled, still seething as she tugged it out of my hands. A modified uniform, acceptable. You added in spells with a single activation phrase. The power is limited, and you focused nearly entirely on utility. I suppose it's the best we can expect in these circumstances. Using a form of displacement magecraft, the shielding spell can be used on oneself or the target of choice. I leaned over Olga's shoulder, further reading the document. An elegant change and one I hadn't considered. Even more so when it still completely retains the simplicity of pointing and saying shield to actualize. It will certainly be a useful tool, and one capable for them to learn to use without much effort. Of course, who do you think I am? Da Vinci preened. I had to make room for something like that, along with the healing spell, and for offense I included a Gander spell. Obviously, they all have a set amount of uses before they have to recharge, but for complete beginners, it's the best I can manage. That being said, it originally included a strengthening spell, but that's pointless if you're teaching them reinforcement. So, you have room to add another spell if you're fine with what I've created already, even though we both know the answer to that. The smugness in her tone was not hidden whatsoever. What about a binding spell similar to what I used? She tapped her chin in thought. I can manage that easily enough. When do you think you can have them all done, so I can schedule them to get some practical use with the training simulation? Today's Tuesday, so Friday, since I do have something else I need to wrap up. She hummed. Really? You can get them all done in 3-ish days? That's really impressive. I was being completely genuine. Looking over the designs for their uniforms, it wasn't standard material she was going to work with. And she was going to make some decent mystic codes, as simplified as possible, which was not an easy take, and get it all done in a few days. Well, I can have 80% of it done 3 days. She said cheerfully. I had to resist the urge to let out a sigh. You're going to hold a grudge, aren't you? Let's call it 8/10 of a grudge. Ah well, I suppose I asked for that. I like her though. *****. I hummed to myself as I walked down the corridors of the facility. A small smile and nodded as I greeted the other staff members. I've been here for a couple weeks now, give or take a day or two. At this point, I think my face was becoming familiar. And I could more or less figure out where everything was here. Having explored the corners when I had free time meant no more getting lost. With a pep in my step, I pushed open the door leading to the facility's library. It was open to basically anyone, but it was practically empty this time of day. I think it got most of its use later in the evening when a good portion of the staff clocked out. One of the benefits of the job was the extensive amount of knowledge they gathered here. There was a good chunk of the staff that were magi of first and second generations. They mostly composed of non-essential positions, but in return for their several years of service, they could have access to things like this. A library filled with many different crafts, albeit nothing of any true secrecy, but some rare and obscure works could be found here. It was leagues beyond the resources available to those first and second generation families that were trying to muddle through by themselves without any foundation. This was, of course, just one of many benefits the staff here would receive for their work. They were dedicating literal years of their life to this place, but they were certainly not losing out for their contributions. Once I stepped through the threshold, I did notice someone else in here. Fancy seeing you here. I waved to Hinako, who sat quietly in a corner, reading a book. She obviously noticed me when I walked in. Did you need something, or did you just come here to bother me? The elemental slammed her book shut, sending me a glare. I didn't even know you were here. I blinked in confusion at her sudden burst of anger. But if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were avoiding me. I haven't seen her since the day in the simulation room a while ago. And despite Wodim's insistence on my training with a team, they haven't had any team training exercises recently. I was. She huffed. Do you really have to be so blunt about it? Maybe spare my feelings a little. I don't think I've done anything to earn this kind of response. You blackmailed me. Because you basically kidnapped me and tried to blackmail me first. I did not kidnap you. She scowled. What do you call forcing a young and impressionable youth to a dark corner away from prying eyes? I countered. Young and impressionable, she scoffed. I'm barely in my 20s, you know. Like I would believe that. She accompanied that a very visible eye roll. And that's only because I spent time in a place that time flowed differently. Based on my birthday, I'm barely out of high school. Actually, I'm a high school dropout. It was still a funny thought. Honestly, I think the only one who would care about that would be Vanillana, and not in the way of being ashamed or anything. I don't think she cares about human education. Speaking of, I should call her, well, her and the others. I think it might be important with her since she's the newest to my harem and as such I wanted to make sure she knows I value our relationship. I can't tell if you're lying or not and it's concerning me. Why would I lie about something like this? I shrugged, not really caring if she believed me or not. How would I know why one of your kind does anything? One of my kind. That sounds vaguely racist. And you don't even know what race I am, considering my mother was human, I'm pretty sure you have no idea. I faced the nearest bookshelf, looking over the titles. I am not racist. Sounds like something a racist would say. I barely held back the snicker as I pulled a book from the shelf. I briefly flipped through the pages before putting it back. But you keep assuming I'm a divine spirit when I'm really not. As I said, I'm barely into my 20s and my mom was human. Then how else do you have divinity and an authority? That's not just something you can pick up on the street. She huffed in annoyance. I turned back and looked at her with a completely straight face. I usurped it from the deity I killed. I didn't elaborate and turned back around. Another scoff I heard told me that she wasn't believing me. Oh well. Though, I was adopted by a goddess. I go to visit her sometimes, she's really sweet. Oh, and one of my best friends is a goddess, I go to her death realm to visit her sometimes as well. And then there's my lover who's an eldritch goddess. Stop mocking me. She growled, slamming her book on the table. If you say so. I whistled innocently, going back to doing what I was doing. Specifically, I was looking for a few books on theory for my team to study in their downtime. I couldn't keep shoving lectures down their throats and running their bodies rampant. They did need some downtime but that could be spent casually reading some helpful materials. The only issue was that I was not a beginner, and I was having trouble filling in all the gaps they would need. It's been way too long since I had to think with that mindset. Even when I regained my memories, I never thought of myself as a novice. Sure, I was not well equipped and had to build myself back up, but my foundation was solid beyond reproach. That's not to mention all the miscellaneous knowledge I accumulated in my past life that I inherited. What are you looking for? I cast a sideways glance at Hinako who had approached me by her own accord. Her tone was a lot softer than it was just moments prior. Want me out of your hair quicker? Relax, I'll stop bothering you once I get what I came here for. I put another book back onto the shelf, ignoring her presence. Look, I'm sorry, all right. I didn't meant to come off as a bitch. I'm just not used to dealing with other people, and you're making me nervous by just being here. She said quietly. You're right, I was the one who forced us together and started everything. I looked at her for a moment before relenting. Honestly didn't expect her to apologize, she seemed like the type to keep doubling down regardless of the circumstances. All right, apology accepted. I can understand where you're coming from. Even if we reached an agreement, I'm sure you've been feeling anxious about everything. I don't know what this servant means to you, but obviously they're very important that you don't want your chances ruined. And it was left unsaid that my own offer, that she seemingly accepted last time, she was still a little skeptical about. My husband. She whispered. He was my husband. Oh. I was unsure of how to respond to that. There was a small but awkward silence that ensued before she spoke up again. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help. She offered, and I happily took the chance to change the subject. I did not expect her to be so honest like that and it took me completely off guard. Study materials for my team for their downtime. They're complete and utter novices, as you know, so I wanted something to help them learn and put them in the right mindset. Maybe a couple books on self-hypnosis since I will be touching on that soon enough. I'll check on the other shelf, and start pulling things off I think will help. She replied, immediately going to the side to start scanning through the books. I haven't found anything yet. Yeah, we just started looking. No, I mean, I was looking into things, quietly of course, and I haven't found anything out of the ordinary about what's going on. She clarified, taking a book off and tossing it on the nearby table before continuing. You mean you didn't conveniently overhear someone's diabolic plans as they conveniently explained it step by step in detail? I let out a phone noise of surprise. The elemental let out a snort of amusement. Unfortunately, no convenient villainous monologue. Have you tried putting Lev in front of a mirror? Maybe he'll start practicing when no one's watching. After you mentioned him, he's been giving me an unsettling feeling. I knew he wasn't human already, but I didn't really care. But now that I'm paying attention, it's obvious he has something against you. And I have no idea what he is. He was antagonistic the moment I first met him. And oddly enough, I feel the same way towards him, and I have no idea why. My current theory is that our bloodlines just don't mesh well, but I'm not entirely convinced. I don't suppose you're going to tell me what you are. What aren't I? I'm part god, part dragon, part angel, part devil, part. Can you be serious? She huffed, tossing another book onto the growing pile. I guess it's not my place. Not like I go around wanting humans to know about my background. I smiled and chuckled lightly. It's not like I expected this to be easy. But I also appreciate the effort. I did it for what you promised. She grunted, tossing one last book onto the table before stopping. And this should be enough for now, what do you think? I carried a few more books myself, adding them to the pile. Looks good, thanks. You're really acting as B-Team's leader. She said, looking over what we collected. You're not just playing around. Of course. The moment they put their lives into my hands, I made a promise to do what I could to make sure they survive while we settle this singularity. Honestly, I hope they don't get deployed, but I'll do what I can to help them if they do. Does that include revealing yourself? She asked. I paused only for a brief moment. They're my subordinates, I'll do what I have to in order to protect them. I'm starting to believe you aren't a divine spirit. The ones I've met in the past would never care about humans like you apparently do. I think that's the nicest thing you've said to me. She crossed her arms with an eye roll. Don't get used to it. I couldn't help but chuckle a little bit. Looking at her relaxed posture, I thought maybe we could actually get along. Takao Shimoda. What? She looked at me in confusion. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot before. I held my hand up. Takao Shimoda, it's the name my mom gave me. It's not the name I normally use, but it's not necessarily fake either. She looked down at my hand before letting out a sigh and taking it in hers. Hinako Akuta, it's not my real name, but it's what I go by here. I think I saw the tiniest hint of a smile as she said that. Asterisk. Meant to release this chapter with the one earlier today, but I only got like 3 hours of sleep and couldn't do it in time. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 346, Chapter 313. Sorry I'm late, Director. Roman said as he scurried into the room holding a stack of papers. You're always late. The director, seemingly used to Roman's tardiness, just rolled her eyes. Director, you're always so mean to me. Roman slumped his shoulders with a sigh, setting the paperwork down on the nearby table. Then stop fooling around. She huffed. Did you bring what I asked? Of course. He smiled warmly. I have the medical documents you asked for, and everything else. Will Roman be staying while we conduct the test? I asked. Olga looked contemplative. It would be beneficial if he was on standby. It's funny, as much as she complained about the effort she put to help with B-Team matters, saying how it was beneath her and everything, she genuinely seemed to like being involved in some capacity. More so than just a keep me informed mentality that I originally thought she meant. No, she often made time to come on over to inspect everything and even sometimes give lectures or advice. Test for what? Roman blinked. And hello, Takao. He gave a warm greeting. Honestly, the few times I've met him since the whole barrel debacle, he had been very friendly to me. Hello, Roman. I chuckled. Night and day compared to the other Roman. We're going to conduct the first self-reinforcement test on a B-Team member. Olga briefly explained. Shimoda here tried a different approach to their training, and we're going to see if it's worth it to continue down this path or if we need to scrap it for something more practical. We were right around the point where we had to commit on a direction, otherwise time limits wouldn't allow us to do anything. At this point, if Olga felt like it was a wasted effort, we still had time to focus on something else as the singularity deployment approached. Oh right. Roman nodded. I heard you were doing that. I can't say I necessarily agree with inexperienced magi like them attempting something like this, but I can also see the logic. It's the most well-rounded spell for nearly any given situation. And I was specifically going to focus on their lower half. Basically, I wanted them to have the best tool to just get out of harm's way with. Nothing can really beat being able to run away quickly. Roman looked like he agreed with my thinking. I guess it's my job, regardless of where I am. How surprising, you remember you have a job. Olga said dryly. Director. Roman whined. What? Do you think I don't know where you disappear to when trying to skip work? She huffed with arms crossed. And I know all about your secret stashes of sweets. Castor showed me all of them. What? No, Leo wouldn't do that. She would if I threatened her budget. No, Director, please don't touch my snacks. Then I better see you doing your job. She harumphed. I couldn't help but smile at the pair. They really did get along well, despite the harsh way she was chiding him. It didn't really feel like she was actually upset. Olga ignored his continued pleas as she reached for the stack of papers. Who's going to be first, Shimoda? I want to choose Samuel. I replied, having given it thought previously. He's not the most talented out of the bunch, but he's never tried to push boundaries and he's very hard-working. Good at following directions and rather meticulous. 26 years old, born to a wealthy family in Texas. Grew up on a farm and graduated college near the top of his class. She summarized the information provided. His medical report looks alright, nothing that would stand out, a low amount of circuits, but they are average in quality. Not bad considering he was randomly brought in without any real pedigree to speak of. Out of curiosity, are there any talented ones among them? Roman asked. I mean, not in a bad way, I'm not trying to say they're untalented or anything. He awkwardly tried to correct himself. I get what you mean, no harm done. I assured him. Well, it seems the youngest is probably the most talented. Benjamin conveniently grew up in London. Olga didn't keep track of the minute details of B-Team as a whole, she had to rummage through the pile of papers to find who I was talking about. 22 years old, college dropout. She frowned, skimming over most his information. Parents are in prison, joined a gang for several years. She continued to scowl. Did we really hire such a scoundrel? She looked up in disbelief with a scoff. At least he stopped selling drugs on the corner of the street like a vagrant before being recruited. Not everyone is dealt a good hand in life, Director. Olga frown deepened, looking at me before relenting with a sigh. I haven't heard of him misbehaving, so I won't question it. She shook her head for a moment before flipping pages. Below average quantity of circuits, but high quality. Of course the drug dealer would have the best circuits out of all of them. I know scions of noble families that have worse circuits. He's a good kid, just a little too playful. I leaned back against the desk. Give it a few years and he might be someone worth picking up. The director snorted again. We'll see when his contract is up. If he shows promise, I can recommend him to some places. That was about the best I could do. If Benjamin wanted to pursue a career in this world, he was more than welcome to after his tenure at Chaldea. I would see if I could help the others of my team once everything was settled. I pushed myself up off the corner of the desk, giving a light clap. Alrighty, shall we get this show on the road? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Welcome, Samuel Washington. Olga was sitting in a chair as Samuel stood straight, trying not to appear nervous in front of her. Director. He greeted very directly, earning a nod from her. Good, he's learned well. If you don't know how to respond to someone in these kind of circumstances, be very simple but polite in the greeting, in this instance, using her title. Let's see, you've been with Chaldea for a little over a month at this point. How have you settled in? She looked up from the papers in her lap. It's been difficult, ma'am. He said honestly. Olga wasn't put off by his admittance. It's good to be honest. I understand how our world may be hard for you to acclimate to. She had a rare smile about her as she continued. We called you here because we're going to begin the next phase in your training. Know that your team leader has been training you in a very unorthodox fashion, understandably due to the time constraints we're operating under. This is both a test for him and yourself to see how you perform. Are you okay to proceed? Boss has been good to us, ma'am. I don't know much about how things are supposed to be, but he's treated us well and been helping us a lot. I trust boss to be doing his best. Geez, he was going to make me blush. Olga had a strange look about as Samuel spoke. Good, let's begin with activating your circuits. Samuel nodded, holding his arm out, and a couple seconds later they were filled with the familiar patterns lighting up under his skin. Roughly 2 seconds to activate, not horrible. Olga noted, writing something down. Especially after only having about a month to practice with them. But I expect it to be near instantaneous in the coming weeks. I'll keep practicing, Director. See that you do. She said with a small amount of encouragement. We'll begin the first test. Shimoda present him with the object. Here you go, Samuel. I tossed him a glass orb, just like he'd been practicing with before. Do the same that you've been doing and tell us when you're done. Samuel nodded, holding it up to his eyes as he very clearly began to concentrate. It took longer than just to activate his circuits, probably about 30 seconds in total before he relaxed slightly. I'm done. Olga lifted herself off the seat, stepping forward to take it from his hand. Standard reinforcement, consistent frequency of parallel augmentation with an overlapping matrix of magical energy. She held it up to the light. Surface level is pristine, crystalline structure shows only very minor damage from spellcast, advisable for some inspection on the micro-level fractures for the future. Otherwise, high marks. Olga replied, a rare amount of praise leaving her lips. However, there is one last test. Olga reeled back her arm, planted her foot on the ground and threw the orb hard at the wall. Perhaps with more force than necessarily as the wind whipped with her movement. The glass orb slammed into the wall, but it didn't shatter into pieces. It deformed, cracked, and nearly imploded into itself, but it still retained a nearly solid shape as it bounced onto the ground. Guess I didn't do too well. Samuel said awkwardly. Nonsense. Olga replied, beating me to it. Do you expect a glass orb to sustain no damage even with a cast of perfect reinforcement with the force I used? She flipped her hair back. The nature of the reinforcement spell is to augment and strengthen the concept of the object in question. Regardless, it is still a glass object, holding the understanding and mystery of brittle and delicate. Yes, there is room for improvement, but it did not shatter and retained its form in a general shape. It was a good cast, well done. Thanks. Samuel said kind of awkwardly again. I couldn't have said it better myself. I walked up, patting Samuel on the shoulder. But don't get too happy, the next part is going to be difficult. He's right. And as the head doctor on staff, I'm going to warn you again of the dangers of using reinforcement on yourself. I don't think I need to go into detail after seeing all your failures. Roman walked over, picking up the deformed glass orb. It won't be pretty if things go wrong. I want to try, sir. Samuel resolved himself. Good, you have courage. Olga smiled lightly at his insistence on continuing. Keep Roman's words in mind, but do remember, we have medical facilities that are beyond what you can imagine. Don't be afraid to fail, that's why we have the setup as we do. She was being weirdly gentle with the whole thing. I'm starting to wonder if she just has a hard time connecting with people and just defaults to her normal director attitude for every situation. That and it must be very tiresome and stressful to handle Chaldea's matters on her lonesome. I don't think she's a bully or something that likes to lord herself over others. So, given the situation, she's probably acting more in tune with her true self. I'll be helping you along this time. I reassure him. Take a seat, cross-legged, I'll help be your guide for the first few times so you can get a good idea of what to do. You may proceed when you are ready. Olga said, not rushing us. Samuel nodded, taking a seat as I put a hand on his shoulder. Don't fight my magical energy, you should know the feeling now, so just relax. Granted, his body would do it unconsciously as all would, but if he were to actively struggle it would be more detrimental and likely dangerous. We're going to focus on a single part, specifically your legs. I told him, getting a good look at his inner workings with the help of structural grasp. Normally, this kind of spell work would involve another spell, structural grasp, which allows you to view the inner workings of something at its most basic. However, in complexity, it can rival reinforcement on just theory and learning alone. With the time constraints, we're skipping that step to get you all to have a general idea of how much you can push yourself without self-harming. Got it, boss. Samuel closed his eyes and I was feeling rather warm by how much he was trusting me right now. I never really had students before, but I kind of thought of them in that way. I'm going to start. Alright, I'm right here, just do it slowly like you did with the glass. I said quietly, not to distract him. His magic circuits flared as the magical energy filled his body and he focused it towards his legs. It took hold as the spell cast began. Even it out, left leg needs more, but only a tiny bit. I whispered as I watched him adjust himself. I used my own magical energy to help guide him, a very gentle touch to help him feel his own body out and not overexert any specific part too much. It wasn't perfect, but I wasn't going to pick out every single minute detail right at the start, the important thing was for the spell to actualize completely without any major problem. The familiar signs enveloped his legs as the spell took hold. Though, there were a few spots that began turning red, I was about to say something, but he noticed apparently as well as he went about fixing it by himself. Samuel let out a grunt of pain as his body jerked, but he opened his eyes. There was a moment of silence as I patted him on the shoulder again. Well done, you did it. I feel weird. Samuel mumbled as he tried to stand up, but stumbled slightly. Careful, your legs are operating at a much higher level now. I steadied himself. Wait, don't move, let me give him a quick checkup. Roman hurried over, also propping him up as he leaned down to inspect his legs. Looks like you strained several muscles, prolonged use in this state will tear them if you aren't careful. There's a few ruptured blood vessels, and you inflated some veins which will flame up shortly as well. I also see a very faint hairline fracture along your shin. He listed off. What's the verdict, Roman? Olga asked. In an emergency, it's passable. Roman stood back up. Obviously, I'm going to take him back to my office for a more thorough checkup. But, if this was all that happened while in the field, it's not too bad and passable. Granted, the spell effect is probably only at about a fifth of the standard of a more experienced variant. For a first try, these are acceptable parameters, well done. Olga praised again. Roman, take him back to your office, to double-check to make sure there's nothing we missed. On it, Director. He nodded. And keep your reinforcement active, I want to see if there's any other problems that come up from the short walk over. Roman said as he ushered the southern magus out of the room. I watched them go only to turn back in time to see Olga do a little fist pump into the air. She blinked, noticed me and blushed a little in embarrassment. Pretend you didn't see that. She said firmly. See what? I smiled wistfully, but I held back a laugh. Is it up to your standards, Director? You did good work, Shimoda. We just need to get them to be able to cast it quickly and efficiently without any major bodily harm and they will be field operable at a minimum. Olga preened. And I can gloat to the investors and those vultures that we managed to teach a bunch of mundane people something as complicated as reinforcement in just over a month. That should keep their mouths shut for a while and give me some breathing room. She sounded rather enthused by that idea. So you agree with my direction for training? I admit I was and still am skeptical, but the results prove themselves. We need to outline the whole process and begin making preparations for the incoming flux of new master candidates. I've held off on bringing the next batch until now so we could have a streamlined training process. However, I believe you're ready to take them on now. Next batch, huh? I scratched my head. How many are we talking? Counting your current team and A-team, we decided on a total of 50 mastery candidates. Not all of them will be arriving at the same time in the next batch, but it should be the vast majority minus a handful. Olga replied. I expect them to arrive within the week after I give the go-ahead. That should give me enough time to standardize everything and get my current team on the right track. I would be a little more busy, but it also solidified my spot among the staff. At this point, I'm pretty sure Olga was very appreciative of my talents. It hadn't been entirely smooth sailing. I had no experience teaching people for extended periods of time. And most of those I had conversed with before had been among those I could call peers. It was slow going at first until I could get a hang of things for complete beginners. But, it's apparently paid off after working for so long. Excuse me, Director. There was a knock at the open door as Wodime politely interrupted. Kirstaria. Olga immediately took a rather even tone with him, the light fondness she was showing off earlier nearly disappeared entirely. I take it congratulations are in order for your excitement? He asked. First test was a success. I didn't hide it. Remarkable. Perhaps there is some room to write a paper on the practical applications. He said idly but blinked and seemed to gather his thoughts. I apologize, I seem to have had a stray thought. But I have come to request your presence tomorrow as I will be gathering a team to conduct a team exercise. While I don't expect you to participate in every aspect of my team, I was hoping you would come and acquaint yourself with them in the case of emergency and you will have to take Barrel's place. And I believe it would be beneficial if you were to associate with them regardless due to being the leader of B team. I can make time, I look forward to meeting the remainder of A team. Wonderful. The A team leader smiled brightly. The singularity approaches, but I believe a few instances of cooperative training will do wonders in the worst case scenario. That's right, they're going to deploy soon, should be right as the next round of trainees arrive. It seems odd on the surface, but they're going to attack the singularity right as the moment presents itself, leaving quite a bit of time before things delve into a critical situation. Meaning, in the worst case, if A team fails, we still have time for a proper response, i.e. B team. Even in that case, we would still have several months afterwards to train and resolve the problem before it passed the point of irreparable damage. Well, I can't say I had a lot of confidence considering the whole reason I'm here. But I think I'll get a lot of my questions answered once the singularity approached in a little while. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I think I forgot to mention that I wouldn't be posting Monday/Tuesday, whoops. Anyways, work this week has been killing me, and for the same reasons, next chapter will most likely be Friday. That being said, we're close to canon content now, only a couple chapters left before the main events start. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 347, Chapter 314. Welcome, Takao Shimoda. Wodime waved his arms in a grandiose manner as he pushed the door open. It was a rather mundane action in nature, but I suppose he wanted to add a little flair to our first meeting. I walked forward at his beckoning and was greeted by several people in the room. There were some familiar faces, though most were unfamiliar faces that greeted me as I walked in. Introduction then. Shall we start with the ones you've met thus far? Wodime asked, a little rhetorically as he continued on. Hinako Akuta, he gestured towards the elemental who quietly stood a little off to the side of the group, a small book in her hand which her eyes peeked over it. I gave her a good-natured smile and I believed I saw the hints of one reciprocated. The book blocked most of face so it was hard to tell. At the very least, she seemed a lot less hostile than previously. I would even almost call it friendly by the shift in her posture. Next we have Kadik Zemlipus. He gestured towards the young man I had met in Olga's office previously. He shrunk a little under the attention but held up a hand in a small motion of acknowledgement. I returned the greeting, trying to appear approachable as the guy seemed really withdrawn. Next we have Ophelia Famersalone. Wodime moved on to a young woman standing a little closer to Hinako compared to the others. It's a pleasure. I smiled towards her as well. She had long brown hair with a slender and attractive figure. But the most notable thing about her was the large eye patch that covered her right eye. Hello. She said curtly. Am I next? Someone else stepped up. He was very flamboyant. One side of his head was mostly shaved with purple highlights on what remained, while the rest was pink and slicked back. He wore some very tight and form-fitting clothing that bordered on skimpy. I didn't want to stereotype, but I was making a couple assumptions. Scandinavia Peperoncino. He held his hand out rather demurely. And I was fairly sure that name was completely and utterly fake. But on the other hand, Magi have some really fucking weird naming conventions. Hell, I barely batted an eye at Remnant's cultural insistence on naming their children based on colors in comparison. I took it, not changing my expression. Takao Shimoda, it's a pleasure to meet you. Aren't you charming? He smiled. I heard you fought Beryl. Things turned out that way. I shrugged. Can't say most of us get along with him too much, but he was a member of our team. His carefree attitude sort of shifted slightly as he eyed me for a moment before shifting again. Oh well, he probably had it coming. I just hope we can all get along in the future for the sake of the mission. He smiled cheerfully again. I have no problems focusing on the mission. I kept my reply vague, but also extended a hand halfway. If Beryl caused more problems in the future, I wouldn't sit back and take it, but I wouldn't go looking for trouble. He smiled again, but didn't speak anymore. Wodime nodded in approval before turning to the last one present. Finally, David Sem Void. A young man with blonde hair and light purple eyes. He was wearing black cargo pants, a black dress shirt with a tie and a light striped vest over it with a black leather long coat to complete the ensemble. Honestly, he was the most normal-appearing one of the group. But why did something about him make me feel uneasy? Not hostile like I was with Lev, just a faint feeling that made me unnerved around him. You're very bright. The normal-looking man tilted his head and commented without changing his expression. Thank you. I offered in return, confused by what exactly he meant by that. We do have one more member, technically. But due to certain circumstances, her participation is uncertain for now. Wodime chimed back in. However, I believe you've already met Mash Kyrie Light. The adorable lilac-haired girl. Yeah, I met her already. I confirmed. Wonderful, then you are acquainted with every member of the team. While the time before deployment makes team training difficult at this point, I do hope that what little time we spend together helps us build a rapport in the unfortunate case that you are required to reshift with us. Wodime the ever-polite Magus explained. Is that why you called us together, Kirstaria? Peperoncino asked. Some good old team bonding. It was my hope. The A-team leader acknowledged. Shall we convene to the simulation room and have a few practice matches? I will have this be a small test for our newest potential member. Oh. Sounded interesting. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was nice that Wodime was trying to include me. Honestly, I was starting to feel rather fond of Chaldea as a whole at this point. Sure, there were the negatives that I wouldn't gloss over, like the stuck-up Magi that skulked the halls, or Beryl even. Hell, ignoring that little creature that I've gone out of my way to avoid, and even Lev, I was enjoying my time here. I inspected my servant, giving him a thorough look over. Assassin wasn't my preferred summon, but I could make do. Again, as I looked around the area, I was enthralled with the sheer competency of what the Chaldean technology had achieved. I really wanted one of these rooms for myself, and I was seriously considering about how to get the blueprints. I wonder if Gramps could get them for me. Maybe I could get them myself once my job here was done. Then again, Olga may not be happy if I skipped out before my contract was up. And the thought of making her upset really made me feel bad. With everything she's dealing with, she didn't need more thrown on her plate. Hopefully everything will be settled neatly by then so it won't be a big deal. Well, regardless, it wasn't the time to focus on that kind of thing. As Wodime said it was a test, he didn't really give me any instructions, only that the objective was to retrieve the Holy Grail. The simulation being one that was based off the singularity that was approaching, something that happened during the Grail War that took place in Fuyuki. I suppose I should meet up with my teammates. There was that clairvoyant spell I picked up in Skyrim, but I didn't really want to overly reveal that branch of magecraft if I didn't have to. Are those dragon-toothed warriors? I was snapped out of my thoughts as I saw a horde of skeleton-like creatures running down the destroyed street. How nostalgic. Makes sense they would be added to the simulation, they were a rather popular tool from the age of gods that somehow made its way around the world. I know Medea can use them fairly easily, and Semiramis produced them without effort in her hanging gardens. Not that strange that Chaldea has records of them from the use of other servants. Take them out. I ordered my assassin as it seeped into the shadows. I barely paid them any more mind as he reappeared, taking out a handful before they could even react. But at that point, the dozen or so mindless creatures were thoroughly eliminated by the speed of my servant. Assassin, scale the tallest building nearby and find any other people in the vicinity. I gave another order as my assassin disappeared. No doubt I was being evaluated on how I perform. Should I just make a beeline for the Grail and take it that way? I feel like that would go against the spirit of the simulation if I did so. Kirshtaria did say it was a team exercise. I felt a tug in the link I shared with the fake assassin. They weren't really intelligent, to the point where they didn't think, thus we didn't have the same mental link like I did with Reiku. However, it could still facilitate some sort of connection, as Assassin directed me somewhere based on my desire. I suppose he found someone. I waved for him to come down and activate his presence concealment as I started moving in the direction he pointed. It didn't take me very long to find out what he pointed out and I couldn't help but grin as I noticed who was up again. A servant riding a horse was impaling several dragon-toothed warriors with a certain elemental standing to the side with her arms crossed. Of course it's me you found first. She rolled her eyes upon noticing me. Funny how she's still so standoffish, but it felt a lot less hostile than before. Well, guess we're teaming up then. Good, I was supposed to find someone. Didn't know if I should just go straight for the Grail or not. She shrugged. We were told to not move towards it ourselves for about 20 minutes and give you a chance first. If you ran into any of us, then we were okay to go ahead. How kind. I snorted. I can't tell if I'm being looked down on or not. Feel free to show everyone your real power. She rolled her eyes again. So far, you've just shown that you're adept at handling curses with some experience in combat. It obviously makes you more valuable in their eyes, but it's a far cry from the training everyone else had done. We did a lot of simulations and training exercises as a group and individually a lot before you arrived. The only reason we still aren't is because Wodime wants us rested and prepared mentally for the singularity since it's close. That's true, I suppose from their perspective, I was just a good seed, not fully bloomed as their own established team was. I did counter Beryl pretty damn hard with his reliance on curses, which was both beneficial and detrimental to me. Good that I didn't make people question me beyond what someone in my position should be questioned on. Bad in that I wasn't propped up beyond what I already had been. Oh well, I think it all turned out good enough in the end. Fair enough. I acknowledged her reasoning. Speaking of Beryl, he tried to reverse my karma with a curse. It was her turn to let out a snort, though it was mostly an amusement. No wonder he's been stuck in bed for so long. That idiot basically cursed himself due to the backlash. She would obviously find the humor in it considering she had an inkling of where I stood on the metaphysical scale. Beryl trying to curse me in that way was like trying to ram into a mountain on a motorcycle thinking it was a little sand castle. So, how do you want to do this? I stretched my arms, summoning my servant. Are we competing against the other masters, or is it just do the best you can, and we'll clean things up if you can't finish, There were a few bets on how well you would do. She admitted. Oh. I raised an eyebrow. Consider my competitive spirit ignited. Joy. She said dryly. Let's just get this over with. We were told to let you have a chance to navigate things if you caught up with one of us, so. She waved her hands flippantly. Call the shots, I guess. Rider servant, I looked at her servant. Got any idea where the Grail is? She raised her dainty hand, pointing towards the center of the city. Obviously that way, it's where the dragon-toothed warriors have been originating from. That's a fair assumption. And thankfully, we have a horse. My servant has a horse. Don't be like that, we're a team. It's our horse. I smiled. How do you expect all three of us to fit on it? She crossed her arms. The horse is a separate entity from your servant, just have him run along next to it and we can ride it together. I offered. I am not sharing a horse with you. Then run by yourself. I'm sure that won't throw up any questions as to how you're keeping up with the servant's horse. I chuckled. Do you even know how to ride a horse? Because there's no way I'm letting you get on behind me. I know as soon as we go, I'm going to feel something poking my butt. I know how to ride a horse. Kinda. I've done so before. On the date with Artoria, where she technically did the riding, I just enjoyed the closeness. Ugh, fine. She threw her hands up. Let's just get this over with. She ordered her rider servant down as I admired the fake beast. I gave it a gentle pat as it let out a snort of air. I hopped up, swinging my leg over the side. Well, let's go. I held my hand out which she took pulling her up behind me. By the way, I better not feel any wandering hands. I shot her another grin. Like I would do something like that. She scowled deeply, a little huff accompanying it. Oh, and just a heads up, I've never actually maneuvered a horse before. I grabbed the reins. What? You just said you knew how to ride a horse and you've done so before. I said I know how to. And my riding experiences is basically holding onto my girlfriend as she goes at it. Which remembering really brought a warm feeling to my chest, despite the situation I found myself in. You idiot. Hiya. I kicked its sides, making the horse let out an abrupt neigh, and it took off like a rocket, making Hinako grab onto me out of instinct, an abrupt noise of confusion coming out of her mouth. Almost immediately, it was not like I was expecting. The horse seemed to want to jerk every which way as it started running down the street. Stop gripping the reins so tight, she hissed, adjusting herself. Sit up straighter and only lightly tug where you want it to go. I didn't argue, following her instructions. The horse seemed to settle down a little, it was still a bit rough, but more manageable as it hurtled down the street. Thanks. Don't mention it. She grumbled, relaxing herself. How do you want to handle the dragon-tooth warriors up ahead? I let out a whistle. That's got to be over 100. Enough to even keep a servant occupied for a few minutes. What's your rider's noble phantasm? His mount turns into a whirlwind as its speed increases several folds. It's an anti-army designated noble phantasm. She briefly explained. Does he need to be on it for it to work? I could see her open her mouth to respond out of the corner of my eyes only for it to abruptly snap shut as she genuinely considered my question. Rider, activate your noble phantasm. Holy shit. I grabbed onto the reins tightly, despite her earlier advice as a large amount of magical energy swirled around us, enveloping the horse in a literal whirlwind similar to the shout that I'm able to use. Though, these winds were sharper, like blades as they converged around us and the horses shot upward by several factors, completely plowing through the skeleton monsters that flooded the street. It only stopped once we passed several blocks, completely clearing everything that was in our wake, be it monster, destroyed rubble, or even the wreckage of cars that littered the ground. That was genuinely amazing. I guess it was interesting. She agreed, and I'm pretty sure there were more hints of a smile she was trying to hide. I think we should be the first, but the others won't be far behind. So, let's end this as soon as possible. Are there any other simulated phantasmals or is it just dragon-tooth warriors? And I'm assuming that the last enemy is going to be a servant or multiple guarding the grail. This is a simulation on the lower end of difficulty. It's unlikely to be anything substantial, like wyverns or other phantasmal species, and you're probably right on the servant. Do you have a plan or would you like advice? I do have a plan, but what advice would you give out of curiosity? Don't fuck up. Good advice. I replied, not missing a beat. Thank you, it's something I came up with just for you. Simple and easy for even someone like you to understand. Alright, I think my plan is better though. I took out a stack of talismans as I tried my best to slow down our mount. No. She quickly denied me. I can read kanji, that is not a good plan. I think it's a wonderful plan. I waited a moment for my assassin to properly catch up as I began sticking the talismans to his body. Those are going to explode. How is that a good plan? Big boom, get grail, I also added in some hand gestures to help accentuate my point. She pursed her lips, slapping at my hands. I'm serious. I am too. I countered. Point out one problem that can't be solved by a big enough explosion. I gave her a moment as she seemed to be unable to formulate a response. See, can't do it, can you? Many problems. I'm having trouble because the sheer idiocy of what you said made my brain almost collapse. She scoffed, throwing her hands up. Whatever, do what you want. That servant is coming this way as we speak. It probably has the grail on it. I finished putting all the talismans on his body, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Question. What? So, the assassin is most likely modeled after one of the Hasan Iseba, right? Yes. Is it offensive, what I'm doing? She opened her mouth and closed it again. Oh my god. Because of his nationality, and I made an exploding gesture with my hands. I can't believe this is where my life has led me. Her hand covered her face. Alright, moving on. I clapped my hands. Assassin, take to the shadows. I commanded as it disappeared, the enemy servant accelerating towards us at an insane speed. Must be some pretty high parameters it was operating under. However, its physical ability was mostly irrelevant right now. It lacked the true intelligence that a real servant had. I briefly wondered if the higher-level simulations would accurately portray that. I should ask later. Assassin, grapple him. I shouted as the servant got closer and I could see a hulking form covered in armor with a lance in hand. My assassin appeared from behind, latching onto its back, taking the enemy servant by surprise as I went to end it. Command seals were a very beautiful piece of magecraft. They could overturn time and space, so doing this was very simple in comparison. Assassin, by the power of my command seals, ignite your magical energy and explode yourself. All my command seals flashed as a massive explosion erupted at the focal point. And I really mean massive, it shook the ground and shattered all the glass in the vicinity. The enemy servant was probably 10 blocks down, yet I could feel the heat from the explosion at the point we were standing. After the dust finally settled, it was obvious that there was no body left in the gigantic crater that had mysteriously appeared. I can't believe that worked. She looked at the spot, dumbfounded. Oh ye of little faith. I mocked pain as I clutched my heart. Did you think I was just messing around? Yes. She said bluntly. It was calculated, actually. How was that calculated? You just decided to suicide your servant by turning him into a bomb. A Lancer-class servant doesn't have the best magical resistance. And I commanded my assassin to grapple him, making it so he couldn't put any effort into actually defending himself in a physical way, nor activate any noble phantasm in panic. On the off chance that turning him into a bomb with the backing of 3 command seals didn't finish off the enemy servant, which I might add is below what a genuine one would be, your servant would have been more than capable. Yup, these fake servants, while good for training, they're several levels below what a good servant would be on the battlefield. Not to mention I used 3 command seals for that maneuver in addition to the stack of talismans I added. I am taking my role seriously. I wouldn't jeopardize the actual purpose just to get a rise out of you. It's just a bonus. I don't know what's worse, if you really did plan things out or if it was just a fluke of luck. She sighed, walking up next to me as we both inspected the crater. A clean kill, relatively speaking. And there's the grail. She pointed at a little gold sheen half covered in dirt. I slid down into the crater, picking up the grail. Nearly immediately, the simulation ended and the room started to collapse back to what it was previously. I admit, it was a rather unorthodox method, but I can't argue with the results. Wodheim's voice reached us as he walked out of the observation rooms. He opted to watch rather than participate. Being able to operate with a flexible mind is very important for this job. However, I do hope you know that such action would not be as operable in the genuine deployment. Of course, I would have much more respect for my servant than that. I admitted with full honesty. I basically just abused the fact that it was a simulation. He nodded in approval. Well done. It was close to the record established and you did so without any meaningful delays or hazards involved. Let's take a small break, perhaps retire to the cafeteria for an early lunch before we begin a more difficult simulation. The others just nodded along or grunted in agreement before filing out of the room. I didn't really think I would have much of a chance to build any bonds with them before the time of deployment, if Beryl wasn't out of bed and fully ready in the next few days. I shot one last grin towards Hinako. She rolled her eyes again, but there was the small twitch at the corner of her lips. It wasn't that bad of an effort, I suppose. Asterisk. You wanted to see me, Director. I walked into her office at her beckoning and noticed that Castor was here as well. Da Vinci, I greeted the servant. If it isn't our B-team leader, I'm surprised you could find the director's office. It must be difficult to navigate through Chaldea without proper eyesight. She smiled brightly as if she didn't take a jab at me. Hello, Takaukuin. I'm surprised you could get clothed properly. With how swollen your head is, how could you ever fit a shirt over it? I shot right back. You too. Director groaned. Is it always going to be like this when you two meet? Probably. Until he admits the truth. Ugh, forget I asked. The director scowled. Let's just get this over with. Wonderful, I can finally show off my work. Da Vinci happily exclaimed, picking up a box and setting it on the director's desk. The director opened it up, inspecting the contents. Good, the mystic codes appear adequately done. Just adequate. Da Vinci exclaimed. Director, can't you see how much effort I put into their designs? Da Vinci walked forward between Olga and myself and she bent over. As in, she visibly moved her but in a way that her skirt would ride up enough that I got a complete look. She and the director were talking about something. Presumably, Da Vinci was gloating and stroking her own ego. But honestly, my attention was taken completely by the well-shaped ass covered in blue panties that she was basically shoving in my face. What do you think, Shimoda? Huh, what? I blinked in realization as they were both staring at me, just in time for Da Vinci to fix her skirt so the director didn't notice. The director was asking what you thought about my work. Don't you think it's perfect? She looked very smug as she said that. It's decent. I managed to eke out. Only decent. Da Vinci still had a coy smile about her. With how much you were staring, I think it's far beyond that. No comment. Her smug smile was frustrating. Would you two just stop? Director huffed. Uniforms, good or not? They're good, thank you, Director. I quickly answered at her growing frustration. And thank you, Da Vinci. Oh, it's no problem. I do so love to show off my amazing works. She flipped her hair back haughtily. It's a shame really. If you had been more enthralled I may have been more content to really show off how good my craftsmanship really is. She walked up, lightly running a hand down my tie. Well played, Da Vinci, but not quite good enough. I took a deep breath. I stand by my previous words. I admit, I was very, very tempted by her words even if it came off as more teasing than actual flirtation. She seems more like the kind of person who would be much more direct if she really wanted to get that kind of acquainted. No, she was just doing this to get a rise out of me and win our little game. She looked at me with a pout before giggling to herself. I'll get you to admit it eventually. You're dismissed, Castor. Continue with your maintenance to make sure all systems are running properly before we begin the reshift in the coming days. Da Vinci quickly corrected herself from the flirtatious feeling she was giving off. I'll get right on it, Director. She said, quickly walking out the door back to whatever her responsibilities were. The director let out a sigh as she slumped into her seat. The uniforms were done several days ago, but you held off on them until now, why? My team was already preoccupied with their own things. I didn't want to add another layer of complications on top of them already progressing through their reinforcement training. They've run a few simulations at this point, so I think it's fine to start taking the kid gloves off, slowly, mind you. You have done well in leading this team, so I will not question your decision. I hope that they will wear their mystic code or the mundane version of their uniform starting today. Olga ordered. Sure, but can I ask why? So far, the dress code has been a little lax. Especially with what some people generally wore. The time for reshifting is approaching. We only have 2 more days before a team will be deployed, and along with that we have some important guests visiting to oversee the progress we've made. Ah, say no more. We need to be presentable for the inevitable criticisms that they will start spewing from their mouths the moment they arrive. I could understand completely. I know the type, and I'll make sure my team is informed beforehand. Thank you, Shimoda. The director replied with a genuine smile. Along with the Singularity, we are also receiving the next batch of recruits for your team. Not all of them will be arriving at the same time, but the majority will be here the same day. You will have to settle them as well. I'll be handing over the responsibility completely to you. I rubbed my chin, thinking about the work that would require. I think I can knock out any kind of orientation in the afternoon and have time to be present during the reshift and mission briefing. It would give time for the newest members to settle in. Hell, I bet the vast majority of them are new to magic like my current team. It would give them a little more time to acclimate to the situation they found themselves in. I assume that Beryl will be good to go. Frankly, I think it would be better if I watched from the outside. I still haven't made any headway on the actual reason I was here. I was fairly sure my clues would come about through the Singularity, either it would get resolved or something else would happen. Regardless, I would take a wait-and-see approach for now. Speaking of, I haven't seen Lev for several days at this point. No idea what he's doing, and I didn't want to go around asking less that draws me unwanted attention. Fortunately, it sounded like Olga forced herself to say that. Beryl has fully recovered and will be present at the reshift. Though your presence would be welcome as the unofficial substitute in case of emergency. I would be thrilled to be present, Director. I assured her. Despite the grim nature of this whole thing, it's also a very exciting experience and I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'm glad to hear that. She smiled lightly. I may be busy during the first few days once A-Team reshifts, so I expect you to operate well without my input for B-Team. It may seem redundant that we're still gathering master candidates this late, but our supporters were insistent on having a backup plan in the absolute worst case. I understand, don't worry. Even if I don't think, nor hope, that my team will deploy, I'll still be doing my best to train them up. I replied. Technically, they could have reshifted to the Singularity as soon as it was discovered at any point up until this time. However, this was going to be the most optimal period for the reshift to occur in addition to also being early enough to have a fallback plan in the name of B-Team. Basically, it's like how the Earth rotates around the Sun. There is a point where the Earth was closest to the other celestial bodies, thus making it the best time to launch probes or rockets to the other planets. Could you still launch a probe to Mars at any other time of the year? Yes, but it takes more effort, fuel, time, and things aren't guaranteed to succeed. It's a similar concept here. They're trying to maximize the chances for a successful rayshift, even by a few measly percentile. What about servant summoning? Are you going to conduct that before or after the rayshift? After. The director noted. It requires abundant resources and power to operate the Fate system. We can't afford to waste either in the case of failure, so to minimize the chances of that, we're going to go with a summoning within the singularity. Inside, the influence of the counterforce should be lowered in a way that prevents the summoning from occurring. In addition to it being the site of a presumed active Holy Grail war, there should be no problem once inside. That and the counterforce would probably step out of the way or even lend a hand to facilitate the summoning. I mean, if they waited longer to deploy, the counterforce would probably remove the probability completely and allow the summoning in their entirety. However, it's still a little ways off from what could be considered the deadline before the singularity impacts the greater history, which is when catastrophe strikes. Which is honestly the whole point of B-Team. When, or rather if, it gets to that point, we're just summoning servants and throwing them at the problem en masse. I'll go and start making preparations for my team growing several times in size. Good, and Shimoda. Olga stopped me before I could get up. You continue to do very well. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Director. I smiled, earning one back in return. This director was much better than the one I first met when I came here. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hey, how do I look? I did a little twirl. The big day, I finally had to put this uniform on, and it wasn't that bad, admittedly. Did you really come here to ask me that? Hinako looked at me, dumbfounded as she peeked up over a book she was reading. Thankfully, the library was deserted at this point, so I didn't have to hold myself back. I shrugged. Is it weird I want my friend's opinion? I would be presenting myself in front of the new members of my team later today. I wanted to look the best that I could. They've been trickling in for the past couple hours now. I wanted to give them some time to decompress before I started ordering them about. But honestly, I was more excited to see the ray-shifting and the singularity start. It's unlikely that the singularity would be resolved in a single day, so I wasn't really anxious to sit there every moment and watch them go about it. Since when are we friends? She scoffed. Since I decided we were a few seconds ago. And you decided that without my consent. Yup. She scoffed again with an eye roll, but didn't argue. Probably because she realized it was pointless and I already decided it happened. What do you want? Well, I would love it if you told me I looked good. How this uniform accentuates my figure, maybe if it matches my eyes. The bright white definitely makes my hair color pop. Honestly, white wasn't really my color, but the uniform here kind of grew on me after walking around for a little while. You're vainer than that caster servant. Why did you really come here? Just wanted to check up on you. I stopped playing around. It's only a few hours until you're going to deploy, aren't you excited? Of course, I can finally be with my husband again. She said plainly. What are your plans for afterwards? What do you mean? I mean, after the singularity is resolved. In a perfect world, nothing goes wrong, you return with your servant in tow. At this point, it's probably going to be obvious that you and your servant are acquainted, and questions are going to be asked. So, what's your plan? The same thing I've done all my life. We'll disappear from human society and live a peaceful life. Not to sound mean, but do you really think it'll be that easy? Before, you could probably operate under the radar because very few people knew of your existence. But once the entirety of Chaldea staff and those other magi who are hovering nearby learn about you, do you think they'll just let you quietly disappear? If they don't want to be on the receiving end of a servant. Come on, you know it's not that simple. What are you getting at? She crossed her arms. Would you like somewhere to go away from the majority of humanity? What do you mean? The reverse side. I don't have any plans of crossing over there. No. I shook my head. But what about a realm full of 99% yokai, living peacefully? I know the leader, and she would warmly welcome you if you wanted to live a nice and quiet life with your husband. She blinked, staring at me for a moment. Why? What do you mean, why? Why are you helping me? Being nice to me? I've done nothing but try and keep distant, yet you keep. She held her hands up, letting out a frustrated sound. You just keep ignoring that and being nice to me, in your weird way. Why? Maybe I can sympathize with your situation. You said you were barely over 20 years old, how could you possibly sympathize with me? Scat hack. What? She blinked. You asked me how I could sympathize, it's because I've been through the same thing. I was trained by and fell in love with the immortal witch of Dun Scaith, Scathach. She was bound to the realm of shadows, so she couldn't leave. She had a single desire, to die a warrior's death. I couldn't bear to be apart from her afterwards, so I sought out a Grail war and used it to bring her back to me. So yes, I can sympathize with your plight. Maybe it's why I was being so considerate. I could put myself in her situation and completely understand the turbulent emotions. You are a really strange man, she said quietly before letting out a sigh. Do you really? I don't know why, my body acted mostly on instinct as I felt a tingling up the back of my neck. I reached out, grabbing hold of her and pulled her into my arms. A normal action that would have her utterly furious with me and one I wouldn't have overstepped in doing. However, an explosion ripped through the ground right below us and my vision was filled with flame. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yes, I did some time skips because people were wanting the main part to start. I pretty much touched on everything I wanted, so I didn't have a problem with the plot getting started. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 348, Chapter 315. It happened so quickly that I barely registered the sea of flames that filled the room. My aura flared on instinct, covering me protectively, but for some reason I felt something scathing brush across my body for a brief moment. Hinako, who reeled in my hands, let out a pain-filled cry as I tried my best to protect her from the explosion. It only lasted for a fraction of a second, however, it already decimated our surroundings, with the ensuing flames devouring everything else in the way. The ceiling of this industrial and fortified complex caved in at the sheer might of the eruption, to the point where snow began falling as if the outside weather managed to get inside. That brief weather change didn't last long enough for me to even gather a second thought about it before the ceiling caved completely, toppling to cover us. Without another moment of contemplation, I cast a greater ward around us to hold up the falling debris. I was about to anchor it to a proper bounded field to keep physical items outside, when the whole facility shook violently. Explosions rang out from every direction, causing the lights to flicker and sirens start to wail/scream/sound. I instantly started to panic for the people I deemed under my protection, but I had to force those feelings down and deal with the individual currently squirming in my arms. Hinako. I gently whispered as I took a look at her face. Her eyes shot up, a very bright red sheen in them as she gasped and wheezed. I was stunned at the state she was in. She was an elemental that I confused for a true ancestor on our first meeting. How could a mere explosion cause this kind of damage? Out of the corner of my eye, I swiped my hand, catching a piece of something. I opened my fingers to see the scraps of parchment. An uneasy feeling overcame me as it tried to burn through my aura. Holy sacraments! I whispered again, clutching my hand tight, destroying the piece of paper. It was no wonder that I felt something scalding touch me. Even if I experienced no actual damage due to my nature as a campione at this point, just the feeling of it brushing against me was painful due to my devil heritage. The bomb contained fragments of holy sacraments that scattered upon the explosion. This was not some random occurrence, or some haphazard terrorism. This was targeted and probably specifically tailored for Hinako. If I hadn't become a campione, if I didn't have my aura, that may have caused me an exceedingly high amount of pain and harmed me in a way that was unrecoverable. My hands erupted in a bright and warm light as I began casting a healing spell on Hinako. I pulled her in a little closer so her body could lean against me as I began focusing on the more damaged part of her. Pressing my hands against her back, I could feel the blood oozing out, and I could vaguely feel that her flesh was nearly stripped away completely. With holy sacraments, I could understand how she was wounded, but still, this was too much. I could feel her flesh knitting back together, but the errant holy power that had invaded her body was wreaking havoc by the convulsions she was exhibiting. The holy sacraments of the church, it despised existences like her. She was an elemental, but she could take in power through blood, making her no different than a vampire in their eyes. Hinako, stay focused, you're going to be okay. I gently called out to her as her eyes refocused slightly. However, her body was still trembling and shaking from the pain and the attack. She mumbled something incoherently, and I could see tears slowly drifting down her face. The pain she must be experiencing. How long have you isolated yourself that you've become so weak? I couldn't help but blurt out in a hushed tone. She was a damn nature spirit, an elemental that lived in the human world before the age of gods. She was not an existence that could be brought so low by something like this. The only explanation would be that she had been slowly degrading over the years and never sought to rectify that. It wouldn't have taken much, just feeding on some blood every few decades would have substantially helped her in this situation. But she had been running on the equivalent of fumes for how long now? Her vitality was completely running dry. Like a human who hadn't eaten in weeks. Except, it was over the course of centuries for her. I pulled my aura back, and gently guided her head down to my wrist. It didn't take much, perhaps instinct took over, but I felt a tinge of pain as something sunk into my skin and blood began flowing out. The blood flowed out continuously for a few moments. The sounds from far away continued to give me anxiety at each passing second. The building continued to shake at the very foundations with the sirens blaring from down the hall. What? The elemental finally regained her wits as she raised her head, noticing what happened. She looked down at my wrist, then ran a finger across her lips where some blood speared across her skin. You fed me your blood. You could now. My blood should be potent enough with just that small amount. What happened? We were talking then all of a sudden. She paused, reaching a hand behind her to feel her naked back. And you healed me too. Holy sacraments. I held back a snarl. Someone tried to assassinate you, but you're not the only one. As if to prove my point, another massive explosion rang out not far away, shaking all the hanging debris once more. A look of shock mixed with anxiety filled her own features. She quickly tried to stand up, but staggered as I caught her again. Are you okay? I'm fine. She gritted out. I'm fine. She iterated again, a little gentler. I don't like drinking blood. I've only done so a couple times in the past. It's going to take me a few minutes to digest it, especially since yours is divine, mixed with some other things apparently. She shot me a look of confusion, but it wasn't the time or place. I need to check on everyone. I quickly helped her steady herself. She regained her wits fast, realizing the situation. Go. I'll be right behind you. I nodded, pushing my way towards the exit to the room. My bounded field would hold for a while, so I wasn't too worried about her. Her latent abilities would kick in quick enough and she would heal completely in a matter of minutes with a lot more energy to her than before. As I kicked down the bent metal door, I could vaguely hear a call of thanks from behind me. I gave her one last look, before heading off to check on the situation. I practically slid to a stop as I kicked down another door, using far more force than a human could normally bring. It crumpled enough that I could pull it off its hinges and tossed it to the side. Thanks. I saw someone wearing the Chaldean uniform cough as he scurried over and dived through the opening as black smoke filled the room nearly to the brim. Are you a magus? I quickly brought him to his feet. No, his voice was interrupted with more coughs. Normal human. He wheezed some more. The hell is going on? I took out some talismans, and pushed them into his hands. I don't know, but it's bad. If you find a magus, give him those and tell him they're healing mystic codes, they'll understand. Otherwise, get to safety or help anyone you see. I patted his shoulder, not giving him a chance to respond as I kept moving. I'm going to kiss Scathack so hard for forcing me to make so many talismans. I had plenty to keep doing this for as many people as I ran into. They aren't the best methods of healing, but they're invaluable when someone's teetering on the edge. It can at least save some lives if it's as bad as I'm imagining around the remainder of the facility. Water, get some water. I immediately ran towards the shout, vaguely recognizing it. Friedrich Ludrichenkinage. I blurted out his name on instinct, as it was kind of seared into my mind by the absurdity of our first meeting. The man turned around as he was leading several, what looked like technicians, out of a room. And he did not look to be in good shape. You, Takao Shimoda. He turned his head only for me to see a good portion of it burned pretty badly, to the point where his left eye was shut and he had no hair on a good portion of that side of his head with some nasty burns. As he was about to say something else, another explosion erupted from the room they were just in, flinging the magus backwards into the wall. The flames looked to consume him, only for a cry to ring out and a red light spring around the fire, dispersing it with relative ease and the magus coughing out a little bit of blood. I quickly knelt at his side, hands alight with a healing spell. Another explosion. A side effect. He breathed out, holding up a shaking hand. Sub-generators E through H were housed within that room and provided power to this part of the facility. I was unable, he winced in pain. Are you okay? I quickly asked as his complexion got a little better. Rubbish such as this will not keep a Drachenkinage down. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to his feet. Fire is our domain. He said proudly, despite his current state. Thank you, Sir Takao Shimoda. His eyes shone with gratitude. You have proven yourself a great man. However, I have a duty I shall not sit idle. Despite his haughty tone, I held a smidgen of respect for him. Do you have any idea what's going on? No, I'm afraid I do not. I was meeting with the maintenance staff to access the generators to prepare for the ray shifting as per protocol. The next thing I know, everything was engulfed in a sea of fire. If not for my family's legacy, I would have been burnt to ash. A clear case of sabotage. I barely was able to save Hinako further back. A fury quickly appeared on his face. Let us dally no longer. I fear for the worse, I shall search for the maintenance staff and the more critical parts of the facility. If I find who did this, I shall let them know the fury of a Drachenkinage. How's your healing? I asked. He scowled briefly but relented to my question. My crest allows for a form of self-healing, thus I never bothered with learning the arts beyond the bare minimum. I took out some talismans again, pushing a stack into his hands. One time use mystic codes, just inject magical energy. They work best if they're closer to the part that needs healing, but just slapping it on someone's body will also do the trick. He didn't say thanks, even if I knew he wanted to. Instead, he nodded resolutely and put them away. Sub-generators in the western wing are most likely in critical condition. They support both the greenhouses and medical facilities. I will be heading there next. He looked a little hesitant. Can I leave you to look into the eastern generators? I don't know who to trust right now, but I know that you are not responsible. Man, how much did he have to swallow his pride to ask a favor of a lowly person like me? An amusing thought that I quickly pushed aside because we had much bigger problems. Leave it to me. Neither of us said any more. Pleasantries and real thanks could be given another time. Right now, we both started running down the hall and split at the next turn, the blaring sirens picking up as his figure disappeared down a corridor. As I turned a few more corners, I noticed the emergency lights weren't on, but the normal lights were flickering constantly. However, there was snow and ice that started covering the hallways. The temperature dropped considerably as I looked up and saw a massive hole in the ceiling. I had to come to a stop because what once filled the hole now blocked my path. Help! My head snapped to the side, a weak cry coming from nearby. It was faint, which made it all the harder to hear with the sirens still blaring out in different parts of the building. I moved to the wall, putting my ear against it. I heard some running water and I knocked a few times. I did this several more times, moving further down the wall until I heard a weak whine from the other side. Without considering the consequences, it took out Mirage from within my ring and pushed it through the wall, dragging it to the side, then downward before leveraging it and peeling off the outermost layer. Immediately, I saw the source of the cries. A woman was stuck on the ground with pips having burst from above as they filled the room. My new hole let it all flood out, but it was close to submerging the woman. And by being stuck on the ground, a pipe had impaled her through her lower abdomen, and she couldn't get up. She wasn't the only one that was here when the explosions went off. I could see 2 more bodies covered in debris, fresh blood spilled out, but they were unmoving, and just looking at them, I could tell they died way too quickly. I quickly fell to my knees at her side, a huge look of relief washed over her, but then it turned back to panic as tears stained her cheeks. A silent cry as her dainty hands touched the metal intrusion holding her down. How much pain had occurred for her to cry out for help as she did? The pipe was still in one large piece, attached to the sunken ceiling. I swung Mirage, slicing it off into parts to better be able to deal with it, until only a stub was poking out of her stomach. You did good, you're going to make it. I reassured her, my healings engulfed in the familiar light as I started to do my best to heal her. Obviously it would be pointless to keep pushing while she was impaled, but I was getting her up to the point where I could safely pull it out. Ah. She let out a full throat whine as she touched the pipe, a little more life returning to her eyes. Don Juan die. She slurred. You're not going to die, trust me. Look, I'm healing you right now, and we just have to take this pesky pipe out and you're good as new. I reassured her. Give me a few moments, and you'll be fine. What's your name? Sarah. Sarah, what a lovely name. I couldn't help but notice your hair color and the freckles. You wouldn't happen to be Irish, would you? I could see her breathing heavily. The panic was becoming more obvious as she got more coherent. I couldn't blame her. It was a very traumatic experience and she wasn't out of the woods yet. A brush with death wasn't something most people can just casually dismiss, especially while still within its jaws. Me ma is Irish. She clamped down, slurring again. Granda is a Fraga, and I want to make him proud, so I joined up to get more help with. Her lips quivered as the tears kept flowing. I don't want die. Her accent really came out as she spoke of her own accord. I think she was trying to distract herself, even if it failed. Hey, look at me. I put a hand on her cheek, wiping away some tears. On the count of 3, I'm going to pull this out, okay? I won't lie, it's going to hurt, but you're going to be okay. She nodded weakly, tensing up. 1. I immediately pulled it and my hands glowed bright, pressed against the hole in her stomach. She let out an impressive string of expletives that in any other situation, I'd find amusing. But I was left with a little problem. Sarah, I can't sit here and heal you all the way. If I do, it'll take several minutes, and I need to keep moving. I can heal up the worst of it, but the bleeding is a problem. I'm going to have to keep moving, but I can leave you with some talismans, one-time mystic codes, that you can use to heal by pushing them on the wounds. Thank you. She quivered and more tears flowed. I nodded, taking out some more talismans and handing them to her. She expertly actualized them and pressed a couple against the back and front of where she was impaled, having rolled onto her side to reach both. She would be fine for now. Living was the most important thing in this specific moment. I got up and walked to the actual door for this room, which conveniently took me around the blockage I originally ran into. I gave a silent prayer to the ones who died and pushed the thoughts away, leaving the room and heading towards the generators. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. With a grunt, I grabbed hold of the door that was only an inch open. It was different from most, these were heavily reinforced and didn't have hinges, but slid open and closed. A security measure, I'm sure, but it also made it more difficult to access. I grabbed hold and began exerting my strength to pull the door fully open. Finally. A voice exclaimed. An older man looked at me with disheveled hair. There were a couple of bodies in the corner, but the guy didn't even seem to notice them as he slid out from a massive generator that I could only see a portion of as most of it seemed to be hidden from view. I need a hand here, lad. I'm barely keeping this thing from blowing up as is. Whatever happened, the main mana reactor discharged all of its energy backwards. I've barely been able to siphon off the reflux so this one doesn't overload like I'm sure the others have. What do you need me to do? Because this certainly was very far out of my element. Can you handle high pressure and condensed magical energy that's already forming ether clumps and producing electricity in enough voltage to fry a damn dragon? He said, rather sarcastically as he let out a groan and fully pulled himself out from underneath. Maybe if we cut off the source, then rig up a outside siphon to discharge the excess into a grounded. I can do that. What? I can handle that. What do you need? He looked at me for a moment before regaining his wits. If I didn't just lose my subordinates to a damn explosion and almost got my dick smashed from a falling brick, I'd say this was my lucky damn day. The emergency shutoff isn't working no more, and we can't afford to just break the damn thing with the way things are going, but if we don't do something, it will explode, and it might damage other crucial systems through the backlash. This is one of the sub-generators that powers the Fate system. I don't know what's going on outside, but my gut is telling me we have to save this no matter what. Worse came to worse, I would have just bit the bullet and done this myself. Didn't you just say that it'd basically kill someone? I'm old enough, lad. He barked with a huff. But I don't mind seeing a few more years. Put a lot of work into this place to see some us blow it the hell up. So, get your skinny butt over here and help me out. He walked up to the generator and with a wrench his hand, he swung it at a glass section. Electricity began arcing out from within as he ducked out of the way. Grab those two big cable insides. He jabbed his finger at the exposed wires with a shout, hiding to the side. I nodded, walking up as the electricity lashed out. I could see what he meant, any normal person would have definitely died if they tried to do this. Don't know what you're gonna do, lad. But this thing was not meant to be turned off this way. You're basically going to have to filter all the power this thing is processing to pull the literal cord here. He warned me again. Got it, old man. Just be ready to do what you need. I activated my semblance and his eyes noticeably widened as I reached inside. I could immediately feel the amount of pure power that was flowing through here as I gripped the cables. I could understand what he meant now. It was like if your bathtub was full of water, and the faucet wouldn't shut off. You had to do something, or it was going to overflow, which meant reaching down inside, and pulling the literal plug. Except replace water with electricity that was millions upon millions of volts in power. Doing it now. I yelled as I pulled the cables apart. It was accompanied by a burst of magical energy that escaped from the seal while the device was still facilitating the flow. It was enough that I staggered where I was standing. Good job, lad. He shouted with glee, diving underneath the generator again. I can get this thing patched up in 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. I'm off then, old man. Going to find more people that need help. Go, I got it covered here. He barked out again. I didn't stay any longer and immediately headed out the door, and a blue and red blur practically slammed into me. Takao. Da Vinci. I was relieved to see her. You're alive. She said with noticeable relief, making me feel a little touched. What happened? Are you hurt? Did you just come from the generator room? I need to get in there, quickly. It's fine, it's fixed, braced her shoulders as she was clearly anxious, and probably running around just as I've been. Fixed. Good. She let out a breath. Are you okay? She looked at me with a more inquisitive inspection. I'm fine, I was with Hinako, she was hurt, but I've healed her already. Been healing and helping anyone I've come across. Drachenkinich went in the other direction to the eastern sub-generators. I just came from there, he's leading the remaining staff there to salvage what we can. Do you know what happened? I don't know yet, I just immediately began trying to keep things together. My noble phantasm is active right now, and I've been fixing whatever I can with as little time as I can. You saved me a lot of time with this. Shit. I cursed with fists balled. Who else have you seen? I saw Roman, he went towards the coffins and where the main staff were. I didn't have time to check myself, but... I winced, a foreboding feeling rising up in my chest. I've already seen way too many bodies. Someone is going to pay. I let out a growl before catching myself. Here, take these. I shoved a big stack of talismans into her hands. She only needed a glance to know what they were. Thank you, Takao, but I have to go. I know, stay safe. I nodded as she immediately turned and bolted in the other direction. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Get ready. I grunted, buckling my knees as I lifted up a large piece of the roof that fell down. Even by my standards, it was rather heavy without going further into my spells. I lifted it up about a foot as two people pulled out a third that was trapped underneath. Letting out a breath of air, I let it go, the massive piece of concrete and stone crashed onto the ground. Thank you. The one who was trapped breathed a sigh of relief. The other two held him up, his legs were completely limp. Get to the cafeteria, they've set up a makeshift emergency room. I slapped a talisman on the hurt one's back so his legs could start getting some relief, but mending two broken legs that had been thoroughly crushed may be a bit too much for the talisman. I took a moment to catch my breath as I watched them hobble away. Not that this specific action tired me out, but I've been running all over for what felt like a few hours now. So many people had been hurt, or worse, dead. There were more dead than wounded, and some of them were faces I recognized. I still haven't seen my team yet, and it was making me anxious. Nor had I seen the director, other members of A-Team and that Leviticus. Not to mention the new B-Team members should have started arriving earlier this morning. What a gigantic clusterfuck this turned out to be. I was finally starting to feel comfortable here. Starting to come to care about my job and the people I was working with, and then this happened. Whoever was responsible, I was going to end them no matter what. There were no more immediate disasters in front of me thus far. And I'd done my best to help anyone else I've come across. I think it was time to head towards the command center and figure out the situation in its entirety. The highest in command should have taken over, hopefully it's still Olga, but whoever it was will have some idea of what we need to do. I needed to be able to see the bigger picture and make a plan based off that. Without anything more taking my attention away, I immediately headed towards the direction of the control room. Thankfully the path was mostly clear. I assumed the large amount of traffic would have made it one of the first places that would have been attended to. The lights were still not working, the backups only had the very faint brightness to light a path. And as I got closer, I noticed that the door had been pried open, and I heard a bunch of voices coming from within. Stepping through the threshold, I took a moment to eye my surroundings. Roman. I called out to see the medical specialist apparently standing at the head assuming control as a few dozen other people were working at monitors and collecting data. Takao. His eyes lit up at seeing me. I'm happy to see you made it, I was scared the worst happened. What happened? Where is everyone? He winced, ducking his head a little bit. Someone set up bombs everywhere, I don't know who. I was preoccupied and not in my office at the time, so I got lucky since it's now a big crater. I came running over here as fast as I could and it wasn't pretty. Roman, just tell me plainly. He let out a tired sigh. I had to shove who I could into the coffins to put them in stasis, otherwise they would have died. Nearly all of A-Team is out of commission or dead, and everyone of B-Team present I could find I also put in the coffins. The emergency protocols went off after Chaldea sustained damage and designated anyone viable it could in the vicinity as a master candidate and initiated an emergency rayshift. Who all was rayshifted? I felt myself grabbing his shoulder unconsciously. A few people, I don't know exactly everyone. But some members of your team. He scratched his cheek. Rayshift me over, I'll go help. We can't. Roman whispered. There's a cooldown time after every rayshift, and we'll probably need to extract some people as soon as possible. What about? Roman, can you hear us? Roman. A very familiar voice sounded across the speakers set up in the command room, cutting me off. Director, I can hear you. Roman shouted in response as the large screens down below began broadcasting an image of Olga. Good, we stabilized the connection again. I don't know how long it'll last this time, so quickly give a status report. A status report is hard right now, Director. I had to step in because I'm the most senior one that is conscious or alive at the moment. 13 out of 17 generators were destroyed, and out of the remainder, only 2 are operable at a viable level. Roman explained. I don't have a body count yet, Director, we're still trying to recover all the wounded. The Director scowled before looking up. Shimoda. I'm here, Director. I replied to her and I think I saw a hint of relief flash across her face. Who else rayshifted with you, Director? I haven't seen my team. We're here, boss. I perked up hearing Samuel's voice as he could barely be seen behind Olga. Whatever method they were using to connect and get visual must have been rather small, because Olga basically covered the entire screen. Some of us are. I don't know where everyone else is. What happened? Olga looked at me and stepped to the side for Samuel to take over. We were giving some of the new guys a tour. Lev came over and suggested it would be a good way to preoccupy their time. I felt rage as the words left his mouth. Lev. I had to forcibly push my anger down as I formulated a plan. Who else is there? It's me, Pierre, and Benjamin. He answered and I winced at a few names missing from there. He moved slightly to the side to show everyone else. Some others didn't make it, boss. They were not in good shape. But mainly, my eyes focused on Benjamin and the lack of a right arm. Their uniforms probably saved them. Roman muttered. Right, I'll have to really thank Da Vinci later. Right, now that's sorted. We managed to make contact with one of the servants participating in the war that wasn't hostile. Castor agreed to a partnership and Samuel of B-Team managed to form a contract with him. With Castor, we technically have 2 servants now. 2 servants. I furrowed my brow. Who's the second? Hello again, Senpai. The girl who treated the terrifying creature like a pet poked her head over. I'm Mash Kyrie Light, the only one to succeed in the demi-servant project. She hefted up a very large shield next to herself. I think I saw someone else standing next to her. But I couldn't recognize them immediately, maybe one of the wayward members of the new recruits. That's a curveball I didn't see coming. I didn't sense anything off about her before. So we have 2 servants. And from what Castor told us so far, every other servant in this Grail War is still active, but the one responsible is apparently King Arthur. And King Arthur is a girl. Olga grunted as she explained the situation. Wait, really? Are you sure? Roman looked shocked while I just froze. Surprised me too, but you can't fake that sword. Anyone who sees it would be able to recognize her, even if it was corrupted. A rather lazy voice followed up, as a blue-haired red-eyed man poked his face over. INTE rest in peace of magecraft this thing's is. He poked at the transmission, making it blur for a moment. Stop it you brute. It's already too delicate, what if you break it? Olga huffed, pushing him away. Hey, I'm more of a spearman than a spellcaster, but that doesn't mean I don't know what I'm doing, sheesh. See you chillin'. I called out unconsciously. The caster servant turned to look back at the screen. But it was Olga who shoved her face in front of it. What? How did you know that? I haven't even told Roman yet. If I didn't recognize him on sight after spending so much time with Scathack, she would kick my ass later. Oh, I got recognized that easily, huh? Guess I'm more popular than I thought. You a fan, kid? The student of Scathack chuckled. It was a lucky guess. I breathed out. But I have a question for him. What's up? He lazily asked. You said that the one responsible is King Arthur. Is she a short, young woman, blonde hair done up in a bun? Just speaking the words made my hands tremble as I clutched them tight. Yeah. Wondering how you know that now. The caster's expression turned a little more serious. Takao. Roman turned to look at me. Shimoda. How do you know that? Even the director shouted from behind the caster servant. You said her sword is corrupted, what do you mean? Hey, don't ignore me. Olga huffed, but Castor took up the entire screen. Don't really know what happened. All the other servants got this black mud-like stuff all over them, then became this weird version of themselves. Not much of a spellcaster like I said, but I recognize a curse when I see one, and it's powerful enough to get through a saber's magic resistance, and servants in general. Castor gave a brief explanation. Seems like Saber is the ringleader though. She has the grail, that's for sure. And the others are listening to her commands, or at least that damn Red Archer is. He added with an annoyed grumble. Red Archer. No. If there were a group of servants I was familiar with, it would be the group that Rin had to face during her Grail War. So many iterations of her had to fight that same lineup, and those memories were seared into my mind from what I inherited from Zelretch. But he's saying that Saber was responsible. That she's a part of whatever was going on. My Artoria was corrupted through some means. And now even my team was going to have to face her. I took a deep breath and turned to walk out the room. Takao. Roman blurted out as I pushed past him, but I already knew what path I had to take. I needed a quiet place, away from prying eyes. I don't know where I went exactly, only that there was no one nearby after a few seconds of running. I took Mirage out once again as I stabbed it into the ground and placed my hands upon the Eye of Magnus. Begin calculations. I whispered as a three-dimensional representation of the planet appeared. Rayshifting was a method of time travel that skirted outside the rules. It wasn't technically time travel in the normal sense. True time travel was taboo. It wasn't something one could do lightly, and not something even the old man dabbled in unless the circumstances were exceedingly dire. Even the world line getting destroyed by the spider wouldn't have him resort to using true time travel. There were consequences to making your past the future. It was entirely plausible that the laws of the world, that the counter-force rejected me after this. But, I had to do this. My team were in trouble, and something happened to Artoria. She wasn't my Artoria, but how could I stand by when a woman I cared so deeply for is in such a situation? Sorry Gramps, I'm going to break the rules. I quietly apologized to him. I grabbed my sword out of the ground as my calculations were completed. They locked onto the singularity taking place in Fuyuki. With a swipe, I tore a hole through the fabric of reality, and walked right through. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The butterflies aren't going to be huge right away, but they will start to show as the FGO arc's progress. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 349, Chapter 316. The fiery air immediately touched my throat as I took my first breath. The smoke and ash almost made my eyes water before I quickly pushed it all away. Everything was burning. I noticed that from what I saw when the others managed to make contact with Chaldea, but I couldn't understand the scope of it until I laid my eyes on the city itself. Everything was literally burning. Fires ravaged across the city horizon to the point where the sky was completely blocked off and I couldn't see past the flames towards the ocean. I could feel a pit form in my stomach as I took in my surroundings. I've been to this city on numerous occasions. The city where Rin was born, where she lived and went to school. A place that's not just special to her either, but to Medea and Artoria. This was their home, and it was up in flames. I liked this city, it was beautiful. However, couldn't wallow in sentimentality for much longer. I took a deep breath and jumped off the small building I had appeared on. I just needed to get my bearings and figure out where in the city I was. A thought crossed my mind as I looked at a small fire covering what used to be a garden to the side. This place felt unpleasant to the extreme. Not specifically this location, but this singularity, and I had an inkling of the cause. A small spell circle lit up on my hand as I tried to douse the fire. It simmered, started to die out, only for it flare back to its original state. I frowned, basically confirming my suspicions. Instead, opted to throw a talisman at it, holding my hand up and saying a small prayer. The fire glowed and jerked about, almost like it was fighting against the effects before it turned to wisps of smoke and dissipated. Cursed. I muttered, sweeping my gaze across the horizon again. This whole damn city is covered in curses. And if the Fuyuki Grail War is involved, there is one probable cause. Castor mentioned black mud, so I no longer had any doubt in my mind. The entity that corrupted the Grail from the timeline I consider my home, it seemed to have made another debut here. Angra Mainyu, the entity known as the god of evil in the Zoroastrian cosmology. The one who bears all the curses in the world, his black mud most likely spilled out from the Grail due to the Einsburn's failed attempt to summon an Avenger-class extra servant during a previous Grail war. This was just going from bad to worse. Now, where would they go? They were obviously in the middle of the city, but they weren't exactly familiar with the surroundings. The director was present, and most likely in charge, so where would she try to set up camp? A ley line would be my first bet. Although that didn't narrow it down too much, it gave me a good point of reference to begin. I could see the bridge that separated the two halves of the city not far away. I suppose that would be the best place to start. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Olga Marie Animosphere POV. Great, just great. I fired off another Gander shot, blowing up a couple of those skeleton things. How many of these damn things were there? I couldn't keep this up forever, and the others here were completely useless. A few members of B-Team, a servant that doesn't know how to use her noble phantasm, and Castor who for some reason wasn't summoned as a lancer even though that was his most popular legend. At least most of the B-Team members had some experience under their belts already. Yet, this random Asian managed to form a contract with Mash, who wasn't even able to use her servant abilities beforehand. I don't even know anymore. The only saving grace was that Samuel from B-Team was able to form a contract with Castor. He seemed the most sensible of the lot that Shimoda managed to train for what little time they had available. And they were sensible enough to actually grab something to fend off these skeletons with. What was his name, Ritsuka Fujimaru just stood there like an idiot. Gander, Gander, Gander. I growled as the cursed shots of magical energy slammed into oncoming skeletons. Hurry up, there's too many of these things. I shouted. Little busy here, lass, but I'm willing to trade. Castor shouted back. Don't ignore me, Castor. Another servant hissed, swinging around a scythe of all things as Castor tried to engage with her in melee combat for some reason I can't fathom. Purple hair with some sort of mystic eyes that he was complaining about, I could probably make a couple guesses about her true name, but I was understandably occupied keeping the others alive. I huffed, turning towards Mash, but I couldn't find the enemy servant she was fighting anywhere. Director, watch out. She shouted as I turned around, feeling a presence at my back. My eyes widened as a weapon was about to piece me, only for Mash's shield to knock it away when she threw it as she came running towards me to kick the servant away. Are you alright, Director? She did that on purpose. I know she did. I'm fine. I grit my teeth. Stop playing around and finish off that servant. I demanded as she nodded and re-engaged with him. Why did I allow this ridiculous plan? Castor suggested we go for the purple-haired servant now that we had two. Saying it would have been annoying by himself before, with the lack of magical energy he had and the fact that she had powerful mystic eyes. I didn't see a problem with it at the time, and we needed to clear the singularity as soon as possible to get back to Chaldea to assess the damage and figure out what happened. No, with every plan having gone up in literal flames, was it any wonder that it happened again right now? Not to mention I agreed with taking along everyone. As director, I very well couldn't just leave the unexperienced B team members by themselves, even if they added nothing to being here. Two without a servant contract, one missing an arm, and none of them knew basic magecraft beyond a botched form of reinforcement, which was somehow working right now. What I wouldn't give for any A-team member to be here with us, or even Shimoda. The systems were too damaged to attempt a proper summoning, so the others were utterly useless right now. And of course the assassin servant would try to ambush us. And he seemed to have a penchant for targeting masters when given an opening. Director. Samuel panicked and I turned back to look at him to see what made him worry. My eyes widened again as I saw another 100 or so of those skeletons pour out from the street, coming right at us. I already had to overpower one gander to do any meaningful damage to them. I didn't have the magical energy to deal with that many. Castor. I shouted again. Shit, on it. He returned, waving his hand through the air. A string of runes appeared as they ignited into a dozen different spells, flying towards the onslaught of skeletons coming this way. I was about to offer my thanks but I noticed the look he had, a little bit of blood dripped from his chest as he held a hand over it, staring at the side-wielding servant. She grinned maniacally, blood dripping from her weapon as she brought it up to her mouth, giving it a lick. Samuel, heal your servant. I said just loud enough for him to hear. Even if I couldn't personally command the servant, I could still give him orders. Director. The Texan followed orders without any back talk. And I was thankful to Shimoda for stressing such a thing in situations like this. His circuits were already activated, funneling magical energy to Castor, and he was wearing his uniform mystic code, thankfully. Heal. He held his hand up, focusing on Castor. An ethereal light covered the servant, but something was wrong. Should I do it again? Samuel asked me, making me scowl deeper. Was the mystic code damaged? I grit my teeth. Don't bother, Master. Castor called out, taking a stance again. I know a curse when I see one. Her weapon stops healing somehow, don't really have the time to inspect it anymore. Just wonderful. That's a danger we can't afford right now. We need to finish this quickly. There's no point in saving magical energy reserves if that servant just needs to get lucky once or twice and Castor has wounds he can't heal. Samuel, get ready to have Castor use his noble phantasm. I eyed the skeletons that remained. There were still a lot, but it was more manageable. They weren't really intelligent, so even if hitting them with a pipe or plank of wood didn't destroy them, it was enough to keep them at bay. How ridiculous, this is what it's come to. It's not the end of the world, I reminded myself. We can take some time to recuperate afterwards. Castor and Mash can either chase away Assassin or defeat him together. With a few hours rest, Samuel should be able to recover enough after Castor uses his noble phantasm. I rationalized it in my head, but I couldn't help but bite my thumb in annoyance. It was just time we couldn't really afford to waste. What's that? That useless Asian held his hand up to the distance, exclaiming in shock. I was about to scold him for interrupting my train of thought, but I also looked to see. There was a red streak of light coming right towards them. It was only a bright light in the distance, coming down from a building far away, but its form became clearer and clearer with the help of reinforcement as it got closer. It was fast, too fast to properly defend against or run away. Was it a noble phantasm of another servant? I felt the hairs of my scalp tingle as it got closer, an object wreathed in magical energy that made me shiver from the sheer bloodlust it exhibited. There was the expectance of what would happen once it reached us. Would it just pierce right through one of us, explode on impact, or did it have some other effect that I couldn't guess? I wanted to call out to Mash, but the words died in my throat. No, she would probably only save her master and let me die, it would be a fitting revenge. No one would question her, and she could get away with it easily. I wanted to close my eyes and just wait for the inevitable, but to my surprise, the wind around us whipped, and I was forced to hold my skirt down as it flew by. It didn't hit any of us, no, it wasn't intended for us from the beginning. My eyes followed the directive where it went, the immense pressure of the object seemed to completely abate, and more questions filled my head once I saw what happened. It was a spear. A red spear that gave off a bloodthirsty feeling, even if it was not nearly as exuberant as it was a moment ago. However, it was plain to see because it was snatched right out of the air by Castor, almost subconsciously had his hand reached out to grab it before he stared at it with utter confusion. It was enough of a shock to everyone that everything seemed to silence themselves as well. Even the enemy servant he was facing stopped to look at the scene curiously. In his opposite hand, Castor let his staff dissipate back into motes of light as he twirled the spear with familiarity. Well, ain't this something? He chuckled, flicking it from side to side. Castor, do you think? Nope. Castor cut her off. Call me Lancer. A feral grin appeared on his face as he took a much different stance than he had previously. He kicked off the ground, much more aggressively than before. He wielded the spear with expert ability to the point where I was starting to guess the spear's name, even as impossible as it was in this situation. No, I couldn't stop and stare any longer. Let the servants battle the servants, we had to take care of these lowly things first. Even if there were still dozens upon dozen of them. Maybe we could lure them back a ways to the bridge, push them over the edge, get them stuck in the river. What about lightning? A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, landing right onto one of those skeletons. And another fell a moment later. More and more began to fall like raindrops. The sky filled with nothing but ash and smoke seemed to turn into a torrential downpour of lightning until all the skeletons were turned to naught but ash. What? I wasn't the only one, as the others seemed stupefied as well. Sorry, I'm late, Director. My body immediately jerked, turning around towards the familiar voice. B-Team Leader, reporting for duty. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. Perhaps not the best way to appear, but I didn't really put much thought into this. Why you, Shimoda? Olga quickly recovered from the shock and confusion. Why are you here? How did you get here? She shakily held up her finger, jabbing it at me, mostly to see if I was actually here. I think I saw a hint of relief in addition to everything else. Boss. Samuel looked at me. You guys did good, let me take it from here. I smiled towards him. My eyes briefly landed on a face I didn't recognize. Was it another member of B-Team that I hadn't met yet? He was wearing the Chaldean uniform, albeit not the Mystic Code variant, so that was my first assumption. Shimoda, I demand an explanation. Olga glowered. You were just with Roman. How are you here? Don't you dare ignore me. Would you believe me if I said I ray-shifted? I smiled awkwardly. Absolutely not. She was actually pretty cute when she got flustered like this. I patted her head, making her give a really strange noise in response. A mixture of surprise and confusion once more before she again had to regain her composure. What are you doing? Hold that thought, let's settle things here first. She squawked in protest, but honestly, there was a more important matter to handle. I glanced at Castor, or rather see you chillin'. He also noticed my appearance out of the corner of his eye. It wouldn't be difficult for him to put two and two together in regards to spear. I'll be expecting that back later. You can try prying it from my hands. He chuckled, turning his attention fully back towards the servant he was fighting. I quirked a small grin myself, but looked at the other servant. I recognized the young woman, Mash, fighting some sort of assassin. A demi-servant, she said. It was something I hadn't heard of before and the idea was honestly very intriguing, but I refused to allow myself to get lost in my own thoughts on the matter. The main point was, she was obviously a novice when it came to this kind of fighting. She was swinging that massive shield around without much prowess, but it also seemed like her physical attributes were far above the assassin that she was able to keep him at bay with just that. Mirage was already in my hand as I approached the little fight they were having. Senpai, stay back, this servant is strong. Mash warned me, a genuine look of alarm on her face as she saw me coming over. Though, the assassin took that moment of distraction to push away from Mash's massive shield, instead opting to go for me. Did it consider me an easier target? Something was definitely wrong with this servant, as with the one that Castor was fighting. Cursed, they were definitely cursed by the damnable Avenger. That black mud must have gotten to them as well. They seemed much more hollow than a real servant. It was no wonder that Mash was overpowering him and able to hold her ground as awkwardly as she was. Zoon Hail Vike. The words were not very loud, but they were audible from far away. The weapon in the assassin's hand was ripped away, flinging off to the side. Credit where it was due, the servant didn't get thrown off for long, he immediately reached towards his back where he carried a plethora of other weapons. Mash took the opportunity to attack him again, the bottom of her shield swinging down towards the servant. The nameless servant brought his new weapon up to block her, and I took that chance to move. I didn't want to waste any time on this more than I have already. Magical energy swirled around me and my sword glowed with a myriad of colors. Myriad slash. The technique I had created so long ago. He reached behind him to grab another weapon with his free hand, but my blade didn't even register it before cutting right through his body and he slumped down. I was absolutely not in the mood right now to play around with this servant. Maybe in another place, and another time, I would want to take time to experiment with this thing and figure more about its capabilities. But it seemed to lack any kind of proper intelligence anymore, probably running more on instinct than anything. Mash disengaged right before, letting the assassin servant fall to the ground, dissipating into motes of light and disappearing. She had pretty good instincts. She called herself a demi-servant. Did she inherit things from her servant half? Really need to know what that's about. Gah. A pained shriek sounded out that drew my attention. Castor held up the other servant, spear pierced through her heart as her body slid to the ground. She barely had time to utter words of disdain before also dissipating away. Considering how hollow these servants felt, I'm not surprised he was able to end it so quickly. He twirled my spear, showing off a rather cocky grin. Probably because he noticed my gaze as well. Senpai, that was incredible. Mash looked at me, eyes practically sparkling. Adorable. You didn't do bad yourself. I think she deserved some praise after fighting a servant for the first time. Though, she kind of slumped her shoulders in response. Did I touch on a sore spot? Shimoda. Olga shouted. What's going on? She fumed, stomping up to me. And don't you dare lie. She let out a huff that seemed sad. Is that even your name? What else have you been hiding? She was no longer shouting, her voice quieted down, but I could easily hear the undertone of hurt in her words. In for a penny, in for a pound. There was no point in hiding anymore, and I felt like I owed it to her at this point. I let out a sigh but acquiesced. I was really not at my best right now, and even any kind of joke died in my throat that I would try in a normal circumstance. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I gave the most gentle smile I was capable of. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapter ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 350, Chapter 317. She looked at me like I had 3 heads. The others, well, they didn't really have any concept of the weight behind my name. Maybe I should give her a moment, because Olga was just gaping her mouth like a fish. Perhaps. What? She finally shrieked. There it is. Wilhelm. I heard you. She hissed, fuming as she properly processed what I had said previously. Why you? He jabbed her finger at me, seemingly unable to find the right words. You lied to me. Was added on with not but a whisper. Director. Mash shuffled closer. Roman is trying to contact us. Olga jerked her head towards her, a scowl adoring her face. Put him on. She huffed. I suppose priority to the situation is given, no matter how much Olga was giving me looks. No doubt she clearly had a lot to say. Director, are you? Roman stopped to stare at me. Takao. Hello Roman, fancy seeing you here. I gave him a little wave. How? How are you there, what? Roman blurted out. Would you believe me if I said I ray-shifted? But our sensors didn't detect any ray-shifting activity from our end. Roman seemed confused. Not to mention we don't have the power to ray-shift again yet. Leo barely has some subsystems back online, and... Roman. Olga hissed again, interrupting him. He didn't ray-shift. Roman blinked, still confused. But, how else did he get there? Yes, how did you get here, Shimoda, dot. Olga glowered, emphasizing that name I used. In normal situations like this, I usually make a joke due to the awkwardness, but, seeing her genuinely look upset, I felt a pit in my stomach. I used the kaleidoscope. I let out a sigh, just admitting the truth. The kaleidoscope. Roman repeated, his eyes slowly widening. Why, you're a magician. Yeah. I just nodded, not feeling very excited to introduce myself again when the director was glaring my way. Ah, what's the big deal? I thought you all were. Samuel awkwardly asked. He sort of shrunk a little as everyone now turned to him as the source of the question. A magician is completely different than a magus. Roman exclaimed. A magician can use true magic. And they continued to stare blankly. We never covered that, Roman. Olga sighed, almost in resignation. It wasn't something important enough to warrant a discussion. She shot me another look. At least it wasn't until now. I'm completely confused. I then faced the source of that particular voice, it was one foreign to me. I'm sorry, who are you? Aritsuka Fujimaru, sir. He tried his best to address me sort or professionally. You were with the new batch of recruits. I winced a little realizing he was the only one of the new batch that I've yet seen, even when I was running around Chaldea after the bombs. And you managed to make a contract with Mash. I looked at the adorable girl in some revealing armor with the massive shield. How did that happen? You can find out later. Olga huffed. Don't you dare try to change the subject. Right, I scratched my cheek, feeling a little helpless at her attitude. How was I supposed to respond? While I didn't do anything morally wrong here, I did wrong her. It's not like I couldn't emphasize with her perspective. I can explain the difference, Director. Mash cheerfully volunteered, cutting through the awkwardness. Magecraft is the recreation of any phenomenon that can be achieved through non-magical means regardless of time or effort. While true magic is something that is not yet achievable. I think I get it. Mash's master muttered. Wonderful. Olga deadpanned. What a great use of our time. Now that the lesson is over, we can get back to the main point. How the hell are you a magician? Why are you a magician? She threw her finger at me again in accusation. Though it was awkwardly phrased, and probably just blurted out, I could understand what she was trying to ask. Zelretch is my grandfather. He asked me to investigate what was going on with Chaldea because he anticipated something wrong about everything. Grandfather. Olga blurted out again. The wizard marshal has a grandson. I never heard about anything like that either. Roman whispered from his end. Lord Zelretch is the magician known as the Kaleidoscope, the master of the second true magic. Mash whispered to her apparent master. Boss, does that mean you can take us back? Samuel spoke up, apparently speaking what was on the minds of others. Sorry, master. You're not going back other than the way you came. Castor, who had been standing at the side, lazily spoke up for the first time. What do you mean? Samuel tilted his head. Figured you were new to everything. But. Castor kind of inspected him. Your causality is all twisted up. Can't say I know the ins and outs of how you got here, and by your admittance earlier, you're not from this time period. But, you can't go back except the way you came, otherwise your causality is too twisted and it'll tear you apart if you popped back over. Castor scratched his head, apparently trying to choose his words carefully for Samuel's sake. True magic, or whatever, isn't something I'm familiar with either, so I might be wrong. But, he doesn't use the same method of travel, so I don't think it'd be a good idea to go back with it. You're right. I confirmed his suspicions. What a surprise, you're actually a competent magus. Olga looked at Castor, scoffing. Hey, I'm a pretty good druid. Castor chuckled. You decided to fight another servant with a stick. I'm feeling pretty unappreciated here. You know, I did have to constantly keep applying runes to myself to ward off her mystic eyes, right? Castor hummed. And if I tried to get some distance, that would just put you all in her line of sight. And not to be cocky or anything, but those were some damn strong mystic eyes, even with how cursed she apparently was. Judging by the stone statues littering the area, I'm guessing the woman was Medusa. Thank you for your work, Castor. Samuel replied with sincerity. Thanks, master. CU cheerfully accepted the thanks. At least someone appreciates my efforts. I'd take a farm boy over a magus any day. You know I grew up on a farm. Samuel looked surprised. Huh, you got that look about you. Nothing wrong with farmers, honest lot they are. CU chuckled. And now that I have Gibalg, it's Lancer. He grinned, spinning the spear around. Wait, where did you get your spear? How did you change to a Lancer? Roman spoke up. Ask the kid over there. He leveled it, pointing it at me. And it's not my spear. But isn't Gibalg the name of your spear? Castor shook his head. Shersho passed one of her spears to me after my training was done. She had several others, but she favored one in particular. He spoke, giving the spear a nostalgic look. Makes me wonder myself. How you got your hands on Shersho's favored spear? His eyes landed on me. It was a memento. I guess I should call you my little brother then, huh? Didn't think she would have another student in this era. Castor easily read between the lines. Did she finally get her wish? He looked up at the sky, wistfully. She did. He knew then, I suppose. Well, there was no reason to hide it, I've already stepped into the light as it were. Good, that's good. What are you talking about? Olga stomped her foot. Castor seemed to shift gears, regaining that cocky smile of his. What? Just talking to my junior over here. Not every day I meet another student of that bitch. It's funny, I don't particularly enjoy it when people talk about my woman that way, but it felt sentimental when he referred to Scat-Hack like that. Who am I to call him out if they had that kind of dynamic? I've called Scat-Hack a hag on more than one occasion. Another student. Roman repeated again. Wait, that means. Yup, he also trained with Scat-Hack. CU chuckled, spinning his spear a little. Don't know how, didn't think it'd be possible to get to the land of shadows in this era. But I'm also not familiar with that magic, so who knows? What makes you think I didn't just time travel to before you went? Maybe you're my little brother. Who are you fooling, huh? I may not prefer being a caster, but I damn well earned the right to appear as one. Time travel isn't something even you can do quietly, present point excluded. He shook his head abruptly. You're lucky. If things aren't as bad as I'm imagining, then you would have been in trouble. What do you mean by that? Olga interjected. Shimoda, what does he mean by that? True time travel is a taboo. Ray-shifting barely skirts around the issue, so you're fine there. But even for magicians, even Gramps won't use this method. Then why? I couldn't just let you all handle this on your own. I smiled wryly. I'm the leader of B Team. There was a small crack in the mask that Olga and created after I introduced myself. Director. We have a servant signature heading your way, make that too, Roman interjected. Castor looked at me. You're a student, I don't think I gotta ask if you can handle yourself. I can, but I would rather regroup somewhere for a little while. What, you afraid? CU jokingly mocked. Don't worry, let your elder show you how it's done. Any other time, I'd love to, but I gestured towards the others. Your master, and the others don't have the same experience, let them catch their bearings. And I also want to better understand what's going on. Damn it, you're probably right. His eagerness faded. Let's get the kiddos out of here, let them catch their breath. Well, he is sensible. And where do you propose we go? Olga crossed her arms. In case you haven't noticed, this place is littered with skeletons of all things, and is mostly on fire. Not to mention the servants running around. I know a place, a little out of the ways, and should have some decent resources we can scavenge. Of course you do. Olga scowled. Lead the way, Lord Schweinorg. ****. Good, this place is mostly standing still. I eyed the Tosaka Manor. I don't think Rin would mind, given the situation. And I'll see if I can't nab some doodads that she might appreciate having duplicates of. What is this place? There's residual response of bounded fields having been present. Olga looked around, apparently casting some analysis spells. The home of Fuyuki's second owner, Rin Tosaka. I replied. It was far enough away from the main city that it made for a good place to bunker down for the evening. How do you know that? Olga eyed me again. And other things. How did you know about King Arthur? Let's get settled first, shorty. Then you two can continue your lover spat. CU replied with the grace of a sledgehammer. Lover spat. She shrieked. Why, you insolent. I put a hand atop her head, making her freeze. And if I were to be honest, it almost felt like she leaned into me only for her to quickly regain her wits. Her nostrils flared as she looked at me with a huff and stomped off. I'm going to make sure there's no traps any of them will run into. She declared before disappearing into the corridors. Damn, she's cute when she's angry. CU tilt his head, watching her walk away. You like the ornery ones too? Really? I gave him a deadpan look upon noticing him staring at her, but as she disappeared. What? I can't admire the view. Admittedly, the director is well-proportioned in that regard. Give me my spear back. No, it's mine now. He clutched it close to his chest, picking up the pace as he ran inside. Did he just pull that on me, plus? It was sort of humbling in a way, being on the other end of that. Make yourself useful and put out a bounded field around the place. I shouted, knowing full well he could hear me even if he didn't respond. Though, he was probably going to do just that anyways. Scathack said many things about him, but never unreliable. Though. This feeling deep inside that pulsated when he was around. I would be getting answer from him later. But at the moment, I had other important matters. The mansion itself was about 80% whole. The far wing was caved in, but I don't think it mattered much. The entrance opened up to some furniture, enough for everyone to sit down. All right, team, everyone take a seat. We need to have a chat. It's good to see you, boss. Samuel said, falling into a seat with a sigh of relief. It wasn't looking good there for a while. I looked at what remained of my team, a melancholic feeling invading my chest. No one else made it. It's my fault. Benjamin spoke up. I tried to help Elaine, but he waved the stump that was his missing right arm. There were a couple others we found, but... Samuel added, choking the words out. No judgment from me. Geez, what a stressful situation they've been shoved into. It's not anyone's fault. I sighed, walking towards Benjamin. Let me see. Thanks, boss, I could use a hand. He joked in self-deprecation. I lightly swatted his head. I knew it was just his way to cope. I inspected where it was wrapped up and I began undoing the cloth. It could have been worse. I mumbled before my hand lit with a bright light. That feels good, don't stop. Don't make it weird. I snorted, swatting at him again. Though, it did ease the tension a little as I heard a few chuckles around me. Unfortunately, I don't have a spell that can regenerate limbs. Oh. Don't get depressed. I quickly continued. I know someone who can, though. So, wait until everything is resolved and we'll get it taken care of. I could technically do something about it right now, but I was also hesitant to take something like that out in case we're being watched somehow. It wasn't a mortal wound, as callous of me to say. So I could put it off until later, to be on the safe side. All right, boss. He nodded, quivering his lip a little. Relief mixed with the same amount of stress everyone was dealing with. I had to keep reminding myself that these people were not used to these kinds of situations. Chef. Pierre perked up as I put a hand on his shoulder, a healing light enveloping him. What happened? Tauta explodes, everything suddenly exploded. He corrected himself. I'm trying to figure that out myself. I admitted. Everything in Chaldea is in shambles. The vast majority of staff are likely dead. That's not even mentioning the systems and resources that were no doubt lost in the attack as well. I finished healing up them and moved on to the newest apparent member of our troop. Ritsuka Fujimaru, you said. I walked up to him. Young, probably younger than Benjamin. Mash stood at his side, protectively. Even if she was relaxed, it seems like her natural instinct was to hover around him. Why yes. He quickly nodded his head. It's an unfortunate first meeting. I held out my hand as he gladly took it. However, welcome to the team, I suppose. We're going to need as many hands as possible. Could you tell me what happened? Maybe starting from when you arrived. Sure. He mumbled, looking down at his hands. I just got off the helicopter and came inside when I saw a bunch of other people gathered. I guess they were going to be the same as me. Fujimaru questioned as I nodded. Right, so we came in and some other people came to introduce themselves. We were taken on a tour, he paused, looking a little sheepish. It was a long flight, I had to use the restroom. Let me guess, you got lost. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I found this weird squirrel, dog, thing. He didn't really seem to know how to describe it, but I immediately knew what he was talking about. I stiffened, because the door to the mansion was pushed open and I felt a very familiar presence. Foe. The little monstrosity stood at the threshold. I met its eyes. It looked smug. And you knew I was coming, is that why you hid away right before I arrived? What the hell are you? Nope. I'm ignoring you. I'm ignoring the fact that you even came here, somehow. Foe, there you are. Mash cooed as the small animal ran over and jumped into her arms happily. Yeah, him. Ritsuka chuckled. I followed, and I found Mash here. She offered to lead me back to where I needed to go and, well, when we were about to walk into the room with the things. Coffins. I added. Those things, yeah. He nodded. Well, everything suddenly exploded. Next thing I know, I saw Mash and she was, not very good. She asked me to grab her hand, then next thing I know, I landed on the ground here and she explained everything to me afterwards. I looked up at Mash. It's all true, senpai. Master saved me by making the contract. And what's the deal with that? I questioned. A demi-servant. That's the first I've heard of such a thing. Mash visibly recoiled awkwardly and I realized I was touching something sensitive. Let's shelf that for now. Are there any detriments to your abilities? She shook her head. But, I don't know the name of my noble phantasm. I think the heroic spirit I fused with protected me and then something happened that it can't respond. I think there's more to it considering that she was supposed to be a member of A-Team from what Wodime said. Something about some unfortunate circumstances that didn't allow her to deploy with certainty. Do you know the name of the servant you're merged with? I think that's the correct term for what happened to her. The idea that a human could merge with a servant in the same way she did was utterly fascinating. Sorry. Mash said quietly. It's not your fault. You being here is already a big boon. I tried to cheer her up. And well done, Fujimaru, forging a contract with a servant shouldn't be something you can do on instinct. Makes me wonder what his servant compatibility is for that to even be a thing. Thank you. His perked up a little bit, despite the situation. He was handling himself fairly well, all things considered. He just stepped into the place and then a literal boom later, he's fighting for his life. What about you guys? I turned towards the remainder of my time. What happened on your end? They shared a look before Samuel spoke up. Lev asked us to give the new guys a tour while everyone else was preparing to reshift. We wanted to make ourselves useful while everything was happening, so we obliged. While we were showing them the coffins and explaining what was going to happen soon, everything suddenly exploded. And was Lev inside the room with you? Yes, boss. Lev was standing nearby, but the place he was got hit hard. I don't think he made it. That made my thoughts come to a screeching halt. Lev was dead. I didn't want to call Samuel a liar, but I don't think he could have paid enough attention to know if Lev escaped unharmed or not. But at the same time, I can't rule out the possibility that Lev was actually uninvolved. What a mess. I breathed out, looking around the room again. Alright, you guys get a well-deserved break. Take a nap if it helps. I can make something for everyone to eat in a little bit once we're settled for the night. What went unsaid was that they would be forced to jump into the fray again come morning. I couldn't leave them by themselves and just run out to settle everything myself. There was the matter of a perpetrator on the loose who had no qualms about killing anyone. And if a stray servant came upon them? No, it was better that they stick close. It would also mean I can keep some of my own cards to my chest for now by having both Mash and CU help with servants. Maybe I can see if the fate system is working so they can summon more servants tomorrow morning. Mash, look after everyone. I'm going to go check up on the director. Good luck. She said quietly. Oof, even Mash could see the hole I was in regarding her. Let's see if I can mend some bridges. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Didn't expect to find you here. I pushed open the cracked door to see Olga rummaging through some drawers. It was Rin's bedroom. She paused, seeing that it was me, scowled and continued. My position as director is clearly irrelevant, so I figured I would make myself useful. Do you have orders for me, Lord Schweinorg? Maybe something else you've lied to me about. I was about to respond with an apology but something else caught my eye. Are you raiding Rin's panty drawer? I looked over her shoulder. Damn Rin, some of those are spicy. You need to take Artoria shopping with you next time. Don't compare me to some common deviant. She squeaked in embarrassment as she unfolded her hand, revealing a few jewels, slamming them on the top of the dresser. This Tosaka heir hid some noteworthy items around her estate. I have been searching for them and found a few. She gestured towards the bed with a few more jewels and some other mystic codes. There was also the dagger mystic code she tended to carry around. Clothes? I asked, looking at some things laid out on the bed. I am assuming that my room is gone. Thus, I've been finding anything of worth to bring back. I can only imagine what resources were lacking. I was going to gather what foodstuffs and such as well. How are you going to take it back with you? I'll figure that out later. She huffed, turning around and stomping to the bed, and plopping down. It's not that things can't reshift back with them, but she would have to somehow carry it all with her. She made a good point. Chaldea was probably without any meaningful resources. Food, clothing, anything really would be much appreciated. I walked over, sitting down next to her, but she huffed again, turning her head. I'm sorry. I saw her twitch a little, so I continued. I'm sorry I misled you. You have nothing to apologize for. She said evenly, though her tone betrayed her expression. I'm sure you had no choice but to betray all my trust and lie to my face. This humiliation is entirely unintentional on your part. And the thought that I actually managed to do something right for once was just a misunderstanding, isn't that right? Of course, it couldn't be by my hand that a competent member of Chaldea emerged. No, it was the wizard marshal who takes all the credit. It's my fault for thinking I could fulfill my duties properly. The look on her face as she finished, I don't think she even meant to say all that. The combination of stress and everything literally blowing up in her face, I can't fault her for just blurting that all out. I reached out, putting a hand on her shoulder. What are you doing? And I pulled her into a hug. She seemed like she really needed one right now. She didn't get upset, nor her usual shouting or belligerence. Instead, I think I heard some soft sniffles as her face was buried into my side. She stayed like that for a minute and I didn't do anything to compromise the vulnerability she must have been feeling at this particular moment. When she finally pulled herself away, she took a deep breath, rubbing her eyes. You will not tell anyone this happened. It'll be our little secret. Good. She nodded in satisfaction, a little bit of embarrassment showing through. Here. I said, taking out my hat. What? She stared blankly at it as I pushed it into her hands. It's a hat. I noticed. She scoffed. And where did it come from? I wiggled my finger to show the ring I had on. Folded space, pocket dimension. Convenient. Yup, you know what's also convenient? I asked. What? I tapped on the hat and Sir Wiggles popped his little head outside. Olga stiffened, staring at my familiar. Sir Wiggles pulled himself up out of the brim and forced himself onto her lap. Why is there a rabbit in my lap? He's not just a rabbit, he is, Sir Wigglesbottom Fluffytail Octavius Benedict III, Crown Prince of the Emerald Kingdom, Duke of Carrot Island, General of the Northern Armies, Lightning-born, the Devil Slayer. And newly appointed head of Chaldean Department of Phantasmal Beasts. Or, Sir Wiggles, for short. She opened her mouth and closed it again. Clearly, she was in awe at the legacy that sat in her lap. Cute. I'll take that as an agreement on his new appointment. He's my familiar. Olga ran a finger along his fluffy back. And you didn't fill out the required paperwork to bring a familiar into Chaldea, did you? He's my pet. I offered instead. Olga looked at me, her eyes twitching slightly. I'll let it go this once. She said quietly. Works every time. You do know we actually have a department for phantasmal beasts, right? I did not. I admitted. Your rabbit would probably do a better job anyways. She snorted, the slightest bit amused. The hat is a pocket dimension. It's something very sentimental to me as well and is also Sir Wiggle's home. I already put a lot of different things in there that will be helpful to Chaldea. And you can add anything else you find. I picked the hat up, putting it on her head. She made a little noise consisting of grumbling cutely but didn't stop me. So, why don't you hang on to it for a while? Thank you, Shimoda. She whispered. And we spent a little while longer, sitting in a pleasant silence as she gently pet Sir Wiggles. A few minutes that she could de-stress probably helped her substantially. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hey. I walked outside to the porch where Castor was laying against the steps. Castor. I greeted in return. Castor. What Castor? I only see a lancer out here. It would be a shame if his spear disappeared. The corners of my lips curled up as I took a seat next to him. Come on, man. Don't do that to me. I hate being summoned as a caster. I mean, it's not bad, but I'm a spearman, through and through. I can't wait to tell Scathack that you were summoned as a caster. I laughed, just picturing her face. Wait, I thought you said she was. Yeah. I sighed, getting a little more comfortable. She asked me to kill her when my training was done. So you really did it, huh? She let me win. I wasn't ashamed to admit that. Geez, she never let me win. Oh, she doesn't anymore. I shook my head. She'll kick my ass if I give her the slightest opening. Though, she does get affectionate afterwards. She enjoys cuddling. Wait, what? Are we talking about the same person? I'm thinking she's a little biased here, she was never that gentle with me. She would kick my ass to the point where I couldn't walk, then make me crawl all the way back to her damn castle. And you, what, get head pats afterwards? That's some bullshit right there. More like lap pillows. Fuck you. If you didn't give me the spear, I'd be fighting you right now. Castor pouted. She was never that gentle with me. That's some favoritism right there. Of course it is, she's my woman. I said rather proudly. Damn, you got some balls then. Castor looked at me with a hint of respect. But you said she was killed. Fought in a Grail war, used it to bring her back. I summarized the entire thing. He blinked, looking at me. Ah, that'd do it. Willingly fighting in a war against servants just to resurrect her. Yeah, that'd be something to win her heart even if there wasn't anything else involved. CU chuckled. I'm glad she's doing well. As fun as this conversation was, I believe it was appropriate to get to the point. So, you ready to start talking? I looked at him, raising an eyebrow. So you noticed. The caster servant sighed. Was hoping you wouldn't. Pretty hard not to. I sat up a little straight. So, wanna tell me why the blessing I got from the god Odin starts flaring up whenever you're around? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sorry for the delay, not feeling too well still. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Just a heads up, this chapter was baited so, probably more errors than normal. Which is also a heads up for the future, my beta won't be available for a while and I only have like 3 more chapters that he did corrections on. So, be prepared for some more errors while I try to handle things myself and get back into that groove. Chapter 351, Chapter 318. Let me tell you a story. No. I cut him off. Just tell me straight, otherwise I feel like you're going to try and distract me. It's complicated. He sighed. Are you even CU chillin'? I questioned his hesitance. Or is Odin just filling out an ether suit made of all his bits? Did you have to word it like that? Sounds kind of dirty. Quit stalling. I nudged him. Besides, Odin is a Norse god and CU chillin' is Celtic. I'm pretty damn sure there's no threshold you can reach in that regard. Fine, fine. He threw his hands up in resignation. Just, let me put up something. He added with a grumble, pushing himself off the steps and started drawing runes with an expert ease. Not just any runes, the weight of primordial runes filled the air as they actualized around us. Should keep out anyone trying to pry. Well now, isn't that interesting? I sat up, inspecting his work. Did you isolate us from the temporal axis? He shrugged. It's an easy way to avoid people. Doesn't hold up against literally any kind of force, but hey, it's quick and easy. He made it sound much easier than it actually was. Any kind of interference would jerk us back into the normal flow of time. I summarized. Pretty much. He plopped back down. Very impressive. I didn't even see everything he did, it was so fluid and quick that he barely put effort into it. So, how much of you is you chillin'? It's mostly me. He grumbled. Call it a 70-30 split with him mostly being dormant, if that makes sense. Well, I probably could have guessed that much. I was mostly just being a bit hyperbolic before just so he wouldn't beat around the bush. So he took away your spear, huh? He grumbled again. Don't I know it? I hate being summoned as a caster. Totally capable of it, Shursho made sure of that, but it's so boring. My noble phantasm is great and all, but it can't compare to my spear. So, why did Odin make you appear as a caster over a lancer? Hell if I know. He shrugged. It's not like I'm him. I can't just know the reason he does everything. You're literally him right now. It's not really that simple. He scratched his head. If you say so. Who knows why a god does anything? They don't think the same way as us mortals. Why is he doing all of this then? You being here and everything? 'Cause you said all the other servants are corrupted, and you're clearly not hollow like that assassin and lancer we faced. I can't say. Can't or won't. Literally can't. He added. Can you just trust me and let that go? I observed him for a moment, looking at his expression and breathed out a long breath. Fine, I won't push. You're already being open with me as is and I'm not unthankful for that. Thanks, man. He said pretty genuinely. I'm guessing you don't want your status known by anyone else? I asked. If you weren't a magician and one of Shursho's, I wouldn't have said as much as I did. He replied. But yeah, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't say anything about me. Well, it's not like I had any room to call him out. I had been running around undercover as well literally yesterday. But that just begged one question. Why the hell was Odin interfering this far into the timeline? It's honestly made me a little anxious. I've actually met Odin twice now. Oh. He perked up. How the hell did that happen? When Scathach was passing down her runes to me during the ritual. Oh, that brings back memories. CU smiled wistfully. I was surprised to see how weak she got afterwards. Didn't really understand how much it took out of her to pass them on. Took the opportunity to get a feel. You're such a dick. Tell me you didn't do the same thing. Fuck you, we cuddled. That's bullshit, she kicked my ass, and you get cuddles. Seriously, I'm calling out her favoritism here. CU huffed without much heat to his words. When didn't she kick your ass? He blinked, looking thoughtful. You know, that's actually a good question. I shook my head, realizing why that was the default reaction for her. Alright, back on topic. Yeah, met Odin, he appeared and was a gigantic dick, he attacked because he wanted to know something I knew. CU winced a little. Yeah, sorry about that. Not your fault, technically. Even a different Odin, world lines and all that. I waved it off. The other was in another world where the age of gods continued into the modern era. There was a peace meeting between a whole bunch of pantheons, even your dad was there. Really? My old man. Yup, he was apparently friendly with Odin, but I didn't really exchange words with him. But Odin, well. I feel like I'm going to regret asking, but what happened? His literal first words to me were the admiration for Gabriel's breasts. Let me emphasize that, the archangel, Gabriel from the Bible. He was admiring her boobs. CU opened his mouth and closed it again before bursting out in laughter. Well, don't hold me in suspense. How were they? They were amazing. Easily a perfect score. Damn. CU blinked. Yeah, not even in the top 10 weirdest moments of my life. I wish we met under different circumstances. Would have loved to share a drink and get to know my junior. CU leaned back. Pretty shit situation this is. Wanted a normal fight, and ended up having to deal with a large mess. You don't know the half of it. And I realized who he actually was. Or maybe you do. I eyed him suspiciously. Here's a thought. The fact that they survived, it could be called a literal miracle. As in a forceful hand by the counter force. Because from what I understood, they were right at the epicenter of the worst of it. And they would have had no support here beyond a half-servant girl who is probably a little in over her head and doesn't even know the name of her noble phantasm. How convenient that a servant was uncontracted and not corrupted running around. CU had a small grin forming on his face. Yup, pretty damn convenient. How bad are things? Because if Odin decided to interfere this far away, then things can't be simple. You're really putting me in a tough spot here. He groaned. It's going to get worse before it gets better. And I suppose you won't elaborate. I'm already pushing it. CU shook his head. On the account of her. And what Odin, that other Odin, did. Call it an apology. Thanks. Don't mention it. He chuckled. Seriously, don't mention any of this. You just existing is already something that's a wild card. I'm afraid to know what you mean by that, and I know you won't answer. But suffice to say, I do have my own cards to play that can tip the scales in our favor should things prove dire. He nodded in approval but didn't mention it anymore. Now, what are you going to give me? What? CU looked at me in confusion. To keep my mouth shut. I shot him a grin. You blackmailing me? Yup. Dick. CU exclaimed. What do you want? I took out a couple of beers from my ring, tossing one to him. He perked up immediately, looking rather thankful. Since you got Odin inside you, know any good spells you wouldn't mind passing down? CU used his thumb to flick the bottle cap off and took a drink. You're lucky you're my junior, otherwise I'd kick your ass. He grunted. Fine, I don't really mind. So, I actually got two noble phantasms, one of them comes from my caster nature and being a druid. The other, well, I guess you could say it's due to some help. Honestly, it's just a combination of primordial runes that's conceptualized into a noble phantasm more so than a genuine noble phantasm. The fact that you have his blessing means it should work since I'm teaching you. Kind of like Kojiro's sword technique. Very interesting. And now you have my attention. Alright, since you gave me something to drink, and let me use Shirsho's spear, I'll show you once. If you don't get it, it's your own fault. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alright, everyone listen up. Olga exclaimed, smacking her hand on Masha's shield. We're going to plan our attack. Before we start, can we get a status update from Chaldea? I asked, seeing Roman on the other side of the holographic-like screen. Roman. Olga nodded. It was a little cute seeing her wearing my hat. And she was holding Sir Wiggles in her arms, not that he minded the attention. Well, not much has changed. Roman scratched his head. Well, things settled a little bit, but we're still running around putting out fires. Leo managed to secure several pivotal systems, but they're still offline until we can get enough generators up and running. Which aren't really a priority right now considering we're trying to keep things from just outright blowing up due to what happened. I wasn't stupid enough to ask for a head count at the moment. Right now, morale was probably as high as it could get. Not to say it was good, but the members of my team and Olga were dealing with everything. Suddenly talking about everyone that died, well, that's just asking for it to drop to rock bottom again. A hearty breakfast, cooked by myself, thank you Rin for having a gas stove, did wonders for making people feel a little better. Not to mention a good several hours of sleep gave them a clear head to work with. Right now, the job was the main focus of everyone. I suppose hoping for the fate system being up and running is a long shot. Sorry, yeah. All the power right now is being redirected to critical parts of Chaldea, like keeping the coffins powered and making sure there's enough power to reshift back when you need it. We'll make do. Olga interrupted. Are you sure? Aren't there more servants that you have to fight? And we'll discuss that now. Olga nodded. Shimoda, you're apparently familiar with this Grail War. Which is odd, considering that the only recorded Grail War we know is in Fuyuki was the one that my father participated in and won. All eyes turned to me. That's right, this Grail War isn't native to this world line. Or in other words for the uninitiated, this happened in a parallel timeline. Does that mean you know who that Red Archer is? CU asked. I do. Good, I want another crack at him. Annoying bastard is going to get a taste of my spear. My spear. I clarified. Semantics. He shrugged. But he has it coming. Taunted me the entire time while taking pot shots out of my range. And whenever I got close enough to do something, he ran away towards that damn berserker. And no way in hell I'm fighting that monster head on as a caster. Like 10 feet tall mass of anger and muscle. I asked. You know him too then? Hercules. What? Olga blurted out. Are you kidding me? Nope. I popped the pea, perhaps the most famous hero in the world, consumed by madness and who knows what other curses have been eating away at him since being here. Great, just great. Olga threw her arms up. Tack, Wilhelm. Roman spoke up, correcting himself. Either, or is fine. One is my birth name, the other is the one I took up after leaving home. I gestured for him to continue. Can you start from the beginning? Right, I swept my gaze around the room, remembering who my audience was. History lesson time. So, the Holy Grail War, we briefly covered this as it's the basis that Chaldea uses to summon their own servants, so I won't go too deep into those details. This specific one is the 5th iteration of said war, never having a winner at this point. You see, one of the founding families had the bright idea during the 3rd iteration. They were going to cheat. Oh no. Roman sighed. What? Samuel asked. 2 possible outcomes. CU replied. Either it works, or it blows up spectacularly. There's really no in-between with things like this. The city is on fire. Ritsuka added. So you can imagine how that went. I shook my head. But they decided they were going to summon an extra servant. Extra servant? Roman asked. What do you mean? Class containers aren't limited to just 7. There are extra classes that fill other roles. What? Olga asked in confusion. This is the first I'm hearing about this. It's not common knowledge. For instance, if the Apocrypha protocols were triggered, a ruler-class servant would be summoned to moderate the Grail War. Thankfully, what the Einsburn family did caused the Grail to utterly break enough that those protocols were destroyed, otherwise we'd be in the middle of a much bigger clusterfuck. Boss, what are the, Samuel asked for clarification. Apocrypha protocols. Don't worry too much about it, basically it's a fail-safe the original creators installed to make it so one faction couldn't hoard all the summons. If that happened, these specific protocols would trigger, making it no longer a free-for-all, but an additional 7 servants would be summoned, and it would become a battle between teams. With a ruler servant overseeing the whole thing. Fascinating. Roman looked to be writing down my words. And what's special about a ruler servant? They can discern any servant's identity and information as long as they don't have a way to hide it, like an ability or noble phantasm. They also are summoned with additional command seals they can use on other servants to enforce the rules. And the requirement to become a ruler servant is that you have no wish for the Grail War. As interesting as this is, we're going off topic. Olga responded. Note down this information, but we need the information about this whole situation. Right. She made a good point. It was mildly important and somewhat tied into what I was going on about. They were deciding between forcing the summoning of a ruler through cheating, meaning it wouldn't abide by the whole no-wish facet of requirements. Looking at you, Shiro. But instead, they opted to summon an Avenger-class servant. Avenger. Olga repeated again, furrowing her brow. That doesn't sound good. Nope. Full of hatred, they're probably just as hard to control as a berserker, but without the madness. And the specific Avenger they summoned, Ngramenu. Otherwise known as the Zoroastrian god of evil. But a divine spirit can't be summoned. Roman blurted out. I glanced at Cu who had a rather amused look on his face. It's complicated. I waved off his outburst. But to make a long story short, the Avenger servant was ridiculously weak, and lost its first fight. But, instead of the Grail grabbing it and processing him properly, he instead went to corrupt the Grail. I looked out the window. As you can see, this is what happens when the insides spill out. The skeletons that were running around, they were running on his curses. The servants we've encountered so far, hollow shells that had drowned in his curses. Do we gotta fight a god, boss? What's wrong, farm boy, don't feel confident throwing down with a god. Cu let out a chuckle. Don't worry, we aren't fighting a god. Though, that doesn't mean this is going to be easy. Right, so no god. I made sure to clarify. It seems like Avenger isn't really present anymore. Not sure, because if all this happened, he should have incarnated by now. Great, so the world is only mildly annihilated, not completely. Olga huffed. That doesn't explain how all this happened. I'm not omnipotent, I'm just giving the backstory and the probable cause as to why things are like this. I'm just as in the dark about the finer details. I hesitated to say it but I couldn't help it. I can't think of a good reason why Saber is doing this. You spoke of familiarity with that servant. Roman spoke up again. In another time and place, we're close. I didn't really want to go into details. Really, her too? Cu looked at me, apparently able to read between the lines. I shrugged. Yeah. Favoritism. Cu threw his arms up. She'll beat me up if I even implied. Moving on. Olga interrupted. So we have King Arthur as Saber, the supposed ringleader and cause of this singularity. And to make matters worse, she most likely has the Grail and is being powered up by it. So she can use her noble phantasm nearly limitlessly. I nodded. Joy. Olga deadpanned. And then we have Berserker, also known as Hercules, stomping around somewhere. Anything we should know about him? His noble phantasm makes him immune to things below a certain rank. And he can revive up to 13 times and become extremely resistant to what killed him previously. Olga slowly closed her eyes. Please tell me you're joking. I'm joking. I offered. If I didn't have your familiar in my arms, I would be hitting you. Well done, Sir Wiggles. Oh Estlo, where is this Archer you mentioned? Pierre had been silent most of the time, but he decided to join in. The Archer. See you repeated. He's guarding the path to Saber. Couldn't get to her, she's in the caves below the temple to the west. You said he was leading you towards Hercules. Can we not just avoid him? I mulled that over. You also said Archer's been taunting you and is clearly more intelligent than those other servants. I'm guessing he isn't completely corrupted and has some measure of free thought. Might be able to get his help. What makes you think he'd help? Maybe he's willingly helping Saber. Wouldn't put it past that guy. CU crossed his arms. He's a counter-guardian. CU stiffened slightly. Would explain why he isn't fully corrupted. Still think he's a dick though. You can piss him off by calling him by his real name if you want. Really? CU perked up. Alright, tell me it later. I'll get him to focus on me for our rematch. But with Pierre's thought, where is Berserker? He's been just wandering at the castle ruins outside the city. CU replied. Awesome, all in favor of just ignoring Berserker. Everyone raised their hands. If I was a Lancer, I'd take him. CU pouted a little. Senpai, I can fight him if you need me to. I may not know my noble phantasm, but I think I can hold him off for a little while. Mash offered up. I'd rather you be nearby to defend the team. If we don't have to face Hercules, I'd rather not. Honestly, he's one of the few servants I wouldn't want to fight straight up. His strength was quite literally legendary. Even as a servant I don't know if I could match him physically. That's not to say I couldn't win, but knowing he was such a physical powerhouse was a concern worth noting. Honestly, I'm just trying to put as many variables in our favor as possible in the event that something unforeseen happens, which was likely. What about Ryder? Olga asked. You haven't mentioned them. In the original war, Ryder was Medusa. But considering who Lancer was, and who we've seen so far, I'm guessing that the original caster got turned into Ryder. I turned toward CU, have you seen Ryder? I actually haven't seen Ryder at all. He scratched his cheek. Looked everywhere, but no sign of them. Then they're probably dead. The original caster was Medea of Colchis. If you didn't meet her, either she was too dangerous to leave alive, or she killed herself. She had a noble phantasm that could probably counter the corruption, so Saber most likely took care of her. Not to mention her sheer capabilities as a magus would have probably allowed her to work around the curses in some capacity. You're making some assumptions there. Olga pointed out. I am, but I'm not ruling the possibility out completely. I can talk to Da Vinci to see if we can't get enough power for a full scan of the city, see how many servant signatures we can get. Roman offered. How long will that take, Roman? Olga asked. Probably half a day. Too long, we can't delay much longer. Olga bit her lip. Let's just ignore her for now, focus on what we do know but make a plan just in case. CU will handle Archer. He's mine. CU grinned. And if we're avoiding Berserker, that leaves arguably the most challenging one for last. If Caster is going to fight Archer, who's going to fight Saber, Mash? Roman asked. I'll do what I can. The adorable girl said resolutely. I'll handle Saber. I shook my head. I need you to do your best to protect everyone. You'll handle Saber. Olga looked at me. I know you're a magician, but can you handle Saber by yourself? Or even with Mash's help, it sounds dangerous. It's not just a normal servant, Saber's going to be amplified by the Grail if we're guessing right. Roman explained. Let him have it. CU leaned back against the wall. It's his fight. Archer is mine. With this, we should be fine. I was thankful for him backing me. I thought he may want to crack at her himself, but I guessed he's more perceptive than I thought. An Artoria who had near limitless magical energy at her disposal, I was not looking forward to a fight like that. I was hoping I could convince her to give up. We'd have to see. It seems we have a plan then. Olga breathed out. We still have a few hours, we can work out the finer details. If we got a little bit of time, I think there's something important to deal with. CU pushed off the wall, walking towards Mash. A noble phantasm should be instinctual. Let's spar, we'll see if we can't get you to bring it out like that. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 352, Chapter 319. This is a bad idea. Olga huffed. What's wrong, lass? Can't handle my spear? I got another spear if you're more interested in that. CU laughed, thrusting that red spear forward, only for Mash to bring up her shield to block, slightly getting pushed back. Why is he? Ritsuka looked a little annoyed. He's trying to get her riled up, don't think too hard about it. I pat his shoulder. He's not that crass. I think the general idea is to get Mash's emotions peaking, then she might activate her noble phantasm unconsciously. All right. Ritsuka sighed. Just seems kind of mean. Well, it's good to be protective of your servant. Strengthens the master-servant bond. Regardless, don't look away. This is kind of friendly, so they're not going full throttle, but get used to the speed that they're going at. Roger. Also, focus on the draw of magical energy the link is siphoning. The more they go, the more that's going to increase. You can focus on it and amplify it as well, to give him a little boost they can then use strategically. Wouldn't be a bad time to teach them a little. Try giving them a little boost, get used to how it affects them and yourself. It would be good for when they need to use special abilities or activate noble phantasms. Both Ritsuka and Samuel both followed my words. It was funny watching both CU and Mash perk up once they got hit by a burst of magical energy. They seemed to understand what was going on and got used to it rather quick. Surprisingly, Mash was getting better the longer they went on. Instead of just holding her shield up as a large barrier, she started tilting it, deflect some strikes to reduce how much shock she took. She began stepping into some blows, and stepping back to others. Is she just synchronizing with her servant parts the longer she fights? It really is a fascinating phenomenon, but it's clearly something she doesn't want to go into detail about, which left me at an awkward spot when I wanted to ask more questions. I suppose I could ask Olga, but I'll just wait until she's under a little less stress. Emotion Support Rabbit is going at full throttle right now. She was absent-mindedly stroking his fur as she watched the two spar. Foe. My attention immediately snapped towards Ritsuka, whose shoulder was now playing host to that thing. Oh hey, little guy. Where did you run off to? The young man ran a finger down the thing's back. No, it let him pet it. It seemed to like the kid for some reason. The small animal turned to look at me with its beady little eyes. I didn't flinch this time when it jumped off Ritsuka's shoulder and onto mine. It continued to stare at me, raising its little paw up, as if it was bored and wanted some entertainment. But it paused when a small flash of lightning emerged, and I felt a familiar weight on top of my head. What the hell, Shimoda? Is your rabbit a phantasmal beast? Olga blurted out. Did you think I would have a normal rabbit as my familiar? I replied, not breaking eye contact with the thing. The creature used my head to push up, getting eye level with Sir Wiggles. It was about to swat its tiny little paw at him until my familiar let out a small jolt. The creature let out a surprised noise, bouncing off my shoulder and landing on the ground. Foe. It squeaked out. Sir Wiggles jumped to my shoulder, staring at the creature. Foe looked offended. He quickly took back his perch on Ritsuka's shoulder as the two small animals stared menacingly at one another. The others didn't really pay them any heed. But once I was sure that the creature wasn't going to harm Sir Wiggles, I also went back to watching the fight. I blinked, seeing Mash actually counterattack. Nice one, little lady. CU laughed, spinning his spear as it lashed out, faster and faster each thrust. Let me show you a trick I picked up in life. His hand glowed with glow as he ran it down the shaft of his spear, runes appearing and coating his weapon. Should make up for my caster stats a little bit. It was the only warning Mash got before his spear struck out at the center of her shield, and her feet were lifted up a small amount. She quickly planted them firmly, but it was clear that he was pressuring her more. Is that all you got? Maybe I should go after your master over there, huh? And no. Don't harm master. Mash raised her voice a little in panic, slamming her shield forward, making CU raise his spear up to block. Alright, I think this has gone on long enough. Frankly, if you can't use your noble phantasm, you're going to be dead weight. You won't even be able to protect your master if you get forced by yourselves. CU took a step back, stabbing his spear into the ground. Bring everything you got, 'cause I ain't gonna hold back. Come forth and burn them completely, giant of all trees. Wickerman. CU's magical energy burst out and Samuel staggered where he was sitting. A massive abomination of wood rose up out of the ground, a raging tempest of fire surrounded it. Mash. Ritsuka stood up. I was a little nervous about CU's methods, but I knew he wasn't as flippant as he was appearing. I was ready to step in if I needed, but I wanted to trust in the both of them. I couldn't hold their hands if things went even further sideways than they already were. I glanced at Ritsuka as he held his hand up, apparently taking my previous lesson to heart as a large influx of magical energy enveloped Mash. The source was clear as Ritsuka almost fell over as a result. Master. Mash's head snapped towards us with eyes widened, a look of resolve overcame her. She planted her feet firm as the massive giant of wood and fire slammed its hand down. Manifest. She declared, slamming her shield into the ground. A large white wall rose up from the ground to meet the attack head-on. Pristine white walls shuddered ever so slightly, but the massive thing of druid magic staggered backwards at the collision, nearly falling over itself as Mash still held firm. It regained its footing after a moment, ready to attack again, but it suddenly dispersed with a wave from Castor. Well done, little lady. Siyu smiled warmly. Ritsuka was the first to appear, running up to her. Mash, are you okay? Master, I did it. She practically squealed with joy. The wall itself finally dissipated, but it gave me a familiar feeling that I just couldn't place. That alleviates some amount of concern. Olga crossed her arms, walking towards them as well. However, it didn't appear to be a proper activation. You're right. Masha's shoulders slumped. Olga looked at her, letting out a sigh. But it's good progress, well done. Thank you, Director. Mash quickly perked up, beaming bright. She's right, it wasn't a proper activation. You lose a substantial amount of power and weight to it by not activating it with a name. It might be a good idea to give it a temporary name for now, something meaningful to you. Siyu offered some advice. A name. Mash tilted her head, and her eyes dilated slightly as if in a trance before blinking again. Lord Chaldea's. That works. Siyu shrugged, apparently not noticing. I didn't really get a chance to inspect your shield previously. I said, running a hand along its center. But these characters on it aren't normal. The writing. Mash asked. Do you know where it's from? Maybe. I was more unsure myself. I couldn't read it, so that left a few options as to what it was. It doesn't look divine to me. Of course, if it was French, I would know. Pierre joked, earning a chuckle from the others around us. Definitely not divine. Castor confirmed with a small grin at the comment. Any information might help us narrow down potential matches to her servant. Olga stated, looking a little humored herself. I think it's Fey writing. I decided just to voice my current thought. Not something I'm knowledgeable about, but I've seen some Fey writing before, and it looks familiar. That's all I got right now. It should narrow down some things. Olga hummed. But shouldn't Fey writing designate it was something not human? Not necessarily. Castor chimed in. It could just be an acknowledgement from them. Or even something as mundane as bestowing a name. Honestly, it's hard to guess what they lot get up to. I never liked being around them, so I didn't really pick up much. He was right, they're hard to understand at the best of times. With this, we're now prepared. Olga put her hand on her hip. Let's prepare to finish this singularity. After Ritsuka and Samuel rest and regain some magical energy. It's going to take a little bit for them to regain the magical energy used to activate those noble phantasms. Olga blushed a little. Right, after that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Be careful, now that we're all together, that bastard just has more targets. Siyu warned as we approached the mountain path towards the temple caves. I'll protect everyone. Mash declared, holding her shield up. Siyu cracked a smile. I'll them to you then, lass. It was unfortunate, but I really didn't feel comfortable leaving any of them behind. I felt I could protect them much better if they were nearby, even if that put them in sight of the other servants. Almost immediately, all three of us noticed something coming through the air. An arrow-like projectile homing in on our group. Mash moved to intercept, her large shield held up, the projectile turned to scrap upon hitting it. And there's the bastard. Siyu growled. Says the mutt. A voice returned. We all looked up to see the archer he was talking about before, standing upon the cliffside, looking down at us and preventing anyone from ascending further. Do yourselves a favor and turn around. White hair, tanned skin, and black armor with a red cloth attire attached in some places. The most eye-catching thing were the red vein-like marks ringing under his skin as they seemed to be taking over his body. Sorry, can't do that. I replied, the man's steel-like eyes focusing on me. There's nothing for you here, leave. He tried again. Are you unable to break free from what's controlling you? He twitched slightly. Even if you know, it's pointless. You won't make it up this mountain. Amiya. His eyes widened slightly. How? What happened to Artoria? Again his body shuddered. That's two names you really shouldn't know. His voice lowered and his body tensed up almost protectively. Rin is like a sister to me. I added a third that made him look even more uncomfortable than he was before. I could tell I was hitting him right in his soft spot. I wanted to see if there was any way I could bring him over to our side. I knew his history a little bit, and he was someone worth respecting even if his ideals were misguided. So, I do know a thing or two. Leave. He commanded again, but it felt just a tad less hostile. Can't do that. I shook my head. If something is wrong with Artoria, I'll do everything I can to save her. Stupid. He grunted. Though I suppose I'm not any different. You. His body tensed and his hands drew back the string of his bow. A sword was materialized and morphed into the form of an arrow at quick speeds. Stop. I was mid-step, pausing at his command. I looked down, mentally counting the steps I took before. Your commands are to stop anyone from approaching. I assume that this is set at a threshold, one which I was about to overstep. The corruption he was suffering, he was still forced to follow any commands given presumably by Saber. If you take one more step, I'll be forced to fight you. The hint was very obvious in his words. I suppose he couldn't say too much, this curse or whatever he was under was reeling him in. So even you can't break free. How much longer until you're completely subsumed by those curses? Your status as a counter-guardian won't hold out for much longer. You really know a lot of things you shouldn't. Archer stared at me with a strange look. And I've never seen you before either. But you're right, I don't think I have much longer, not that it matters. Something tells me you all have even less time. Damn cocky bastard. He obviously won't be reasoned with, just let me handle it. CU stepped forward, staff in hand. He intentionally stepped past the mark where Archer was forced to respond instead of doing it of his own will. CU twirled his staff in hand and slammed the butt of it onto the ground, manifesting a rune that actualized a fire-based spell, slamming into a handful projectiles coming down. Humph, the rabid dog keeps barking. Come down here, I'll show you a rabid dog. CU snorted. Archer glanced at me. It seems my primary target has arrived. I'll now have to focus all my attention on eliminating Castor, per my orders. I quirked an eyebrow at the obvious hint. Damn bastard, this is why I hate you. Don't sound so smug while trying to help out. CU snorted. Thanks, Archer. I expressed my thanks. If need be, I didn't want to fight him. He was pitiful and someone worth admiration. To see him in this state was disheartening and not something he deserved. Don't thank me. Once I'm done with this mutt, I'm coming for you. Archer smirked, staring at CU, so, do what you need to do. He didn't move as we ran past. The Archer servant, true to his words, focused entirely on CU. Well, come on then Shiro. CU mocked. I paused a brief moment to look back at Archer. There was a very visible twitch on his face. Actually, I think I'm going to enjoy this. He said evenly before materializing two blades into his hands. Yup, he really didn't like being referenced with his original name. Bit of a sore spot for him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Running up the steep path, they eventually disappeared from view, but the sounds of magics being activated still rang out, shaking the mountainside. I could feel the malevolent energy start to thicken as we got closer. And by the shivers and expressions of everyone else, they apparently felt it too. These people who weren't used to such things, they could pick up on it. Mash, stay alert, you're on defense. I eyed the shielder's servant. The entrance to the cave wasn't decorated, nor was it particularly inviting. The stone walls offered no light beyond what came further from within. Everyone took hesitant steps as I took point. It didn't take long to finally reach the mouth of the cavern. It opened up to a massive underground lair. Enough that it could fit a few blocks of street inside and not be overly cramped. As much as I wanted to inspect the surroundings, there was something else that drew attention. The corrupted grail, for one, and the energy it was letting out by just existing. But it was, contained, focused at one spot. Blonde hair that was oh so familiar. However, there were so many things wrong. Those same cursed markings ran across her form, they highlighted her black armor adorned with rigid spikes. Not the normal heroic and clean steel and cloth that I could associate with her before. Skin so pale that even Salem might lose out. She stood there, protectively. Her famous sword, blackened, corrupted, as she held its pommel and its blade dug into the dirt. Slowly, her eyes began to open. They were not the vibrant green that I enjoyed oh so many times. No, they were a ghastly yellow which only held sorrow. My poor Artoria, what happened to you? So you've come. Her voice was a perfect match still, making it very hard to properly respond. He said you would come. Are you the one responsible for this singularity? Olga took the lead, accusing Artoria as I was having trouble even finding words. This Saber slowly moved her head to look at Olga. But her eyes caught something else of interest. That shield, I see. She muttered, staring at Mash. You are correct. It is by my hand that this deplorable world exists. Why? I barely managed to eke out. Why are you doing this? Her eyes then turned to me. Complete unfamiliarity shined in her gaze, making it hurt all the more. She closed her eyes letting out a breath as she hefted her sword up. My reasons are my own. You wish to stop me, and I will proceed with my own goals with pause. There will be no discourse. Wait. The time for words is over. If you cannot defeat me, then your grand order is doomed to fail before it began. What? How do you know that name? Olga exclaimed in shock. Saber's only answer was a massive amount of magical energy swirling around her blade as she pulled it back. D-Director. Mash stuttered, putting herself in front of her. Boss. I'm not very good at this magic thing, but I can damn well feel that. Baise-moi. The all pretty much ran behind Mash. Shimoda, if you're going to do something, do it. Olga shouted. Her eyes looked so empty. What happened to you, Artoria? Who did this to you? I know the woman I've come to care for wouldn't do this without a reason. So, for whatever reason, you think this is the best option. I'll save you. I whispered, holding my hand out. It was quickly filled, the grip of my own holy sword weighing it down. One way or another, I'll end whatever kind of torment this is. There was no accompanied words of activation from her. She didn't truly activate her noble phantasm, a half-assed variant accompanied the swing of her sword. The release of the built-up power surged like a wave in our direction. But even still, it threatened to completely devour us all. That dark and malevolent energy that was once a beautiful holy sword. My sword erupted in its own holy power. Meridia told me she upgraded my sword, to make it comparable to a noble phantasm. I knew she was jealous of Artoria's blade and based it off of that, but let's put it to the test. Dawnbreaker. I swung down to meet hers head-on, a clash of light and darkness filled the cave. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 353, Chapter 320. The light of Dawnbreaker met the maleficent light of Excalibur. The cavern was completely illuminated by the cascading energies. It burst out in almost all directions, with one of the few places that was safe was the space between me where the others were standing. It was the epicenter of the clash where the two forces vied for supremacy. The earth below us shook violently before the lights dimmed. The bright and phantasmal lights continued to fight against one another until the supply of magical energy finally wore off and the remnants dispersed back to the world. She stood there, not too far away opposite of me. Her face adopted a look of surprise as our clash resulted in a tie. No, I won that clash. My light tore through hers enough that a gouge was taken out of the earth and neared her before losing steam. She had to put out noticeably more power to keep up in that exchange. However, she didn't even release her noble phantasm's true name. Still, Meridia should be proud. Dawnbreaker had contended with Excalibur. She narrowed her eyes, her hands gripped tighter around her blade as she brought it up into a different position. This was far from over, that had merely been a greeting. If I couldn't even handle that, then she wouldn't even bother to acknowledge me as an enemy. I took a single step forward and she reeled her sword back, her eyes flashing with anticipation. Within the blink of an eye, I was already upon her, Dawnbreaker slashed down, and she swung her blade to meet it. The collision sent shockwaves in every direction, sundering the earth, and shattered the rocky interior around us. She furrowed her brow again, a slight bit of hesitation. Perhaps the force behind my blow made her pause in surprise, but she quickly recovered. Her sword shook before she stomped on the ground, a burst of magical energy enveloping her. Mana burst. I was all too familiar with it. She knocked my blade away, and followed up with a swing that would cut me in half if I allowed it. Unfortunately for her, I was familiar with her tricks. I allowed my body to flow with the motion, recovering far quicker than she anticipated. Dawnbreaker streaked back, enveloped in its golden light as the blades collided once more. My aura shimmered around me, gathering around my hand. I changed my grip, my offhand pressed against the flat of my weapon, and I pushed forward, sliding it down the edge of Excalibur. In response, she flicked her wrist, not allowing me an easy hit. The trajectory of my blade changed, but she copied my own movement, her own sword grinding against mine as it moved towards my hands. Regardless of what happened to her, her skills had not deteriorated in the slightest. She could easily read and respond accordingly, countering my swordplay with skill and precision. I was forced to jerk my sword back to properly defend, allowing her to step into my guard. I glanced down at her feet, knowing what she was going to do next. Something ingrained in her movements that I learned through the plethora of spars we've had. My aura gathered around my left hand, her sword came sweeping towards the right side, leaving her lower chest exposed. She realized too late that I anticipated her, my palm connected with her, releasing the accumulated aura. The discharge lifted her off her feet and sent her flying back into the cavern wall. It was easy to see her stand up amongst the kicked-up dust and debris. Her yellow eyes glowed in the distance, a swipe of her sword cleared out all obtrusions from sight. There was a noticeable crack where I had attacked in her armor, but otherwise, no real damage had been done. It would have been a good opportunity to press the advantage I gained. But, I hesitated slightly. So many times I've spared with her in the past. The joyful and playful times we crossed blades, the other times where her competitiveness wouldn't allow her to lose. This wasn't at all like that. Even when she was her most aggressive, she never swung with such intensity and desire to kill. Every one of her movements thus far were aimed at ending my life. And it made my heart ache. She stomped on the ground, her mana burst activated again, magical energy flared around her blade as she swung it down in one quick motion. I responded in kind, just as I had originally. I released Dawnbreaker's true name, and met with the collision of baleful light that was Excalibur. This Artoria didn't sit idle this time, she burst through the collision of power, sword swinging at speeds beyond mortal means. Her hands and blade were a blur, but I met each strike as they came. Watching her action, I could see every familiar movement, every stance, every physical tick and give away to what her next action was. Amidst her onslaught, I tilted my hand on the sword, instead of bringing up Dawnbreaker to block another strike, I thrust forward. Her momentum came to a screeching halt, her whole body was forced to jerk to the side, my sword only severed a few strands of hair, but it put her in a very awkward position. I followed up by slamming my sword downward, forcing Excalibur to be impaled into the ground. She struggled to pull it free as I exerted quite a bit of strength to match her. Seeing that she wasn't going to win a contest of strength, her opposite hand lashed out. A fist donned in a black metal gauntlet shot at me. The crisp sound of the air being distorted at the sheer force. I shifted my hand to the side, letting it pass harmlessly past me. She continued trying to struggle until I finally caught that errant arm of hers. She struggled once more, unable to free herself. Her lips pulled back into a scowl, she grunted, trying to force me away. I responded, my aura flared and I exerted further strength to keep her pinned. She refused to let go of her sword, so we were finally met with an impasse. Would you please surrender? I had to at least try. You. She grit her teeth. Why do you continue to look at me like such? I thought the time for words was over. I replied with a small smile. Even with us conversing, she did not cease her attempts to free herself, just as I continued to match her. An awkward situation ensued, leading to this. Do not mock me. She growled under her breath. Do you not care about if you win? You have had ample opportunity to strike me, yet you hesitate and pity me. You are holding back, it is clearly written across your face. Aren't you holding back too? I countered. You could have targeted the others at the side, and you know I would be forced to defend them. You could have easily forced me into a corner that way. Granted, she didn't know what cards I had to play. I am not so low that I would need to resort to such means. She scoffed, the demeanor of the King of Knights apparently still shined behind those hollow eyes. However, you lack the desire to strike me down. Am I not worthy of your full effort? She sounded offended, angry even. Every word that left her mouth, it felt like being stabbed in the heart. The same voice, the same face, but it was twisted back into anger and annoyance, directed right at me. You remind me too much of someone I care for. That made her frown deepen. You will receive no mercy from me. She intoned before her sword erupted into the malevolent energy once more. My eyes widened once I realized what was she doing. The explosion of power erupted between us, she had used her noble phantasm with complete disregard for her own safety. My aura flared up protectively, but I still felt my body as it was flung backwards before I could reorient myself. That hurt. I could feel it in my bones. Even after becoming a Campione, even with aura, I could feel the blow that wasn't even directed right at me. Was I damaged meaningfully? Not really, but I still felt it, which was just a testament to her weapon. Her noble phantasm really was extraordinary. I climbed to my feet, meeting her eyes. They glowed eerily underneath the remnants of ground that now formed the crevice where she stood. On one knee, blade impaled into the ground, she pushed herself back up to her feet. A little bit of blood flowed down her forehead and her armor looked a little mangled. But otherwise, she was still kicking at full strength. With the Grail supporting her, I don't think this was the highest she can operate at. Inexhaustible power. I looked at Dawnbreaker and quietly put it away back into my ring. It already proved itself, but I would need something else. It felt much more appropriate as I felt Mirage between my fingers. It was almost like the first time I fought Artoria. Kid. Draig. I don't like seeing the little dragon like this. Draig replied. I don't care if she would willingly change herself, if she became something else. But I don't like that lifeless look she has. Yeah, I feel the same way. I resolved myself. I don't know what happened to her, why she's doing this, but this wasn't her. She wouldn't listen to words, she wasn't my Artoria. I would do what I had to. Defend yourself. She roared, exploding forward at insane speeds. Magical energy began expelling from her every movement in a way that eclipsed her normal mana burst. A large, almost comical, horizon slash came at me, but it was accompanied by that same malevolent energy that coated the sword. It cleaved through the air, released at the same movement, the power tearing through the empty space and utterly decimating the walls of the cavern. Wood. A single dragon word left my lips, and my own speed burst forward. Her eyes were momentarily widened, and her gaze lingered, falling to my left arm. Dragon. She whispered. Boost. I called out with the boosted gear answering my call and formed on my hand. I slammed Mirage into Excalibur, not allowing her to finish her swing. The power discharged harmlessly to the side. Her feet pushed into the stone of the ground, shattering under the impact as I pushed her back. She gritted her teeth, her sword enveloped in that same power once more. She released her noble phantasm just to block my attack. I quickly disengaged, pulled myself forward toward her through a minor application of the kaleidoscope, narrowly dodging her strike. The accumulated energy sailing off and creating another gouge in this already destabilized cavern. The rocky ceiling above us shook violently, pieces began to fall down and it felt like the entire mountain was starting to come apart. It was a miracle the mountain hadn't come down on us already. Maybe this whole cavern was somehow metaphysically enhanced due to housing the Grail for so many years. I didn't dwell on the nonsensical question, I pivoted to her side, thrusting Mirage forward. She brought up her hand, clad in that gauntlet of hers. The tip of my sword met it and she took that small opening to swing Excalibur again. The same as before, it erupted in an arc, blowing away everything in front of her with that corrupted energy. I was forced to dance around her slashes, as every one carried the power to actually harm me significantly if I got hit directly. But this proved difficult, her absurd instinct allowed her to match my pace, even if my speed started to overcome her own. She barely moved from the spot she was standing, merely stepping due to my counterattacks after each of hers. Instead, she opted for the most direct strategy. She just kept blasting her damn noble phantasm with wanton disregard. I slid to the side, ducking under another blast, and before I even had time to blink, her sword was above her head, bursting with power, swinging down once more. Dragon shot. I discharged from the boosted gear, the draconic energy surging forth towards her. She had to stop her release midway, bringing her blade up to block it properly. Her feet dug more out of the ground, but she suffered no damage. I leapt up into the air, pulling my blade back into a thrusting motion. I would give her a proper end to this fight using one of my stronger techniques. The same move I used against Scathach when we were training. Dozens of ethereal copies of me emerged from my position, taking up spots on different world axes as they forced themselves to align properly with this iteration of the world. All of them were about to land a hit until she did the unexpected again. She spun her sword, and slammed the tip into the ground. The surface below us cracked and like a geyser, her energy exploded upward, destroying my technique in the most simple way possible. She seemingly had no regard for her own well-being. Even with her arms suffering backlash, tearing her flesh and sundering her armor, she didn't hesitate in the slightest. It's time to end this. You fought well, but this is as far as you go. She lifted her blade above her head and the output of magical energy reached the apex. It transcended what she had been displaying before, and I knew what was truly coming. I stood straight at the precipice of power. It was almost as if time slowed down, and her blade chopped down like an executioner's axe. Excalibur Morgan. The true name was released, and so too was the amount of power behind it, amplified several folds compared to previously. I felt a warm sensation bubble up in my chest, and I held my hand aloft. A golden light broke free and enveloped me. It danced around for a brief moment before taking position in the path of oncoming destruction. Adorned with gold and blue enamel, a shield formed. The feeling of hope and safety radiated out. But more so, it was the feeling of protectiveness from someone who I shared such an intimate bond with. That she wouldn't allow me to leave unless I took this with me, even to her own detriment. Avalon. I whispered. The ever-distant utopia came to my defense. The malignant energy of her corrupted holy sword completely filled my vision. The intensity was also amplified to an absurd degree, and the sheer power released wasn't just metaphysical, as the blast itself cleared right through the side of the cavern, penetrating the walls of stone, reducing them to naught but slag and molten drag at the sheer heat and intensity of the attack. And I had no doubt that a good chunk of the city below no longer existed. Just as quickly as it had come, the conglomeration of energy died out, leaving only wisps of energy, and they too quickly dissipated. The corrupted version of a woman I loved stared at me, her eyes displaying more emotion than anything I've seen thus far. I wanted to stop, to talk to her. The spark of who I knew existed underneath that emotionless exterior she exhibited, it finally shined through just a tiny bit. Avalon's effect died out as well, the encompassing defense retreating back inside of me. With guilt, I moved. Saber's body arched forwards, her mouth silently opening, and her limbs going limp. Her sword finally fell from her hands, and my blade protruded from her back, piercing her heart. ******. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 354, Chapter 321. See you chillin' POV. It was obvious Archer was leading me away. He knew that I knew, and that there wasn't a need to keep this act up. But he kept shooting me all the while. And almost all of them were just intended to annoy me, even if they had hit. My little junior was lucky that I'm so pissed at this Archer, otherwise I'd want my own crack at Saber. But I guess I can be nice and give him that. Seemed he has history with her anyways, didn't feel right to try and butt in there. Even if he extorted me for some stuff, it wasn't really malicious. Guess I'll just call it a gift on my part and let him deal with it. The fucking balls on him to do that knowing about Odin and myself. Might be why I'd taken a liking to him as I did. Thought the sleeping god had a good impression of him too. Got a few things from when his blessing reacted. Odin seems to favor him quite a bit. And he let me use Teacher's spear, really can't thank him enough for that. I was going to put that to good use. You done running, you bastard. I was itching to grab my spear. Hide it away, I wanted to surprise him, but he was really making it hard to hold back. Would you prefer we fought closer to the mountain? Maybe close enough for her to give me new orders. He said sarcastically. Or maybe you'd prefer I run over to where Berserker is still up and about. Maybe you want to go a few rounds with him first. It was a good point, but even so. Bite me. Appropriate coming from the mutt. Says the leash dog that keeps barking. I took a few steps forward, eyeing him as he stood up on the roof of the temple. Don't know why he chose this spot, but I guess it was as good as any. Decent terrain for an archer like him, and it gave him a lot of maneuverability. I thumbed the stones I held between my fingers, feeling the runes carved on them. It was always my favorite trick. Teacher always kicked my ass when I used it against her, but it was always funny when it worked. Well, you gonna project those swords of yours or not? I want to get back and see the kid fight Saber at some point. I was not going to let this end on such a shit note. I was going to get my fight from this Archer, even if I had to force him. I'm guessing he told you that as well. Archer scowled, making me grin happily. He apparently knows that too. Knows a lot more than he really should, 'cause I've never seen him before. If only you knew. I laughed. Yeah, Odin's bits were starting to wake up a little once the kid started interrogating me. Not surprising he knows a lot of things, those magicians are a strange bunch, even to the great god. Bit of a surprise that this archer could use such a basic magecraft like gradation air and turn it into something that's able to copy noble phantasms. Kind of impressed, honestly. Would have praised him if he weren't such a gigantic jackass. Might not have believed him if I hadn't seen the ass do just what the kid described. Made sense in hindsight, but who would have taken that as their first conclusion? It's not something rational to believe or guess at first. Answer me one question. What? His hands opened up, those twin swords of his appearing easily. Can do that other thing? I asked, a little hopeful. He blinked, then his eyes narrowed. Of course he knows about that too. A deeper scowl emerged. Why don't you come and find out? Sure. I guess it'd spoil the fun just to be told. I barked out a laugh. I really hope he did have it. I've never fought someone with a reality marble before. Archer clicked his tongue. Annoying battle addicts. Annoying archers. I corrected, with another smile. He grumbled, jumping down from the roof of the temple. By the way, here's a gift. He quickly threw both his swords. They spun abnormally, like boomerangs as they seemed to be draw one another. Interesting. I swung my staff forward, deflecting one, and dodging the other. Come on, you can do better than that. I roared, launching forward at him. My speed was nowhere near that of my lancer self, but it was still about the same as him. He wasn't entirely cursed, but he was clearly bogged down by the effects. It was enough that our physical stats weren't that different even if he was an archer and I was a caster. That black bow of his appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his fingers, several swords twisted into the form of arrows and shot off at me. I slammed the butt of my staff on the ground, a shield forming in front of me. As soon as they connected, the magics keeping the arrows together unraveled, and dissipated. Well, thanks to the kid, I knew how easy it was to counter those annoying things now. Can't say the same for the stronger stuff he makes. But these simpler ones, they wouldn't be touching me anymore. The archer clicked his tongue, but his eyes darted to the side and I realized something was wrong. I jerked my head around to see those two blades of his flying back towards me. I quickly ducked out of the way, flicking one of the rune stones in my hand to the side. I followed it up with a few basic elemental runes that ignited and fired towards the bastard. He jumped away, releasing another few of those sword arrows. Not gonna work. I shouted with glee, ignoring them the same way. I took that moment to kick off the ground again. He caught the swords of his, dismissing his bow. Just in time for him to block my staff as I was about to smack that annoying look off his face. What's wrong, caster? Archer gruffed, his swords pushing against my staff. I thought the mighty dog of Ulster was stronger than this. It's Hound. I scowled, igniting my staff with a simple runic application. The flames danced around it, causing him to hesitate, long enough for me to break his guard. The flighty bastard just opted to completely disengage though, throwing his swords again. Damn annoying. Guiding the runic stones between my fingers, I tossed all of them at him. His eyes widened, the runes glowed brightly and exploded right in his face. At that moment, I took the opportunity to throw a few more in a few notable places around us. Come on, that was just a love tap, I mocked, watching as the dust settled. Then allow me to return the favor. Archer's voice rang out and I felt a sense of danger. He took a kneeling position, clearly steadying himself. As much as I didn't like the guy, he clearly was skilled. Not many bowmen I could recall in life that could match the level of skill he showed in our exchanges so far. So the fact that he was taking aim made my scalp tingle. Only when the dust finally settled completely, and I saw what was knocked back did I realize what he was holding. You're a right bastard, you know that. Using my adoptive father's sword like that. I growled out in annoyance. How the hell did he manage to replicate Kaleidoscope? Damn it, what an annoyance. I could recognize that twisted drill-like sword anywhere, even if he changed it the way he did to turn it into an arrow. Kaleidoscope. Archer let loose the arrow like it was his own noble phantasm. If the kid hadn't warned me, it may have given me a harder time. Archer really could replicate noble phantasms and activate them like they're his own. Oh well, it didn't really change my plan. I had one last runic stone in my hand and I dropped it to the ground. Then, I stomped on it, letting it sink into the earth. The twisting arrow, it bent time and space at the absurd rotational and magical might. However, once it was about to reach me, an invisible wave pulsed out, enveloping the noble phantasm. The arrow sword disappeared, like it had never existed. Archer tried to jump back, to avoid the effect of the spell I just actualized, but he slammed into an invisible wall, falling to the ground. Nah, I'm looking for a nice friendly fight. No noble phantasms, no running away, none of that fancy crap. I deserve something after all the crap you put me through. So, it's going to be just one-on-one, and neither of us can leave until the other dies. I explained as he picked himself up. Those stones. He easily guessed the cause. You cast runes in the air. Copied one of my teacher's things. I spun my staff around before slamming it down into the ground. She could summon the gate to her land of shadows. Copied it a little bit, this is my territory now. You can guess the rules. I grinned. He dismissed his bow again, and caught the flying swords that flew back towards him. The caster wants to fight me one-on-one. All right then. He shrugged. If you want to lose that bad, I can go help out Saber once I'm done. Nah. I shook my head. You're making one simple mistake. What's that? He raised an eyebrow. You keep assuming I'm a caster. I took out the spear. It wasn't hard to hide it away, but the look on his face was absolutely worth waiting until now. So, ready for that round two? Shit. He blurted out. Couldn't say it better myself. I took a familiar stance and he tensed up. This was going to be good. And quick, unfortunately. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Olga Marie Animosphere POV. He had a noble phantasm. Because of course he does. We all hid behind Mash's shield, but it wasn't needed. Shimoda took out a sword and released it, managing to somehow keep Excalibur of all things at bay. What did he call it, Dawnbreaker? I didn't recognize the name at all. Humph, what else was he hiding from me? Still, it was hard to keep standing straight at the collision. Everyone else had to brace themselves as the energies collided. I was able to reinforce myself easily, allowing me to keep my footing. And I shielded the rabbit I continued to hold in my arms. However, it appeared to not be disturbed in the slightest. I'm not surprised, considering that it's Shimoda's familiar. It was using lightning in some capacity, so it's obviously a phantasmal beast. Who knew what this creature actually was? It felt sort of reassuring to hold in my arms. I didn't even realize that I was petting it as I was watching. He stood there, unmoving even under the intense gaze of that saber servant. Even this far back, I could feel the sheer amount of power she radiated. It was intimidating, yet, having Shimoda there was reassuring. Ever since he came, he'd been reliable. I guess it's no wonder after knowing who he really was. And I know I couldn't fault him for hiding it. Despite the feeling of betrayal, I was unbelievably relieved to see him standing there. Amazing. The newest addition to Chaldea's staff seemed to speak what was on everyone's mind. How he was able to form a contract with Mash, I still had no idea. We'll have to investigate that when we get back. Considering the circumstances though, we were extremely lucky that he did. Senpai has a noble phantasm. Mash added, peeking over her shield. I thought only servants could have them. Samuel stated. Normally, that is the case, I replied. Just another thing he hid. I scoffed. The remnants of B-Team just looked at him with worship in their eyes. Frankly, he'd already become something of an idol for them. They're lucky they ended up with him as their leader. Just his name alone would allow them an obscene amount of benefits in the future if they were inclined. Saying they were taught by someone related to the Wizard Marshal. And now he's my subordinate. I would have been happy if Chaldea wasn't up in literal flames. My subordinate was the self-proclaimed grandson of the Wizard Marshal. I'd like to see those vultures try and take a bite out of Chaldea now. Get down. Mash yelled, breaking me from my thoughts. Another wave of energy darted out. Mash moved her shield in front of us, the remnants of it barely splashing past as she guarded us from the worst of it. Her shield was very sturdy. As expected from someone who said they were the Shielder class. Shimoda's lesson on extra classes was handy information. Are all magi like that, Director? Is this normal? Samuel, whom I have discovered was the de facto leader of that little ragtag group when Shimoda was away, asked. Based on all their expressions, he seemed to be able to read their moods and decipher it. No, it is not. I said evenly, even as I tried my best to keep my expression from showing the shock. Shimoda and the Saber Servant were fighting. He was crossing blades with King Arthur and not losing. Actually, I think he was winning. It was hard to see, even with my reinforced eyes. They were basically a blur, each strike of theirs kicked up a whirlwind, and sundered the ground beneath. Each step of theirs so quick that it almost seemed like a dance they practiced beforehand. A normal magus would never be able to match a servant like he is doing. At best, they can survive a servant and possibly fight one, however winning is a completely different matter. I spoke up again to clarify. Another wave of power arced across the space above you, cleaving into the cavern's sides. Do not use common sense to judge a magician. I quickly moved out of the way of a falling rock. This whole place is going to cave in. The Frenchman trembled with his broken English. But, he wasn't wrong. However, running away wasn't a good idea either. Mash, get ready to assist Shimoda. We need to end this fight as soon as possible. All right, Director. Mash nodded. Good, at least she listened to my orders. Hold your horses, Missy. A bunch of vines burst out of the ground, forming a shelter above us. The falling debris landed on it without issue. Castor. Samuel smiled. Hey there, farm boy. Castor grinned. Castor. I looked at the approaching servant. I assume you defeated Archer. Yup, it was a good fight. He nodded, holding that spear of Shimoda's over his shoulder. It was Shimoda's spear. Shimoda apparently trained with the same person as a literal heroic spirit. I would give that the due consideration it needed later. As ridiculous as it was honestly not the most ridiculous thing I've heard or seen today. Him fighting a literal servant who was probably juiced up with a holy grail was right at the top of that list. Along with him being a magician. Wonderful then. With Castor here, we didn't need to lose our shield. Castor, go help Shimoda. No can do, lass. What? I raised my voice. It's his fight. The Castor servant just lazily plopped himself down on his lazy ass. What's that supposed to mean? It means that it's his fight. You heard him say it before, he has history with the girl. Let him resolve it himself. That's absurd. I stomped my foot. He's fighting a servant, he could die. First, I doubt that. Got a good look at my little junior over there. I don't think I have a chance as a Castor, honestly. Unless I cheat, but that's neither here nor there. Besides, he asked for it, he's clearly confident or it's worth risking his life. Do you not trust him? Castor tilted his head up at me. Fine, whatever. I huffed. I suppose I trusted him. He's one of the few people that's actually been kind to me. He didn't have to keep any charade up after Chaldea blew up, yet he still called me director. I couldn't help but hug the rabbit in my arms. If it looks like he'll lose, will you help him? I asked softly. Geez. The Castor scratched his head. If it'll make you feel better, fine. But I won't need to lift a finger. You sure boss will be okay, Castor? The American asked too. Oh yeah, trust me, farm boy, your boss is packing some power. Castor chuckled. Director, I'm getting a call. Mash spoke up. It's Roman. I tapped my foot, looking at what was going on. If Castor handles our surroundings, I got it taken care of. He waved me off. Then put Roman on. I ordered. Mash nodded, slamming her shield down to make it sturdy. The connection used her shield as a basis, we were able to receive his signal and Roman's face appeared through the magically created screen. Director. Roman exclaimed. Roman, what's the problem? No problem, Director. I wanted to let you know that we have enough power to ray shift when you're ready. Roman stated. Good. I nodded in approval. At least something had gone our way thus far. Roman, begin recordings from your end. I want you to capture the fight for future reference. It would be good to get an idea of what Shimoda was capable of so we can create better plans. And I can show those idiots who keep hounding me and use it as a threat. Fight. Whose fight? Roman paused. Is that Takao? It is. I confirmed, watching the same scene of him fighting a servant head-on. I didn't even bother to comment on his misuse of name. I couldn't blame him for his reaction. It was one thing to hear him say he was going to fight a servant, it was another to actually see it happen. Get down. Castor suddenly stood up, casting a spell as more roots shot up in front of us. My entire vision was filled with that malevolent energy that Saber was producing. Apparently a stray shot was dodged by Shimoda and flew right at us. Both Castor and Mash moved forward to intercept, dispersing the majority of it so we weren't harmed. The roots in front of us withered and died quickly, and right away we were greeted by a roar that shook the cavern. And Shimoda had a red gauntlet on his arm that hadn't appeared before. Dragon. Castor breathed out. What? Roman blurted out. What? I unfortunately match Roman's response. What's a dragon? Where's a dragon? A dragon, Director. Fujimaru asked. They're real. Yes they are. I mean, they aren't anymore. But they used to be, but. They were, kid. Castor cut off Roman. No way they exist anymore. But his red gauntlet over there definitely has something to do with one. Looks like it has one sealed inside. I couldn't help but gape in Shimoda's direction. A real dragon, in this age. Wait, how would you know that? I'm a druid, girly. Dragons are just masses of mana, an aspect of nature given form. You think I can't recognize something like that? Fine, whatever. Shimoda had a dragon or something, because why not? He will be writing up a report later and tell me everything he's been hiding. Or else, humph. Shield girl, get ready. Castor said rather seriously, making me stiffen. Director, we're picking up a huge influx of magical energy. Roman also shouted from his side. Right as the words left his mouth, Saber erupted in a font of magical energy that dwarfed what she had been putting out before. Mash. Noble phantasm, now. I screamed. Saber's voice carried across this empty cavern. Excalibur Morgan. Mash held her shield up, slamming it onto the ground. Lord Chaldea's. That same white wall formed in front of us. I couldn't see what was going on, but the cavern completely shook and started to collapse. It was like an earthquake erupted right at this spot. Mash visibly strained to hold the shield up under the pressure, and she wasn't even being directly attacked. But it held. Credit where it was due, she was earning her status as a demi-servant. The pressure didn't last much longer. As quick as it came, it went away and Mash's shield also began to fade. I had no words. A massive hole appeared in the cavern. I could look out of it and see what remained of the city where the noble phantasm landed. The sheer destruction rendered by that attack made my heart skip a beat when I realized that Shimoda was on the other end. I hesitantly turned my gaze to where he should be. A golden shield enveloped him. The spot he was standing looked to be a mound of grass, as if he was in a completely different world. I could faintly feel something warm as I gazed upon it. The lights and golden aura that surrounded him began to recede, taking the form of a sheath. I didn't know the name of it, but I knew for a fact that it was completely beyond reproach and I couldn't even bring myself to utter a word of distaste at it even by mistake. The item, noble phantasm, whatever it was, immediately shot into his chest and disappeared as quickly as it seemingly appeared. It blocked Excalibur. Just another secret that Shimoda was carrying that I would demand an explanation from. Before I could regain my composure, Shimoda moved. His sword pierced right through the saber servant, not leaving her an opportunity to respond. I finally relaxed once she dropped her weapon, knowing it was actually over. Right. I breathed out in relief, seeing that Shimoda was okay. Shimoda won, let's go. I took a single step forward, but I was suddenly jerked backwards. What's the big idea? I glared at Castor who was holding my collar. Give him a moment. He said. Why does he need a moment? He won, he. Does that look like the face of someone who won? Castor replied. I wanted to retort, but then I saw it for myself. Why was Shimoda looking at her like that? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. I pulled Mirage out of her in one swift motion. Her body shuddered and I quickly caught her before she fell. I slowly lowered her to the ground, her hollow yellow eyes stared back at me. Am I to be pitied now? The corrupted form of Artoria spoke. Do you not fear that I may have the strength yet to rend you apart? Even if my spiritual core was pierced, do you think I am without means? She closed her eyes slightly. I could do many things even in this state. You are foolish for putting yourself in this situation. The Grail provides me a quantity of magical energy that I could be a danger to you as long as I draw breath. Are you? It is pointless, you possess Avalon and it answered your call. She looked at me weakly, eyes looking heavy. Why do you have Avalon? Someone very special gave it to me. I answered. Why do you shed tears? Her voice was very soft. I could feel the cool liquid fall down my cheeks. You weren't going to stop, were you? I was not. She fully admitted. It would have ended in my defeat or yours. She wasn't going to stop. I knew her all too well. For whatever reason, she thought what she was doing was for the best, so she wouldn't have been talked out of her course of action. Too damn stubborn. You speak of familiarity with me once more. Artoria replied. Do I truly remind you of someone else? The resemblance is unmistakable. Tell me about this person. She closed her eyes again. Demanding for a loser, aren't you? Isn't the loser supposed to listen to the winner in situations like this? Humph, I did not lose. I could have continued if I desired. She huffed cutely in the same way that my own Artoria did, and it made my heart ache even more. Well, she's very competitive. I said immediately, earning a snort from her. A glutton too. I don't think her stomach is capable of being full. Are you simply using this opportunity to insult me? She opened her eyes, glaring cutely. I am used to such things, it will have no effect on me. She's also very kind. I decided to stop joking. I am a tyrant. I ruled with an iron fist and forced submission if needed. It seems this resemblance is not as uncanny as you believe. Was this Artoria that different than my own? I don't actually know what kind of life she lived. She also has the habit of thinking the worse about herself, often requiring someone else to argue with her. I continued onwards. I find that unlikely. She's one of the most beautiful women I've laid my eyes on. I could feel Artoria's presence start to waver. She didn't have much longer, the remaining magical energy was probably keeping her together right now due to the sheer amount she was channeling. She has the most breathtaking smile. The servant shifted slightly, I didn't know if that was a good or bad sign. I took that moment to wipe away a few tears that were forming. She is courageous and uncompromising when she thinks she's right. But I suppose I enjoy that stubbornness about her just as much as everything else. What is she to you, stranger? This Artoria whispered. She is someone I love dearly. I said with full honesty. How enviable. Her quiet words barely reached my ears as her body broke down and dissipated back into motes of magical energy. I looked up, unwillingly, to see the mana disperse back into the word. For the second time in my life, I had a woman I loved die in my arms, and I was the cause. A touching scene. My eyes widened and I climbed to my feet. I clenched my fists tight as I saw the familiar face of that voice. That long curly hair, green suit and cane in hand. He wore a condescending smile, looking right at me. You. I growled out. Lev Laner. Me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 355, Chapter 322. It was him. It was all his fault. I knew something was wrong, and I let him go about it. I could have stopped it, I could have ended it if I had just followed my gut and taken him out on the spot the first time we met. Slowly, I stood up from where I was holding Artoria. I could feel myself trembling as he looked at me smugly. It was all your fault. You're going to have to be more specific. Lev smiled, twirling his cane. I've been very busy these past couple days. He chuckled, holding a certain ownerless grail in his hands. Lev, you're all right. Olga exclaimed, running right towards him. Damn it, girl. Siyu was the first to react, trying to grab hold of her, but a spell flew right at him, making him step back protectively of his master. Lev held a wand between his fingers, having replaced his cane. I was about to move, to intercept, but his hand twitched and I saw his wand move up towards Olga, making my steps pause. Regardless of how utterly furious I was right now, I wouldn't risk her just to vent my anger. Olga, oh Olga. Lev put on a grandfatherly facade. My stupid and foolish Olga. Lev. Olga looked up in confusion as she got close. How surprising it is to see you alive. He still spoke with that cheerful tone. I put a bomb right under you, yet here you are. What are you saying? Director. I breathed out, taking a step forward. Lev wagged his finger. Careful, don't want anything to happen to her, do you? Lev, what are you doing? I jerked my head towards the familiar voice of Roman. The holographic-like screen appearing at Mash's side. And Roman too. Lev clicked his tongue. I should have known. I put that bomb right inside your office, but of course you weren't there when it blew up. Lev, don't tell me. Do I need to spell it out for you? He sneered. I was hoping I wouldn't have to ever put up with this nonsense again, but it seems like things didn't go quite as planned. Lev, this joke isn't funny. Olga, poor Olga. Lev shook his head. The biggest mistake your father made was not leaving Chaldea in the hands of someone more capable. Can you really not understand the situation after saying so blatantly? Then again, you haven't even realized you died yet. What? You didn't have the capacity to reshift, did you not understand how you ended up here? I think even Roman knew that, he was probably sparing your feelings. I was working on a solution. The doctor quietly admitted. Roman. Olga shrieked. Did the reshift grab your soul right as your body was destroyed? A fluke then, a 1 in a million chance. That's impossible, Olga started breathing heavily. The reshift procedure obscures one's casualty. Its entire nature is about pushing one's soul into a fake body that is projected to a different time period. That is to say, I didn't notice. I couldn't say it better myself. Lev smiled brightly as if the topic of the conversation wasn't making Olga have a panic attack. Lev, why? Roman asked. Why? His eyes narrowed towards Roman's face. Because the world shook, the very sky itself seemed to start coming apart at the seams as everyone stared up. Oh, it appears that the singularity is beginning to break down now that Saber isn't acting as an anchor anymore. He gazed back to me. I really should thank you. That Saber servant really didn't follow my orders well, opting to keep this place propped up even after everything that happened. I almost reacted, I almost lashed out and forwent all consequences. My palm was bleeding from my nails digging into it as I clenched my fist too tightly. Allow me to properly introduce myself. He flicked his arms wide open. Lev Laner Floros. He smiled savagely. And I'm responsible for the incineration of human history. Floros. The name immediately rang bells into my head and his gaze met mine once more. As expected, you connected the dots quickly, didn't you? His expression darkened. A strange outlier you are. I originally planned to make a move once a team were already inside their coffins, it would have much cleaner. Olga here wouldn't have had to suffer, but you just appeared and threw out many of my plans. Olga was speechless. I don't think she managed to properly process what was going on yet. Honestly, she should thank me. Now she can fulfill her dreams of reshifting at the last moments of her life. Consider it my gift for not having to hear your whining anymore, Director. He scoffed. But where was I? Oh yes. I suppose it only takes one strange variable to change plans. I didn't want to risk an anomaly like you being present at the time, so I had to improvise and decided that individual points were more preferable. Unfortunately, things did not work out quite as well as expected. Roman, Olga, even that elemental all survived. Frankly, I'm a little disappointed in myself since even some of your team survived. Why? I said softly. Why do all of this? What's the point? The point. He scoffed again. The point is to rid the world of a disease. Humanity isn't worth protecting. I thought you would understand that, but I guess was mistaken. I had assumed you were merely playing at being like them, but it's not an act at all. He held the grail up in his hand. With this the end has begun. What are you talking about? The singularity was prevented. Even without the grail, it's starting to collapse. Roman interjected. Roman, oh Roman. Lev shook his head. Allow me to show you the futility of everything you've worked for. He waved his hand, and a tear opened up in space and time by pulling on the power of the grail. No. Olga screamed, seeing what was on the other side. This. That's right. Lev smiled. Chaldea's has turned completely red, meaning human history has been completely incinerated already. Chaldea is the last bastion of survival in the world for that time period. You may thank me as you watch the last facets of your species whimper away in the darkness. A deserving punishment for your kind after losing the favor of my king. Director, we're picking up several new singularities. Roman exclaimed in shock. You finally noticed. Lev's smile turned predatory. Enough. See you. I shouted. On it. The caster servant slammed his hand onto the ground. Root sprang up, grabbing hold of Olga. It was at that moment that Sir Wiggles erupted in his own lightning, discharging it right at the source of all my anger. Petulant rodent. He hissed, about to respond, but I was already on Lev, my sword slashing downwards and allowed Olga to be taken away before retreating a few steps backwards. I took that moment to slide right to their side. Roman, being reshifting. Right as I said that, this entire place shook, this isolated realm that was only supported by Saber and the Grail. Oh yes, Rayshift back. Olga can die by having her existence eradicated that way. A remnant soul that will vanish the moment she steps back into Chaldea. Lev mocked. Are you sure? Roman hesitated due to his words. Da Vinci, you there? I didn't take my eyes off him. He just stared, as if to watch a show. I could tell he was utterly amused by this whole thing. She's not. I'm here, what do you need? Da Vinci's voice came over the link. What? Later, Roman. I quickly interrupted. Da Vinci, how quickly can you make Olga a new body? If someone had told me the situation beforehand, I would have had enough time. But as it stands, she'll only have a few seconds the moment she steps back, not enough time to do anything. Da Vinci didn't hold back her words. Aye. Olga has a few tears streaming down her face. Get started. I told her. On it. Da Vinci didn't argue. Roman, setting link. Mash stepped forward, slamming her shield into the ground. Rayshifting initiated, 30 seconds until response. Roman stated. Director, don't fight me. I put a hand on her chest. Hey farm boy, give me some magical energy. CU spoke up. My junior here finished the war, but I'm a little unsatisfied. I think I'll take a crack at that S over there. CU raised his spear, pointing towards Lev. Oh, you want to fight me, servant? Lev's lips curled up. Do what you need to, caster. Samuel nodded, shifting over all the magical energy he could. Oof, yeah, a little rough there, but that's the stuff. CU straightened up. He shot me a sideways glance. I'll give you a few seconds, whatever he is, don't think I can hold him off for long and this place is starting to break apart. Thank you. I whispered. CU chuckled. You still owe me a drink later. He stepped forward, summoning all the magical energy he had available. Wickerman. He immediately summoned his noble phantasm. The massive wooden construct rose up from the ground, engulfed in fire. And its target was the man who identified himself as Floros. Olga. I shifted my attention towards her. Despite the turbulent emotions I was feeling, the rage at wanting to tear him apart, I tried my best to give her a calm and gentle smile. You're going to be fine, trust me. At the very least, I could save her. At the moment, all the anger I was feeling was pushed back in favor of saving her. Olga didn't speak, but the look she gave was heart-wrenching. I've gotten to know her a little bit since coming to Chaldea. She was standoffish, prickly, and overall demanding. But, then I began to see what little bits she accidentally let out when she felt more comfortable. My aura surged out, reaching into her. Her body jerked as her eyes widened at what I was doing. What are these readings? For it is through freedom that we achieve immortality. Through this we become a paragon of liberation and choice to rise above fate. Infinite in possibilities and unbound by death, I release your soul and by my hand, unshackle thee. Olga's entire body burst out in light. No, it wasn't her body. She was a soul right now, and everyone could see her being directly affected. A multitude of colors swirled around her, a phenomena I've never witnessed before as this had never been attempted on a soul without a body. But I could feel her existence became more solidified. This should keep her form coherent until Da Vinci can create her a physical body or some other solution. Shimoda. Olga whispered, a confused look on her face. I pushed my hat a little down on her head. Sir Wiggles, watch over her. I commanded as he nestled between her arms once more. Rayshifting in 10 seconds. Roman shouted. Boss, are you coming? Samuel asked. I looked at them, then back to CU. The Wickerman was barely being held together. I narrowed my eyes as Floros tore apart the wood construct and a barrage of spells landed on Castor himself. Shit. CU coughed, blood seeping from his mouth. Thought I could last a little longer. Castor. Samuel was about to run to him, but CU put his arm up. I know when it's over, farm boy. He grinned, even through bloodied and mangled body. He tossed the spear, my spear to him. Hold on to that. Got a feeling I'm not going to be summoned as a lancer next time. Shimoda. Olga tugged on my sleeve. I'll be right behind you, don't worry. I reassured her. Samuel, Benjamin, Pierre, and Ritsuka. I glanced once more at the people I should have been responsible for. My heart ached knowing that they were the only members of B team that remained. Mash, watch over them. I had trouble even knowing what to say. Leave it to me, senpai. Mash nodded firmly. They didn't deserve this at all. But I know they would be in good hands for now. The rayshift enveloped them, and it was interesting to see from this side. But I had absolutely no mind to pay attention to it for now. I glanced at Cu, who basically slumped to the ground. "Hey, give me a good show." He grinned. Floros looked annoyed, his clothes were a little singed, and his eyes showed red with strange pupils. "Glady." I growled out once the others were safely away. "Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker." The massive torrent of power enveloped me as Draig scale mail formed around my body. The accompanied roar shook the world. The collapse that was already imminent began to accelerate. "What is that?" "Boost." I roared again, interrupting Floros' statement. I immediately shot off the ground right at me. He flicked his wand, a shield materializing around him as I slammed into it. "Boost, boost, boost." I shouted again, forcing him into the ground. His shield cracked. "Do you think?" I reached my hand out, grabbing hold of my sword of destruction. My bloodline ignited around it and I slashed it downwards. "Impudent." He shouted, his wand swinging forward to match it, enchanted with his own magics. The effects landed upon my sword, but they were utterly annihilated, making his eyes widen. A massive surge of power gathered in his other hand, so I switched targets, my sword of destruction cut through every obstacle, and it met his flesh. He roared as my power of destruction tore into his body, completely unaware of the origin, he didn't properly defend against it. His eyes glowed bright, and his flesh that was striped away shifted unnaturally, underneath, it appeared with more eyes. Matching his own disfigured pupils, they all glowed bright, unleashing condensed magical energy that actualized into the form of lasers. I ripped off what remained of his arm, pulling away the few bits of flesh that still held it together to his body before pulling away. My aura took a small hit to defend against his attack, but I wasn't much worse for wear. Floros stood to his feet, letting out a pained growl. "You, insignificant ant." He clutched the spot where his arm was missing. I held up his severed arm, and I pulled on my bloodline again, disintegrating every piece of it right before his eyes. "I am far from done with you." I returned his scornful gaze. "I've had people I've hated before. I've had people target those I care about. I've had to deal with some of the most heinous excuses for living beings in existence. But you are probably the person I hate the most out of all my years of living. Congratulations, you achieved a monumental feat." Floros looked at his arm and sneered towards me. "This means nothing in front of the power of my king. You are nothing, an amalgamation, a facsimile of one of us, nothing more." "Yes, well, allow me to retort." I kicked off the ground again, moving at him at blinding speeds. "Boost," called out again and my fist smashed right into his stomach. His body practically caved in, but the light didn't even flicker in his eyes. He immediately grit his teeth and lashed out at me, those menacing eyes of his. Appendages burst out of his body, all covered in those strange eyes. They were strong, easily contesting with my own strength, enough that I had to actually be wary of them. It was no wonder that Cu was so easily defeated and his noble phantasm overcome. This thing was just masquerading in the form of a human, but it was more certainly a demon. The sky above us crackled and roared, matching my own fury with thunder and lightning following in its wake. I didn't reel myself in, letting all of my anger slip out to facilitate the change in weather. My other swords flew out, slashing at the massive tentacle-like appendages that attempted to reach me. Annoying tricks. The voice of the demon roared out, smacking them away, only for me to take hold of my sword of destruction and pierce right inside one of the largest appendages, letting loose my power of destruction. His painful roar resounded everywhere, forcing him to abandon it after realizing how corrosive my bloodline was. I didn't let up, I reached out my hand, grabbing Dawnbreaker slashing into his shoulder. He used his other hand to grab hold of the blade, stopping me in my tracks, but I just let go and reached for Ascalon. The Dragon Slayer sword flew into my hand and I swung it at his neck. He had to sacrifice several more of his tentacles to ward off the attack. My noble phantasm bit into the flesh surfaces, cleaving one and stopping halfway through another before the momentum subsided. I once more abandoned that sword and gestured to the sky. Thor's hammer. I looked him right in the eyes as I called upon one of my most destructive spells. I activated my semblance, turning my body into lightning. The detriment to my spell, I had never found a way to overcome it. A side effect of the massive power being that it would harm anything within the area, including myself. The construct that formed out of pure lightning. It swung its hammer downwards. However, I was now lightning itself, I wouldn't be affected. I watched his eyes widen and a look of panic appear on his face. His body bloated, and shifted once more. His flesh split open and a massive tentacle surged outwards, reaching dozens of meters into the sky. Eyes wound around it, showing the same ones that Floros revealed. Was this his true form? The presence was enough to force me backwards. And all the eyes looked up into the sky. An eerie shout sounded out, the eyes glowed bright and a malevolent flame-like magic erupted to meet my attack head-on. They collided in mid-air, completely destroying one another. The ground beneath us cracked and dispersed. It was a lightless void that began to be revealed underneath. This singularity was well and truly almost gone. You forced me into this. The eyes of the thing all focused back on me. Die. The eyes dilated, and laser-like attacks discharged from every single one. They turned and jerked at angles that should be impossible, surrounding me completely. Ascalon. I called out, my noble phantasm long returning to my hand. The sword activated, moving to protect me at every angle, deflecting and blocking every blow that came about. Annoying pest. The warped voice growled out. It attacked me again, but I withdrew Ascalon. The sword of destruction re-entered my hand and dragon wings sprang forth from my back. I pushed off what remained of the ground, the endless void consuming everything else. I dodged around what blasts came from me, approaching the demon's true body. Sword of destruction. I called out. The ability to destroy anything 3 times every century. That was the ability that the sword held, it was what Jin told me about the relic. I've only used it once thus far. I target your core, and I sentence you to destruction. I slammed the sword into the main body. The massive tentacle flailed haphazardly, as if it lost all ability to properly maneuver. One of the large eyes on the tentacle bulged and the familiar shape forced its way out. Still missing an arm, body still scarred and cleaved in several places. He dropped to the ground, and parts of his body began to disintegrate at visible speed. The massive tentacle from being dissipated as well, leaving but his human-like form left. What did you do? He writhed on the ground. My connection, I'm losing. He screamed. My satisfaction at watching him get destroyed quickly came to a halt when he revealed the grail once more. That annoying trinket was starting to get on my nerves. He held it up as one of his legs disappeared in its entirety. My king, save me. He wailed, opening a rift and jumping through. It slammed shut right before him. You think you can leave? I ground my teeth, putting away everything else but Mirage. Reversing special coordinates. My sword began glowing as I started my abrupt calculations. The world falling apart around me. Finalized local anomaly, opening kaleidoscope. I shouted, slicing my sword downright right where he left from, and I jumped through. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I slammed onto some sort of marble flooring. I didn't even consider where I was going before jumping through, maybe my anger was clouding my judgment, but I couldn't stop. I had to see that bastard die with my own eyes. I wanted to watch every piece of him burn away as he writhed in pain. I took in my surroundings. It was as if we were in the void of space, nothing around but floating pieces of earth, the biggest being the one I stood on. Immediately my eyes found a large staircase and they traveled up towards the top. There was a man, sitting on an ivory throne, looking down at me. Next to him was Floros. His body writhed and continued to disintegrate at visible speeds, though it appears like the Grail was fighting the effects. My king. Floros looked up, pleading. It seemed like he was doing everything he could not to be on the ground writhing in pain. The man on the throne. He had long white hair and a single braid, and tan skin as if he lived in the desert for all his life. His eyes lazily opened, upon my entrance, a single hand propping up his hand that held on his armrest. His clothes were extravagant, showing off someone of wealth. But that was all overshadowed by the danger senses blaring in my head. Strong. Very, very strong. It was giving me the same warning signs that Ophis did at a minimum. The man held up his free hand and snapped his fingers. As if an invisible shockwave pulsed out, and things shifted. I looked at the magical effect, and the number of spells cast in that instant made my eyes dilate. It's not that he simply countered it with a snap of his finger, but that numerous spells attacked it from every angle. All of them that didn't work simply faded away in contrast to the power of my sword. No, what I picked up near the end was time reversal. Floros's body stopped disintegrating and started healing instead. I know that my sword of destruction wasn't beyond reproach. It was created for the intent of humans to wield, so it couldn't reach the level of slaying gods by itself. However, the ease in which it was overcome set me even more on edge. You allowed someone to follow you back, Floros. The man on the throne opened his mouth. My apologies, my king. I don't know how he was able. The kaleidoscope. The men interrupted. A magician of the modern age. Who are you? I stood up fully, not backing down from his intense gaze. I held my hand to the proverbial trigger in case things went south. I had several cards to play in an emergency. However, this place was odd. It didn't place anyone on the world line nor the timeline. I was fairly sure we were somewhere in the sea of imaginary numbers. What is this place? A soft smile appeared on his lips. I am Solomon. The words were like thunder to my ears. It all made sense then, Floros, one of the 72 demons of the Ars Goetia. The name attached to them was Solomon. That name filled me with utter dread. If there were any mages in history that I would absolutely not want to tangle with, he's sitting right at the top of the list. It was you then. You planned everything. Correct. He said with clear nonchalance. Aye. Then you can die. I pulled upon the kaleidoscope. I wouldn't give him the opportunity. Spell circles swirled around Mirage and I pulled on an obscene amount of magical energy in that few moments. With my boost still holding, I jumped up right in front of him. He didn't move, he didn't react, even with the sheer immensity of magical energy that was barely contained around my sword to the point where it was flowing off. Ether cannon. I released it mere feet away from his face. A translucent shield appeared around him. Just from eyesight alone, I could see layers upon layers interwoven beautifully inside of it. The lattice of spell work, I would call it superior to my Shield of Asgard without hesitation. However, this ether cannon of mine was only inferior to the one I launched against Siegfried when I competed in the Holy Grail War. If I had more time, I could have accumulated more, but I decided that a quick hand was a necessity here. Yet, his shield held. No, it didn't simply hold. At first, it shuddered and threatened to shatter, but he did something and the lattice of spells that condensed the entirety of the spell work shifted. It unwound and realigned itself, then my ether cannon started to cascade off it. The vast majority of its power looked as if it unraveled at the seams upon colliding with his defense. Using the dimensional refraction phenomena to gather magical energy from parallel worlds. Then through a series of magical circles designed to integrate the fifth imaginary element into a solid shape and further igniting it with a continuous supply of magical energy, facilitating the observed reaction. My spell dissipated, having run out of juice, and his shield didn't show any signs of wear. How novel. How? True magic you may possess, but the spell is merely magecraft. He shifted in his seat, crossing long leg over the other. I am the foundation for all magecraft in the world, thus all magecraft is beneath me. I am Solomon, and welcome to my workshop. His workshop. An intense foreboding feeling set in at the implication. I felt this place was odd, cut off from the normal flow of both time and space. It existed outside of both, and I had no idea about its existence normally. Nor would I have confidence in breaching it the way I did unless Floros hadn't opened a path for me to follow. I walked right into his seat of power, his domain. Who knows what sorts of protections and enhancements he receives by simply existing here. One does not fight a magus within their workshop. It was an ironclad rule known amongst every magus in the world. And I wantonly jumped right into the workshop of the supposed king of magecraft. With my heart beating faster, I gathered all the power I had onto my left hand. The boosts I had manifested before all sinking into one ability. Penetrate. I lashed out. Dragon. Solomon raised an eyebrow, seeing through the source immediately. The shield in front of him lit up again, my attack touching it. The shield finally warped, my draconic energy pushing at it, and it pierced right through, like a balloon that had a hole blown out. Several more barriers met the same fate before Solomon raised his hand up. A conceptual penetration of all defenses. He muttered as the blast slammed right into his open palm. He shifted again. I could see dozens upon dozens of spells fail beneath the ability of Drake. His facial expression finally changed noticeably, a frown formed as he seemed to focus. He let out a snort, and a magic circle formed. Before, every hint of magecraft he'd performed had been nearly instantaneous and without any build-up. But now, he was forced to fall back on something else. His arm stiffened, and he twitched slightly, but the spell circle took in the penetrate and dispersed. He paused, looking at his palm. I am injured. The skin on his palm had been destroyed. Mangled and bleeding from the collision. I can understand why Floros was defeated, how peculiar. And your existence, yes, an odd thing that confused him as well. An understandable mistake on his part. However, you are not one of us. He raised his hand up, and my vision was filled with light. Instinctively, I activated my semblance. My body turned to lightning and I moved far enough away, sliding down on the ground at the base of the stairs. A resistance to magical effect. He raised an eyebrow. A secondary elemental transformation. He tilted his head in confusion. Not fueled by magical energy. Curious. I wanted some distance so I could take a moment to reorientate my thoughts. He caught Drake's penetrate, and it merely caused a flesh wound on his palm. Brat, look up to the sky. Drake shouted, breaking me from my stupor. My head immediately jerked upwards, and I trembled upon seeing it. A massive ring of light appeared far above, but it wasn't just a light show. You noticed. The man calling himself Solomon mused. The sum total of magical energy by burning away humanity from your time period. It's still incomplete, but it is still a substantial amount. It wasn't just a ring of line. It was composed of smaller strands of light, each one holding an immense amount of magical energy. Each one probably more than the amount I used to cast my ether cannon a few minutes ago. And there were thousands upon thousands of them all flying in a circle, enough that it looked like a solid shape. You. I whispered, having trouble finding the right words. You're using human history as fuel. This was your goal. And why you destroyed Chaldea. Humanity should be thankful that they have some use. He waved his hand dismissively. And Chaldea was never of any consequence. Merely an annoyance that entered my eye and was dealt with. Its existence makes no difference to me. An annoyance? I repeated his words. So many people died, many of which I knew, and it was just because they were an annoyance. Strunbakuo. The words like a roar as they echoed out into the void. I saw his eyes widen, the vibrations of my words sending a quake throughout this realm. Surprise flash across his face as his head jerked upwards. Clouds. Thunder and lightning answered my call. The light so far above became obscure from my summoned storm. The shout that probably had the most affinity with myself after I became a Campione. It could even be called a minor application of my authority without summoning it forth. Come lightning. I commanded as it crackled far above. It dropped down at my command, right atop the supposed king. Ridiculous. He scoffed, standing up from his chair for the first time. His hands raised to the sky. I do not know what manner of divine words these are, but this is my domain. I command you to cease. His voice raised and a monochromatic sphere exploded outwards. His hands wrenched and pulled, the lightning that was coming down collided with his spell, and it disappeared. As if it were willed out of existence, the authority that I used to call it forth was overridden. My summoned storm began to disperse. He looked at me smugly, making me even angrier. I held up my hand to the sky, and my divinity was unsealed. A massive torrent of magical energy enveloped me as it exploded outwards. It was here, at this place, that Susanoo led 1,000 unruly deities in rebellion. 1,000 swords standing upon the earth, used as city walls to defend against the enemies. Here, namely, the Amano Mirakumo no Tsurugi. The steel that breaks 1,000 blades. The words of power left my lips, the chant completed, and the void shifted once more. The dispersing storm immediately filled with life once more. The thunder clouds multiplied and were filled with a substantial amount of energy as they swirled around above. A single bolt of lightning fell downward, right into my hand. The feeling of a sword between my fingers. The divine sword I had acquired after defeating the storm god. My authority. With it fully out, I could feel the boundaries of this place more thoroughly. I could feel how my authority was scraping against the rules here, how this place belonged to someone else and I was an intruder. I was being suppressed, even now by these laws. As my authority reached out, with every moment, it was being eroded. I sent it to combat this erosion, but it was a losing battle. Instead, I focused on the one who called themselves Solomon. He stared at me with utter surprise. You possess an authority. Come lightning, come thunder. I held my sword up high, and the surrounding storm answered my call. As if connecting heaven and earth, lightning flowed downward continuously. It enveloped my blade, enlarging and encompassing the sky. If my storm wouldn't be able to hold for long, then let it accompany a single swing of mine. The entirety of the storm I summoned had gathered. Just as Susanoo had done to me when we fought. Just as a swing of his could reach the horizon and sunder the sea itself, I swung my sword. For the first time Solomon looked hesitant. He had to brace himself. His shield was brought up immediately, but that was all I could see before everything was consumed by my divine lightning. The torrent of lightning intertwined with divine power and magical energy shot off into the distance. It disappeared unto the ends of whatever void existed in this place. It was but a moment to withstand, but not many could. However, a figure still stood once the attack had ceased. No longer were his clothes pristine, nor his skin flawless. His eyes were red, pupils demonic in a way that matched Floro's. Chunks of his skin was missing, but blood did not seep out. Instead, things began to wiggle and wreath underneath. The biggest wound was across his chest, seared flesh revealed a singular menacing eye, larger than my head. It locked eyes with me and I felt a shiver go down my spine. Despite the damage that I had caused, he didn't look the slightest bit unwell. No, he scowled, his jaw opened up unnaturally, and sharp teeth filled his mouth, but not the slightest indication of pain. Impudence. He sneered. You're not Solomon. I breathed out, gripping my sword tighter. Solomon wouldn't do something like this. There are enough records left to know that he was a defender of humanity. As if to agree with me, I felt the spear inside start to vibrate in anger. That fool saw all the wrongs of the world and let them continue unabated. Defender of humanity? A laughable notion. He scoffed, voice raised, scowling deeper. The most emotion I've seen him give off thus far. I would have allowed you to wait for death like those other misbegotten fools, but you have earned my ire. He held his hand up to the sky, and I felt death approaching. What remained of my clouds were immediately dispersed without the slightest indication that they were there. Begone from my presence. He waved his hand downward. An uncountable number of lights from the sky above obeyed his command. They intertwined and shot right at me. Avalon. I shouted out immediately, panic rising within my chest. The ever-distant utopia enveloped me right away as the lights collided with the defense. Artoria's sheath had fended off Excalibur without any problem, however, each strand of light that came at me could easily match it in intensity. A continuous burst of power completely enveloped my vision and I saw no end in sight. The sheath didn't waver in the slightest, yet, under this onslaught, Avalon started draining the remaining stores of Artoria's magical energy quickly to sustain itself. I've never had to use it for this long before, and the upkeep was substantial. What I would call the strongest defensive noble phantasm was losing in a prolonged engagement. I did not have any thoughts about the shield breaking, but the power behind it was going to run out any moment. The ground I was standing on was annihilated, the Colosseum rocketed me off my feet, carrying me off of the marbled flooring that remained. Avalon's source of power was flickering, maybe only 1 or 2 breaths more of time were left as I was slammed into the dimensional barriers of this domain. It didn't stop, the sheer power was enough to shatter the fragile barrier. The void between worlds, the imaginary number space greeted me with just emptiness in all directions. Avalon finally began to rescind its holy protection. I brought up my divine sword protectively, but the intense power pushed through my defenses. My aura surged outwards, but it shattered completely. The scale mail around me followed suit, barely holding out for a few breaths before shattering as well. I struggled to keep myself even conscious. It was only with a sudden eruption of golden light around me that I felt a minuscule amount of breathing room open up. Large white wings sprouted from my back and enveloped me protectively. I used that single moment to force myself away. Between the void of worlds, I could only pull towards a vaguely familiar location and use all my remaining strength to force a path open, yanking my body out of the path of the hostile light of destruction. My last thoughts were relief as the holy light around me faded away. Any longer and I would have been completely incinerated. I could only see the barest sight of a broken moon before my body collapsed completely and my consciousness faded. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Here's a big chunky chapter to wrap up the tail end of this first singularity. And yes, Goetia is really that fuck-off powerful. Cue training montage. Chapter 356, Chapter 323. My head hurts. My everything hurts. I could feel my toes. I could feel my fingers, so a little bit of relief filled my heart. My eyelids were heavy, but I pushed them open and the light above me stinged. An unfamiliar roof I could barely make out through blurry eyes. I wanted to sit up, but my body screamed out in pain. I had to pause and grit my teeth, fighting through it. You're awake. I heard a soft voice, and my head slowly turned towards the door. Salem. Just speaking the words was enough for me to start coughing up blood. My chest hurt something fierce, but it was definitely worth it to see her rush over and start fussing over me. Why are you sitting up? She hissed, gently pushing me back down. Do you have any idea what state I found you in? My only response was a groan. Stop moving, you're only making it worse. She said sternly, putting a hand on my chest. I can actually feel your aura now, so that is an improvement. Good, I can help facilitate it then. Oof. I don't know how long I was out, but it feels like a while. And if my aura is just now making itself known again, it must have been hit very hard. No, it's still much too faint. If I try to pull it out anymore, you may receive backlash. That doesn't sound pleasant. Closing my eyes, I could vaguely feel my aura working its magic. There was another, warming feeling inside. I could easily tell it to be Avalon, even if the supply of Artoria's magical energy is nearly depleted. It seemed to be doing its best to heal the parts of me that were the most damaged. Solomon, no, it was clearly not Solomon. Whatever that was, he was assuming the identity for some reason. With the brief conversation we had, he obviously held disdain for him. And Floros. It wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together. Perhaps another of the demon pillars. No wonder I disliked him immediately. My devil bloodline encountered his demon bloodline or whatever it is. A strange reaction between 2 worlds. Chaldea, I need to go back. Or rather, should I immediately head back? Would my presence make him target Chaldea? He expressed apathy towards it before, something beneath his notice. Would I change that if I went back right this moment? I knew they were safe right now. If he was going to do something, wouldn't he have done it already? My bond with Sir Wiggles, I can still feel it. That rabbit had been with me even when I became a Campione, it's bonded with me so deeply, I don't doubt it has some affinity with the kaleidoscope now. The fact that I can still feel him with this distance isn't that surprising. Taking that into consideration, I wasn't sure I could even win in a fight. Strike that, I was pretty sure I would lose as I was, fully healed that is. It's not that I didn't have some more cards to play, things I wasn't able to bring to bear before. But, how likely is it that he showed all his cards? Considering he was hiding his true nature, pretty damn likely. Drake, are you okay? He had been awfully quiet. No, he answered sort of groggily. You're awake now, going to sleep for a little bit. Got hit with some backlash when the scale mail broke like that. We'll talk later. Shit. I'll just focus on healing for now. I'll weigh my options again once I'm back at 100%. Rushing into the problem caused this in the first place, I need to consider what happened properly and decide how to continue. Taking a deep breath, I turned on my magic circuits. Unsurprisingly, it burned pretty damn bad at the moment. But I gathered the magical energy needed to reach into my storage ring and take out a health potion. I took a moment to uncork it and shakily brought it up to my lips only for Salem to grab onto my arm. Stop. She gently reached for it. Let me. She said softly, taking it from my hands and sitting down next to me. I suppose she could assume it was something beneficial for me considering the circumstances. She lifted the phial to my lips and I felt the warm liquid flow down my throat. It didn't do a lot, but giving it a moment, I should be fine to at least talk and sit up properly. What happened? I looked up at her. I was hoping you would tell me. One moment I am in my study, the next, the sky fills up with lights, followed by lightning and thunder booming everywhere. I see a shooting star that turns out to be a person crashing into the ground some miles away from my castle. Oh. Yes, oh. She rolled her eyes. You are lucky I got to you when I did. The Grimm were about to get brave. You saved me. I asked. I suppose I did. I forced myself to sit up again. The pain was lessened, but it by no means disappeared. I was not at a very good point right now, but hearing something like that brightened my mood substantially. She cared. You've been taking care of me too. Of course, who else did you expect to be doing so? She crossed her arms with a small huff. I was a little hesitant about Salem. I wasn't blind, nor did I ignore everything about her. But hearing that, I was at her literal mercy, I was at my lowest, and she helped me, probably saved me, and had been nursing me back to health. I felt my heart beating a little quicker. I didn't really have time to think about where I forced myself to go. It was subconscious, and just somewhere I would be relatively safe. My hand inched towards hers. She stiffened a little when I took her hand into mine, but she didn't stop me. Thank you. You are welcome. She said softly, hand tightening around mine. I leaned my head against her shoulder, letting out a long breath in relief. How long was I out? From the time I have found you, it is the 3rd day. She replied. I was beginning to think that you were not going to wake up. A severe injury resulting in aura depleted so thoroughly can cause serious harm. My soul is strong, it can handle that kind of blow and recover. Even if I felt like I could have died had things played out differently. Were you worried about me? I tilted my head up to see her face. She pursed her lips with a harumph. I was worried that there was someone capable of putting you in such a state whom I was unaware of. She grunted. Tell me who it was, I will take care of it. She was being completely serious too. Despite the circumstances, it did bring a smile to my face. It's fine, don't worry about it. Don't tell me not to worry. She frowned. I have had to sit here and make sure you would not die for 3 days. She turned towards me, giving me a little poke. I winced a little, feeling very sore right where she poked me. You're right, I'm sorry. It's good that you acknowledge it then. She had one of her cute little huffs again. How strong was the person who harmed you? I thought about that question on how to answer. You remember that sea Fei Long I killed? I recall, yes. I was hit by something about 100 times stronger than the spell I used to take it out. A rough estimate, but it wasn't entirely incorrect. She looked at me strangely. And where can I find them? It's complicated. One of your secrets then. She frowned. Very well. Salem. You have many secrets, one more will not change anything. I'm not being fair to her. I've been spending time intentionally trying to flirt and do my best to earn her affection, yet, I've been keeping so many obvious secrets. By what right do I have to want her to open up to me when I don't reciprocate the same? You deserve better. I said softly. I've been keeping a lot from you and you deserve to know at this point. But, not like this. I want to be at my best when I have that talk with you. Will you wait just a little bit longer? I want to tell you everything. You would trust me to reveal all your secrets. She looked at me strangely. I have made my desire clear in that regard. Are you not afraid that I am just seeking out my own personal goals from you? I brought her hand up to my lips, giving it a small kiss. I trust you. Some may call you foolish for that. As long as it allows me to stay at your side, I don't mind being a fool. She let out a snort, but she leaned further into me. You have become delirious from your injuries, otherwise I cannot think of a reason for you to spout such nonsense. Despite everything that happened recently, at this moment, I was feeling relaxed. I would worry about everything else once I was able to do something about it. I will make you some food. You have not had proper nourishment for many days. She pulled away, standing up. I leaned back, watching her leave the room, letting my body basically collapse against the bed, finding it difficult to bring the energy to sit back up. I couldn't even find it in myself to wince in pain again. Tired, my body was so utterly exhausted. With the last ounce of energy I had, I looked into my ring again and took out my kaleidophone, staring at it. Should I call them? Am I being selfish that I don't want any of them to see me like this? I don't want them to worry about me. I'm already out of danger at this point. I'll just let myself heal enough that I can walk on my own, then I'll go talk to them. The door opened back up only a few minutes later. Salem came back carrying a tray with a bowl, steam visibly simmering above. She walked forward, sitting down next to me once more, and I dropped the phone to my side. Come, I shall help you, she said softly, taking a spoonful of soup and moving it gently towards my mouth. I would just allow myself to calm down and enjoy the moment. I would worry about everything else once I was given some time to properly recover. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I opened my eyes again, looking at the same ceiling I've recognized thus far. My body still hurt, and I didn't think I was going to be back to 100% unless I got Artoria to refill Avalon. Otherwise, naturally healing would probably take a couple weeks even with my absurd biology. I may have gone back to her sooner, however, just activating my circuits and drawing enough magical energy to take something out of my ring was leaving me weak. I couldn't imagine pulling on the kaleidoscope and actually hopping worlds at my previous state. My soul definitely took a big hit. Drake was sleeping right now, which was an obvious insinuation at how bad I suffered. My aura was utterly annihilated in such a way that it sent a shock right through my soul. But, after resting for as long as I have, I think I was well enough to try. I wasn't in a big rush though. If nothing else, this has given me a lot of time to think about everything. I do not have confidence on re-enter that workshop of his in the same manner. The way it existed, I was fairly sure he could change the coordinates in the imaginary number space at his will. Even without that though, it would be foolish for me to confront him immediately. He deciphered my magecraft with ease. And he was able to analyze nearly everything I did with but a single glance. Solomon he may not be, but I have to respect that kind of prowess he showed. And that's not even considering the sheer power he was giving off. My ether cannon was completely ineffectual at the level I used it at. My dragon words were acceptable, but the location left something to be desired. He had a stranglehold on that place, enough that even my authority was being forced away. Speaking of my authority, that attack didn't even manage to cause true damage. No, the form of Solomon that he showed was fake. I didn't have time to investigate it for obvious reasons, but I could put forth that hypothesis with what I learned in the small window. I have a feeling that my authority wasn't completely ineffectual, but that I barely scraped the surface of what he actually was. Some kind of demon taking on his form perhaps. The name of it was also obvious at this point considering who Floros is. Though, which specific pillar is the question? I did notice 10 rings on his fingers, which begs the question on if it's the 10 rings I'm thinking of, or was he just playing the role fully? Because if that was the true 10 rings, I'm even more skeptical about my chances than I was previously. No, the spear didn't react enough for that I think. And the spear? The spear is a trump card he didn't see. It's something I think I can rely on if it came to it. As for my power of destruction, he probably knows all about it now due to Floros. And my authority was revealed, and Drake was shown. I have a few other tricks, like my Staff of Magnus, but I don't know if I could really call that a trump card when it only helps me in casting my magecraft. But, I need something else. Not just a trump card. If he's going around calling himself Solomon, then his knowledge of magecraft is obviously to the point where he can pull off the name. And his ability so far just showed that much already. So my magecraft is probably not going to help me too much. My primordial runes are still acceptable, as are my 9 realms due to their nature of being supported by the primordial runes. But even then, a good chunk of the spell is created through normal magecraft. I needed something else, something outside of magecraft that I could work with. I was going to have to report back to Gramps anyways, so I may as well ask him for his opinion. Because I wasn't going to go looking for a fight again unless I was a bit more confident. But before all of that, I really just needed to hug Artoria for a little while. Taking a deep breath, I slid to the edge of the bed and let my feet touch the ground. I wobbled for a moment before steadying myself, putting weight onto my legs for the first time in days. Fuck. I groaned out. It wasn't a sharp pain anymore, but still felt like Scathack focused purely on my legs when she beat the shit out of me. But once I got up on my feet, my chest was hurting too. Fractured ribs are going to do that. My slow and methodical steps took me to the door, and pushing it open, I found my little friend again. Squidward. I smiled happily upon seeing him. The little tentacled Grim waved its appendages as if to greet me. Salem probably left him here in case of emergency. Take me to Salem. I pat his squishy head. It made a strange noise and wiggled its tentacles again before slowly floating off down the hallway. Honestly, it made me wonder if other Grim were as intelligent as he was. It opened up some very interesting questions if that was the case. He only turned the corner twice before floating in front of a doorway as if to tell me she was inside. I didn't stand on ceremony. If Salem didn't want me here, Squidward wouldn't have willingly led me. Pushing it open, it was a quaint little room. A little smaller than her library, but it had some books and shelves around the place. In a castle this large, it's not strange to have such redundant-like rooms. Salem looked up from a book she held. One I recognized as it was about runecraft. She sat in a chair facing the window, and I suppose that was how she originally saw my entrance. You shouldn't be walking around, she stated, rather sternly. I healed up enough for at least this much. I walked up behind where she was sitting, and my arms snuck up around her. Again, she stiffened a little bit, more of an unconscious reaction to my touch than an unwelcome one. She didn't deny me in the slightest, so I put my chin on her shoulder, looking at what she was reading. It didn't feel uncomfortable to do this either. It didn't feel awkward that I had my arms around her. I think we were both familiar enough with each other that such actions were acceptable. How many times have you read this book now? Several dozen, she admitted. However, I feel as though I discover new things each time. Or some specific passage gives me inspiration that I had not considered previously. Done anything interesting with it yet? I had one idea that worked out well. This type of magic is interesting in that it's easier to mold for other purposes than pure destruction. Salem shut the book, putting it on a small table next to her. Look at my shadow. I followed her instructions, tilting my head to see her faint shadow on the ground. I had to blink because I thought I was seeing things. Is that a Grim? I asked. Red eyes were peeping at me from her shadow. Indeed, she smiled. I created a spell to store Grim in my shadow. Due to their nature of having been created by the god of darkness, they take to the concept of shadows easily. That is absolutely brilliant. I praised her with full sincerity. I am aware, she said rather smugly. There are still some minor problems, such as the amount I can store. But I am working on that for the moment. Do you want help? I offered. Your offer is appreciated, but unneeded. I am enjoying figuring it out and it is staving off boredom while you are absent. She went quiet. I don't think she meant to say that last part. I'll do my best to start coming around more. I could have teased her, but it didn't really feel right at this moment. Humph, do what you want. She didn't say no. She was too cute, I couldn't help myself. I gave her a little kiss on the cheek, much to her continued chagrin. I'm going to head out. You are well enough to leave then. I'm good enough that I can head back. Once I'm back home, I know someone who can heal me very quickly. I see. My girlfriend. Pardon. She furrowed her brow in confusion. It's not someone, it's my girlfriend. I made sure to clarify. I don't want to keep being vague or giving half-truths. My girlfriend, Artoria, can heal me much quicker once I go home. She knows about you, so it's only fair that you know about her as well. I have others, as you know, but that's a long conversation and I think it'll best be served for when I get back. Like I promised. It was hard to get a read on her emotions right now, but I think she was happy. Happy that I was sharing things with her, things that were kept secret before. Very well, I shall await your return then. Salem said softly. Salem looked relaxed, content even. It made me not want to move because this kind of intimacy wasn't common between us yet. I can wait a few more minutes before leaving, I whispered. She replied simply with a small smile. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I stabbed Mirage into the ground to steady myself after walking through a portal. I winced, immediately deactivating my magic circuits due to the burning sensation that was magnitudes higher than where they normally were. The sun had already disappeared for several hours at this point. But even so, it was nice to be back home after everything. Spending time with Salem after getting my ass thoroughly handed to me was relieving. It truly did help settle some of the emotions that were rampaging at the time. But right now, there was someone else that became a priority. I pushed the door open, ignoring the stabbing feeling in my chest. A little head poked out of the kitchen. Will. Artoria greeted me with a mix of confusion and happiness. Almost immediately, all those emotions I had been pushing down the past few days just spilled out. I didn't care that I was hurting right now, I just moved quickly towards her. My arms wrapping her up nice and tight. What's wrong? What happened to you? She looked worried, pulling apart as she gave me a thorough look. Wilhelm, are you okay? Seeing her after what happened. I love you. The words just came out by themselves. What are you saying so suddenly? The King of Knights immediately turned a bright shade of red. I couldn't stop myself. After watching the other her die, I couldn't hold on to it. Maybe it was too soon, maybe it wasn't, but I had to say it. Her dainty hand squeezed the fabric of my shirt, her head pushed against my chest as if to hide her face. I love you as well. She said quietly, barely more than a whisper. Magic words that could settle the frenzy of emotions that was happening in my heart. They were enough to make the world seem perfect for this moment. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just a heads up, I edited the wrong chapter, it was supposed to be an interlude today. I don't have time to edit the interlude before I head to work, so I'm doing this a little out of order. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 357, Interlude 25. Olga Marie Animosphere POV. Director, you may not want to move around so quickly. Your soul is still getting used to your new body. I'm fine. I slowly slid off the bed. Thank you, Castor. She was right, my body felt odd. I suppose it would take a while to get used to it. I helped too. Roman whispered to the side. I shot him a glare immediately and he shrunk down. Idiot. He should have said something sooner. I didn't even need to finish my words before the rabbit was already jumping into my arms. Its weight and warmth were comforting. I couldn't help but hug him closely. What a smart rabbit. He wouldn't leave your side the entire time. Castor noted. Did Wilhelm ever note the species? No. I said softly. How long was I unconscious? 2 days, Director. Roman replied. Did Shimoda come back yet? No. Oh. It's okay, he said he'll come back, so he'll come back. He's just a little late is all. What happened to me? I don't remember much after being ray-shifted back. I wanted to ask you that as well. Castor perked up. Wilhelm did something to you that made it so your soul could persist for a long period of time. Long enough that I was able to craft you a new body. I remember he chanted something, and filled me up with something powerful. I felt something warm flow into me. I paused, looking at Castor's humored expression, realizing the innuendo. Are you a child? I huffed. No, please go on. Castor gestured for me to continue with a chuckle. It was mostly a blur after that. I huffed again, running my fingers through the rabbit's fur. What happened? Well. Castor tapped her chin. I haven't run that many tests, honestly I've been working on more important things after I made sure you weren't going to die. But from what I could tell, he somehow actualized your soul. Actualized my soul. My eyes widened as I processed what she said. The third magic. Not exactly. Castor shook her head. Maybe a facet of it, but not the magic itself. Your soul was, Castor paused. Enlarged. Emphasized. Strengthened. There are a lot of words I can use to describe it, but feeling it for yourself may be the best course of action. Suffice to say, whatever he did, it was enough that you were able to sustain your existence without a body when you were ray-shifted back. We noticed something though, when trying to run medical diagnostics. Roman spoke up. Noticed what? We were hoping you would know. But, there was a sort of energy barrier around you when you came back. I furrowed my brow, trying to think through it until the rabbit jerked in my hands. I watched again, with wide eyes as a visible barrier of energy formed around him in my arms. What? I looked at it in confusion. It seems that you aren't the only one who got that treatment. Castor perked up, kneeling down to be eye level with the rabbit. Fascinating, it isn't reserved for only humans. I looked at what the rabbit was doing and then at my own hands. Taking a deep breath, I felt a reservoir of energy inside myself that was different from my magical circuits and my magical energy. It was nearly the same source, but it felt like a different application. Suddenly, it was as if moonlight enveloped my hands. Oh, well done. Castor smiled brightly. I wonder if different colors mean anything. Oh, I can't wait to study this more when I have time. This isn't harmful? I asked. It shouldn't be. Roman scratched his head. I mean, it's basically coming from your soul. And we're pretty sure it has a nourishing effect on the body as is. And, well, I don't think Wilhelm would give you something that would harm you. Of course he wouldn't. I scoffed, forcing the energy to turn itself off. It felt more intuitive than when I first activated my magic circuits. Easier to manipulate, and a lot more soothing. I could vaguely recall the feelings when he first did whatever he did to me. Protective, warm, secure. After Lev. Lev killed me. Lev betrayed me. Lev is the cause for everything. Director. What? I snapped out of my thoughts, feeling the comforting softness in my arms. You spaced out for a moment. Are you sure you're okay? No kind of body dystopia or depersonalization going on. Roman had a flashlight, shining right into my eyes. I'm fine. I huffed, pushing it away. I don't even know the right words. Right, yeah, I get it. Roman said softly. No, there was no time to wallow. It's no different than how I spent every other minute of my life. Castor, I'm assuming that you were able to get the materials for my body without issue. What's the status on our supplies right now? Because the immediate concern is making sure what staff remain survived. You're lucky. Castor mused. I was about to have to scavenge some corpses because our supplies were mostly destroyed. I felt a shiver down my spine. It almost made me want to praise her for her ability until I came back to my senses that she was going to use the dead bodies of my subordinates to make me a new body. But, the stuff you brought back from Wilhelm was enough in that regard. She finished. What stuff I brought back? I blinked in realization. Where's the hat? It's right here, Director. Roman picked it off the table behind him. I quickly grabbed it out of his hands. Good, it's not damaged. I inspected it everywhere. He said he would be coming back for it. I need to make sure it's still properly cared for in the meantime. A quaint method of storage, it gave me a few ideas for later. Castor spoke up again. But it's thanks to him that we're back up and running in any capacity. Give me a proper status report. I gently put the hat back atop my head. Right, Director. Roman nodded. 82% of the generators are still not operational. But the critical systems are back online, but they're at minimal capacity right now. We've directed most of the power to Laplace in order to single out the singularities that we've discovered so far. Castor added in. Singularities, plural. I breathed out. You mentioned that before, you said there were more singularities. We've detected 6 more, but the last one seems to be beyond our reach at the moment. Roman clarified. Beyond our reach? I furrowed my brow. So it's within the age of gods. That's correct. Castor nodded. We don't have enough power to reach that point. Thankfully, it should be the last singularity we have to resolve. In the meantime, we've locked onto the next one. What about the other critical systems? Are the coffins operational? Is the fate system usable? At the moment, they're at the bare minimum of usability. However, I believe I can bring them up to a better standard within a week. The materials that Wilhelm left are interesting. He appears to have given us a form of crystallized mana, which has been significant in relieving power issues due to the generators being offline. Good, that's good news after everything. Even now it looks like Shimoda is helping us out. How bad would things have been had he not shown up? Crystallized mana is an extremely rare resource, and he just gave it up like that. I'm not mad anymore that he lied. I just hope he comes back soon. Do you have reports written up? I looked at Roman. Why yes, Director, I have reports on everything that's happened so far. I didn't know when you would be up and I wanted to make sure to note everything of importance. I closed my eyes for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. Get me the reports, I'll take a few minutes to go over them. Then, we'll call a meeting with the available staff. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Everyone was looking at me, like I was some kind of spectacle. I hate it. It's just a new body. I almost died, they could at least stop being so blatant about it. That perverted Castor. Why did she have to emphasize the fact that it's exactly the same in every detail? I didn't need to think about how she got all that the same. I would have preferred to hold this meeting in my office, but it's apparently still a damn crater right now. And I suppose I couldn't have everyone fit. And it's not even the entirety of the staff. A good 40% still aren't fit for active duty and can't even be up on their feet. Still, it could have been worse. Roman compiled reports from most people that were able. Shimoda saved a lot of people just by himself. Those talismans of his came in very handy, and we have a store of them remaining. The ease of use is something that can't be overlooked, and after we settle everything, I will be having Castor see if she can reproduce them. Everyone, listen up. I slammed my hand onto the table to stop all the mutterings. I'm not going to lie or sugarcoat what's going on. Right now, humanity is gone. I gave them a moment to process that bit of information. I know I curled up into a ball for an hour when I heard it myself. The only reason Chaldea still remains is due to the different fields of energy that Chaldea's is putting off, shielding us from the residual effects. We are the last bastion of humanity still remaining in the world. There is literally nothing else existing beyond these walls and the surroundings. The world we all knew is gone. They needed to know the hard truth. If they couldn't cope with this kind of thing, it was better to figure it out now and not when important matters presented themselves. But we're not defeated yet. We've detected the cause for the incineration of humanity. The Grand Order is still going forward. We will now be entering preparation time for deployment for the second singularity. I paused, turning towards Roman. Roman, you have information on it. The doctor coughed a little awkwardly but shifted his posture and held up a few pieces of paper. I won't bore everyone with the details. But we've narrowed it down to the year 1431 AD, location, France Orleans, historical significance, the 100-Year War. There was a little bit more light filling all these hopeless eyes. Good, giving them an objective would increase morale, even if a little bit. This location does come with a benefit. I took hold of the talks once more. As most of you may be aware, one of the casualties amongst the attack was our self-sufficient greenhouses. All production was utterly destroyed. We barely had anything in storage. We had enough food to ration tightly through the next few weeks, and we may have had to take drastic measures before ray-shifting to this singularity. However, you can thank the leader of the B team for his foresight. He was able to procure us enough foodstuffs to last us even a month or two beyond the singularity with the rate we're going. The good news comes that we will be able to secure supplies within the singularity and bring it back, alleviating many concerns we currently have. As for water, we're in the middle of frozen wasteland. We can break off chunks of ice and melt it for our needs. Once again, Shimoda came to our rescue. Many bags of rice, different fruits and vegetables. And even meats that will be preserved for weeks if needed. It's more than enough for us to get back on our feet by this Orleans singularity. With the most immediate concerns taken care of, we're going to start assigning people to different parts of the facility to start clearing out rubble and see what we can salvage. I'll be reading off names. If you have something to add, speak up when your name is called. If you practice certain crafts that may be valuable in other places, I expect you to say so. I cleared my throat, looking at the list of names. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. All right, everyone's here. I looked at the much smaller group around me. Everyone, I don't know if you've met so far, but Castor, introduce yourself. Nice to meet everyone officially. I'm Leonardo da Vinci. You can call me Castor or da Vinci if you prefer. Castor introduced herself. Standing around were the remnants of B team and A team. Is it impolite if I ask? I was born a man. Castor giggled. I decided to use this body due to my own preferences. So feel free to call me however you want. Thank you for the clarification, ma'am. Samuel thanked. Wilhelm asked the same thing. Castor smiled brightly. About him, is there any news? Fujimaru asked the question that everyone had on their minds. There is no word yet. We will be proceeding regardless. If you don't want to be dead weight by the time he comes back, then make sure you follow instructions. I replied. Yes, Director. He stiffened and complied. Good, now. I looked around the room. Benjamin. My eyes landed on the former drug dealer. You are on reserve until further notice. Is it because I'm missing an arm? He looked at me with complete seriousness. Yes. I felt myself twitch at his utter bluntness. You are still one of the only master candidates remaining, so unfortunately, we can't bench you completely. If something goes wrong, you will have to be deployed even as you are. I'd give you a salute, Director, but I'm a little handicapped right now. How did Shimoda deal with you? I let out a sigh. Though, it was better than him acting out in a different way. I apologize for not being able to offer you proper medical procedures to regain your arm. However, those supplies are being directed at the ones who are not as stable. That being said, I know that Shimoda made you a promise, and I will too. Chaldea will make sure you don't suffer a loss once we've solved this crisis. The guilt at telling this subordinate of mine that we can't regrow his arm after I had an entirely new body created for me. Thank you, Director. You're welcome. I said softly. Everyone is dealing with what happened in their own way. I can give them some leeway for now. I turned my gaze at one of the other difficult subordinates of mine. Hinako Akuta. The only one left of A team. Half of them were dead, the other half were in the coffins in a sort of stasis. We couldn't even unfreeze them right now because we didn't have the confidence in saving their lives. Not to mention the medical supplies we had was simply lacking. It's entirely possible they died before we properly diagnosed what was wrong. It was better to just keep them frozen for now and only try to heal them in an absolute emergency. Though, Roman said that Wodime was perhaps the most likely to be properly healed should it come to it. You're not human. There was no point dancing around the subject. Is there a problem with that? She immediately got defensive as soon as everyone's eyes landed on her. Is there? I frowned. Can you rayshift? Can you perform your master candidate duties? If not, they say so now, I'm not going to waste time on you. I don't care if you're human or not, or whatever you are. You were hired by Chaldea to perform to expectations, that's all that matters. I don't know why she hid it, I don't care right now. At the moment, we have much bigger concerns and she's apparently not with Leviticus. Not to mention she was friendly with Shimoda, so I believe it's fine to trust her. I can do both. Her tension eased. I can survive a reshift pretty much regardless. Which is why your father sought me out initially. Most of our coffins are damaged. Are you saying you can be put into one of the damaged ones and as long as it reshifts accordingly, you'll be fine? The issue isn't that it can still reshift, but the danger to the person inside. If we didn't have to worry about repairing one for her, that would be significant. She crossed her arms. I'll survive without much issue. But it's not going to be pleasant. Good, we can work with that. What's your servant compatibility? And don't quote your file to me, at this point, it's obviously all fake. I don't know, I was never properly tested. She frowned. I shouldn't have an issue with summoning a servant. You're going to be going last then. We can't waste the resources and power on an uncertainty. Fine. She scowled. If it wasn't for that idiot, I'd be dead anyways. Just, tell me what you want, I'll do what I can to help. Good. I nodded in satisfaction. Do you know anything about Lev? I hazarded a guess. Your guess is as good as mine. All I know is that he isn't the same as me and not human. Shimoda knew the same and was keeping an eye on him, but he couldn't really do anything at the time. He knew, of course he knew. And I couldn't even blame him, what was he supposed to say? I would have trusted Lev immediately and kicked Shimoda out without a second thought. It's my fault. Pierre, Fujimaru, Mash, Samuel, and Hinako. I called out their names. You five will be the deployment team from now on. Due to Mash's nature and contract with Fujimaru, we should have enough coffins operable by the time we can reshift to the singularity. I'll run them through some of the training exercises that we did for A-Team. I don't know what equipment we'll have available, but I can manage some things. Hinako spoke up. Please look after us, senpai. Fujimaru smiled brightly towards her. I think it caught her off guard, because she just sort of mumbled to herself. With how hostile she was when I called her out, she probably expected to be ostracized due to not being human. Frankly, I doubt anyone actually cares but herself. We had much more important things to worry about. We have 2 uses of the fate system set up for use. I changed the subject. Castor put something together and we're going to test it. That crystallized mana that Shimoda gave, Castor thinks she jerry-rigged something to make it work and not put strain on the generators. She assured me that nothing would go wrong. The worst case being that the system merely fails to operate as intended. Who's summoning? Hinako asked, inching herself a little bit closer. I decided that both Ritsuka Fujimaru and Samuel Washington will perform the summoning. Samuel will be going first in the case that Fujimaru's contract with MASH somehow causes interference. I'll go back to the control room and get ready to record all the data. Roman stated. Fine. Castor, stay here in case of emergency. I told her. Can do, Director. She said cheerfully despite the circumstance. In the worst case a hostile servant is summoned. However, could Castor even manage one on her own? She's already stretched thin with the continuous use of her own noble phantasm to keep Chaldea from imploding on itself. Hinako is here as well, but I don't know if she can handle a servant either. At this point, we would just be destined to fail and I shouldn't worry about it if the worst happens. The only reassuring thing right now was the rabbit in my arms. What do I need to do, Director? Samuel asked. Shimoda did a good job, his subordinates are generally polite and follow orders. Mash will be the anchor. Her shield is supposed to be a place where heroes gather, as a means to facilitate the summon. And that's the only hint that Father left about the identity of the servant they summoned. We'll have to salvage what's left of the library and pore through the books on English history and mythology. Thanks to Shimoda, once again, we have a significant hint that we can work towards. And the fate system does most of the heavy lifting. You just have to be the one to bridge the link and accept the contract. I'll do my best, Director. The Texas replied. Good, everyone stand back. Don't get caught up in the summoning and influence it in any way. I commanded. Mash deployed her shield. I'm ready, Director. She hovered defensively of everyone else and Castor was standing, ready as well. Roman, can you hear me? I can hear you, Director. Good, initiate the servant summoning. I commanded. Shifting power to the fate system. All readings are in the green, and a path is opening up. Roman replied immediately. The room began to light up and a significant amount of magical energy flooded it. I think I feel it. Samuel braced himself. Don't fight it, accept the link. I ushered him forward. It appeared to successfully take hold as he was attached to something. Whether that was a servant or not was yet to be determined. The magical energy swirled around, but a form began to take shape and I felt extremely relieved even when I couldn't see the figure itself. A servant was summoned, either by extraordinary circumstances, or we were at the point where the counterforce was letting us have nearly free reign. Regardless, it would be a huge morale boost for everyone else. The ether vessel formed, and a familiar outline appeared in our vision. Damn, summoned as a caster again. That blue-haired annoyance scratched his head. Caster servant, see you chillin' here to help. He looked around the room, eyes lighting up. Oh hey, farm boy. Good to see you again. Caster. Samuel exclaimed. You're back. Haha, looks like it. Damn, I'm lucky, you still got my spear. I have it in my room. Nice. He looked around again. Where's my junior? He has yet to return. I interrupted. Ah well, I'm sure he's fine. Gonna be hard for someone to put him down after seeing him fight. CU grinned. Well, I look forward to seeing what nonsense you guys get up to on this side of the fence. Got some information from the summoning, sounds like you guys need all the help you need. May not be my Lancer self, but count me into any fights you guys are getting into. Your help is greatly appreciated. Oh. And who are you, little lady? CU walked over towards Da Vinci. Also Caster, she giggled. You can call me Da Vinci-chan if you want. I may just do that. Go flirt somewhere else, you two lecherous cretins. I huffed. The stupid casters just laughed at me. And a nature spirit? The newest caster glanced at Hinako. Was that what she was? I could see why she didn't want anyone to know. God knows what the association would want to do with her. Good, and now everyone knows. She groaned. Excuse me, caster, Roman's voice sounded over the room's intercoms. Would you mind sticking around for the next summon, in case they aren't as amicable? Sure. CU shrugged. Doubt something bad will happen considering the circumstances. But I'll hang around, see who gets summoned. On a side note, keep my spear as far away from this place as possible. Something wrong with it? Samuel asked. Yeah, it might summon my teacher. CU snorted. Trust me, you don't want that to happen. I'll take your word for it. Or at least wait until the other kid is back. He somehow placate her, so, who knows? He added with a shrug. I guess I'm next. Fujimaru asked. Yes, do it the same as Samuel. Director. If you don't mind me asking, I thought you could only do this with one servant. Are you just MASH will be fine if I try and summon one? I had forgotten your lack of education, you must have only picked up bits and pieces so far. I couldn't fault him for his ignorance right now. He would need a proper rundown later. Servant compatibility refers to a broad spectrum of servant-related premises. The most obvious is the inherent ability to perform the required summoning, which is also the most important. But a high compatibility also means the ability to contract multiple servants without problem. And according to what Roman told me, you have the highest compatibility out of everyone here. Enough that it reached the point where we stopped measuring it. Oh. Ritsuka blinked. As long as MASH is fine. Senpai, it's all right. She smiled towards him. All right, I'm ready. He stepped forward. Roman, begin the second summoning. I ordered. Power being sent to the fate system again. A path has been opened up. Ritsuka held out his hand just like Samuel as the magical energy swirled around once more. Another silhouette began to take shape and I was ecstatic that we managed to summon another servant, /. However, my body tensed once I saw who it was. Servant Saber answered your summons. Artoria Pendragon, the Tyrant of Knights. Her yellow eyes looked around the room. Oh wow, look who it is. Another reunion, huh? Guess we aren't going to be enemies this time around, Saber. Do I know you? The Saber servant replied. Did she not retain her memories? Is Caster just an outlier in that respect? Maybe it's a good thing that. Don't lie, I saw you recognize us when you were first summoned. Caster grinned. Saber clicked her tongue in annoyance. You are the same Saber from before? Ritsuka hesitantly asked. I am. She said without a shred of shame. And you're not going to attack us? I am summoned as your servant. I will answer to your orders. She said simply. Oh, all right. Welcome to Chaldea, Saber. Ritsuka smiled. Saber blinked, same as myself. How quickly he was accepting of her when she was a terrifying enemy not a few days ago. She didn't respond, but took some glances around the room. Looking for someone, Saber, Caster hummed. Maybe someone with red hair? He pressed. Cease your foolishness, Castor. Saber scowled. Should I tell him you weren't looking for him then? Might make him a little depressed that you didn't care. Do not test my patience. She growled. Kid's going to have a broken heart. You should have seen how angry he got after you disappeared and that other guy popped up and said he was responsible. Shit, it made me think he just lost the girl he loved, 'cause that was not a normal reaction. Do not make me bring my sword to bear, Castor. I am not above putting down a stray dog. Saber scowled, but, was she blushing? Is that a promise? Let me get my spear, and I'll show you who would have really won that Grail war. See, you just seem to continue to egg her on. I let out a sigh. This place was going to get extremely chaotic. But at least we had some servants now. Things were, looking just the tiniest bit brighter. And you, girl with the shield. Saber snapped her head towards Mash. You and I will be sparring starting today. Bwah. Mash let out a confused noise. I will see if you are worthy of wielding his shield. You know about my shield? Saber looked at her and frowned. I see, you do not know. Very well, if you prove yourself, I will tell you its origin. Why he didn't tell you himself, I do not know nor care. But I will not allow you to walk around with that shield and not be properly trained with it. An unexpected windfall. And you will be joining in. Saber grabbed Ritsuka's collar. I will not have my master be inexperienced. Not a bad idea. Castor spoke up. Farm boy, you're joining in. Let's get this ragtag group up to par, eh? You are all teased useful for something, I suppose. Saber sneered towards Castor. This girl can use a training dummy, so you may join. Oi, I'm going to grab my spear. Need to put a bitch in her place. I'll apologize to the kid later for beating up his girlfriend. I apologize, master. It seems your organization will have to summon another servant. Saber twitched in annoyance. For I fear there will be a dead dog here soon. I take back what I said, this can only end badly. Now, I just have to wait for Shimoda to come back. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 358, Chapter 324. Artoria Pendragon POV. His sleeping face was cute. My boyfriend, the man I had come to love. Such a simple word, yet it brought such emotions to my chest. I did not expect it to come out from him so suddenly, but I was very happy to hear it said. However, this happiness was tainted. I could tell that something was not right, beyond the rather obvious cues. He asked me to refill the magical energy inside Avalon, and I could see him wince in pain every so often. Someone had harmed him. Someone or something was strong enough to leave him in this state, and that was not an easy feat. Beyond the obvious, there were other cues that I found unsettling. The way he looked upon me when he first walked into the house. I do not know why, but I felt a pain in my heart. The closest approximation I could claim would be the time when I saw him after he returned from the land of shadows. I did not know what to say or how to comfort him. I was not good at using words to ease any unwell feelings he was experiencing. He simply said that he wished for my presence, so I very well could not deny that request even if I had the inkling to. It was pleasant, it had been a fair while since we shared a bed. And the warmth of another body while I slept was one I considered a joy. I did not begrudge him for the absence of such a pleasure, I was aware that we both had responsibilities. It brought a smile to my face knowing that if I requested such a thing, he would be nude, laying upon the bed before I could finish the words. The silly man that he is. Perhaps that is why I found the current situation all the more concerning. My bosom was fully exposed, my body was at his mercy, yet his hands did not wander. He did not delve into his usual actions as his touch was noticed to be lacking in that regard. None of us were unaware about his preferences or his desires. He never went overboard, and he would respect any boundaries we set, but within those confines, he never held back. I also never complained because I was not against his show of affection and desire the same as the others. And that is to say, he would not miss the opportunity with any of us. I have learned more since Venilana has joined our strange group. She had shed some light on the mindset of devils, and with Wilhelm being a half-devil, he has certain characteristics of their race that appear often. Which makes me concerned at this moment. He is acting very much out of character. Though I would not make this the only point of evidence to conclude that something is amiss, with everything else, I can see that he is acting strange. The moment we were under the covers, he instead held onto me and didn't let go. An endearing action that I would happily accept under any other circumstance. I did not know what to do and it was weighing on me. I couldn't help but push back a few stray strands of hair that covered his face. He made a faint whining sound and his face pushed into my chest. Apologies, did I wake you? I said softly. The damage was done, so my fingers continued to run through his hair. It is surprising. I originally do not prefer men with longer hair, yet I fancy it in this particular case. I remember when he used to have short hair and then he came back from the land of shadows and it had changed. Or is it that this man simply had me smitten from such an earlier time? I can't deny that he caused me certain feelings when he fought on the basis of taking me on a date. The consideration that such a thing was worth the effort he was putting in. I was unaware of them at the time, or perhaps I did not understand them properly until I allowed myself the chance to open up to this kind of relationship. I'm sorry. He mumbled with his face still pressed. What do you have to apologize for? I am the one who has awakened you. His head tilted up and I could see a sadness in his eyes. Not that. He frowned. I'm sorry for not making it more special. Oh, I believe I understand. Did you not mean what you said to me then? Absolutely not. I meant every word of it. He quickly denied. Then what is the problem? You deserve better than my just blurting it out like that. He sounded sincere, making my heartbeat speed up. I couldn't help myself. The second I saw you, I just... Hush. I put a finger to his lips. If you believe you have done me a wrong, then I will forgive you to set you at ease. He always fusses over us so much, it's quite adorable when he thinks he did something wrong. And if you desire, you can rectify it at this moment. I removed my finger, giving him a chance to speak. I love you. And I you. I leaned down and enjoyed a meeting of our lips. Now, are you going to tell me what ails you? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You don't have to keep doing this, you know. Wilhelm, why do you think I mind doing this? I continued to run my fingers through his hair. It was obvious that it made him feel better, and I did not mind it one iota. His head laid upon my thigh even as we shifted to the living room after waking up. It was hard to stay in bed after he relayed to me his most recent adventure. I could understand his current attitude. How could I fault him for how he was acting when he was forced to kill another version of myself? I do not know if I would be capable of doing so if another version of him were to appear or of the others I have come to cherish. If another Mordred came after my head, would I have the will to fight with my full strength? And if another version of Rin were to become my enemy, could I muster my courage to face her? It is a situation I would never wish to face, yet he had to go through the worst of it. You did nothing wrong. I assured him once more. I know he was feeling guilty for his actions. But from what he told me, he did not have much of a choice. I know myself very well. If I thought my actions were the best given the situation, I know I would not be persuaded easily. And I know that she would be thankful to have such a worthy end. However, I kept that piece of information to myself. I fear he would take it the wrong way if I said so. I was happy when I noticed that someone finally arrived. Scat-Hack pushed open the door without a second thought, strolling right inside. Student, you are back early. She wasted no time. I have already been informed. She said simply as Wilhelm pushed himself up off my lap. Wilhelm turned to me. You told her. He let out a sigh. I told everyone. I didn't deny it. You are not feeling well, and it is a rare enough occurrence that it was something I felt I should reveal to everyone else. Not to mention some explanations on what you have been up to. Those phones are quite handy. This foolish student. Scat-Hack walked over and pulled Wilhelm forward. His face was now buried in her large bosom. He made no secret that he enjoyed this action, and I think everyone else enjoys doing it to him as well. Scat-Hack looked at me humorously. It seems he needs to be reminded that we care for him just as he cares for us. He stopped struggling in her embrace and seemed to accept that he was stuck there for the time being. Is anyone else coming? I asked. I informed them of what happened in broad details. There were some intimate things Wilhelm shared that I was not going to say without his presence. But otherwise, everyone else had a general idea of what occurred. But, I didn't check to see if I received any more messages. No one expected him to return so quickly. They are all busy with other matters and I told them not to rush back and that I would take care of it. You assured them that he was fine, so they are not in a hurry. Scat-Hack replied, finally letting him go. Good, I think it would make Wilhelm feel worse if everyone came running because he wasn't feeling well. I believe Jin is at the college right now, and I know she would immediately come back to console him if she wasn't told not to. Yasaka should be dealing with issues with her position. Reiku is watching Kuno like she tends to do. Meridia needs not to even be mentioned as it's obvious what she is busy with. As for Venelana, I believe the last time we talked she mentioned being busy with some things regarding her family's political ties and needing to be with her husband, former husband for them. And I also sent a message to Izanami. As much as he denies it, that is just a matter of time and none of us are against it. So it is best to keep her informed of our matters as well. I'm really not getting out of this, am I? He asked. You are not. I told him immediately. I was glad it was Scathach who came. She is quick to stomp out anything that Wilhelm does that we would disapprove of. She is probably the most stern when it comes to Wilhelm out of all of us. I got pretty thoroughly beaten. He slumped back in his seat. Being defeated is nothing to be depressed about, my student. Scathach took a rare gentle tone with him. You are alive, that is the most important thing to focus on. And now you have information on your foe. Are you not confident that the next time you encounter him that you will lose the same as I am now? I don't know if I can confidently say that I'll win even if I bring everything out. No, to be honest, I'm pretty sure I'll lose convincingly. Yes, he told me that he was hurt and he relied on Avalon to survive. It did not fill me with ease in these circumstances to know that. I am relieved that Wilhelm had my noble phantasm, but I am frightened that a foe forced him to that point and still nearly killed him. And he told me about who helped him when he was in need. I did not have much of an impression on this Salem. He had began courting her before we had our talks, so I did not say anything against him continuing to do so. Jin had spoken some unsavory things about her, but what she could say was limited. I cannot say that I have an initial good impression, and perhaps my view of her was tainted by Jin even if I have yet to meet her. I trust Wilhelm, so I was willing to give this woman a chance. However, after hearing that she saved him and healed him up to the best of her ability, I can't help but feel a significant amount of gratitude towards her. I believe I may need to meet her soon if Wilhelm is serious about a relationship with her. He knows about my reservations, so I do not think he will deny me. I will speak with Jin more and talk to her about some of my concerns and see where we go from there. I blinked for a moment, noticing something odd in the air. I settled down once I realized it was similar to Wilhelm's magic that was being used. Though Wilhelm himself looked melancholic at it. Gramps, you came too. Hello, Wilhelm. The wizard marshal appeared within the living room. I was told he could not leave his world line, but I suppose from the explanations I was given about this house that it's technically not. I do not know, so I would not dwell on it. You called him too. Wilhelm looked up at me, his body falling over, his head landing into my lap once more. I smiled gently towards him, my fingers once more found his bright red hair. As I spoke before, we all care about you. Zelretch hummed, taking a seat opposite of us. I was not entirely told what happened, only the barest details. Fought, lost, here I am. Wilhelm grunted. I gave him a little pinch on the cheek. He can be very mischievous sometimes, often taking the form of sarcasm. He rolled his body so that he was looking up straight at the ceiling. Met see you chillin' while I was there. Oh. Scathach looked at him. I rolled my eyes noting how he so quickly tries to change the topic of the conversation. Neither I nor the wizard marshal speak up about it, even if it is rather obvious. He was summoned as a caster. Wilhelm chuckled. Scathach also looked rather amused at the idea. Did that stupid student of mine whine the entire time without his spear? I let him use your spear, actually. Scathach adopted a rather warm smile. I know that she was fond of Satanta, having more than just the feelings of a teacher towards him in the past. I cannot imagine him without being a lancer. He was a worthy foe back in the Grail War and someone I admire. Someone I would call a hero without a second thought. That stupid boy. Scathach shook her head. How did he get summoned as a caster? He must have been very upset. Well, he was in an odd situation. Apparently Odin was sharing his vessel with him or something. The god probably had a hand in it, cause there's no way he would be summoned as a caster normally. The Allfather. Scathach pursed her lips. He is not a god one should mingle with if possible. She let out a small sigh. I do hope he did not do anything to warrant that god's attention. A heroic spirit he may be now, but he is not beyond consequences if the right situation occurs. He did not do anything to you, I hope. Even if Odin is there with him, I am sure I can have words with my old student to set him straight. I felt Wilhelm shudder in my lap. An experience I'm sure someone can only experience by being under her tutelage. No, I think his Odin parts were mostly dormant. Though I did extort a spell from his repertoire in exchange for letting him use your spear. Well done. Scathach beamed. These two. I could only shake my head at their behavior. He's a good guy though. Wilhelm breathed out. I can see why you liked him. Kind of an ass, but I couldn't help but like him too. Fufufu, that is a perfect way to say it. Good, he's smiling now. It was the right choice to have help with this. Well, I guess I'll skip to the most important bits. I discovered who was responsible for the singularity and by extension, the incineration of humanity over there. He identified himself as Floros. Wilhelm revealed, though I was more privy to this information. Am I to assume based on the name? Zelretch asked. Yup, the demon Floros, though it was different than I expected. It took the form of this tentacle thing with a bunch of eyes. It handled Castor pretty easily, so I would put it at a minimum of high servant tier, ignoring noble phantasms. Wilhelm stated. I see, this demon killed my student. Scathach asked calmly, but I could feel the sharpness in her tone. I think it was just a poor matchup. If he had been summoned as Lancer, maybe it would turn out different. Irrelevant. Scathach frowned. It seems I will be paying a visit over there for 2 different reasons. I will see this enemy that defeated my student, then I will also give my student a remedial lesson. I apologize, Lancer, I did not expect this to happen. Am I to assume that this Floros was not the one to beat you, Wilhelm? The wizard marshal asked. No, Floros tried to run away. I may have overreacted a little bit due to some reason and used the sword of destruction to destroy him. I could have killed him sooner, but I wanted him to suffer a little. He was upset over me. I am filled with equal parts guilt and exuberance at the emotions he showed at my alternative's death. I am pleased to know he cares so deeply about me, but I wish he would not act so rashly on my behalf. I assume things did not go your way then? Zelretch asked, slightly chastising him. He tore open a hole in time and space. I followed him without thinking. Wilhelm winced even as he said it. I know. It was stupid to just jump head first into things. Believe me, I realize my mistake after getting my ass kicked. Alright, I won't say anything. You sometimes do things that end poorly, but you also learn from your mistakes. So I will take this as you learning your lesson. Zelretch nodded. It was a small realm, a workshop that existed in the imaginary numbers space. I met the owner who claimed to be Solomon. Impossible. Zelretch reacted quickly and strongly. I don't think any of us were expecting that kind of reaction. Gramps. What's wrong? You don't remember? Zelretch looked at Wilhelm. No. Zelretch stroked his beard. Maybe that was intentional on my part. You once said you don't remember my parents either. Yes, that makes sense. It wouldn't do good for you to focus so much on the important people for my life. He murmured to himself. But to answer your question, who do you think I learned magecraft from? Solomon. Wilhelm slowly sat up from my lap once more. You learned magecraft from the king of magecraft. Yes. He didn't deny it. Not many people know this fact. And it's one of the reasons I watch over the Mages Association despite not being very fond of it. My teacher was worried that magecraft might become something detrimental to humanity, and I understood his view, so I continued my watch after he passed. It wasn't Solomon, I was able to confirm that. With Floros mentioned, I can guess at who or rather what is responsible. Solomon's 72 demons, the Ars Goetia. I remember them from my tutelage, but I did not know what happened to them afterwards. It seems that they forsook his original intentions and enacted a large ritual across the centuries. He was converting humanity into energy. He hit me with about 100 times the output of Excalibur, and that was barely a drop in the bucket. I have no idea what he's planning, but he apparently needs a lot of energy for it. That is very concerning. Zelretch said darkly. I will have to do some of my own investigations. I am aware that teacher had a workshop that existed outside of time and space, but even I don't know the coordinates. If these demons were able to usurp it, then that means you were at a large disadvantage. Yeah, he was able to fight against my authority's activation. He was able to force away my dragon words, and he was able to analyze and disassemble my magecraft on the spot. Wilhelm sighed. Gramps, I don't feel confident at all, and there are people depending on me. You said that humanity was incinerated. Does Chaldea still stand? It does. I don't know why off the top of my head that Chaldea is still standing, but it is. I even have Sir Wiggles there at the moment watching them. Curious. Zelretch said simply. As I said, I will have to do some of my own investigations to give any definitive answers. The question is, what are your plans going forward? The amount of aid I can give is minimal in this situation. You remember that list you gave me a long time ago? The one about world lines that you've looked at and such. From when I went to Remnant for the first time. I do. I remember something there that piqued my interest. If I don't feel confident in facing him now, then I just have to get stronger. Magecraft is not the correct path, for obvious reasons. But my other abilities seem to hold more ground, so I want to seek out something else. My body is fairly strong, I have some good weapons, and even my magecraft is powerful even if it's not relevant here. But beyond my aura, I haven't done anything with my soul. And that's more of a physical application of it than anything else. I am a Campione, my soul was inherently upgraded. Not to mention I am a reincarnation, and I've had Drag inside my soul for how long now? It's something significant I don't think I should ignore. I want to find a way to harness the power of my soul better. Remind me, what were the details about that world again? Zelretch asked. Both Scat and myself leaned in, wanting to know the details. We would not speak up against his plan, we both could understand how important this was to him. And if it was a quest to increase his own strength, we couldn't begrudge him in the slightest. We both would feel more at ease the stronger he became. They were sparse, but you mentioned that apparently there's a species of spirits there that can harness their souls. And they run around with special weapons that are born from their souls as well. I think you called them Shinigami. *****. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 359, Chapter 325. Do you have everything you require? Yes, Mom. I rolled my eyes. Scat pinched me in response. If you think me a mother, perhaps sharing my bed isn't something you're uncomfortable with. You forget that he has relations with his grandmother. Artoria chimed in. Fufu, that's right. My student is a deviant, I'm sure this would only further embolden him. Scat continued to tease. You make it sound like I need an excuse. My arms found her waist and I pulled her in. This is true as well. This Scat already allows your advances. She leaned forward and I claimed her lips happily. All right, maybe I was feeling a little emboldened. Not to mention I was feeling much better now, so I would take advantage of the situation, especially since she was teasing me. I reached back, pulling the waistband of her pants back and peeked over her shoulder once the kiss broke. I was curious to see what she was wearing. Purple lacy panties, very nice. Brat. She playfully pinched me again. I gave her ass a nice squeeze. I couldn't just let it go after getting a good view like that. Not that she minded in the slightest. She was similar to Artoria in this regard, she didn't mind me doing stuff like this, but she didn't like public displays. Speaking of. I turned to Artoria who was patiently waiting next to us. That bright smile of hers always warms my heart when I see it. She was enveloped in my arms without a second thought. My petite little king of knights was always so adorable. You will keep Avalon once more. She looked up at me. And I will hear no argument to the contrary. Yes, ma'am. Good. She smiled beautifully again. I will await your return. I won't be long. I reassured her. Maybe a couple weeks at most. Do not rush if you are not required to. I have matters that can preoccupy my time for now. And you can reach me through the phone whenever you desire. Yeah, she was right. Better to do things properly than to try and rush through them. I gave her a light kiss on the lips before breaking the hug. I guess this is goodbye for now. Are you not forgetting something, student of mine? Scat interjected. I wish to hear you say it to her. It is not necessary. Artoria turned a little red. Oh, you told her. I felt a tiny bit embarrassed. Fufu, the two of you are very cute. Say it, for my pleasure then. Scat chuckled. I leaned forward, kissing Artoria on the cheek. I love you. I love you as well. Artoria responded softly. While I was glad that there wasn't any jealousy to be had, the giggling of hers was making me a little flustered. I quickly grabbed Mirage with the set coordinate, I opened a portal and stepped through. ******. I took a step onto the ground. Whenever I visited a new world, I always took a moment to take in the atmosphere. More than just getting my visual bearings, I let the world baptize me with its own special laws and unique circumstances. I was prepared, but even so, I felt my footing almost stumble before catching myself. That isn't to say something pressured me, but that it felt like I had been wearing weights on my legs for so long that I suddenly took them off and needed to reorient myself. Bringing my arm up to my face, I waved it a few times in front of myself, getting used to this new sensation. There wasn't any more difficulty or ease in my movements, but the difference was something I would need to get used to. Because what I felt was certainly not the mana I was used to. Reishi. I spoke the word I had recently learned. Gramps barely had any information on this world, but there were some things I did learn. Reishi, the main component of souls and all spiritual matter. Different from the equivalent that I'm used to back home. That being, of course, spirit rons, the spirit particles that make up the soul. Both claim to be the makeup of one's soul, yet both are correct. Souls are souls, but they can differ slightly depending on the world that one is born to. Just how a human soul can be different than say a yokai soul, yet both are souls. The souls here are just a tad more unique than what I'm used to. While not a complete one-to-one ratio, Reishi can be another name for mana here. Though, the odd thing was that I could still feel mana in the air. So perhaps that wasn't even accurate either. I was just trying to draw parallels with my own knowledge to better start researching this stuff, but that may throw me off if I rely too much on it. Well, still going on that symbolism. If Reishi is basically this spiritual matter equivalent to mana, then obviously there is a term for the Reishi that each person possesses. Gramps had it written down too, he called it Ryuryoku. The basic term meaning, spiritual power. It is amusing that there are similar terms for similar corresponding energies even if they exist on a slightly different spectrum. Fascinating. This energy, I couldn't immediately absorb it like I could mana. I would have to experiment with it because I felt like I could take it in with some effort or some workaround. Though, to do that, I would need to set up a proper workshop. And unfortunately, I didn't have an identity in this world, nor did I have the correct currency. Yes, I had yen, millions of it, enough that I would be set for life if I retired and lived like a normal human. However, I had a personal rule not to introduce the currency of one world to another, even if it matched. That was just asking for trouble and it would be a headache to deal with if I got discovered. I tapped my finger against my arm as I looked out across the city. It was a little smaller than Fuyuki and Kuo that I was used to in a Japanese town. I was on a hill at the far end of the town, but I could make out buildings that did dwarf the standard houses that seemed to line the distance. How strange. Why was this place of all locations in the world, the one with the highest concentration of reishi? I couldn't pick out anything special about it at a glance. Not that I expected to be able to peer into any secrets, but it was just odd that something so plain and ordinary could hold that title. Oh well, it'll make things easier if I can just do some research in peace and get familiar with this energy source and proceed from there. However, I do need to settle the matter of finding a place to stay. I suppose I could take the same route I did in Remnant, without the whole incident to go along with it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I swiveled on my new chair. It was pretty comfortable. I liked this chair. And I could look out the window to see pretty far down the street. Even with only the moon illuminating the sky, it was some pretty good scenery. What a nice office. I admired, swinging around to look at my guests. Well, guests were sort of a misnomer. Technically, I was the guest. But it was just semantics. Two guys were sitting down on their knees, not even daring to look up at me. Their faces were a little swollen, but that was merely a side effect of them being a bit stupid. It was pretty good luck to find these people so quickly. I honestly didn't know if a small town like this had a criminal underbelly. So, I put my elbows up on my new desk. Shall we get down to business? What do you want? The boss trembled a little. I want a lot of things. Oddly enough, many of them involve Salem sitting on my face. But that's neither here nor there. I could use some identification. I started off with something easy. Can you nice gentlemen help me with that? My subordinate has an uncle who can do that sort of thing. The boss that was the previous owner of this chair answered my question. All right, bring him here. I clapped my hands happily. He's already here. The boss said, turning to look at the figure of a map half through the nearby wall, body limp as he hung there. The walls here were pretty much cardboard if I were to be honest. Ah, the idiot who pulled a gun on me. That's unfortunate. Can you contact his uncle if I offer a lot of money? He blinked and nodded. Good. I smiled happily and pretended to reach into my jack and took out some gold, setting it on the table. This should be enough to pay for it. Using actual money may be a no-go, but gold is easy to pass around without much fuss. You can keep the extra after settling everything for me. Some incentive to get it done without issue. Out of curiosity, what are your names? I hadn't even asked. To be fair, I sort of just strolled right in and they got a little upset at that. I may have had to beat up everyone inside the building. Everyone calls me Scar, boss. The previous boss was already on his feet, bowing his head respectfully. And credit where it was due, he had already pocketed the gold in one swift motion. Though, being called boss made me feel a little depressed knowing how many of my subordinates I had already failed. I knew he had no way of knowing that it annoyed me, so he wouldn't get a beating. Is that because of that little scar next to your eye? I asked. No, it's because of the scar on his ass. The guy sitting down next to him received a quick kick in the face by Scar. Don't listen to him. Scar coughed awkwardly. What do you all actually do here? I was morbidly curious. I know that crime can't be prevented, there's always going to be those elements everywhere. But, this was such a small town, what the hell was worth forming a gang here for? I didn't expect a Yakuza group to exist in a small place like this. The guy who had been kicked a moment ago sat back up. You know, he had an oddly majestic-looking pompadour. We're not Yakuza. He said. Wait, what? I looked around. Scar scratched his head awkwardly. His dad owns the nearby hospital. Pointing to Pompadour. And his owns a bunch of real estate. I looked at them both for a moment before slowly face-palming. You're a bunch of second-generations role-playing Yakuza. I wouldn't say role-playing. What about the idiot who pulled a gun on me? His grandfather is the head of the police here. He swiped it out of his dad's safe and he was showing it off. Scar replied a little embarrassed. It doesn't have any bullets. I opened my mouth and closed it again, opting to sigh instead. Can you still get me an ID and stuff? Yeah, that's easy. He nodded enthusiastically. Great. I breathed out with a little bit of exasperation. Now I felt bad for beating them up. You said your dad works in real estate. I'm looking for a secluded property, got any for sale? Scar perked up. My dad owns some abandoned buildings at the edge of town. He was going to knock them down a few years ago, but something happened and he hasn't touched them. While I'm happy that I got my immediate concern settled, this is not how I was expecting this evening to go. Alright, I'll go check it out. Give me the directions, and we'll settle on payment later. I'll also leave my information here so you can get started on my identification. Do a good job and I'll give you a bonus. Whatever, I guess them playing as Yakuza was better than them being Yakuza. I'll get right on it, boss. He saluted. Right, you do that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Well, I could see why this place was abandoned. The air was cold, I could feel it in my soul. It didn't affect me negatively, but it was more so that my soul could feel the cold air that permeated this area. Something was definitely strange here. If a normal human felt this, I could imagine their fight-or-flight instincts kicking in and they'd want to stay away. The only answer is why. Dozens of people probably died here. It vaguely felt familiar to the time I was with Jean and we were investigating that conglomeration of resentment. Less intense, but still noticeable. Definitely not a human that caused this kind of phenomena. Curious. Should I try to make my presence known? It might make whatever caused this come after me too. But then again, I'm not proficient in this power that exists here, it may not be interested if I start flexing my magic. What if I stimulate the surrounding mana? Would that stimulate the reishi in the air as well? Would that attract the cause of this mess? It was an interesting thought because walking through what seemed like a construction site was giving me nothing. There were a few buildings that looked to be ready for demolition, but it was clear they'd been sitting here for a longest time. Some others that were barely standing. And a couple that looked half destroyed but not by any industrial means. Like something plowed into them and they collapsed. I walked up to a walk and drew a rune on it. I went to the other side of this little area and drew on another wall. I continued a few more times until I created a small area that was surrounded by these few runes. Not really a spell in name, but it should have a visible reaction to the ambient magical energy which in turn should also have an effect on the reishi that exists here. I snapped my fingers, actualizing them. The runes lit up and I intentionally made the mana in the air a bit chaotic. I'm basically doing the equivalent of shaking a bottle of soda, trying to get a reaction out of anything nearby. This would probably take a little while, so I sat down and waited. In the meantime, I used this opportunity to try and take in some of this reishi that existed. My magical circuits were flared up fully, trying to capture this ambient power. However, it's like there was a hole in my net when I tried to grab hold. I could get just the tiniest bit, but it wasn't really responsive like the mana in the air. This is going to take some experimentation and effort. I grumbled in realization. My existence wasn't tailored to absorbing it like the people here naturally were. However, my demonic energy, meager as it is, has been very beneficial for merging together different branches of magecraft and powers. Things that would have had difficulty coming together coherently had been combined because my demonic energy had been acting as a sort of metaphysical lubricant so they didn't grind to a halt. Perhaps. Roar. My eyes snapped open from my idle muse. It wasn't a normal roar that woke me from my thoughts. It reverberated across the spiritual power that hung in the air, and my soul felt it from a distance away. A little ways down, a building collapsed as a large figure burst out of the dark corridors. It looked like a strange mix between a lizard and a horse. But the most notable feature was the white mask on its face as it stared right at me. A grim. I whispered in confusion before realization dawned on me. No, it was different. The information on this world that Gramps told me. There were spiritual beings known as Shinigami that supposedly protected the balance of souls or something inane like that. But on the opposite side there were evil spirits called hollows that sought to devour souls and get stronger. The two sides were enemies for obvious reasons. So, this was a hollow. Just its presence felt filthy. I had to resist the urge to grab Dawnbreaker and purge it from the world. It stomped across the ground, leaving huge footprints in the ground as it continued to usher that earth-shaking roar and charged at me. Its massive jaw opened up revealing lines of sharp teeth, clearly wanting to devour me. You'll do nicely. I nodded, flicking my hand, producing a few talismans between my fingers. Let's start experiment number 1. I threw them out as it approached. They shot off in 4 directions. 4 elements sealing formation. I activated the spell. They interlinked and locked down the large creature. Ethereal chains shot out of each talisman, wrap around its body. Its large maw was snapped shut. and chains flew around, binding up its large reptilian-like legs. Its momentum was carried forward even after its stride was obstructed. It fell to the ground, sliding forward until it was only a few feet in front of me. It struggled, trying to break through my spell, but my magecraft held onto it tightly. First experiment is a success, I muttered, happy that my magecraft still had the desirable effect on the thing. Now, I just need to take it to. I stopped, my head snapped to the side, noticing some quick movements. 2 yellow eyes greeting me, shining under the cover of shadows. Slowly, it stepped out into the moonlight, and I could get a better look at it. Well, hello there, little kitty. I stared into eyes that held much more intelligence than a cat should. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A certain black cat notices something strange and investigates. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. Chapter 360, Chapter 326. What a strange cat. The evil spirit the size of a small car was wailing and trying to break free, but this cat was seemingly more interesting. First off, I think a normal animal would instinctively avoid this area if even humans knew that something was wrong. And yet, it was sitting right here, a monster roaring at the side, just calmly looking at me. I guess I did cause a little bit of a commotion, but I didn't think it would be enough to grab anyone's immediate attention. Hello. I offered a greeting. The cat tilted its head, tail swaying behind it. At least it wasn't as terrifying as that other animal from Chaldea. Speaking of, I never did ask Olga or anyone else about it. I suppose I was understandably preoccupied with other matters and it didn't show an iota of hostility. Honestly, I'd even call it friendly. It just seemed to like messing with me, probably because I was the only one who understood what kind of might it could bear. Something I'll have to look into later. I took a step forward, towards the strange cat, and it didn't react, still staring at me. Taking a few more steps forward, I crouched down, holding my hand out to see if it wanted to be pet. It still didn't react, so I stood back up. I turned around back towards the hollow, only to jerk backwards and try to get a reaction from the quick movement. Still, the cat didn't react, but I think I saw a hint of amusement in its eyes. Shaking my head, I turned back around again. Acting as if I was going to ignore it, I flicked my hand backwards, a single talisman flew out of my hand towards the cat. It finally reacted, moving very fast. Enough that the air displaced from where it stood. I turned to the side, and it was sitting there, like nothing had happened, dozens of feet away from where it was previously. And now, I was feeling competitive. I didn't even try to hide it, flexing my fingers and taking out a fistful of talismans. And of course, the cat looked at me challengingly. I wasted no time, the talismans already left my hand. Each of them had a different effect. One of them hit the ground, creating a small glacier that erupted from the ground. The cat jumped up with ease, avoiding it. While it was in the air, my second talisman turned into a fiery snake that coiled around it at an odd angle. The cat slapped the air and back flipped out of the way. Somehow, it was able to create a foothold through what I assume was reishi and dodged that way. My eyes widened and it looked way too smug at my reaction. I crossed my arms at its reaction, looking rather smug myself. Should have looked at where the last one went. I tooted in chastisement. The cat's eyes flickered as it clearly didn't see where I threw it, but I held up a lazy arm, pointing at the hollow. It wasn't difficult to hijack the spell I already cast. My last talisman slapped onto the hollow's mask, and it lit up as if siphoning the effects. Several chains shot out from the talisman at the cat that was falling in midair. The cat jerked its body to avoid one, and jumped to avoid another, but they wrapped and shot in such angles that it was apparently taken by surprise, only having the option to fall straight down without being caught. I held my arms open. I win. I declared as it fell right into my grasp. I was under no delusion that this cat could escape from my arms if it really wanted to. Hell, I felt like it was merely playing around and wasn't nearly as intense as it could have been. So, how long are you going to keep pretending? I lifted it up to the sky. Meow. It said in a very deep voice. It wasn't the sound a cat made, but a literal word as if a human spoke. Cute. I said dryly. You know, cats are an invasive species. I should do my due diligence and hand you over to the proper organizations. A little snip here and there, I'm sure it'll be over quick. Don't want more stray cats popping up. It stuck its tongue out at me. Fine, be that way. I just let go, letting it drop to the ground. Got more important things to take care of. I pivoted, walking back towards the hollow. It finally stopped thrashing about, mostly just seething quietly. I was a little miffed, so I kicked it as I got closer. The hollow immediately started yelling and roaring again. What are you doing? I blinked, realizing the little cat was at my feet, looking up at me. Oh, so you can talk. I deadpanned. Meow. It replied rather dryly. You're lucky I like cats. I pursed my lips. What's your deal? Some kind of yokai? Sure. I feel like you're not being truthful. Sure. Are you a parrot? Sure. Are you upset about what I said regarding getting you neutered? Meow. I rolled my eyes. Clearly, this cat was just messing with me. I don't know what's up with me and small, dangerous animals that seem to find enjoyment out of annoying me. What's your name? Don't you know it's impolite to ask someone's name without introducing yourself first? The cat shot back. Do gaijins not know that? It tilted its head. First, that's more of a slur than an actual statement of one's status. I pointed out. And second, I'm half Japanese, thank you very much. And third, I leaned down. I don't think you can call someone impolite when you're technically trespassing. Or do cats not know anything about that? I parroted its words. Meow. Right. I sighed. Should have expected that. Anyways, the name is Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Yoruchi. The cat replied with its own name. And this place is abandoned. I just bought it recently. Hence, you're trespassing. I mean, I will have technically purchased it soonish. Depends on how quickly that roleplayer got the stuff taken care of. Why do you have that hollow? It didn't even care about my retort as if my ownership was irrelevant to it. You know about hollows? I questioned. Seems kind of suspicious for a cat to know something like that. I know a thing or two. It walked up, clearly unafraid of the evil spirit. Aha. Well, good for you then. I ignored it, making sure the bindings on the hollow were still nice and secure. What are you going to use this hollow for? You went to the effort of catching it. The cat jumped onto the hollow's head without a care in the world. Even as it struggled and let out roars, Yoruchi didn't even seem to care. Recruitment. Recruitment. Yoruchi looked confused. Yup, I need a new employee. Obviously, this is an interview to see if he's right for the position. I think I kept the sarcasm subtle enough. As if to agree with me, the hollow let out another roar. See, even Bob agrees. I pointed out. Bob. Yoruchi looked at me incredulously. Do you think he doesn't have a name? I looked offended at her suggestion. Even a cat like you has a name, why can't he have one? Anyways, lots of important matters to take care of. I grabbed hold of the newly named Bob's leg and started dragging him towards the building he originally came from. Personal interview to take care of, you know how it is. I'll come with. Yoruchi declared. Sorry, this is private. I shooed the cat away. Don't wanna, it looked at me mischievously. I furrowed my brow, knowing it would be difficult to drive this cat away if it set its mind to resisting me. I was pretty damn sure it didn't show nearly the peak of its capabilities when we were playing before. I wasn't entirely sure it was just a cat and I didn't want it to watch me go through my experiments. It already saw my talismans and hadn't made a big deal about them, so I wasn't too perturbed about that being revealed. But I didn't know much about this world, so I was being a tiny bit cautious. How about this? I set the hollow back down. I have a question about hollows. You said you know some things about them, so if you answer my question, I won't kick you out. But if you can't, then you leave me to my business. Alright, sounds like fun. The cat grinned. There isn't much I don't know about hollows though. Okay then. I hummed to myself. I don't know much about them, so I wanted to know. This hole at the center of its chest. That's easy. Yoruchi cut in, practically prancing around. When a soul's soul chain completely degrades due to not moving on or falling to regrets or obsessions, it opens up a hole in their chest. The hole signifies that they lost their heart, and it then becomes the mask they wear. Though I was curious about why there was just a hole on its chest that you could see from one side to the other from. I assumed there was some sort of spiritual meaning. Guess I was correct in that regard. Nice to know, but that wasn't the question I was going to ask. Though, that's some new information I will want to get elaboration on. What's the question then? Yoruchi asked. If you touch the inside of the hole, is it like skin or is it like you're touching its actual insides? That's your question. Yoruchi blinked. I've been very curious, and I didn't want to just stick my hand in there and find out. I was waiting for Yoruchi's answer, but the cat just opened its mouth a few times and closed it. Ask me something else. Nope. The cat clicked its tongue. Fine. I could hear the grumbling. But I'll be back. Yoruchi declared before disappearing with a burst of displaced air. Well, I wouldn't mind. He seemed to be relatively pleasant and approachable. I'm sure I could get some more information out of him later. But for now, I had some experiments to start. Come along, Bob. It's time for your interview. I continued to hum to myself as I pulled it towards where I would be making my makeshift workshop. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mundane weapons seemed to have a minimal effect. I muttered, putting away a gun I happened to have stored. A bullet barely left a bruise on its arm. I took out a regular sword. There was nothing magical about it, just a basic iron weapon. I casually swiped at the hollow's arm again, and it left just a small bruise, not even breaking the skin. I was correct in my initial thoughts. It appears as though hollows exist at a higher state, mundane means are heavily negated. Though it may seem obvious, I did want to verify instead of just assuming. They were spiritual beings, so it made sense. I cast a basic reinforcement on the sword and slashed at the hollow once more. A cut opened up about the extent that I expected. There was a little bit of resistance, but that could be attributed to his thick skin and muscles. Good thing I set up several bounded fields, because this thing was making a lot of noise. I pulled on my divinity and held a little bit of lightning above my index finger. I gathered as much, or rather, as little as I wanted. Just a tiny little spark, which was oddly more difficult to do than just gathering a huge amount. I pushed it against the hollow's arm and it picked up its roaring. It struggled violently, thrashing against its bindings. Interesting, very interesting. I muttered again, retracting my divinity. I tried again with just normal lightning, and although it still raged in pain, it didn't react quite as violently as before. Divinity appears to have some sort of suppression effect on hollows. I spoke the words as I wrote them down in my little notebook. That is to say, my divinity was its natural enemy in a sense. Which corresponded to how Onmyoji called upon the gods to purify yokai and other nefarious beings. Again, it made sense, but assuming things often leads to incorrect conclusions. Divinity was more intertwined with the world where a hollow appeared to be an unnatural aberration that went against the natural order. Now, what about my aura? I questioned aloud, calling forth the manifestation of my soul. I wasn't quite sure how aura would interact with the spiritual nature of the things found in this world. I was fairly confident that there would be no negatives to my possession of it outright. I released one of its arm and it took no time to try and lash out at me. This thing's intelligence was borderline animalistic with only basic higher-level thoughts. Strategy, scheming, traps and such didn't even process with it based on my observations thus far. I gathered my aura and braced myself in case for the worse. While I had no thoughts about it truly harming me, no one likes getting hit abruptly. The multicolored wall of light solidified at my beckoning, intercepting the arm of this spiritual being. I felt a reverberation through it, but it held without any indication of failing. Interesting, a sort of resonance due to the nature of being a spiritual being. I questioned but furrowed my brow as my girls have smacked my aura plenty of times and it didn't have the same effect. Perhaps due to the nature of their ether-based vessels. It allows them to exist in the physical world different from a hollow that is a purely spiritual being, basically a ghost. I drew a string of runes, landing on the hollow's flailing arm, locking it back down. And noted that magecraft is still operable without any noticeable drawbacks. Further testing with other spells and branches is required on a wider variety of these hollows. I wrote it down as well. Just like my time in Remnant. I would give Gramps a copy of any notes and discoveries I made. Now that I've settled down a little from what happened, I felt much more relaxed. My academic mind was reeling at all the possibilities that existed due to this thing. So many different experiments I could conduct and a wide array of data I could gather. I had many different thoughts, much of them not feasible. Such as trying to feed it a piece of my peach of immortality. I am very curious to see if it would have some adverse effect such as bringing it closer to a living being due to the high concentration of life contained within it. However, it was much too scarce a resource to waste on such a whimsical idea. Would necromancer have an effect on them as well? Should I see if Mordred's master has any thoughts in that regard? I wouldn't actively practice necromancy due to Meridia's preferences, but that doesn't mean I couldn't seek him out as a consultant. I'm sure he could make a lot of use out of a hollow's body. Another thing to think about later. But thinking about Meridia. Flipping my hand over, Dawnbreaker appeared in my hand. Its golden light shone brightly in this enclosed space. And to my surprise, the hollow reacted violently. Not like before that was fraught with rage and anger, no. This was fear. It was trying its best to run away and struggled desperately under the bindings. Interesting, very interesting. As much as I would like to see the extent at which Dawnbreaker has on these things and by extension my spear that also contains a holy attribute, I captured this hollow for a more specific avenue of research. I'm sure I could go find more at a later date, but I had a more immediate concern. And that was being able to facilitate the processing of reishi properly. I felt like I had the pieces but fitting them together was going to take work. For that, I needed to see how this hollow was able to accumulate and manipulate it. Hopefully it would give me some clues I could work with in being the path of strengthening my own soul and harnessing it. Putting Dawnbreaker away, I took out my other swords and let them float next to me. I lacked a scalpel for more surgical needs, but these would work for now. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I let out a long breath. I noticed the sun coming up across the horizon and I put all my stuff away. The hollow was long dead at this point, but I got a significant amount of data that would be very beneficial to me. However, I would need many more test subjects to confirm a few hypotheses I had currently. It was annoying how quickly the body dissipated once it actually died. I had tried several means to keep it around, but they sort of failed to take hold. It seems I would have to take drastic measures if I wanted to keep the mass of soul power coherent for further deliberation next time. And there was still plenty of things I couldn't test, such as my primordial runes. Which would probably be a good method to try and keep it from dissipating. Well, it's not like I'm in a huge hurry. My concerns regarding Chaldea are thus far unfounded. Sir Wiggles is doing fine from what I've gathered. But that doesn't mean I'm not on a clock. I don't know what happened to the world line there and I wasn't entirely sure I would be able to do my normal sidestepping of time-related variables. I felt frustrated more than anything. Well, that's not true. I was still very angry at the one calling himself Solomon. Having to see Artoria, any Artoria die like that was not something I ever wanted to experience. I just had to remind myself why I was here. My concern for now should be to find more hollows and do more research. This first one was just a happy coincidence. I'll have to really search for a hollow next time. Do they come out more at night? That would be my first thought considering their nature, but I'm not anywhere near an expert on them. Maybe I'll just... I'm back. A black cat suddenly burst through the nearby door. I blinked, staring at the black cat. I mentally checked my bounded fields, and they were still intact without any problems. I held up a finger and was about to say something before closing my mouth and shaking my head. Instead, I walked up to Yorichi and picked him up. He looked at me happily as I walked to the door, and tossed him out, slamming it shut and casting a quick alteration to make sure it couldn't be opened again. Oh, what was that? I felt the Ryatsu flare up weirdly. I slowly turned around to see Yorichi sitting there, on the ground. How? Why are you here? I exclaimed in exasperation. Meow. I let out a sigh realizing that this cat was going to be tiring. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. Chapter 361, Chapter 327. I'm pretty sure I locked the door. Cats don't use doors. Yorichi countered. I can't argue with that logic. Which made me feel weird, considering I was arguing with a cat. Didn't you agree not to come back? You never said for how long. It started prancing around, inspecting the place. Where's Bob? I had to let him go. It seems like he wasn't a good fit for the company. I deadpanned. What did you do to the door? Yorichi pushed against it, but it wouldn't budge. Your Ryatsu did something weird. My Ryatsu. I tilted my head. Ryatsu, spiritual pressure. I suppose that's the term used for someone's exertion of their Ryoryoku. But I cast a spell which should be laden with magical energy, not Ryatsu. Unless, by association, the ratio I've gathered is also being facilitated due to the nature of this world. Curious. What makes you think I did anything? I asked. You can't hide it from me. The cat looked smug. Your Ryatsu is weird, but after seeing it again, I can pick it out easily now. He trotted over, plopping his butt right down in front of me, staring up. Did it increase too? You didn't have this much before. Who knows? I shrugged. So this cat can sense that my Ryatsu has increased. I did take some time to try and gather more of it via my magic circuits, even if the process was exceedingly slow and methodical. The mental image of trying to catch water with a net was pretty apt in this circumstance. I'm basically getting a few drops by luck every now and then. Still haven't been able to get my soul to do it naturally like the hollow was basically doing. Or what I assume the people here do by just existing. Still need more experimentation to figure out how I'm going to do this. Oh, a notebook, what's written here? Almost immediately the cat was on the nearby table where I left my notes. It tried to flip it open, but I slammed it shut before he could read anything. I believe the saying is, curiosity killed the cat. It's okay, I have 9 lives. He happily chirped, pawing at it even if I had my hand firmly pushed down on the cover. Can you even read? Can you? He countered. Why would you assume I couldn't? It's not weird for homeless people to be illiterate. I am not homeless. I rolled my eyes. So you live here by choice? I do own an actual house. I'm only here because I need it. I paused, giving him a glare. All right, nice try. The smug cat was smug. Almost got me to blurt out some things out of annoyance. I'll get a spray bottle the next time I'm out. Yeah, that's probably the only way you can get a pussy wet. I almost tripped hearing the words come out of his mouth. Really? I looked at the cat dumbfounded. The cat chuckled, jumping off the table. The truth hurts. Please, I've had plenty of women. And they've never left unsatisfied. Aha. The cat said mockingly. What are you, like 20? I'm sure you got a girlfriend that's a model, but she goes to school in another town, right? I know what you're doing. What am I doing? Yoruchi rolled over, exposing his belly playfully. You're trying to get information out of me by taking shots. Thinking that I'll get angry, shout out some personal information so you can look into me, right? I asked. Nah, I just like seeing kids like you get flustered. He grinned. Sure. I rolled my eyes again. And it's going to take much more than that to get me flustered. I fucked my grandmother without an iota of shame. And I was going to continue doing it. Good luck. That sounds like a challenge. Yoruchi sprung up excitedly. It wasn't. Go away. Nope. I wish Sir Wiggles was here. Have him deal with this nonsense. I slid my notebook into my pocket and hid the return to my ring that way. But, Yoruchi perked up, looking at me. You did something again. I'll have to be somewhat cautious if this cat isn't going to leave me alone. I wasn't really set on being forceful to kick him out, I could potentially have him help me. Are you in on my OG? He suddenly asked. What gave you that idea? I raised an eyebrow at his question. The talismans. He did the cat equivalent of a shrug. Surprised me when I saw them. Heard that On My OG used to be more popular a long time ago, but they sorta died out. Humans with a lot of Ryatsu that would gather together and stuff. That's interesting, did they exist here as well? I mean, the historical context for them must have persisted through the years, but for real variations of them to exist was what caught my attention. I suppose it makes sense, they are adept at dealing with spiritual issues, so in a world that emphasizes the spiritual aspects of the supernatural, it's not a huge surprise. Maybe I just like throw paper at things. If he was going to be tight-lipped, then I was too. Maybe if someone answered my own question. Like, say what exactly you are, then I might be willing to answer one as well. Meow. Right. I shouldn't have expected anything different. If you don't want to be cooperative, then why are you here? Fine, Yoruchi stretched his back before sitting back up. I guess we can trade some questions. What do you want to know? That's a good question. I didn't want to reveal that I knew so little about spiritual power in general here, that would be a big red flag in my opinion. But there were a few other topics that held my interest. What do you know about Shinigami? I decided on this avenue. Yoruchi's eyes flashed. Why do you want to know about Shinigami? I guess I was right in my assumption initially. This cat isn't normal at all. Ignoring the abnormalities that are obvious on the surface. I don't think a random magical animal would know about Shinigami enough to elicit that kind of reaction. Academic curiosity. The cat let out a snort. Yeah, and I'm a dog. Does it really matter? I guess not. He did that shrug again. But it's not really good for the living to know about the matters after death. Huh. What? Yoruchi asked. I'm just taken back by you actually saying something wise and intelligible. Meow. And we're back. I shook my head. Anyways, I'm not exactly normal. I have a better idea about after death than most people, it's not really some new information for me. I just want to know specifically about Shinigami. Yoruchi looked at me for a moment, clearly thinking about some things. Alright, what do you want to know? What are Shinigami? That's a strange question. Yoruchi muttered. Honestly, Shinigami are just souls that have died with a lot of Ryatsu. They get inducted while in Soul Society, trained and become one of the court guards by joining a division. So anyone can be a Shinigami? Kinda. It's a little more complicated than that. Could humans become Shinigami then? Not without some weird circumstances. Shinigami are spirits, they don't have a real physical body. An actual body restricts the spirit in a way, so a true-blooded human can't really be a Shinigami due to that. That makes sense. A body is the vessel for the soul. A spirit exists in a different state, which would most likely be one of the requirements to become a Shinigami. Even a servant has a physical vessel made of ether, even if they can astralize. And from what I understand, Shinigami can't be seen by those who lack a sufficient amount of spiritual power without some other means. The same with hollows, which is why no one noticed the big fuck-off monster living around here and just avoided it due to instinct. However, I think there was more to the explanation he was leaving out, but it was good enough for me right now. It gave me some ideas I could work with. I heard they use swords. Shouldn't it be my turn to ask a question now? It's part of my question. Fine, I guess you're right. Yoruchi shifted, looking to get more comfortable. Yeah, Shinigami use something called zanpakutos. They're blades that grow with the wielder, getting stronger the more the Shinigami uses it. They exist in 3 states, sealed, shurkai, and bankai. Interesting. A Zanpakuto, a soul cutter. Based on the name alone, I wanted to do some experiments with such a thing. So, they have something called a sealed state, a shurkai, or initial release. And then a bankai or final release. Can you elaborate on that? Nope, that counts as a whole different question. Fine. I grumbled. I heard that Shinigami have a sort of, I wanted to choose my words carefully. Magic system. Magic system. Yoruichi repeated. You mean Kido? Yeah, that. I nodded, just now learning the name. Huh, it translates roughly to demon arts. How fitting that I want to learn it then. Alright, Kido is a form of Shinigami combat using spells. It's divided mostly into 2 forms, Bakudo and Heido. Once more he gave a very brief summarization. Way of binding and way of destruction, huh? Yup. I don't suppose. Nope, that's a different question. He said cheekily. It's my turn now. Fine, you did give me some good information. I begrudgingly admitted. Gramps' information was minuscule, so I was trying my best to fill in the gaps. I basically only know about their combat methods with a vague explanation. This was already substantial in comparison. What do you want to know? I've seen humans with a lot of Ryatsu tons of times, but you've been doing something I don't recognize. What are you doing? You mean like with the door? Yup. Did I really just want to come out and say it? I don't like flaunting my matters, even if it didn't really matter. Magecraft. Magecraft. Yoruichi repeated the foreign word. What's that? Magecraft is the recreation of any phenomena that could be achieved through mundane means but by magic. He was vague about his explanations, so I would be too. Wait, are you saying you're a wizard? The correct term is magus. I corrected him. A magus is someone who practices magecraft. I used a simple alteration spell on the door to alter its physical components. Equivalent exchange. I don't like revealing stuff about myself to strangers, but I'm too far in the dark here. I don't know how valuable the information he gave me is in general, but to me right now, it's infinitely more valuable than just revealing that I can cast spells. The fact that he revealed that Onmyoji exists means I shouldn't be too weird of an outlier in the worst case. I've never heard of a magus before. And a talking cat that can move fast enough to displace air isn't something most back home would have heard of. I said dryly. Touché. He acknowledged. So, are there more of these magus out there? There are. I didn't deny it. Though, they stay clear of this side of the world. Most of them are the aristocratic type that look down on anything they don't dabble in. In their eyes, the Far East is backwards and barbaric, so they don't care about what happens here. Oh, I know the type. Yoruichi replied. So, how does someone get their hands on one of those Zanpakuto? I asked very plainly. You die and get admitted to the academy. Yoruichi snorted again. Why do you want one? You wouldn't be able to do anything with it. Not until your soul leaves your physical body can it be properly nourished by your soul to grow correctly. Interesting, so my soul needs to nourish this sword for it to grow. My aura is the manifestation of my soul. I was keeping it contained right now to not cause any problems. I'm guessing he didn't sense it due to this, otherwise he would probably be asking questions about that. I'm a collector. Right, I'm sure there's no other motive whatsoever. I have nothing to hide. I said innocently. Says the person doing sketchy experiments on hollows in an abandoned worksite. You make it sound worse than it is. And it's not abandoned, I purchased it. Why are you here anyways? As in this specific spot, or this town? I asked for clarification. This town. Do you know a place with higher amounts of ambient reishi? I asked. That's fair, I guess. Yoruichi accepted. Yeah, this is probably the highest in the living world. Curious that you would know that. I'm a very curious cat, he chuckled. So, Mr. Wizard. Know any magic tricks? I know how to make small, annoying animals disappear. You probably wouldn't be very good at that kind of trick. He started walking around. What kinds of things can you do? I can raise the dead. Really? Yoruichi snapped his head back at me. No. Dick. Well, I think I'm done here for now. I clapped my hands. Uninvited guests should vacate the premises. I had some things I wanted to digest before answering any more questions if this came up again. And I had a couple things I wanted to work on with some privacy. Wait, there's something else. Yoruichi quickly started talking as I picked him up and began walking towards the door. What? I have this friend. Of everything you've said, this is what I don't believe. No hesitation, huh? Yoruchi grumbled, patting over his chest with his little paw. Just stab me right in the heart without a second thought. The truth hurts. I mimicked his words from earlier. Contrary to what I thought would happen, Yoruchi began cackling at my response. I like you. I feel like we're going to be good friends. Goodbye, Yoruchi. I shouted, chucking him out of the door and slamming it shut. I waited for a moment and didn't see him come back inside, so I could presume he was really gone for now. Good, I would work on setting up some proper bounded fields because the ones I had put up before were just placeholders for my immediate need. Let's see him get through these. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I sat cross-legged on the ground, taking deep breaths to get my breathing in a proper rhythm. I had a magic circle set up under me. Theoretically, it should be separating the mana in the air from the reishi by extracting the mana and sending it elsewhere. How this works in practice, I've yet to see as I've just activated it. However, I was feeling a little confident. Due to the talk with Yoruchi earlier, I had a very interesting idea. He spoke about how a Shinigami could only nurture their sword due to their soul being detached from their body as a type of spirit, making it so it was under constant nourishment. Then I started thinking about my aura, and the idea hit me. My aura coexists with my magic circuits without any negative side effects. They do not hamper one another in the slightest bit, which was a little surprising when I first discovered aura. But as I researched more into it, the reason was rather obvious. They both have the same origin. Magic circuits extend from the soul. Aura is the manifestation of the soul. While magic circuits are meant to process magical energy, they are technically also a spiritual component. With that in mind, I closed my eyes and focused on my aura. I could feel it pulsing out and I pulled it back and forth like a tide. I let it wrap around my magic circuits just to double check, and I felt nothing amiss. Reishi was exceedingly close to mana, enough that I had trouble deciphering the composition of it in the air. To pick out what was mana and what was reishi. However, it was different enough that my magic circuits couldn't just take it in like it did mana. If I had to make a comparison, it would be like fresh water to salt water. My circuits happily drink in the fresh water, but don't care for the salt water. However, my aura was the manifestation of my soul. Reishi was the spiritual energy in the world. I let my aura pulse out gradually. It shimmered around me and began to grow in distance from my body. Instead of just letting my circuits try to grab the reishi, instead, I mentally pulled back my aura, letting it act as the net to pull in reishi. I retracted my aura back, forcing it down to its lowest point, right back to the source and where my circuits originated from. My circuits started burning much more intensely than before. Considering the salt water analogy, it's as if someone just drank a huge mouthful of salt water and began violently coughing, but it was happening to my magic circuits. It was painful, it was uncomfortable, and it made my circuits burn through my skin intensely as it continued. Then, I touched upon the small seed of demonic power I possessed. It wasn't much, but it began flowing to soothe the aching and the pain. The burning sensation in my circuits began to subside. They still felt stiff, for lack of a better word, but I could feel it. I could feel the Ryoryoka flowing more steadily. I let out a breath of contentment. A small smile appeared on my face as I watched everything begin to smooth out. I held out my hand, focusing on the newfound energy inside my body. Slowly, a blue, shimmering energy coated my skin before it faded away. It would take a while for my soul to become accustomed to this new power, but I did it in the first attempt. Granted, it was a small amount, but once my soul became more familiar with it, could it completely ignore the need for my circuits and act like the souls that are native to this world? So many questions I didn't yet have the answer to. But the most important thing was that I had succeeded. This already made the trip worth it. Magic circuits, aura, and demonic energy. These three pieces were so far imperative to the process, without any one of them, I don't know if it would have been this easy. I couldn't help but fall back and let out a laugh. Being able to harness reishi was only the beginning. I wanted to get my hands on that Shinigami sword and magic system. I feel like they would be very beneficial to my current quest. Sitting back up, I climbed to my feet, dusting myself off. I looked out the window and noticed that the moon was back out again. How long had I been focusing on this? Well, it didn't matter. I was energized from the excitement, so I may as well strike while the iron is hot. Let's see if I can't find some more hollows to test some theories on. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 362, Chapter 328. I don't know what I really expected when I started wandering around. Maybe I was just excited and didn't really think it through. While this town isn't big, it isn't tiny either. I don't know why I thought finding another hollow would be so easy that I could just do it without a second thought. Eventually, I found myself up on the highest spot I could find. Some kind of office building most likely, yet it wasn't even very large itself in comparison to the buildings downtown in Fuyuki. I guess it's not like I had nothing to do to keep me preoccupied. My aura continuously was pulling in reishi and I was converting it into Riryoku at a decent pace. It would be a while before my soul could fill properly. And then there was the matter of making it so I produced it by myself without having to grab hold of ambient reishi like the natives here. Otherwise, once I left this place, I would eventually run dry after prolonged use. Maybe once I analyzed the stuff more I could break down my aura to substitute it. Cannibalize it into Riryoku, then let it regenerate naturally, so I technically still generate it, but in a more roundabout manner. I felt pretty confident that my aura could fill in the gap needed there, but time would tell. Still, in the meantime, I've just been using my phone to talk to everyone. Did I ever properly thank Rin for this thing? It's such a convenient tool that I can't believe the old man or I never considered it beforehand. Playing a little trick on casualty and time so that everything aligned beyond world lines. I was randomly chatting with Jin and I jokingly asked for nudes, and well, nudes I received. Not complaining, I was just surprised. Except, there was silence on her end for like 20 minutes, then I got a response from all of them. There seemed to be absolutely no hesitation on Venelana's part. Same with Reiku and Yasaka. Scathack was super cute as she tried not to look embarrassed. I know she isn't one for public displays of affection, so something like this may be somewhat foreign to her but also not something he would hesitate much over. Artoria was a little similar in that she's still the most reserved of all my girls. Meridia though, she looked like she was trying hard to appear annoyed or scowling, but she sent some very interesting pictures as well. Jin was obvious as well, being the instigator in this whole thing. I would definitely have to thank her when I went back home. It definitely soothed the loneliness of not having any of them around for the moment. Once I finished up here, I was going to take a little bit of time to unwind before jumping into anything big. I would need to go back to Chaldea soon, but I was still keeping a close eye on Sir Wiggles to get a sort of feeling of when that's best. And I need to sit down and talk to Salem. That's a big priority once I wrap up here. I told her I wanted to be at my best when I had the conversation with her. I was not in my right mindset at the time and I felt a little more relaxed now that I had a goal in mind and was working towards it. Admittedly, I was a little nervous. I didn't know how she would take everything, but I couldn't just dance around it any longer. Any further feelings would only be based on false assumptions and it would be no different than lying to her. While I continued to take in the reishi and convert it into Reiroku, a thought occurred to me. Should I just go to the source? The information Gramps gave me was vague, but it did outline the overall layout of this place. There existed 3 main dimensions, that being the human world, the place where Shinigami live and the afterlife, Soul Society. And lastly there was a third place where hollows apparently congregate to, is known as Hueco Mundo. I admit to being a tiny bit wary about attracting the unwanted kinds of attention as I was mostly here just to help myself and didn't want to get involved in anything overly complicated. But on the flip side, I don't know if I could get what I wanted by just staying quiet in my little corner. Oh well, I'll just do what I've always done and just go with whatever opportunities present themselves. If nothing else, I don't believe I can't sneak into this Soul Society and acquire what I want. I immediately perked up, broken from my thoughts, as I heard that distinct roar sound off in the distance. Bob had roared enough that I'm pretty sure I'd never forget the feeling and sound. The kind of predatory calling that would send shivers to weaker people if they had enough spiritual power to sense these things. My excitement quickly died down when I realized that it's probably doing that because it found a meal. I quickly jumped down and ran towards the source. I was starting to think that hollows were much more animalistic in nature than I previously assumed. Perhaps it's the subconscious parts of a human that gets added to the corrupted nature when they turn hollow. That those inherent instincts from previous paths of evolution manifest in such a way. Not to mention thus far, both hollows I've run into looked like animals. The first one was some weird combination of a horse and a lizard. This one was more like a spider and a human in combination, but awkwardly slapped together. It had that same big hole on its chest, but in a slightly different place as well. I noted the immediate difference as it was peering into the second-story window of a home. Did it let off that initial roar to warn away any other predators, or rather any other hollows in the area? It would fit with my initial hypothesis of their animalistic nature. Well, I suppose it didn't matter much. I wasn't here to study their physiology as much as their innate existence with how it corresponds to spiritual power. I didn't waste any time. It looked like it was about to grab at whoever was sleeping this late at night. So, I just did the most blunt thing and soared through the air, kicking it in the face. I put a little bit of effort into my attack, so the hollow was lifted off the ground and went sailing down the street a little bit. It wasn't that big in size, but it was big enough to be able to reach the second story of a random house on the street. Though, this was probably not the best place to do something like this. I have no doubt that the impact woke up many people nearby, and while the hollow wouldn't be visible to the common folk, that was not the case for me. Thankfully, I had its complete and undivided attention at this point, so it didn't take me much effort to lead it away. A random pot shot with a spell here or there was enough to send it into a rage as it clamored after me. Its awkwardly placed legs tearing into the concrete with each movement. They would probably assume it was an earthquake and bunker down, not peek out the window and see anything strange going on. However, I turned a few corners, leading it to a more deserted area, making sure it followed me without causing any wanton destruction that could affect other people. I wasn't completely careless in my own actions. I wouldn't feel right if it just bulldozed through a house to get to me. Alrighty. I clapped my hands happily. I can finally continue my experiments. Now why don't you? I felt a wave of what I was assuming as reacts flowing out unabated. Shortly followed a feminine shout. Quick, over there. I turned to look to see a kid, teenager with bright orange hair. A little tall for his age, but the look of youth was obvious. Next to him a girl in a matching school uniform was running at his side. Black hair and petite in stature, but could be called cute. I presume she was the one who shouted as she held up her finger, pointing my way. Hurry you fool, it's going after him. She shouted again, at her companion, slipping on a bright red glove. I glanced over my shoulder to see the hollow rushing towards me and I assumed they were talking about it. I blinked as I saw the petite girl slap the back of the orange-haired kid's head with a red-gloved hand. And I really reeled back when I saw his body smack face first into the ground and what appeared to be his soul spring out. It was wearing a black kimono with a massive sword strapped to its back. What the hell? He shouted angrily, but didn't stop moving forward. Do you have any idea how much that's gonna hurt when I get back to my body? Stop whining and deal with that hollow. She returned. I heard him mumble some unpleasant things about her under his breath. He didn't even give me a second glance as he came up to me. His hand on that massive blade strapped to his back, he unsheathed it to reveal what looked like an oversized katana. Not to be confused with an odachi or some other variation. No, this looked like someone took a standard katana and inflated it several degrees. If he were to hold it up, it would be almost as tall as he was, but the blade itself was as thick as a thigh. And what made it a little more comical was that it even had the standard curve that a regular katana would have. He was about to leap towards the hollow but instead, I grabbed towards his collar, yanking him back. The action took him completely by surprise. I don't think they realized I could see everything that was going on. As it required a certain amount of spiritual power to see not just hollows but Shinigami as well, which is what I was assuming this kid was. Or maybe he wasn't a kid at all. He certainly felt strange to my senses. What the hell? The orange-haired kid looked up at me. Oi, don't steal others' hollows. I went through a lot of effort to lead it away from the residential area out here. I chided him, flipping my hand over and throwing a few talismans at it. This hollow was more or less at the same strength as the last one. I could only assume there were stronger ones as it didn't seem very intimidating at this level. I couldn't see how such a thing wasn't immediately wiped out and became a threat needed for a whole society to combat if this was the peak combat strength they had. No, this thing only threw around its large body. I have no doubt there are more intelligent and stronger ones. Seal. I commanded, locking down the hollow with my talismans. Same as before, the hollow locked up and stumbled to the ground, unable to break free from the magical bindings. Ah, now that's settled. I clapped my hands. Who the hell are you? The orange-haired kid climbed to his feet. Rukia, who the hell is this? He shouted towards his female companion. She ran over, clearly looking wary of me. How would I know you, oaf? She huffed. He did that magic spirit stuff like you did. He retorted. That wasn't the same, and it's called Kido. Whatever. It's not whatever, it's completely different. Why does it matter? It matters because. Hello, standing right here, between your shouting. I interrupted. If you guys want to have your little lover spat, that's fine, I'll be on my way. I started walking towards the hollow, but the girl ran forward, getting in my way. No, identify yourself. She jerked her hand up, pointing at me. Shouldn't you be in bed by now, kiddo? I tilt my head. Why you? She shuddered. I'm older than you are. Yeah, listen to the granny. The orange-haired kid snorted. What was that, strawberry? Don't call me strawberry. Don't call me granny. She huffed in return. Anyways, I'll be on my way. I smiled, taking a step to the side, only for the girl to block my path again. No, who are you? Why are you stopping us from dealing with this hollow? She demanded again. Well, technically, you're stopping me from dealing with this hollow. I pointed out. Granted, I was going to use it before finishing it off, but my point still stands. Though, I didn't feel the need to have to explain myself to them. So. I shooed her away. Shoo, shoo. You're in my way. No, with my authority as member of the Godii 13, I'm commanding you to identify yourself. She declared. I received no reports that a human with such Ryatsu was living around here. You're a Shinigami? I looked at her in confusion. Humph, so you know then. She looked smug at my realization. Now, who are you? What are you doing here? I did not like the tone of superiority she was taking with me. Question. What? Why are you in a school uniform? Is it a Shinigami thing? And no, it has nothing to do with. Is it your fetish? What? I turned to look at the orange-haired kid. Were you two in the middle of? I whistled a little, getting my point across. If so, I really should commend you that you stopped in the middle of that when you found out a hollow was nearby. What the hell are you saying? The kid got flustered. Heh, actually, they were both blushing a little bit while the girl was stammering in place. All right, it's been fun, kids. But I have places to be, things to do. I shook my head, stepping to the side again. Now if you'll excuse me, I found a massive blade now blocking my path. Nah, you're pretty damn suspicious. The orange-haired kid recovered pretty quickly. I don't think I've seen you around here at all. Pretty sure I'd have heard about a foreigner running around. Rude, I'm half Japanese. I pushed the blade to the side. Whatever. He grunted. Still, who the hell are you? You're not a Shinigami, right? But I didn't know anyone else could do that magic stuff. Wouldn't you know if I'm a Shinigami or not, considering? I gestured to his outfit. I'm new to this stuff. He admitted frankly. How does that work? Did you just get offered a job and they shipped you out? Wouldn't you be trained first? I was a little curious now. And my mother taught me that it's polite to introduce yourself before asking someone else their name. He looked at me for a moment, shrugging. He lifted his massive blade up, putting it over his shoulder. Kurosaki Ichigo, substitute Shinigami. He introduced himself. Heh, so that's where the name Strawberry came from. I chuckled, making his scowl deeply. The name Ichigo can also mean strawberry. Says watermelon. Draig. You're back. Yeah, took a little bit and I'm caught up with what's going on. I think this place made me recover faster, this Ryoryoku as it's called. Since I'm a soul and all, it's probably helped a bit. Huh, neat. We'll talk later. Handle things here, otherwise you're just going to look like you're staring off into space. Good point. The hell does substitute Shinigami mean? I questioned. It means he's a substitute for me for now. It doesn't concern you, human. The little girl huffed again. I'm Kochiki Rukia, member of the 13th Division and Shinigami assigned to this town. Wait, I stopped, realizing something. I turned back towards Ichigo. Are you human? Yeah. That lying cat. He told me that humans couldn't be Shinigami, what the hell? Going to get a spray bottle later. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I introduced myself. Well, now that we're acquainted, I'll be on my way. Wait, Ichigo, stop him. Rukia shouted. The substitute Shinigami ran in front of me again and I was starting to get annoyed. Whatcha want the hollow for? None of your business. Kind of is my business. He retorted. Pretty sure it comes with the job. Admittedly, I guess it kind of is. Shinigami have authority over spiritual matters, I would presume, based on their job description. The term Shinigami can translate it as death god, but they're more like soul reapers. They make sure to keep souls moving through the natural cycle of reincarnation. God, I'm being sassed by, I paused. How old are you? 15. Right, why am I arguing with you again? I shook my shook. Why don't you just take your girlfriend home and let me deal with my own stuff, yeah? I'm done with this. He looked at me expressionlessly. With that big-ass sword in his hand, he raised it up to the sky, still without any expression. Then, he threw it backwards. I blinked again, watching it spin through the air, my mouth slightly open as I watched its trajectory. I could have easily stopped it, but I think I was just too surprised at his balls to formulate any proper response. Honestly, I feel like I'm usually on the opposite side when things like this happen. That gigantic sword of his slammed right down through the head of the hollow, pushing into the concrete below. The hollow dissipated very quickly. Did you just? Whoops, my hand slipped. He said dryly. I would be impressed if I wasn't pissed off. I looked right at him and held my hand out. With a jerk of telekinesis, I ripped the sword out of the ground and had it fly into my hand. He was surprised at my sudden action. Oh hey, free sword. Seems like some idiot just left it lying around. I guess it'll be good compensation since my hollow was taken from me. Huh, lighter than it looks. I was expecting something that weights like 100 points or more, but it's about the same weight as my other swords. Hey, asshole, give that back. Ichigo scowled, stepping forward. I'm going to go with no. I gave the sword a couple swings. Well, my night is ruined, guess I'll head off. Later kids, don't stay out too late. Make sure to use protection, bye. I gave my goodbyes even with the brat running at me. Well, may as well make him panic a little bit. Would. I whispered, disappearing from the spot I was in with a burst of speed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I hummed to myself as I walked back into my building. My current home, I suppose, would be an apt description. I was a little less pissed off now, but still miffed that my hollow was killed after I spent a few hours looking for one. But hey, it isn't all bad. I'm actually really curious about this sword. It should be a Zanpakuto. At the very least, it'll provide me with some very interesting data. I don't really plan on keeping this thing, but I'll let the kids stew for a few days. Besides, I think it's already bonded. Is that the correct term? Well, I don't know if it would even work for me how it's supposed to. I think his soul already seeped into it or something. But, the sword didn't really give me a good vibe. Not like malevolent or anything, it felt kind of hollow. I kind of felt like I would break it if I tried to do anything too strenuous with it. Which is not how I envisioned a Zanpakuto should be. Well, he called himself a substitute Shinigami, whatever that meant. And he's apparently a human, which I was told was impossible. Maybe that has something to do with it. I tried wrapping my aura around it, just to get a feel. I was pleasantly surprised when it sort of accepted my aura initially, but rejected it immediately. Like, it didn't like me specifically, not my aura in general. I kind of lost track of time, playing around with this thing, doing all sorts of tests when I heard a sudden knock on my door. And really, there was only one person who knew I was here. I guess my new bounded fields I put up did their job since he didn't just barge right in. I put away the sword into my storage ring and went to answer. I think people are right. Black cats are unlucky. I looked down at Yoruchi. Funny. He drawled. What do you want? I asked. I was just in the neighborhood, thought I would visit. Aha. I noticed him peeking around my looks, looking inside. Looking for anything specific. Because at this point, I was having the strangest idea that he was here for something in particular. Now that you asked, you wouldn't have happened to come across a sword recently, would you? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. What's it to you? Well, some brat comes knocking on my friend's shop, shouting about how some asshole stole his sword. Well, I immediately thought of my new friend. Right. So, where is it? How are you so sure I have it? He described him as posh redhead asshole. Yoruchi said evenly. That could be anyone. Because red hair is common here. More common than orange hair. At least mine is natural. I huffed. I never mentioned he had orange hair. Yoruchi looked at me. Huh. I guess I gave myself away then, if it wasn't dreadfully obvious before. So, what can I do for you? The sword, please. And I want my damn hollow back, but it looks like we'll both be disappointed. What? Yoruchi tilted his head. What, did he not tell you that he killed the hollow I captured? Yoruchi and I stared at one another for a moment before he let out a sigh. Fine, what do you want? God, I love those words. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. Chapter 363, Chapter 329. Though I was happy with the turn of events, I had to admit, I had no idea what I actually wanted. Sort of took the kid's sword out of annoyance, not with any inherent plan in mind. I was probably going to find him in a couple days to give it back, chide him a little for being a little shit, but otherwise that was the extent of my thoughts. So, you seem to know that kid, huh? I asked. Not personally. Yoruchi all but admitted. What's his deal? I asked, leaving the door open as I walked back inside, an opening invitation for him to come in. Watching a cat close the door behind him was somewhat comical. What do you mean? I mean, you told me that humans couldn't be Shinigami in less words. So, how was a human Shinigami running around? Someone wasn't being honest. No, I said that beyond some weird circumstances, it wasn't possible. Yoruchi seemed to be looking around, presumably for the sword. So the kid is one of those weird circumstances. How did that happen? It's a secret. That's a shame. I shrugged. You know what's also a secret? Where I hid the sword. Yoruchi turned to look at me with an eye roll. You met Rukia Kuchiki too, right? Shorty that tried to flex her authority. Kind of cute. Cute. Yoruchi blinked. Eh. I shrugged again. She reminded me a little of Artoria, maybe I was projecting a tiny bit. But is that her? She introduced herself as a Shinigami, but felt pretty human to me. Honestly, I couldn't sense nearly any reiatsu from her beyond what I would in a human around these parts. This town almost always has a Shinigami assigned to it due to the high levels of reishi and the abundance of humans with above-average Riryoku which attract hollows who think they make juicy meals. Rukia was the latest one sent for her own stint in the human world. And how does this correlate to these unique circumstances? Rukia transferred her Shinigami powers to Ichigo. Yoruichi replied. Wait, that's a thing. It's not well known beyond seated officers, but it's possible. That's an interesting thought then. Don't even consider it. Besides being very unlikely to succeed, it's highly illegal for Shinigami to give their powers to a human. So losing her powers made her a human. That doesn't sound right. No, she basically lost all of her Ryatsu temporarily and we gave her an untraceable Jigai for now. Yoruichi shook his head. What's a Jigai? I was learning all kinds of new things today. You really don't know anything, do you? Yoruichi looked at me bemused. Depends, it could just be a different term for something I already know. I shrugged again. A Jigai is a fake body that Shinigami can put their souls into so they can interact with the human world normally. Yoruichi explained. Oh, yeah, I know what that is then. I nodded along at his explanation. Granted, it was slightly different, but Olga should have gotten something similar from Da Vinci. Hell, homunculus aren't that different in practice either. The thought of Rukia swinging this thing around is hilarious. I chuckled, taking out the Zanpakuto. That tiny girl using a sword bigger than herself. Yoruichi's eyes flashed as his head jerked back to me. Where were you hiding that? It was here the whole time. I smiled back at him. Right. Yoruichi said dryly. But that's not Rukia's Zanpakuto. Hers is actually normal-sized. That's just the power she transferred to Ichigo, remembering vaguely how it's supposed to be and him not knowing how to compress it properly, so he got that monstrosity instead. Is that why it feels kind of hollow? I asked, giving it a swing. Probably. Yoruichi jumped off the table. I'm not really an expert on this kind of stuff, you'd have to ask my friend. Speaking of, thanks for returning it, I'll be sure to give it back to the kid. He went to snatch it from me, but I held it above his reach. Nice try. I snorted. All right, what do you want? Yoruichi huffed. Trade me for another Zanpakuto. I think that would be the best thing I could earn in this circumstance. Do you think I just have a bunch laying around? Yoruichi snorted. I was hoping, yes. Well, I don't. He stated. While they aren't super heavily regulated, it's hard to get one without an owner. Each Shinigami gets one when they go to the academy. Or, rather, they get what's called an Asachi. Basically, it's a blank Zanpakuto that the academy recruits are supposed to nurture. So what you're saying is that you need to go rob a school. What I'm saying is that you're a bit out of luck there. I couldn't get you one even if I wanted to. Yoruichi admitted. Can't you just sneak into Soul Society and acquire one? I asked. Do you think I can just go there whenever I want? What makes you think I can go there at all? Yoruichi eyed me. Just taking a shot in the dark. With how much you know, it's obvious you aren't a normal cat. I shrugged once more. Fine, you're right. I can technically go there if I wanted, but it's not really a good idea to just pop in if I don't have to for an emergency. Good to know. You're being pretty candid with me. I'm starting to wonder if you're not a different cat than the one I've met before. Kind of have me over a barrel here. Really? Because of this stupid thing? I asked, swinging around the sword again. Maybe I underestimated how important this thing is. It's not really important by itself, but Ichigo is going around purifying hollows in Rukia's place right now. And Soul Society does monitor their members who go on extended assignments. The fact that the idiot is basically wrapped in Rukia's residual Ryatsu is masking what really happened. Not to mention she has a bit of status. If her signature just goes blank for a while, they might send someone to investigate. And then they find out that she broke some rule or whatever. I could guess where it goes from there. You're making me feel bad about stealing this now. Good. But then I remembered that the kid killed my hollow. Just tell me what you want. Yoruichi grumbled. You said you can't get me a Zanpakuto, Asachi. How about teaching me Kido? Learning how to harness my Riryoku and use it for spellcasting is one of the main concerns I have right now. I don't know how long it would take me to do that on my own, and I don't have an unlimited amount of time available. I would prefer a Zanpakuto so I could start playing around with it, but I could settle on Kido. You want to learn Kido? I think I already mentioned about wanting to learn it. But yeah, I want to learn the magic system those Shinigami use. I don't believe I ever kept it a secret about my interest. I think it's a fair trade, yeah. Do you even know anything about Kido? Yoruichi deadpanned. I explained the basics to you last time, so of course not. Let me give you a brief overview. There are two, technically three, paths of Kido. But one has to do with healing, so it's its own separate thing when talking about Kido generally. I told you before, you have Heido and Bakudo as the two branches. One focuses on defense and the other offense if you want to keep it simple. And in each side, there are 99 levels or 99 spells that make up the more publicized list. Hold on, are you saying that there are only 99 spells for each branch? It's complicated. Yoruchi jumped back onto the table. I'll give you an example. He held up his front paw, pointing towards the door. Heido number 1 show, I could feel his Ryatsu jerk and move in a systematic way. Before, I could barely even sense his presence, but now it was fairly obvious at his incantation. An invisible force shot out, slamming into the door, blowing it open and knocking it off its hinges. You're paying to fix that. Put it on my tab. He deadpanned. But you get what I'm saying now. Each spell is literally numbered, not just filling an empty spot. I assume the incantation is intrinsic to the casting, otherwise the system would be stupid. I voiced my thoughts. Pretty much. Why? I asked. Who knows? I don't really care about Kido, so I don't practice it that much. I guess I'm decent at it, but I haven't really cared to delve into it. I have so many questions. And I'm not a Kido expert, so I probably don't have many answers. All I know is that there have been spells developed, but they either get sealed away or buried under bureaucratic nonsense. Shinigami are sticklers for tradition if nothing else. Seriously. They have that much of a stick up their ass about tradition that they would bury improvements to their magic system. Believe me, that isn't the most ridiculous thing you'll hear about them. That's fucking stupid. Even the Mages Association would salivate at any beneficial boost to their crafts regardless of where it came from. Would they bitch and moan about the source if it went against their established ideals? Of course, but they would integrate it regardless if it meant forwarding their crafts. Welcome to Shinigami Society. So, you're a Shinigami? I asked. Caught on to that, did you? Yoruchi grumbled, plopping his butt down on the table. Kind of hard to miss the obvious insinuations based on your explanations. It was a while ago, I was exiled. Just leave it at that. Alright, I won't poke you about it. It was clearly a sore spot he didn't want to talk about, so I wouldn't. So, do Kido spells get stronger the further up the numbers they go? More or less. It's not really cut and dry with some spells, where the effects are more tailored to particular instances, but you can consider it so. Not to mention that they made spells over 90 illegal. Soul Society is no fun. It really isn't. He agreed. But it's as you said. The higher the spell, generally the more powerful it becomes. Well, I'm interested. Teach me Kido and I'll give the sword back, deal? No. He said immediately. What do you mean, no? I mean that I'm not really qualified to teach someone Kido. And teaching a human, I don't even know if it's possible, I've never heard of a human learning Kido before. Well, this has been a gigantic waste of time. Guess I'll start my experiments to see how durable a Zanpakuto is. Wait. Yoruchi jumped down again. I said I'm not qualified, not that there isn't someone. I think he would be more interested too. I am intrigued. I pushed the sword into the ground, leaning on it. So this mysterious person can teach me Kido. Even the illegal spells. I couldn't help but roll my eyes as I said that. So stupid. The first 10. What? He'll teach you the first 10 of both branches, nothing else. And whatever you pick up or don't is on you. That's some bullshit. Do you have any idea how long it would take to teach you the higher level stuff? Years, and that's considering you can pick up the basics easily, which I'm not even sure is possible. So, you get to learn the first 10 only. I wasn't entirely against this deal, I was just seeing if I could squeeze out some more from him. Why can't humans learn it? I said I don't know, but if I had to guess, it's probably due to your body again. A physical body impedes the usage of the soul. That makes sense, even if it was an annoying answer. However, I am a magus. I have so many memories of working around the restrictions the world imposed on magecraft. If I couldn't find a workaround for this, then all of that was pointless. I accept the deal. I tossed him the sword and he grabbed it with his mouth quickly, practically disappearing to the door. I'll have someone sent over in a few days, maybe a week at the latest. Yoruchi said before immediately disappearing. Well, alrighty then. This turned out pretty well. I didn't think he would go back on the deal, he came off as the sort that was too prideful to just lie to my face like that. Well, let's find something to do in the meantime. Maybe I can find another hollow before the night is up. Maybe I'll run into the kid again and steal his sword again. Would I be able to make another deal then? That would be a fun conversation to have with Yoruchi when he comes to fetch the sword again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If there's one thing I absolutely hate about Japan, it's the xenophobia. Walking to the store to get some groceries, and people just assume. The look on their faces when I use perfect Japanese just makes it worse. 'Cause at that point, I'm not just some foreigner that'll leave at some point. Of all the negative things I could say about my time in Kuo and at Kuo Academy, there were enough foreigners there that the students didn't really act like that. In hindsight, it's obvious the reason, them being devils. But at the time a foreigner was the president of the student council, so any of that nonsense was stomped out. In a small town like this though, I stood out like a sore thumb and people just stared. At least my hair didn't look fake, so people didn't assume I dyed it like some kind of thug. My idle thoughts carried me until I made it back home, for lack of a better word. I had been staying at this abandoned construction site for a little while now, enough that I started buying some amenities. Thankfully I ran into the little role player and his friends again. Got the actual paperwork and identification I needed, so I felt fine traveling around during the day without a cop thinking I'm an illegal alien. Though, I paused when I approached the specific building I was staying inside. There was a very large man apparently fixing the door that Yoruchi broke several days ago. He seemed to notice my presence as I got closer. Fully standing up, he was a big motherfucker. Dark skin, visible muscles, probably close to 8 feet tall. He had hair done in cornrows with a handlebar mustache and rectangular glasses. Though, the most amusing thing was the pink apron he was wearing over a white shirt and pants. "Hello," I greeted, tilting my head at his appearance. "Greetings, you must be Wilhelm Schweinord. He bowed very politely, and the honorifics even made it through my devil-based translations. "I am. Are you the one Yoruchi volunteered to teach me?" I asked, skipping right to the important matter. "Indeed." He pushed up his glasses. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tessai Tsukabashi, former captain of the Shinigami Kido Corps." "Oh." I perked up at his introduction. So he must be very knowledgeable about Kido. Well, I always enjoy talking magical things with masters of their practices. "As you said, I am Wilhelm Henry Schweinord, Magus and potential future Kido user if things work out." I smiled at his polite tone. If someone was polite to me, I was more than willing to reciprocate. I gestured for him to head inside as I walked to the table and set down my groceries. "Thank you for the door." "It was no trouble, Schweinord. I am aware that Yoruchi can be destructive when the mood strikes." I was impressed he pronounced my name so fluently and correctly. "Feel free to call me Wilhelm. Japanese pleasantries aside. You being here means I can assume that you are willing to teach me." "Correct." He nodded rather enthusiastically. I admit, the thought of teaching a human Kido is not something I have considered before. To find someone willing and able to learn are things I thought improbable. I am rather curious to see if it is possible at all. "And please, call me Tessai." "Able, as in possessing the necessary Riryoku, I assume." "Correct, once again. It is not merely a matter of just having enough to see what should not be seen by mortal eyes. No, a human requires a few further steps in that direction for their Riryoku to be abundant enough to cast even the simpler spells. And how do I measure in that regard?" I asked because I was curious how I rated after continuously absorbing the reishi and converting it these past several days while waiting for him to arrive. He pushed up his glasses and inspected me again. "You possess an admirable amount of Ryatsu for a human, Wilhelm Dano. I believe that Yoruchi undervalued how much you truly had. Or it wasn't as much as the last time he was here." "Interesting. Why don't I get some tea started and we can talk shop?" "I would appreciate the gesture, Wilhelm Dano. And if you are not against it, I am very curious as to what this Magus identity means. If you would be willing, I would like to exchange knowledge. I don't mind trading in that regard. It would be no skin off my back to give him the barest idea of what a Magus is. But, it was finally time to learn some Kido and I was always excited to learn new magics. ****. Monday's chapter. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 364, Chapter 330. I have a question before we begin. I asked as we enjoyed some basic tea. I didn't have many amenities available, but I don't think he would hold it against me considering the circumstances. "Please." He gestured for me to continue. "If you're going to be my teacher, even for a brief moment, would everything we speak about fall under student-teacher confidentiality? Or to put it into simple terms, are you going to blab about everything you find out about me? Just because I didn't have any stakes in this world, it didn't mean I wanted to just make my personal stuff known." He furrowed his brow, obviously getting the gist of what I was implying. "I will not speak about anything unless it may be a danger." How open-ended and vague. Oh well, I suppose that's more than I really need considering my lack of actual ties here. And he didn't really strike me as someone who could be coy or skirt around any verbal agreement but adhere to the spirit of it. I could be wrong, but it was what my gut was telling me. "You said you were the former captain of the Kido Corps back in Soul Society. Can I ask you more about that, or is it something you don't want to talk about? I know Yoruchi was hesitant to say anything about his time in Soul Society, only that he was banished some time ago. I don't want to poke any sore spots by accident. Yes, Yoruchi did mention that. He pushed up his glasses. It is not something we generally mention to outsiders. As I told him before, it wasn't hard to put two and two together with the amount of information he told me. A valid point, Wilhelm Dano. He nodded, still using that very polite honorific with me. There are 13 divisions among Soul Society, and there is a division specialized for those who pursue Kido above all else. I led that division until an incident occurred and myself and Yoruchi along with some others were banished due to our crimes. Thank you for sharing. I assume you don't want this kind of thing spread around. Yes, thank you for understanding, Wilhelm Dano. He replied. I waved it off. Not really hard to do, and I'm not really one for sharing others' secrets, especially when they don't really cause any issues. If he and Yoruchi are living openly, I'm sure there isn't any large concern and it's just for personal privacy and whatnot. I assume you want to ask me some stuff then. I gave him an opening to shift the topic. Yes. He smiled rather happily. Yoruchi simply told me that you are a wizard who calls himself a magus. I admit to being ignorant of humans in what they refer to as magic. I may no longer be the captain of the Kido Corps, but my interests have never wavered. The general term is magus. Wizard is more of a title for certain individuals. I suppose it wouldn't be wrong to equate it to your use of captain, even if it isn't a direct correlation. But yes, a magus by definition is someone who practices magecraft. A fascinating description. His eyes lit up. Can you tell me about magecraft? Well, he's going to tell me about Kido, so it's fair I suppose. The barest definition of magecraft would be any natural phenomena that could be achieved by mundane means regardless of time or effort, but simply using magical energy to facilitate the process. I held up my hand in front of us. I'll give you an example. A person can easily buy a lighter from the store and produce a flame, yes. Well. I created a small flame above my palm. I did the same through magical energy, thus it is magecraft. Marvelous. He praised with clear interest. I was not aware that such a group existed. Magi congregate towards the west, mostly in Europe and London. I replied. He continued to look at the flame on my hand. You are not using reishi nor ryuryoku. Notice that, huh? It seems the shop owner is going to be most displeased that he missed this opportunity. Tensei muttered. Shop owner. He blinked, nodding again. Yoruchi and I were not the only ones who were banished. He said simply without further explanation, and I didn't push. You're right. I clenched my hand, snuffing out the flame. Magical energy isn't just another name for the spiritual equivalent. There are some very heavy similarities, but it's like comparing salt water to fresh water. You all thrive in salt water and process it without even a second thought. While magi such as myself exist in fresh water and can't normally coexist in a saltwater habitat. A curious comparison, and not one I can find fault with based on what I have seen so far. He rubbed his chin. And what is magical energy? Magical energy can generally be broken down into 3 different types, like your spiritual energy. You have the ambient magical energy, mana. Like how reishi exists in the air, so too does mana. However, mana seems to contain the more physical characteristics of the world, compared to the spiritual component of reishi. That would explain why this is not common knowledge. As Shinigami, spirits exist in a state that would make coming into contact with the physical aspect of the living world difficult. It wasn't a perfect explanation, calling mana physical in comparison. But it also wasn't wrong either, considering that it's something only living beings should be able to properly generate. Such as servants not being able to produce their own under normal circumstances. There was obviously much more nuance to it than that, but it would take hours to explain in depth. Mana comes from the planet itself. I added. And as beings that are born from a different plane of reality, I can understand why we are not accustomed to this energy as you are. He sipped his tea. Yes, it makes sense. Well, servants are still extensions of the world, thus they operate on magical energy. Not to mention that reishi like this isn't a driving force everywhere else. It's something almost unique to this world that I've discovered. Truthfully, this is mostly just my hypothesis on the nature of magical energy and spiritual energy. Moving on. Like reishi, we have mana. And like ryuryoku we have OD. Or, the magical energy that each person produces by just existing. And once one stops existing, as you put it, they lose the production of this OD and it turns into our domain. He summarized. That is my belief, yes. I said plainly. And lastly, you have the combination of the two. It has several names such as prana that different generations use. But it's fairly common just to use the sweeping term of magical energy when referring to any aspect of this process unless one needs to be specified for any reason. You are saying that these magi, as you put it, are absorbing mana from the air? He questioned. More or less, yeah. Curious. He set his cup down. Tell me, have you ever heard of people known as Quincy? That's my first time hearing the name. What are Quincy? He hummed, looking thoughtful. Quincy are a race of spiritually aware humans that are able to subjugate reishi and mold it to their own use. Shinigami are unable to do such and only can make do with our own Riryoku. Oh. Now that's pretty interesting. And are they numerous? I am afraid not. He shook his head. There is an unfortunate side effect of a Quincy's existence. Unlike Shinigami who purify hollows and send their souls through the proper cycle upon death, Quincy destroy the souls contained within a hollow. Due to this, they have run afoul of Soul Society many years ago and were destroyed. And Quincy are spiritually aware. A simple way of saying they have a substantially higher amount of Ryatsu than a normal person. Which in turn attracts more hollows to them. Correct. He nodded. A lose-lose situation all around. I can't comment on how your Soul Society handled this Quincy group, but it sounds like there was no plausible alternative when Shinigami exist to protect the supposed balance of souls. From what I understand, hollows eat souls. That is to say, they absorb them and turn them into power. The ones I've faced, they probably only had about a dozen or so souls they've feasted on. When I killed the first one, I made sure that all of those souls were released back to the natural cycle. If a Quincy kills a hollow, they aren't simply killing the hollow's soul in that case. If it were such, I don't think Soul Society would kick up as much as a fuss. No, they were most likely killing the hollow and all the souls it ate. How many souls would an older hollow have consumed? Hundreds, thousands. Yeah, that just sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. I don't know much about these groups, but it sounded genuinely like a bad situation for all involved and drastic measures were taken. He seemed to take a minute to digest everything. You wish to try and learn Kido, I admit to being unsure if a living being is capable of learning. Yoruchi should have mentioned the relation between a physical body and spiritual power. Briefly, but I understand the gist of it. My body is more or less a barrier to actualizing any Kido spells. I suppose that a physical body is literally a barrier now that I've had time to think about it. Soul a body a world. You, as spirits, go directly from soul to world, while my body stands in the way. An astute observation. Your theory matches my own and that of my cohorts. It is the reason that humans cannot be Shinigami, in normal circumstances. Like the carrot head I met before. Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo is an interesting child. Speaking of, I saw Rukia do something to him that basically pulled his soul out of his body. A red glove or something. Ah, yes. That child's luck is either very good or very bad. Due to having a Shinigami transfer him their powers, his body and soul aren't as intertwined as you would expect. His soul chain is not damaged in the slightest by separating from his body. However, one cannot say the same for another living being. Unfortunately, this path would not provide results if it was something you were considering. It was a thought, but nothing more than a minor interest. I don't think separating my body from my soul is the correct course of action. I waved it off. I rely too much on my body for everything. I feel like they were being vague when talking about Ichigo. They kept referring to it as unique circumstances, but from what they've also said, it's known that transferring a Shinigami's powers to a human can happen, so how unique is it really? Well, not my business. I am most curious to see how this experiment goes. I have written down the incantations for the first 10 Kido spells for both branches. Regardless of if I am able to help you down this path, these are yours per the deal you made with Yoruchi. Tessai pulled a little book out of his pocket, setting it on the table. Well, let's start from the beginning. I clapped my hands. Yoruchi showed me what should be the first spell in the Heido branch. Show, I believe. Yes, a very simple yet elegant spell. Tessai nodded again. As you probably know by now, a spell requires the incantation to actualize. I believe you used this term. Show is one of the few that does not have an extended incantation. The simplicity of the spell requires no such adherence, as well as several others in the list that are below level 10. While every spell requires the incantation to be spoken, it is possible to remove the need for the extended portion at an increase of Ryatsu cost and a decrease in output. So it's more expensive and weaker if you want to trade for speed. Not an unfair trade depending on the circumstances. And the first spell is simply the name. Correct, allow me to show you once more. I merely need a target. I got you. I started standing up. I moved to the edge of the room and set down a piece of chest armor. One of the many random things I had gathered from my time in Skyrim. Seeing how the spells work against a forged piece of iron would be best. That shall work. Tessai raised his hand up as I stood away, his finger extended. Though he looked interested in how I just made it appear, it seems like he was keeping this professional. Heido number 1 show. He intoned. The same invisible force shot out, something I would compare to a use of my telekinesis if used in a small burst. Though, this spell felt much more coherent and refined than my telekinesis. Considering the origin, I suppose it isn't that strange. It collided with the iron armor, creating a solid and round dent at the center. Can the power be altered? Yes, by pouring more Ryatsu into the spell, it can produce a more powerful effect. He held up his finger again, and I could see a more significant amount of Ryatsu gather around him in a blue hue. Heido number 1 show. He intoned again, and this time a much larger force shot out. The chest of the armor caved inward, the spell tearing right through it and colliding with the wall behind. Interesting. I muttered, inspecting the damage. And I didn't feel an iota of magical energy contained within. If I can harness a whole magic system not dependent on magical energy, how significant would that be against that demon I fought that claimed supremacy over magecraft? Not to mention I plan on getting my hands on a Zanpakuto. The spell words seem very important to the spell itself, which is odd from my point of view. Most spells that I cast don't have true. I paused for a moment, considering what I would say. Words of power. They're Arius, help to facilitate the casting but not required. I held my own finger out, almost mimicking what he did. I instead shaped my telekinesis into the form of a bullet and launched it at the piece of armor. I see. His eyes flashed as he watched me inquisitively. A similar effect, but I barely sensed the movement of Ryatsu from you. It seemed to be more a byproduct of your display rather than an intentional act on your part. Right, I think my Ryatsu just moves naturally and gets aggravated when I cast spells through the use of my magical energy. Now that I think about it, Yoruchi mentioned that Onmyoji were somewhat popular at some point. Didn't you say that humans couldn't cast spells with their spiritual power due to the limitations of a body? Correct. He didn't deny it. Kido arts were created by Shinigami, they are tailored for spirits to begin with. The way our Ryatsu flows out in correlation to the casting of each spell. I have not researched Onmyoji in detail, but there are two prevailing theories. One is that they merely created their own system that siphons off their own excess Ryatsu through various means to cast spells. The second is that they are an offshoot of Quincy with the ability to subjugate Reishi, negating the problem. That makes sense then, why would spirits care about their stuff working for living beings? Though it does lend credence to the theory of living beings being able to accomplish what I'm trying. And should you not be the expert on this? Yoruchi spoke about your use of similar arts when meeting you. He added. I use magical energy. I shrugged. And my learning was by my own hand, I don't really have any teachers for it. Perhaps I am wrong on both accounts then. Maybe it was mistaken for either of those and you are correct with your own. He responded. Regardless, let us see what we're working with. It has been a very long time since I have attempted to teach someone Kido, much less a human. I am eager to see what we can accomplish. Well, it didn't really seem complicated on the surface. I held up a finger just as he did. Heido number 1 show. I spoke the words clearly and fluently. I felt my Ryatsu stir but it was strange, almost as if it wanted to move, but couldn't. As a result, nothing happened. I felt your Ryatsu flare up briefly. Tessai noted. Yeah, felt like it wanted to go forward, but hit a wall and reluctantly backed away. I frowned, feeling my Ryatsu, what I had gathered so far in my soul. Which was exactly what we were expecting, to be honest. As expected. However, I have thought up some experiments, perhaps we can discover a means to overcome this. Tessai said a little excitedly. I'm all for some magical study. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Please note down experiment number 73. I started as Tessai sat at the table, taking notes. Experiment number 73. Releasing Ryatsu from one's body, then attempting to follow the same pathways and cast. Begin when you are ready. Tessai gave me the go-ahead. I breathed out, letting my Ryatsu flow out. I didn't have that much, and what I had was starting to run out, but the blue shimmering energy flowed out. While not the same as pulling on the pool of Ryatsu to facilitate the casting, it was providing some results in that I could feel the spell getting closer to casting. If my body was a dam, one side had water while the other was dry. The water being my pool of Ryatsu, simply splashing some over the edge wasn't the same as taking a congruent stream to fold into my desired effect. Heido number 1 show. I repeated the words I have spoken dozens of times at this point, aiming at the same target. Excellent. Tessai's eyes flickered happily. Still a failure. I lowered my arm. However, there was a gathering of Ryatsu at the tip of your finger, even if the spell failed once more. This is progress. Agreed, but we're still a ways off. I noted, looking out the window and the sun had already set. It appears that our time has reached the conclusion. You are low on Ryatsu anyways, perhaps this is a good stopping point. Tessai closed the book. I let out a breath, stretching my arms. Oh well, I guess it's that time. Even if it was only for one evening, I do appreciate the help you provided. The pleasure was mine, Wilhelm Dano. I have learned many things myself and it was a pleasant experience to exchange knowledge with someone who shares my same passion. I held my hand up as he gave it a firm shake. The promise was only for someone to come by and teach me, not for him to become my personal tutor for how long it would take for me to master everything. Regardless, I had a book listing the spells in both branches from 1 to 10. And it wasn't the same as what I was used to. Learning the incantations was paramount to casting the spells, which means that self-study is enough to get them correct with some time and effort. I shall be heading back, Wilhelm Dano. If you have free time, you are welcome to stop by the shop I help manage. Our discussions were very intriguing and I look forward to more in the future. Thank you for your time again, Tessai. I'll be sure to stop over when I have time. I gave him one last thanks goodbye as he departed. I watched his figure disappear from the area, heading back towards town. I breathed out, letting my aura that I had been keeping heavily contained seep back out. Truthfully, I felt a little bad for keeping this a secret, but I wasn't one to divulge everything to people I just met. I will properly thank him later, because I figured out the solution to my problem near the end there. The additional testing did serve to support my theory, now I just needed to test it for myself. My body is a dam. So I need to move water from one side to the other. He helped me with how I should go about releasing my Ryatsu, but that wasn't enough in the end. Once more, my aura becomes a magnificent bridge between my physical stature and my spiritual existence. The manifestation of the soul. Even more than my magic circuits. I attempted to channel the Ryatsu through my circuits, but it was excruciatingly painful and I had to bullshit an excuse to Tessai. It's a simple thought on the surface, but the testing with Tessai allowed me to figure out the correct method. My aura would be the bridge. It's not that my aura would be involved in the casting, it wouldn't deplete in any capacity. However, my Ryatsu seemed to flow fluidly and without obstruction as my aura pulled it out of my body. Heido number 1 show. I raised my finger up once more at the armor chest piece sitting at the side. An invisible force shot off like a bullet, colliding with it, making a sizable dent. I began cackling happily. With this, I could begin learning Kido properly. Once I mastered these spells, it was only a matter of getting my hands on the others. That and a Zanpakuto. Maybe I should pay a visit to this soul society. *****. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 365, Chapter 331. Yoruchi Shihoin POV. Only a few hollows tonight. That Carrot Top should be able to handle it without a problem. He's been saving me a lot of trouble having to deal with them recently. Just as the thought passed, I felt the Ryatsu of one near the edge of town disappear. Seems the kid is getting better. Kind of eerie how instinctual this all came to him. He was just a normal high school kid, admittedly one that could see ghosts and had a ridiculous amount of Ryatsu for a living person, but a high school kid all the same. Now, he was running off in the middle of the night to kill soul-eating monsters without a second thought. I guess it made sense considering who his dad is. Well, it wasn't any of my business to worry about that. Kid can make his own decisions and if his old man wants to step in, he isn't oblivious to his son running off. Not my job to step in and try to parent him. Don't want to deal with any of that complicated stuff anyways. It's so much more peaceful being a cat. I can laze around and no one bothers me except the occasional scratches. If I meow at strangers, they usually give me free food. And I can sleep wherever and go wherever I want. I don't know why I played around as the captain of the 2nd Division and the Onmitsukido for so long. Not to mention all the crap I had to put up with due to my clan. So much work and what did it amount to? Banished without a second thought. I guess that's partially my fault. When Kasuke and Tessai got framed, I did abandon my positions and escape with them. Speaking of. I rolled over, looking up at the big giant himself. How was it? It was interesting. Tessai replied. That's it. I rolled my eyes. Come on, Tessai, give me something more than that. He hummed non-committedly. You too. I groaned. All right, what do you want? First that kid blackmails me and now Tessai, have I lost my touch? I saw you eyeing that vacuum in that magazine you were reading. The Dyson XL200, complete with high-performance swivel dust suction and attachable hydro steam accessory and cordless charging station. He pushed up his glasses, eyes glowing before coughing awkwardly. Yes, I may have been looking at it. I'll convince Kasuke to shell out the money. Come on, Tessai, stop playing around. He smiled lightly and relented. Very well. However, I did promise Wilhelm Dano that I would not be speaking of his private matters. Boo, you're not fun. I will give him the professional courtesy he deserves, Yoruchi. He said a little sternly. You like him that much? I consider him a peer even if his knowledge is foreign to me. Really? You think that highly of him? He must have left a good impression on you then. I rolled onto my feet, pushing up off the ground as I walked at his side. His age betrays his knowledge and expertise. If he were to become a Shinigami, I am confident he could have taken over my division for me after some time. Damn, that's really high praise. Even Kasuke would admit inferiority if he compared his talent in Kido with Tessai. And that crap about him being a wizard. I thought that was just a fairy tale. I can validate his assertion. Tessai said rather cryptically. That's it. Come on, Tessai, give me more details. You are free to ask him yourself. If I see him so soon, I'm going to beat him up in anger. How dare he blackmail me? Hee hee, it's rare to see someone get the better of you. Fuck, he's lucky that Kasuke asked me to get the orange idiot's sword back. I grumbled. Otherwise I'd let him run around and try to punch hollows to death. There was a valid reason to retrieve it regardless. Tessai replied with a smile. Yeah. But we're only buying time. Soul Society is going to be on her case sooner or later, you know how they are. They won't care if she's a Kachiki, they're going to nail her harder than they did us to make an example since she was adopted into the family. Old fogies never liked commoners moving up noble ranks. They always found reasons to make it more difficult on them. It is unfortunate, but Kasuke knows this as well. Who knows what he's thinking? I grumbled again. As smart as he is, he's a real dumbass too. I do not disagree. Of course you don't, you grew up with us and saw the idiot stumble his way into being a captain with my recommendation. The smartest idiot I know. So, he's a wizard. Did he do any cool magic tricks? He showed me a few things that broaden my horizons. I admit to being interested and may conduct my own research. It's been a while since Tessai went into his study mode. He rarely does any Kido work these days, it's good that he has a little fire in him, he's been kind of stagnant ever since getting banished. You know, usually your humble attitude and politeness are nice and all, but right now, it's really annoying. Ugh, he's always been like this. What about the most important thing? You asked me to verify that he is not involved with Aizen, yes. Tessai paused his steps, pushing up his glasses again. I do not believe he is any acquaintance with Aizen. His reactions and the conversations we had point to him being ignorant towards our society. It could be a trick. Do you think so? Nah, but, guess I'm just seeing ghosts where there are none. Heh, ghosts. 'Cause I'm a Shinigami. So, how'd he do with Kido, what's the verdict? There was substantial progress made, considering the variables. However, he was not able to perform the most basic of Kido as we had anticipated. For how long that lasts, I cannot say. He seems to be intelligent and resourceful. I find myself curious and will check in again soon. That's something I can use to lord over him then. Blackmail me, huh? I'm going to just play around with Kido right in front of you, let's see how you like that. You seem to have taken a liking to him quickly. He's fun and kind of a mystery. Kasuke's usually the one who finds all the good stuff, this time I get to keep him to myself. I grinned. Speaking of, did you sense all the weird stuff happening with him too? Weird. Tessai raised an eyebrow. Oh, don't act like you didn't notice. I'm talking about his Ryatsu fluctuations, and the different sensations he gives off. I admit I mistook him for a hollow at one point. It was only after inspecting him for a moment that I realized it was different than a hollow's Ryatsu. But the feeling clearly vanished without any noticeable side effects. Any chance he's like our masked friends? No, as I said, it was my initial thought, but it appeared to be something else after having had a moment to collect my thoughts. He shook his head. His Ryatsu has been going up too. Every time I visited him, it was stronger and bigger. I mentioned to you that he was messing with a hollow, right? You don't think that he was absorbing the hollow's Ryatsu? Tessai looked at me. You know as well as I do what side effects that would cause. Such a thing would not be missed by either of us. Yeah, I know I'm grasping at straws, he's so weird. I can't place his Ryatsu at all and it's driving me crazy. Then I saw what he was doing, casting spells or whatever, did you feel that too? That ain't normal the way the reishi in the air was acting. He explained the process to me in vague detail. I may have an idea of what is occurring but I would need to conduct my own tests. I can say that humans have developed far more than we had thought if what he said was accurate. Tessai said in a humble tone. I hate that you're being so vague on purpose. I grumbled again. Did it feel like he was holding himself in with you too? Like how one of us suppresses our Ryatsu, but almost like he was holding his breath and it was obvious. I believe I know what you're talking about. He nodded but didn't answer in detail. Have you informed Kasuk about what you know? Yeah, right. I scoffed. You know how he is, he can't let a mystery be. If I told him everything, he'd poke at the kid until either he got what he wanted, pissed the kid off, or the kid split town. Nah, this is mine, I'm not letting him have it. You agreed you'd keep the details to yourself. I looked up at him again. Right now, all he knows is that the kid is a little odd, so he's been focusing on Carrot Head right now. How is that different from what you're doing? Tessai questioned. Well, I don't want to dissect him for one. I like him, he didn't take my crap and easily gave as well as he took it. I'm curious, yeah, but I'm not gonna strap him to a table and cut him open. And I ain't just going to keep prodding him until I piss him off like Kasuk probably would. Shit, Kasuk has a habit of focusing too much on getting answers to questions he has that he forgets common sense. The whole damn mess with that stupid marble of his is one example out of many. I do not believe he poses a threat. The timing is coincidental in my opinion, however unfortunate. We know that Eisen is making moves, and I do agree that Kasuk will not be polite if he believes that Wilhelm Dano may be related to Eisen. So you'll keep it to yourself? Yes. Tessai nodded. Kasuk already is preoccupied with other matters, I do not believe it necessary to burden him with something else. He said cryptically. Great. More for me then, I'll go bug him later. Maybe give him some pointers on Kido, heh. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. I was in a great mood. I got down about half the Kido I had been left with. Some of them were a little tricky and it was going to take a little bit of effort to master them, but I was making exception progress. But I was feeling a little antsy and I didn't just want to coop myself up for a few days. While I was on a roll, I wanted to continue and maybe get some more good luck. So, I decided to act on an idea I had the other day. Yoruchi told me about Soul Society, but I was a little curious about it and the information I had was minuscule. Hey Drake. I said softly, as there was no one around. What? So, I have a question and I want your opinion. Theoretically speaking, would it be bad if I decided to take a look at this Soul Society? You're asking me, a dragon, for moral guidance. When you put it like that. What's your plan? I just want to take a peek, maybe look around a little bit after figuring out where it actually is. You know, metaphysically speaking. That might not be a bad idea. See if you can easily get one of those swords or whatever, if not, seeing the sights isn't a horrible idea. As long as you don't just jump in without looking, I don't really see a problem with it. Yeah, don't want to jump head first without getting my bearings, again. I'll scope out the situation first before making any moves. How do you plan on getting there? While you were sleeping, I saw something a little interesting. I whistled, walking down the road. The sun hadn't been in the sky for long, but there weren't many people around. A residential neighborhood with nothing particular standing out, that was unless you had the capacity to see ghosts. Hiding behind a light post, there was just a small little girl. Younger than Kunu, which did make my heart ache. Probably no older than 7 if I had to guess. And at her feet was a little memorial. Though, the oddest thing about her was the little chain connected to her chest. Was this the soul chain that Yoruchi mentioned a few times? A difference here than back home. Not that ghosts were something common back home, but they certainly didn't have that. She didn't even look startled as I approached. How long had she been standing here, watching the world pass her by, unable to interact with anyone? Hello. I said softly. Her eyes immediately dilated. Why, you can see me. I can. I smiled gently. No one else can see me. She whispered. Not many people are capable of seeing ghosts. Ghosts. You realized it by now, right? Mom sometimes comes over here and starts crying. She can't see or hear me. The little girl looked down. I'm sorry. I walked up and gave her what was probably the only hug she had since she had died. I felt her head nuzzle into my chest, tears falling down her face. I didn't interrupt her, I let her spill out all those emotions. I don't know how long I stayed like this, but being a father of a little girl, I couldn't find the strength to stop her. At the very least, I would let her have a moment of respite. It was only when the tears stopped falling and little sniffles were heard that I knew she was done. Feeling a little better. I gentle rubbed her back. She nodded. Good, you're a strong girl. I gave her a little reassurance. How about introductions? My name's Wilhelm, what's yours? That's a strange name. I let out a chuckle, she probably hasn't been exposed to Western names much at her age. That's because I'm only half Japanese, I live in the West. What about you? My name is Mitsuko. What a lovely name. I cooed, giving her another pat on the head. Why don't you tell me why you decided to stay put here instead of moving on? I'm scared. She whispered. I can't fault her there. It is a little scary, but staying here isn't right. There's a better place waiting for you. She hesitated. Mom said that bad people get sent to a bad place. Oh. Maybe they do, but why do you think that would affect you? Mom told me not to play in the street. I didn't see, I'm bad. She wouldn't look me in the eyes. You poor thing. I gave her another much-needed hug. However, looking down, I did notice that the memorial did contain what looked like Shinto prayers, which did give me an idea. Did your mom say that the bad place was called Yomi? Yes, she whispered again, a little fearful. Shinto worshippers. Not exactly rare in Japan. And she's probably taking what her mom said completely out of context, just as children her age do. I'll tell you a little secret. I've been to Yomi. I gently pulled away, giving her a little boop on the nose. You've been there. I have, and I even know the person who lives there. You've heard of the goddess Izanami no Mikoto, right? Why yes. She nodded. I'll tell you another secret. I leaned in for added effect. She's a very nice woman and I'm friends with her. Would you like to meet her? Really? She whispered right back. Really, really. I smiled, taking out my phone. Give me a moment, I'll give her a call. The girl for the first time had a little bit of excitement on her face. Perhaps it was mixed with trepidation, but it was better than a moment ago. Wilhelm. Izzy's face appeared on her kaleidophone. Izzy. Are you okay? I heard what happened. I'm fine, I'll give you a better explanation when I get back. However, can I ask you for a quick favor? A favor. She tilted her head. What do you need? I knelt down next to the sweet little girl. Well, little Mitsuko here doesn't want to move on because she's a little scared. You see, she thinks she's going to go to Yomi because she's been a bad girl. I held up the phone so they both could see each other. Hello, little one. Izzy easily adopted a more motherly tone. Why do you think you would come here to Yomi? My mom said bad people go to Yomi. And I was bad. Oh, sweet child. Why do you think you're a bad girl? I was playing in the street and didn't see the car coming. Now mama cries every day and it's my fault. Tears swelled up in her eyes. You poor thing. You're not a bad girl. A bad girl wouldn't be hurt that their mom is crying. No, you're going to a special place where all the good people go, I can guarantee it. Really, she sniffled. I promise you. And a goddess always keeps her promise. How easily a young girl like her believes our words. Not that we're lying, but someone older would be much more skeptical. It's not a scary place. It's a bright and warm place. Izzy quickly denied. Look up at the sky, do you see the sun? The little girl tilted her head up. Aha. That's my daughter's sun. And that bright and warm light will never leave you. Izzy soothed her. But you will need to willingly move on, sweetheart. You can't stay there forever. If you stay, then bad things can happen. I didn't reprimand Izzy nor say anything to the contrary. Even back in our own world, souls had to move on and it did cause problems if they lingered. A child needed to be guided with a firm hand, if gentle when needed in a situation like this. Will the monsters get me? She sounded a little worried. Izzy looked at me and I took over. It's possible. I didn't deny it. She was talking about hollows. I'm sure she could hear their roars nearly every night. Okay. Good, you're a brave girl. You aren't leaving your mom forever, you'll see her again. Izzy reassured her. I mouthed Izzy a silent thank you with the promise of an explanation before hanging up. Will it hurt? She looked at me. I promise, it won't hurt. I reassured her again. I mentally reached into my ring and poked the true Longinus. It reacted, as if it was watching intently. Give me a wisp of your divine power. I ushered the presence contained within. I could feel it seep out of my ring and gather into my hand. The least I could do was give this girl a good send-off without any concerns if she was going to be helping me along the way. I put my hand atop her head, letting the wisp of his divine power seep into her. It pulsed, and her figure started to glow brightly. The holy power was enough to cleanse her, to send her soul off to where it was supposed to go. Thank you, mister. She smiled at me one last time, her spirit taking on a life of its own as it condensed and disappeared. I felt good for doing a good deed, but there was a secondary objective in doing so. Can you track your wisp of divine power? I muttered, staring at my ring. The spear sent me a vague sensation that I took for a yes. Wonderful. I nodded. Now I just need to track it and I will have the coordinates to Soul Society. Then, I can just take a peek and see what the big deal is. *****. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/storyforon. Chapter 366, Chapter 332. I stared at the calculations that were flashing across the magical screen. Mirage was stabbed into the ground, the eye of Magnus acting as the supercomputer I intended. It was projecting the necessary calculations around the room. The obscene amount of variables that it was flying through were enough to even give me a headache. Could I do it myself? Undoubtedly, but it would take me days, maybe weeks to accomplish with certainty. I knew that this world had 3 major realms interconnected. Hueco Mundo, where hollows apparently live. The living world where the main axis of existence gathers. And an afterlife, namely, Soul Society. That being said, there are plenty of minor realms and spaces all interconnected and woven into this world's fabric of reality. Like all worlds, there are these types of things, whether they have significance or not is something I would have to investigate for myself. But for the moment, they were irrelevant and merely acting as annoyances that I had to plot around. And to be honest, it was more difficult to find a place like this than to find a world. A place like this wasn't meant to be easy to find or just walk into with a little bit of effort. The relationship between life and death made it something that the living technically shouldn't be a part of. I wouldn't quite call it a taboo, but it's essentially frowned upon for living beings to interfere in a thing like this as it isn't really their place. Sure, I've dipped down to Yomi plenty of times, but the circumstances around that were much different. And the soul cairn was not a proper afterlife, it didn't facilitate the cycle of reincarnation that was intrinsic to the world's continued management. I didn't plan on disturbing the world's cycle, nor causing any huge commotion, so I was prepared to step over there and take a look. Maybe I can barter with someone and get what I want without resorting to other means. Regardless, it was a thought for later. At the moment, I focused on my aura as it pulsed out, grabbing hold of the ambient reishi and reeling it back in so I could process it. My soul was filling up little by little. Unfortunately, it was slow going for now. Maybe I should redesign this ritual circle. I had a little bit of understanding of reishi at this point. I think I could finagle a means to pull in more. Perhaps Desai wouldn't mind giving me some pointers in that regard. But then I would have to reveal some stuff. While I was mulling that over, my aura pulsed out again, but I didn't drag the reishi back to myself this time. I reached over, placing my hand on the true Longinus that was next to me. It was critical to the whole process that I was using to find Soul Society's location. That wisp of divine power dissipated by itself, as intended, but it could remember the location after it settled down. The presence was weak within the spear, but it was enough that it was helping me this much. In return, I sent reishi into it. The spear seemed to quite like it, and I could theorize it had a good nourishing effect for the remnant consciousness, similar to those souls that it took in back in the soul cairn. Maybe less powerful when equated to the same vague ratio, but reishi was much more abundant and easily accessible. I saw it grab hold of the reishi itself at one point, perhaps to give me a little clue to its new desire. But I've taken over the reins since then. The less effort and power it spent, the better. Not to mention that he did come to my rescue and gave me a moment of respite that I could escape that blow from the demon before. I owed him at least this much and I didn't mind sharing my gains. It was amusing, at this moment, I sort of felt like a Taoist from Legends. I obviously took some inspiration from them for a few things, but it wasn't like I tried to be like one of them. Now that I think about it, there should still be a bunch back in my birth world. Sun Wukong is an obvious example of that whole group, even if he became a Buddha later in life. Right, he did mention the Jade Emperor, something I should look into when I get back. I wonder how hard it could be to get my hands on a better peach. I still want to make mine into a wine at some point. I'll probably see if Venelana can help me with that since she's experienced. My idle thoughts came to a halt as I looked up and saw my calculations were completed. Weeks' worth of calculations done in a few hours. I more or less had the trajectory that girl's soul took when it left the mortal plane. Backtracking the wisp of divine power, I could follow that path nearly exactly and open a portal to this soul society. However, I wasn't ignorant of how bad that could go, so I had to tweak it slightly. I didn't want to just jump out right in the middle of something going on. Once I found the entrance point, I could more or less test the boundaries of that sub-dimension and pick a place more on the outskirts. I was still sort of winging it, but with much less risk involved. I withdrew Mirage from the ground, the calculations stored within. I picked up the true Longinus and put it back into my ring. Lastly, I double-checked my bounded fields to make sure I accounted for this form of energy. I didn't want a certain black cat to sniff around if something happened. Well, there was no point in hesitating. I took all practical precautions, so I wasn't really scared. I stabbed Mirage into the air and slashed downwards, splitting time and space. Fascinating, I merely saw a rocky plateau and nothing else besides some foliage. However, I felt something strange when I looked forward. I reached out and my hand was met with a barrier of energy taking a blue shimmer. I gently put my hand on this strange blue barrier. It didn't budge an inch even when I started putting more force on it. Should I use some other method? Would I cause a problem if I got more physical? I don't even know what this barrier was. Except, it kind of felt like reishi. Maybe much more compact and consolidated, but reishi all the same. I slammed my foot onto the ground, cracking the concrete. Picking up a small piece, I tossed it at the portal. I watched as it bounced against the strange barrier again. I held my finger out and condensed a small lightning bolt and fired it off. It slammed into the barrier and made the barrier vibrate and shudder, but it showed no signs of penetrating or dissipating. Still holding my finger up, I decided to cast something else. Heido #1 show. I intoned, watching the invisible force fire off like a bullet. My eyes widened as I saw it go through the barrier without any noticeable resistance whatsoever. Reishi is spiritual, everything I've done so far beyond the Kido contained the opposite, physical matter. I muttered to myself. Even my lightning bolt contained magical energy. I did think it was strange that even my magical energy was rejected, but I didn't have enough data right now to make a conclusion. Perhaps, there is literally nothing there but reishi. That just seemed so strange to me. Every realm I've been to, it contained many different elements and factors. But if this place was made entirely, down to the smallest denomination, of reishi, could it simply reject any attempt at foreign matter from entering? It wasn't some kind of conceptual or metaphysical barrier in the sense that it required a certain key or permission to enter. No, it was literally a wall that didn't allow physical matter to pass through. Like a massive wall around the realm, nothing living should be able to get in without being a spiritual being. That is to say, souls and the like were the only things that could pass through a solid wall of reishi without problems. It made sense if I further thought about it. It required someone with sufficient ryatsu to even see a ghost in the first place. It's clear that this part of the world is kept separate from the other. But, why did this seem intelligently designed rather than natural? Thinking about this, I flared my aura up until it covered me completely and I let my ryatsu flow out. Once more, I pressed my hand against the little barrier and it gave way. My hand reached through without any of the noticeable resistance that I saw before. How interesting. Aura was never my most powerful ability, it's certainly been a benefit and helpful in nearly every situation. But it seems like it's showing its true prowess in a world ruled by spiritual power. What's the game plan? Investigate, look for an opportunity. I replied. If I can't find anything good or make any opportunities, I'll leave and try again some other time. I think the important thing here is to just get my bearings first. Sounds like a plan. I'm a little interested in this place. We don't have this reishi or whatever back home, it feels kind of strange. Oh, you can feel it in the boosted gear. I am just a soul at this point, it's not that weird. Drake replied. But I can't really do anything with it. That's not surprising, dragons are basically just giant clumps of mana. I don't doubt you could probably force your way inside even with the resistance we've seen, but you're not an existence that's regulated for digesting this kind of energy. Which begs the question on how the spear is doing so. I was just chalking it up to his nature as a divine being behind objectively higher in status than both magical energy and spiritual energy. Thus, he can treat it differently than Drake, who is just a big clump of magical energy given form. I had a feeling I could force through many obstacles if I relied upon my own divinity here, but in the longer term that wouldn't be beneficial for me. I needed to figure it out without resorting to the equivalent of taking a hammer to the problem. I took a breath, flaring my aura again. Let's go. I walked through the portal. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I landed softly onto the dirt ground, sand kicked up at my weight finally touching down. There were many immediate things that made my senses confused. My body felt heavy here and it gave a strange sense of vertigo. Just taking a few steps forward, it felt like I was wafting through a body of water. It would take some getting used to. However, it looked like my ryatsu could offset the feeling once it was released slightly. In addition, it seems like my hypothesis was correct, I didn't sense one iota of magical energy in the surroundings. This place was completely and utterly made up of reishi. That means I'll unfortunately have to rely on pulling magical energy from other places to supply any spells I need. If I didn't have access to the kaleidoscope, I would only be able to rely on my own OD. Then again, I wouldn't have been able to get here without the kaleidoscope, so, I guess it isn't that big of a deal. As an experiment, I tried releasing some magical energy into the air. The world, or rather the realm, didn't reject the notion of magical energy, rather, the magical energy seemed to be snuffed out after a few moments. Not an inherent defensive mechanism of this place, it was like a flame that didn't have access to oxygen, it simply couldn't sustain itself and dissipated. How curious. I admit to being very intrigued by this phenomenon that I wanted to test several things. Maybe I was being a little hasty, but I didn't feel any overt danger in doing this little experiment. I held up my arm, and rescinded my aura over a small bit of skin. I hummed as I pulled back my aura slowly over my entire body. There were no overt reactions, no weird laws slamming down on me for being a living being existing within this spiritual realm. Perhaps it was only important to actually pass through the dimensional barriers. But actually existing here isn't really the main problem. My body still felt very heavy and sluggish though, a side effect I suppose. Circulating my Ryatsu did alleviate it still, so I wasn't too worried. However, I did keep it at a minimum. It wasn't hard to find out that these spiritual beings could sense Ryatsu at an extremely sensitive level. I did my best to keep the significant amount of my Ryatsu sealed away from notice. Is this really the afterlife here? What do you mean? I asked. I mean, why does it seem exactly like we're still on Earth, but with just this reishi everywhere? A good question. I acknowledge, reaching down and scooping up a handful of dirt. Feels exactly like dirt. I muttered, letting it fall out of my palm as the wind took it and it drifted away. Acts exactly like sand. The air is dry, I feel wind on my face, and everything is acting how it should be. Is this place supposed to act as a mirror to Earth or was it created this way? Did you have that same thought too? I furrowed my brow in thought. This feels kind of artificial in a way. Much different than Yomi or even the Land of Shadows, that's more of an extension of the greater world in a sense. This is strange. Drake fully agreed. Go head towards the buildings in the distance. I looked over to where Drake was referring to. There were indeed some buildings I could see a little further away. May as well. I nodded, trotting along towards them. My calculations were on point, because I appeared in an area without any people but close enough in walking distance. The more I walked the more I saw just how massive some of the structures in the distance were. On the horizon, I could see some towering white buildings and a huge rock formation that protrude outwards. Reinforcing my eyesight, I could vaguely see the people walking around. It did make me come to a stop to really look at what I was seeing. Why did it feel like I was in a period drama? The people, the clothes, the architecture, and the whole ambience. It felt like I was back in feudal Japan. I was going to stick out like a sore thumb if I got closer like this. With reluctance, I weaved an illusion around myself. While it didn't actually change what I was wearing, I despised looking bad. It was one of my biggest peeves even if it wasn't something wholly detrimental. To try and match what I saw, I sort of donned a weathered and plain-looking yukata. It was annoying how I had to keep the illusion up with a sustained amount of magical energy because it kept wanting to fizzle out by itself. Thankfully, as I got closer, no one really gave me any strange looks. I don't really stand out besides my red hair, but considering some of the differences I noticed with Tessai's physical features, I was guessing it wasn't that big of a deal. I took a moment to take in my surroundings. Wooden buildings all around me, people in similar outfits walking around. A woman with a basket full of clothes she carried on her head while she held a small child's hand. Another man walked down the street holding what looked like a stick of bamboo with a few fish hanging off of it. A larger man walked out of a shop with a pipe in hand, looking disdainfully at everyone that walked by. Was I seriously in some kind of period drama? Weird. And still further off, I could see bigger buildings much farther away. I had yet to even scrape the surface of everything here, this place was massive. However, the sounds of hammering drew my attention as I peered to the side. A smithery. I wasn't really here for anything specific other than my vague goals, I didn't mind taking a look. It was just about what I would expect a smithy of this perceived technology level to look like. Walking around the side, I could see the smith at work hammering away with a forge made of bricks next to him. He was hammering on an anvil, some kind of metal that looked like iron. Which begged the question, was it actually iron? If it was made of reishi, what did this even matter? Couldn't they shape reishi differently? Why is he going through the whole forging process? The more I looked, the more confused I got. What, who are you, brat? The smith turned around, looking at me while I was lost in my own thoughts. Got something you need? If not, scram, I'm busy. Sorry, was just drawn by the sounds of you hammering. Just wanted to take a look. I sheepishly apologized. He snorted, setting his hammer down. Hand me the basket of coal next to you. I looked down to see what he was referring to. I shrugged, picking up the basket, bringing it to him. Here you go. He grunted, picking some up, tossing it into the fire that was going on under his forge. Got any experience working a forge, brat? You here looking for a job? Maybe. I scratched my head. Did what I have before count as experience? I knew what to do, and I helped with Mirage, but I wouldn't call myself an expert. I basically worked the bellows and controlled the flames last time. I'll tell you the same thing I told them other kids. I ain't no charity case, if you don't got the experience, I ain't gonna waste the time to train some brat that's just looking for some coin. Coin? Do they use a monetary system here? Interesting. I was about to turn around and leave with an apology, but he grabbed my hand. He stared at it, then looked at my other hand before giving me an inquisitive look. Damn those fools. Tell me, brat, How long have you been dead for? Pardon. I blinked in confusion. Too pale and delicate to be one of the folks around here. And a noble worth a damn wouldn't be seen in what you're wearing or come around these parts. Only explanation is that you're a newcomer, but there shouldn't be any newcomers in this place. Was I discovered already? Bah. He grunted, pushing himself up from where he was seated. Of course you wouldn't know what I'm talking about. He grumbled again. Did you just die, son? How long has it been since you've come to Soul Society? Oh, was he confusing me for a recently deceased? That makes things much easier. Probably about an hour. He looked at me and face-palmed. What are those damn Shinigami doing? He threw his hands up. Can't do nothing right but cause problems round here. I heard that sometimes someone pops up on the edge of towns, didn't think nothing of it before but rumors. Damn lucky a hollow wasn't attracted and came and munched you up. Sorry, did I do something wrong? I may as well play the part. Nothing your fault. You should have landed with the others, then they would have sorted you to a district somewhere. This ain't a place that newcomers usually come. Oh, am I going to be in trouble for coming here? He looked at me and sighed. Let me explain properly, I forgot you're new. There are something like 300 districts around here that make up the Reincarnated. The Reincarnated is where us normal folk live waiting for our souls to run out of juice, then we pop back through reincarnation proper. At the center of everything, you got the Siriidii where the nobles and the Shinigami live. He paused, as if waiting for me to respond. Alright, I got it so far. Good, not a dunce like some of the ones who first pop up here. They start screaming about how they can't be dead and causing a mess. You look like you got a good head on your shoulders. Is whining and screaming going to make someone not dead? He snorted with a chuckle. Right, a good head. Maybe you'll end up somewhere good. Since you're new around here, I'll tell you the basics. You won't be getting hungry, which is the only good thing about this place. Unless you got a bunch of Ryatsu, in that case, your best bet is to find the sign-ups for the Shinigami Academy and hope you get accepted. Really? People don't get hungry here. I questioned, noticing that foodstuffs were seen. Unless you got enough power, brat. Listen to what I'm saying. That means you got the nobles and the Shinigami needing to eat along with whatever scraps of people that don't fall into them groups. This place here isn't really a district, sorta an in-between. He scratched his head. This place is for the families working the farms and everything that needs. See here, he waved his arm. I make most of the farm tools. Alright, I'm still following. And digesting all this new information, even if it was a little strange. Ain't much more than that. The lower numbered districts are better. Usually, the higher the number, the poorer the folks. And the lower ones are closer to the center where the big wigs stay. We're at the end, which would normally be the poorest lot, but we need to be closer to the farms, you get it. I nodded along and he grunted in acknowledgement. Don't mind you staying around, brat. Just don't be causing a commotion, otherwise the Shinigami that come around gonna kick you out, cause this place mostly for the experienced. I was probably a smith when I was living, holding a hammer felt familiar the first time I picked one up here. Did a good job, got sent over here to keep working under better conditions. Same with some others, and some just got lucky and got grabbed. Most of the folks in the districts know not to mess with us even if they starving or living badly. Shinigami don't want their luxuries messed with by us common folk, they won't be asking any questions. Their blades are sharp and their hearts cold. Best remember that, don't think Shinigami are here to help you if you see any. Duck your head and hope you don't catch their eye. So far, this place doesn't paint a very good picture of Shinigami or Soul Society in general. This was supposed to be the afterlife, something better than what the living had. So, why did it feel like such squalor? The way he described some of the poor districts, what the hell? Did you say I should go and try to join the Shinigami Academy? I looked at him. Humph, better you be one of them than not. All of us with even the barest bit of Ryatsu tried to apply, brat. Best opportunity that anyone around these parts can find. Ain't no way no noble gonna sweep us up out of this place, so we gotta work with what we got. Thanks for helping me, I really appreciate it. Never did introduce myself, you can call me Wilhelm. I didn't mind giving him my real name, he was being very kind to me. His expression softened. Ah, don't mention it. All of us were confused when we first got here. Folks round here call me Old Lin. He smiled rather warmly, making me think he was just a big softy at heart. Tell you what, he stopped and his eyes widened. Hey, old man, you better be back there. A shout was heard from out front. Get into the tool shed, brat. He said in a low voice. I blinked, looking around and noticed what he was talking about. He probably had a good reason for telling me that, so I followed his instructions. It was a little weathered and battered, but the inside was a bit clean and contained exactly what you would assume. All manner of tools and farming instruments filled this little storehouse. There was a small hole that I could peer through by kneeling down. I could see old Lin tense up and two people walk around the side, their garbs a match for the ones that Ichigo wore, so I could put two and two together. One of them had his blade drawn and hung over his shoulder like a thug. The other had his sleeves together with a slimy look on his face. "Old Lin, you know what day it is?" the slimy-looking one said in an annoying tone. "Make it easier this time." "I ain't got no extra money, brat," the old man growled, walking to the side of his workbench with a small bag. "I'm paying the agreed amount, not a single can more." "Can? Is that the currency they use here?" "Come on, old man, you know the rules. When you take a loan you gotta pay interest." "I'm already paying interest. I paid damn near twice what I was lent, take this and don't come back." He grabbed his hammer and held it up with a snarl. "We already told you how much you would owe us each week. No one forced you to take a loan out with the boss." The slimy Shinigami kept that same smile of his. "Pay what you owe, old Lin, and we'll be out of your hair. I don't got no more. You think it's easy to sell my stuff round these parts? Then we might have to take a different method of repayment. I'm sure we could sell those tools of yours for a nice little sum somewhere else. Go ahead. When the Shinigami responsible for picking up this batch asks me where my quota is, I'll tell him to go find you." Damn, balls on this old man. I really like him, not taking crap at all. The smile on the Shinigami's face twitched, clearly annoyed. "Careful, commoner, don't threaten a Shinigami. You might lose a body part if you say the wrong thing." For emphasis the thug with his sword drawn licked his blade. EW. But it wasn't an idle threat I could imagine. Umph. Old Lin tossed the bag of what sounded like coins to the Shinigami. "Got some extra iron bars, take 'em and leave me alone." The slimy one's expression looked a bit more relaxed. "Why didn't you just say that from the beginning? I'll have some people come by and pick them up, still have some rounds to do with our other business associates." He didn't wait for pleasantries or goodbye, the two Shinigami immediately left and old Lin slumped in his seat. "What was that?" I walked out of the shed. "Normal crap we gotta deal with around here, kid. I told you before, don't be trying to meddle with Shinigami stuff, they don't care about us." He sighed, getting up and walking towards me. He grabbed my hand, pushing something metal into my palm. "Here, take this, try your luck with the academy. I don't got much talent myself, but when I touched you earlier, I felt like you had more than me and I barely didn't make the cut when I tried." I looked at my palm to see some coins in my hand. They were circular with holes in the middle, very similar to older currency. "What are you?" "Bah, just get going. I'll tell you where the nearest recruitment place is. Give them that and they'll give you a better chance." He grumbled again. "You probably don't know the way, let me fetch something to give you some directions." He shuffled into his little house and I could vaguely hear him start rummaging through some things. I looked at the few coins in my hand and squeezed them. I was always a sucker for unsolicited goodwill. He barely even knew me and gave me something like this after getting some apparent loan sharks in the afterlife, shaking him down. I am many things, but unappreciation is not one of them. Looking to the side, I saw a stack of bricks that looked exactly like the ones used to make his furnace. I picked one up, feeling its weight, and giving it a little swing back and forth. "Yeah, that'll work." "You say something." Old Lin poked his head out, a piece of parchment in his hands. "Nothing." I smiled towards him, depositing the brick into my ring. He grunted, walking over, basically pushing it into my arms. "There, now get." I unfolded the parchment and it was a map, maybe somewhat poorly drawn, but decipherable. I marked it down, "Now get going and I better not hear from you until you graduate." I looked at him again. "Thanks." "Yeah, now get going." He huffed, going back to get his hammer he set down previously. "Thank you for the kindness." He looked at me one more time. "Humph, this place could use some more niceties from other people. It's already shitty enough here. Barely a couple hours here and I already didn't like this place." Walking out of old Lin's area, I took the brick back out and tossed it up, catching it as it came down. Where did those two Shinigami go? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I hummed to myself, holding up the black kimono that was the uniform of Shinigami. "This should be about my size, right Draig?" You can make it work." I looked at it again, nodding as well. "Yeah, I think you're right." Thankfully, I knew how to properly put on this kind of outfit. I looked down at the two bodies of the Shinigami I had politely asked for their uniforms from. Granted, it took a little persuasion from my brick, but a few lumps on their heads, and a few smashes of their faces, and they were more than willing to hand them over. Well, silence implied consent. I don't think they'll be waking up anytime soon. I didn't actually know what repercussions killing two Shinigami would have, so they get to live for now. At the very least, I didn't want to implicate the old man by accident. Who knew if more Shinigami would swarm the place afterwards and just cause more harm? So, good news for them, they get to live. Bad news for them, they're going to have to explain to whatever superiors they have about their mission uniforms and Zanpakuto. Oh, and I stole all the money they had. I would be making a little trip back to Old Lin and sneaking this somewhere he could find it. Repay kindness with kindness. Was I fortunate or unfortunate that these two Shinigami seemed to be the absolute bottom of the barrel? I'm talking, they feel weaker than even the supposed substitute Shinigami, that the orange-haired brat. I looked at the Zanpakuto in my hand. I tried to push some of my aura into it, but it gave a similar feeling to the other Zanpakuto I experienced. It didn't really seem to like me all that much, so I suppose I still had to get my hands on one of those Asachi. Who are you? I paused in my idle thoughts, looking down at the idiot who just woke up, looking right at me. His worlds were trembling, and it was a little funny to see. Some of his missing teeth. Luckily I hadn't been seen with Old Lin. I held my brick up that was only mildly covered in blood. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo. I smiled before slapping it across his face again. His body collapsed again and I continued onwards. You are a petty asshole. Yes, I am. I fully acknowledged. I was still pissed that Hollow died. I quickly changed out of my normal clothes and into this black kimono, strapping the Zanpakuto to my side before putting everything else into my ring. I basically stripped them of anything of value and left them in this deserted corner. There weren't any prying eyes around, I made sure of that. Not that it seemed people wanted to mingle with Shinigami, I noticed that when trying to track these two idiots down, the people scattered quickly upon seeing a Shinigami, it seems. Oh well, it works out for me. I can't really attend the Shinigami Academy, I'm sure I'd be found out fairly quickly. So as an apology, Old Lin, I got your money back and taught them a lesson. First to drop it off. I turned to look at the large buildings in the far distance. Then I'll go check to see what that's all about. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 367, Chapter 333. After getting used to it, I didn't really mind this kimono. The uniforms of the Shinigami had a certain appeal, I had to admit. It would be better if it wasn't tainted by the thoughts of those thugs. At the moment, I really did not have a good opinion of Soul Society. Was feeling pretty shitty about the whole situation in sending that little girl here. I was hanging on to some shred of hope that maybe this was just an extreme case and it gets better. Fingers crossed. I've walked through what appears to be several of these districts. This place is absolutely massive, easily millions upon millions living here, but they didn't have high-rise buildings or apartments like they did in the living world. So, everyone was spread out with houses nearly back to back, making it look even bigger from a certain perspective. Yet, the vast majority I've seen were at best barely above the perceivable poverty line. Granted, my views may be skewed from living in the modern era, but when a significant portion of the people don't even have simple sandals to wear, there's a big fucking problem. Not to mention that every single look I got was one of trepidation if not outright fear due to the uniform I was wearing. Granted, the closer I got to this Siri, the less it became obvious. Sure, there was still caution with my approach, but as the area got further in, and poverty got notably lessened with each passing minute, it seems like the sight of a Shinigami wasn't one of immediate caution. I'm not even surprised that the more well-off and wealthy don't fear the Shinigami. I could basically scope out the layout so far. This place was like a giant circle, with Siri sitting in the middle. And obviously the better-off places sat closer to the homes of the Shinigami and supposed nobles. It took forever to finally make it, but I could see a sort of disconnect from where the Rakangai ends and the Siri begins. I took a quick look around, and steadied myself. I highly doubt anyone would notice I'm a living being. I mean, how difficult would it be for a living being to sneak into Soul Society in the first place? Not to mention I look exactly like a normal Shinigami and there was no one around to question me. Just project confidence and no one will question you. I puffed up my chest, and carried myself as if I belonged here. You think this will work? Drake asked, a bit sarcastically. Oh ye of little faith. I have absolute confidence. Boom. The wind howled, my hair was blown back and dirt immediately flew up all around me. Thunderous and explosive sounds rang out as if something heavy and big hit the ground. Not to mention the shockwave that was sent through the earth in all directions. I blinked. And I blinked again. There was a massive gate a few inches in front of my face. Did it fall from the sky? Absolute confidence, huh? I ignored the dragon, tilting my head up. The gate was at least a few dozen feet tall. And not only that, there was now an equally large wall that shot off in both directions, completely encompassing the Siri for as much as I could see. I understand why there was a bunch of empty space between these two regions now. There was only one thing to do in a situation like this. I did an about face and quickly skedaddled. ****. Well, it was a good thing I took a moment to hide myself, because people started poking their heads out. And not just the residents of the Rakangai. Shinigami came flooding out looking very annoyed. Shouting commands and such, they started spreading out and searching through the area. I don't know why that massive wall and accompanying gate suddenly appeared, but I'm guessing there was some way to detect an intruder. Well, shit. Just have confidence. I'm sure it'll work a second time. Fuck off, Drake. Seriously, I didn't want to cause a massive commotion, but here we are. Now, how to sneak in? Have you tried having more confidence? I hate you sometimes. Do your best, Watermelon. I'll cheer you on. I let out a long sigh at Drake's snickering. Shaking my head, I started walking in the opposite direction of the gate, keeping the massive wall at the corner of my eye. It would probably take me a couple days of casual walking to reach the opposite side if I had a straight path, so after a few minutes, I found a rather isolated spot behind some house that I could take a moment to step out and inspect the wall properly. With another quick look around, I didn't see anyone nearby, so I walked forward and touched the massive wall. Oh, that's interesting, I muttered, feeling my aura scatter upon touching the wall. Complete rejection it looks like. I pulled on my Ryatsu a minuscule amount and pushed it against the stone wall. Like my aura, it was repulsed without any chance to resist. Conceptualized anti-spirit properties. I hazard a guess. Maybe I was going too far in one direction. It could just be significantly resistant to spiritual energy of any kind to the point where I would have to bring significant force to overcome it. Just to test, I gathered my aura and slammed my palm against the wall. I felt a faint reverberation, but my aura splashed harmlessly before dissipating. I clicked my tongue in annoyance and thought of an idea. I knelt down and started digging a hole to see if I could tunnel below. It'd be easy to displace some dirt with a few spells even in this environment. However, once I got about a foot down and tried to go under, I met a barrier that seemed to contain the same properties as the stone. I had a feeling that this barrier extended in every direction and the stone structure in front of me was more a solidified conceptualization rather than the whole of the barrier itself. Maybe it anchored the effects around itself, but the stone walls themselves were not the entirety of the barrier. Just fly over. Dre grunted. Fly over. I responded. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't overlook such a glaring issue if there's even something stopping me from underneath. No, you idiot. You said this thing probably rejects our spiritual stuff. You're a living person, why would it stop you? I would have had this thought after going through my own tests. Whatever you say. Gods, he's going to be so smug about this if it works. Despite what he said, I wasn't going to fly over. That would require my wings making an appearance, and I don't want that kind of attention if I was seen. No, I just reinforced my leg and jumped upwards, landing at the very edge of the wall's top. Literally an inch forward and that shimmering field of energy made an appearance. Looking around, this was definitely a good angle to view what was going on down there. This place looked like an old Japanese-style castle in its architecture. Walls that went every which way forming almost like a maze, and an uncountable number of buildings set up everywhere. I had no idea what I was doing or where I was going for now, so here was as good a place as any. I pulled my aura in as tightly as I could. My Ryatsu was also reeled in as best as I could manage. Even if I was still not too familiar with this type of energy, I could somewhat manage this much. Without a second thought, I took a step forward and harmlessly passed through the barrier. I chuckled at how simply I overcame it. There wasn't really much blame that could be placed on these people. How likely was it for a living person to even come here? I had to jump through several, almost, paradoxical loops to do so. I'm sure they're only defending against the likes of Hollows or some rogue Shinigami. I just shook my head, taking another step forward and dropping off the wall onto the other side. Landing on my feet was no arduous task, even from this height. I simply dusted myself off and was about to set off, but I paused, looking up to see another pair of eyes not far away from me. A Shinigami was literally stepping out of the nearby building right as I landed on the ground. Carry on. I nodded to him, turning and walking away. Nailed it. Hold it. I mentally groaned as he shouted towards me. I saw you jump down from the Sirihiki. I turned to see him pointing at me sternly. State your name and division. Division 8. I offered. I mean, there's the number 8 sewed into the inside of this kimono, same with the other one, so, I'm assuming. And the name's Kurosaki Ichigo. I made sure to add on. He looked at me for a moment before abruptly drawing his sword. Surrender yourself, Ryoka. He shouted. I am the 9th seat of Division 8. I order you to stand down. Just my fucking luck. Of course, the random Shinigami I run into is from the Division 1 just blurted out. I think there might be a misunderstanding here. I held my hands up, taking a few steps towards him. I'd rather he don't keep shouting and potentially drawing more attention. He held his blade up in a stance, looking noticeably timid. If you won't surrender, I'll be forced to take action," he declared, raising his sword up as if he were going to attack me. Well, this is going nowhere. I'll surrender peacefully. But can you answer one question of mine? What are you? Have you ever been hit in the face with a brick before? What? My trusty brick covered the distance in the blink of an eye, slamming into his face, knocking him down for the count. He didn't really seem that experienced or powerful, really. Honestly, from what I've seen so far, it seems like the lower-end Shinigami are something like cannon fodder. Or maybe I'm just overestimating Shinigami in general. But then again, I met Tesai who gave off a much different feeling. He was actually powerful, I could tell that much. And Yoruchi was able to slip through my perception multiple times. That's not something a mook could do unless I was being very careless. I needed to find my bearings, just wandering around was going to do me no good with such a massive place. Let's see if I can't get some information from the next person I run into. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There he is. I ground my teeth, leaping up to the nearby building and getting out of sight. These Shinigami, like fucking ants that don't stop crawling out of the woodworks. They could at least treat a guest more politely. How many did I have to beat up with my brick so far? Funnily enough, they're calling me Ichigo at this point. Heh. He's over here. I threw my brick again, smacking another in the face who spotted me before he could alert the others. Why was I still using this brick? I honestly couldn't give a valid reason. I think that maybe I was just annoyed enough at this place that I was taking my frustrations out this way. Why is there poverty in fucking heaven? It was a sentence that should never have been even conceived. My brick demands answers. Watching a dozen or so run past and turn the corner, I breathed out a sigh of relief. It's not that I was being pressured, but I didn't want to instigate things any further by causing actual damage. At this point, there's probably only a couple dozen or so Shinigami suffering some headaches that some quick healing will fix. And asking any of them anything is like pulling damn teeth. They're all so damn stubborn and won't give me any information. Not that I'm going to torture them or anything, but it's like asking them what color the sky is and they'd refuse to answer. And every Zanpakuto I've run across so far was already claimed and was useless to me. I was starting to get kind of frustrated. Was like searching for a needle in a haystack. I suppose I could just cast an illusion over myself, pretend to be one of the Shinigami that I knocked out. Maybe find the nearest headquarters and go from there. It was a good thought, but it got pushed to the side as I felt a weight descend on me. A foreign Ryatsu enveloped me, pushing down violently. It took me by surprise more so than actually made me stutter in my steps. It was definitely a significant weight that descended, enough to make me cautious, but I didn't feel like I was pinned against my will. Someone was watching me, and it felt like they were giving me a warning. No, I felt the sensation drag away as if to lead me somewhere. Well, I can't say I don't enjoy a polite invitation. Whoever was doing this, it was obvious the path they were telling me to take. I could practically taste the Ryatsu they were throwing out as I came upon a large building with a sign in front that read, Division 8 Barracks. I didn't realize how close I was to something like this. I guess it makes sense considering all the Shinigami I've had on my tail. I pushed open the large doors at the beckoning of the Ryatsu that was continuously pushing down on me. And as soon as I stepped forward, it dissipated nearly instantaneously. I was greeted with a strange scene. A man was sitting at a small table on the ground, a bottle of sake and 2 cups placed on it. The man looked up with a hazy expression, clearly having been drinking for a bit now. He wore the standard Shinigami attire, but there was also a white haori, but it was covered by a second haori decorated in pink and with flowers. And there was a Tsujigasa straw hat atop his head. I've had a couple reports about my subordinates being sent to 4th Division for treatment. Something about head injuries. He looked at me. You wouldn't happen to know something about that, would you? I looked at him, then down at my brick that still had some blood on it, then back at him. Nah, it must have been someone else. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 368, Chapter 334. I looked at this strange man as his face twitched into an amused grin. Stranger from far away, why don't you come and enjoy a drink with me? I can offer a cup of sake to a guest. Looks like someone was found out. I guess trying to convince you that I'm a Shinigami won't work. I walked over. It might, you never know. He shrugged. In that case, I'm definitely a Shinigami. I said without a hint of shame. Oh, and what division are you from? He asked, still amused by the conversation. I pulled open kimono slightly and looked inside. It says 8 on it, so I'm assuming the 8th Division. He snorted, looking like he wanted to laugh, but kept a straight face. As the captain of the 8th Division, I think I would know who is under me. Do you? I took a shot in the dark. He doesn't. A woman stepped out from the side, slamming a door behind her. She wore a wooden badge on her arm that read, Lieutenant. She could easily be called a beauty with a very cold and neat appearance. She was rather cute, pushing up her glasses with a stern look. "No." He whined in front of her. "Of course I know my subordinates. I memorized all their names." "Name 5. She said evenly. He opened his mouth but she interjected again. "That aren't women." He coughed awkwardly. "Welcome to the 8th Division, friend." He turned back towards me. Well, he seemed easygoing. I took a seat opposite of him at the little table. Jokes aside, what gave it away? Was it my dashing good looks? Yes. He replied without a second thought. The old man won't let me only recruit women, so I made sure that all the men under me won't be competition. He nodded sagely. I respect your wisdom. Oh ho, I appreciate the praise. He grinned. Be serious. The woman next to him smacked him on the back of the head. You both are completely shameless. She's cute when she gets mad. I pointed out. Haha, she's the jewel of our 8th Division. He chuckled, not disgruntled at her antics. Why did I let you convince me to not report him? She facepalmed. Don't be like that, Nanao. He took a sip of his sake. Technically, we haven't been ordered to capture any nefarious Ryoka. And I'm a Shinigami. I pointed out. Right, he's a Shinigami. The captain in front of me nodded. Do you think that excuse will work with the captain commander? I'll worry about that later. He shivered slightly. There were a bunch of Shinigami moving with a purpose earlier. Were they not trying to capture this supposed handsome and charming intruder? I asked, a little curious as to what was actually going on. This always happens when the walls come down. He hummed, taking another sip. It doesn't happen that often, but we have to treat it as an invasion regardless. Most of the time, it's 1 or 2 naughty kids from the Rakongai that get too close to the Siriidi and cause the commotion. That sounds like a headache. Though, it would probably make for good impromptu drills when it does happen. However, if we discover an intruder, we're supposed to report it immediately. The woman next to him huffed. Well, it's a good thing I'm an official Shinigami, and certainly not someone who snuck in. I helped myself to a cup of sake he poured. Haha, it's a good thing, you're right. Otherwise, I'd have to arrest you. He chuckled. Thankfully, none of my subordinates were killed or hurt too bad. I don't think I could share a cup of sake with someone who really harmed them. Ah, he was being kind because I was soft with them, huh? Despite smacking them around, there wasn't really any overt harm. Especially since they are spiritual beings, a few hits on the noggin aren't going to cause any major damage. It seems like this invader isn't the type to just wantonly slaughter, so you won't have to worry about your subordinates around here turning up dead. He won't kill anyone. I casually took a sip. Good, good. He smiled gently before turning a little dark. I would hate to have to hunt down the one responsible. I raised an eyebrow at his ryatsu leaking out slightly. Scary. Haha, well, I don't prefer fighting. Why not sit down and discuss our differences over a nice cup of sake? He laughed happily. I can't say I disagree. It was a refreshing mindset to have. However, I am a little curious. An idle thought, I hope you don't mind helping me. I'll do what I can to help my captain. I responded rather cheekily. The thing is, I'm wondering where someone would be able to get a hold of one of my subordinates' uniforms. And possibly, one of their Zanpakuto. Hypothetical speaking, someone might have ran into a couple of thugs shaking down some poor people in the Rakongai. I certainly hope they aren't dead. Even if my subordinates need to be justifiably punished, I can't allow someone who murdered them to walk around. His smile disappeared. I wouldn't worry about that. I waved off his concern even if I already said I didn't kill anyone. They should probably be coming back soon, having to explain why they lost their uniforms and swords. He pulled down his hat a little, his cheery expression shifted again. I see. In that case, I'm sure I'll seek out a very detailed explanation about what they've been up to. Maybe all Shinigami aren't bad after all. I can't say I've interacted with them enough to form an opinion exclusively on one way or another. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Where are my manners? His cheerful expression returned quickly. Captain of the 8th Division, Shuinsue Kairaku. And this is my lieutenant, Nanao Ise. He gestured to the woman standing at his side. Though, she stayed silent, glaring at him the entire time. I had a feeling she didn't quite approve of how he was apparently handling my presence. A pleasure. I would be polite as well. You can call me Kurosaki Ichigo. I sometimes like to dye my hair orange and I prefer that people know my name means strawberry. You're a special kind of petty. Oh, what's the worst that can happen? I'm just having a little bit of fun. In the worst case, someone gets confused. Whatever you say, watermelon. The corners of his lips twitched. I have a feeling you aren't being truthful. I swear on my honor as a Shinigami. I said with complete seriousness. He threw his head back, letting out a laugh. You're an interesting kid. He calmed down again, pouring himself another cup. If you don't mind me asking, how'd a human end up here? What? His lieutenant blurted out, her expression shifted. How can he be a human? Era, Nanao, you're good at sensing Ryatsu, don't tell me you didn't notice it either. He said calmly. But. Oh, you're pretty good. What gave it away? Was there a point in keeping this game going? It wasn't hard to tell, your Ryatsu isn't concealed very well. I'm sure if any other captain got close, they'd notice too. Though, your Ryatsu is really strange, I wasn't sure you were human at first. It shouldn't be possible for a human to come here. Not unless they had outside help. She looked at me strangely. There aren't many places I can't go. I smiled towards her. Don't worry, no one helped me. There isn't some kind of conspiracy going on that you have to worry about. Are we just supposed to believe that? I believe you. The captain said casually. Nanao sighed in exasperation. Honestly, I just came to take a look around. I revealed. Oh, and what do you think? He asked. You want my honest opinion? Honesty is better than false flattery. He nodded. This place is a shithole. Puffed. He nearly choked on his drink. Guess I asked for that. You did say you were in the lower districts of the Rakongai. The Siratii is nice, I can admire that it's elegant and refined. There is definitely a regal air to this place. But you literally have to take a step outside to see the huge contrast. I heard this was supposed to be heaven. In which case, I'm severely disappointed, because in heaven, a good amount of people can't even have shoes. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. I don't think he expected me to be so blatant with my grievances about this place. Your sake isn't bad though. I decided to change the subject. From the look he had, he seemed to genuinely feel bad about what I said. I have no idea what kind of responsibilities he has, so I don't know if I can hold that kind of thing over his head. Not the best I've had, but it has a unique flavor. I don't have any of the good stuff right now. I'll need to wait until we get our annual budget before I can sneak some more. He chuckled. What was that? His lieutenant glared. You misheard me. He coughed awkwardly. Well, you've been courteous and treated me like a guest despite how I arrived. I don't mind sharing some of my own with you. Oh. His eyes brightened up. Though, can you digest stuff from the living world? The question popped into my head. A servant can, they convert everything they digest into magical energy. As a spiritual being, I'm assuming all sustenance is converted into your internal Ryoryoku. Does that also apply to stuff from the living world? Don't worry, we can handle living stuff fine. I shrugged, looking through my ring and deciding on a couple things. I have a 30-year-old brandy here, how about it? His eyes sparkled as I took it out. He didn't even question from where, his eyes focused solely on the bottle in my hand. A rare surprise. He clapped his hands. It's hard to get that kind of thing even when I go out to the living world. Consider it a token of thanks. I handed it over. Politeness should be returned with politeness. He shared his sake with me, so it's only right. And an apology. An apology. He stopped looking at the bottle in his arms. I may have lied a little. I gestured, holding two fingers a little apart. I said I only came here to look around. I may have had another agenda. He put the bottle down to the side like it was a priceless treasure. As long as it's not against the law, I don't mind lending a hand to a friend. How difficult would it be to get my hands on an asachi? I questioned, cutting straight to the point. An asachi? He repeated. Do you want your own Zanpakuto? Humans can't develop one, you'll just be wasting your time. I just want one to have it. I may have fibbed a little bit more. He scratched his cheek again. I actually don't know if it's against the law or not to give one to a human. None have ever come here asking. He paused, looking up to Nanao. What do you think? I think the Central 46 will get angry if you let it happen. She said evenly. Ooh. He smiled meekly. That wouldn't be good. Well, then on a completely unrelated note. Would there happen to be a place where one could acquire an Aswachi? I shifted my question slightly. Do you really think? The academy. Captain Shunsue immediately replied, cutting off his subordinate. Did you know that every Shinigami gets their own Asachi at the academy? They keep about 100 spare ones there between each new shipment from what I know. His lieutenant face palmed again. I nodded, somewhat knowledgeable about this, if vaguely. And if someone wanted to find this academy, say, from the 8th Division barracks? Then one just needs to head south, it's hard to miss. Wonderful. I smiled, sitting up from my spot. I was about to say something, but I caught something out of the corner of my eye. A strangely colored butterfly flew over, the others noticed it too. The lieutenant held her finger out and it landed on her. She looked at it intently, as if she was listening to something. Captain. She breathed out, the butterfly flying away. New orders. Oh. We're to capture any Ryoka we find. She looked at me. It's an order straight from the Central 46. I blinked at the new development. What was that? A hell butterfly. The captain responded, pushing himself up to his feet. It's how we Shinigami send and receive orders from different places. It's hard to send runners when the Siriiti is so big. Oh, I suppose you're going to try and apprehend me then. I crossed my arms. He smiled awkwardly. I really don't want to. I prefer to not fight if possible, but a direct order is a direct order, even if I feel like my honor is a little muddled after sharing a drink. Can I ask you something? It would be rude of me not to answer at this point. He chuckled sadly. Why didn't you just do this from the beginning? I'm all for the peaceful method, but I did beat up some of your division. Allegedly. He pointed out. Allegedly. I chuckled. I couldn't help but like this guy, his personality is very easy to get along with. He let out a sigh. They've been getting fat and lazy recently. I'd rather they learn a lesson now when their lives aren't threatened than step in every time. He replied. As for moving myself, I considered it. But I don't think a bad person would willingly come share a drink with me, so I was fine leaving things as they were. I'll try to put in a good word for you. I think worst case, you'll just get kicked out of Soul Society if I can convince the old man. That's kind of you, but I don't think I'll be getting caught just yet. I glanced at his lieutenant. Nanao, would you please stand back? I gave him a thankful nod as she retreated a fair distance away. I held my hand out, letting Mirage appear between my fingers. Is that your sword? His eyes narrowed. Mirage. I said rather proudly. I always did like showing off my treasures. I gave it a little swing for him to see, the shimmering and colorful air that pulsed around it. Ho! He tilted his hat down. I'll reply then. He grabbed the two swords at his waist. These are my Zanpakuto. I didn't know that you could have two. I looked at him with interest. It's rare. He grinned. I'm only one of two. I gripped Mirage but my heart really isn't in this fight. I admitted feeling a little twinge of high stance. I'm all for a good fight, sparring and such. But this was him being forced under order from above and it felt bad. How about we play a little game instead? A wager. A wager. He perked up. If I lose, I'll surrender quietly. If you lose, you let me go. He took a moment to mull it over. I can give you a head start. That works too. What do you have in mind? I can't guarantee I'll agree. I bet I can make you drop your swords with 3 words. He looked at me with amusement again. Sounds fun. All right, I'll give you a shot. You're a sly bastard. I couldn't help but grin. You ready? I'm curious what you're going to say that'll make me drop my swords. He chuckled. Zune Hail Vike. As soon as the words left my mouth, the world shifted. Even in this realm, the divine words echoed out, reverberating through the air. His eyes widened as the weapons in his hands were already flinging through the air. His swords were no longer grasped, because the laws of the world decided so. Well played. He acknowledged, letting out a breath. Go ahead, I'll pretend that I didn't see you yet. Weird, you sound sort of happy when you said that. I looked at him. He chuckled again. I'm not a stickler for the rules like some of the others. He walked over, picking up his swords. Be careful, most other captains won't play around like I did. And 1 or 2, well, you'll find out that there are in fact fates worse than death. Already figured that you after seeing the Rakongai. I deadpanned. He let out a snort of laughter even if it was sort of self-deprecating. I gave him a nod of thanks before heading out. He was already being very kind to ignore a supposed order and let me walk away. I didn't want to hang around and push my luck any further. But now, I have a direction to go for my goal. I can practically taste my new Zanpakuto. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shuinsue Kairaku POV. Was that a wise decision? Nanao looked at me. I'll probably get an earful from the old man later. I walked over, picking up the bottle of brandy. Haven't had some of this stuff from the living world in years, what a good opportunity this turned out to be. I pulled off the cork to give it a whiff. Oh, that's high quality. Is this really the time to worry about drinking again? Eh? It's never a bad time for a drink. I shot her a grin. Why'd you let him go? You could have easily subdued him. She growled. Do you think so? I asked her. What do you mean by that? I won't deny that I wasn't ready to give it my all. But, don't you think there was anything strange about him? There was something oddly familiar I felt, but... Did you sense his Ryatsu shift when he did whatever he did at the end? I asked her again, pouring out some of the brandy into one of my cups. No. Right, it didn't involve Ryatsu at all. And before you ask, I didn't let him win. You know how competitive I am when it comes to games like that. I took a sip, savoring the flavor as it went down my throat. That kid has some tricks and was confident enough to walk right into our home. Could have just been arrogance, could have not been. He didn't have any bad intentions, so I didn't want to make an enemy if I didn't need to. How many of our people were sent to the 4th Division for treatment? She countered. If they can't handle a kid swinging around a brick, then how are they supposed to handle a hollow? I looked up at her. I wasn't kidding, you know. I'd rather they learn a lesson now rather than later. That, and he didn't beat up any of our precious flowers, otherwise I'd have taught him a lesson. How do you know he doesn't have any bad intentions? There were a lot of red flags around him. I think I'm pretty good at reading people. I poured myself another cup. And I felt kind of bad about what he said. Maybe I was just trying to change his opinion of us. A human visitor from the living world calling heaven, as he put it, a shithole. It was hard not to take that personally and feel some kind of responsibility. I'll look into anyone who's causing problems in the Rakongai. She pushed up her glasses, face darkening. Scary Nanao is scary. I chuckled. Feel free to go after them as hard as you want, you have my support. How long are you going to let him run wild? Run wild. I rubbed my chin. It might be fun to watch everyone scramble after him. I don't think any of the other captains will make a move until he really lights a fire under us. Though, I may step in if my Yuri gets interested. He seemed like a good kid, and I wouldn't wish the treatment of the R&D division on anyone. I'll tell Yukatake to watch out for him too. You can be surprisingly soft-hearted sometimes. She shook her head. You're right, there was something strange about him. Let someone else handle him. We can watch from the sidelines and step in when he gets caught. I don't think the higher-ups will be too hard on him, he's just a kid, a living one at that. With the amount of Ryatsu he has, he'll end up as one of us eventually, we can just keep an eye on him and wait until then. I don't think they'd want to lose out on a potential captain for the future. Potential captain. He didn't release his Ryatsu, but he wasn't very good at hiding it. That much for a human. Even if there were some strange things about it, that's going to only get stronger when he dies. That should be enough to convince the old man to be lenient. And it doesn't hurt to have some outside contact for different things. You thought this through, that's even more surprising. Sure, I completely thought it through and didn't just make that all up on the spot. I take back what I said, you're shameless. No wonder you got along so well with him, he's just as shameless as you are. Thanks for the compliment. I chuckled. I'll be watching our budget when we get our annual funds. She huffed. Don't think you can sneak some away this time. Whatever you say, Nanao-chan. Hey, she doesn't know that I already got the annual budget and took some funds out. Though, I'm curious what the kid wants an Asachi for. I wonder if those old guys will have a heart attack if he somehow manages to turn it into a Zanpakuto. I can only hope. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. Chapter 369, Chapter 335. Excuse me, is the academy this way? A Shinigami barely acknowledged me. A little further down, keep going straight. He held some documents in his hand, looking over them. He paused, looking up at me. What, who are? Ah, he noticed me. Kurosaki Ichigo. I slapped him in the face with my brick. Gently. He hadn't wronged me, so I wasn't going to be putting lumps all over him like a couple of idiots in the Rakongai. But it was enough to let his body flop to the ground, unmoving. I hummed as I continued going, snapping my fingers to take on the appearance of the guy I just knocked out. I carried him a little ways behind a few corners and set his unconscious body down and went on my way. Since I was actively being searched for, this would probably dissuade the lower end of the Shinigami here. From what I've recently learned, my Ryatsu is unique enough that I stick out like a sore thumb if someone gets close enough. What is close enough? I have absolutely no idea, but that captain noticed me from a fair distance away and it sounded like he'd been watching me for a little while at that point. I tried my best to pull down my Ryatsu and beat it into the furthest corner of my soul, but it felt like I was just taking a hammer to a problem that requires a more delicate touch. I would see if I could get some pointers from Tessai later so I didn't stand out too much. There was still so much I was ignorant about that I needed information on, but for now, I was so close to my goal. Ducking my head, I made it look like I was engrossed in some paperwork as a small group of Shinigami ran past me. Where they were going, I had no idea, but presumably, they were probably going after me back where I was a while ago. Maybe one of the many Shinigami that had an unfortunate run-in with my brick was discovered. Who knows? Regardless, I perked up when I turned another corner and found a building that looked more unique than the hundreds I've passed so far. While not out of style with the overall architecture, it was clearly made to be differentiated on site. It was pretty darn big, having that Edo period castle motif but still retaining a sort of modernized school look if you squint your eyes. It had a few different floors I could see from this angle and a large wall that encompassed it. Thankfully, there didn't look like there were guards or anything of the sort. Which, isn't that surprising? It's a school for apparently training Shinigami. It probably would be low priority for any kind of invader, not needing any major resources to rebuild if they had such a gigantic pool of incoming students to continuously choose from. I perked up, looking at a few students walking in the open courtyard. How did I know they were students? They were wearing slightly different uniforms than a standard Shinigami. A handful of students and I could more or less glean the differences. Women apparently wore white and red, and men wore white and blue. With a flick of my wrist, my illusion shifted to accommodate this new appearance. I admit to being rather excited. I wasn't ashamed to admit that I was a bit greedy. I don't think I crossed any abhorrent lines due to it, but everyone knows I like to collect things. At this point, I don't know if it's my draconic nature or my devil nature. Regardless, those feelings were roused once more at the prospect of having a Zanpakuto. My Zanpakuto. I wanted to add it to my collection in addition to actually having one to access for power purposes. With a pep in my step, I walked past the threshold of the academy. The atmosphere here was rather casual even if there was a little bit of a manhunt going on outside. I suppose it would be irrelevant to them, the higher-ups wouldn't be sending random students out there for something like that. Thankfully, there didn't seem to be anyone of noteworthy strength here because I walked right in and wasn't accosted after wandering around for a few moments. I think if someone noticed me, in a situation where I, an invader, was around students, they would immediately move to apprehend me. That is to say, I also didn't let my guard down. It would be a dreadful time to lose out on my goal because I got lazy. And no one gave me any second glances, which was good. I did follow along with a group going in a random direction. They seemed to enter a classroom, or a better description was a lecture hall reminiscent of what I was used to. Massive rows of desks ascending with a podium and big chalkboard at the bottom and center for everyone to see. I ducked out before getting noticed. Didn't want to get called out and forced to sit through a lecture and waste my time. Now, if I were in Asachi, where would they keep me? Presumably, they aren't that valuable to someone other than myself. It looked like every person walking around here had a Zanpakuto, so clearly they're handed out rather early into their academic studies. But at the same time, they can't just be laying around the place. Really, they would probably only be valuable to the people in the Rakangai, but to get them, someone would have to first be accepted into the academy. And at that point, would they really waste their opportunity to leave that wretched place just to sneak out some swords? So, my first thought was the training grounds I peeked at when I was passing through the halls. That makes the most sense to me, perhaps a storehouse where they keep extras or something along those lines. I continued to hum to myself as I found some stairs to make my way towards the open fields opposite the entrance I came in from. Immediately, I was greeted with a resounding explosion. I perked up and relaxed for a moment as I was a fireball-like spell launched off towards the side wall and at a target. It was a little off course, hitting the wall before dispersing. There were several students lined up practicing Kido. It reminded me of an archery range with how they were all set up. I did walk behind them to get a close look. O Lord, mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter wings, you who bears the name of man, inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. A girl raised her palm up towards a target a fair distance away. Heido number 31 Shikaho. A red light erupted like a ball from her hand, flying fast towards a target. It slammed into it, explosive with a distinct amount of kinetic force and erupted into a fiery explosion. That was not one of the Kido I am familiar with. Number 31, was it? I shouldn't get distracted. A Zanpakuto takes priority. However, I noticed something interesting out of the corner of my eye. Behind the students there were tables and seats set up, and there was a book just sitting there. Granted, it's not a book like I'm familiar with in this day and age, but parchment bound and tied like you would see in the olden era. I looked back and forth to see if any eyes were on me before walking by and grabbing it. Yoink. And I slipped it into my kimono. I kept walking until I left this area with people practicing Kido and moved towards the adjacent field. Once I felt I was in the clear, I took out the book and looked at it, a big grin quickly forming on my face. I flipped over a few pages and I couldn't help but cackle ever so slightly. It was a list of instructions for Kido up to number 50. What a good find. I assumed this was some manner of textbook or the equivalent that you would find here before it was very coherently written and seemed very streamlined rather than notes or something someone wrote up randomly. In any case, this was a big windfall and I was ecstatic to start practicing it when I had time. I gently put it away in my storage. And I was certainly in a very good mood at this point and I had yet to even lay my eyes on my new sword. What a good day this is turning out to be. Speaking of swords, I could hear some sounds of combat nearby. I peeked around another corner and saw a few students sparring with wooden swords, others swinging their zanpakuto in practiced motions. And other simple training methods were going on. I didn't really want to go rummaging through every building nearby, but I had a sneaking suspicion my goal was close. I tapped my chin, reinforcing my eyes to look around. The only thing that immediately stood out was a smaller building that had a noticeable iron-looking lock on it. Well, if I were a betting man. I casually walked around the perimeter to not get into the immediate vicinity of anyone else, making my way to what I was assuming was a storage shed nearby. Walking up to it, the lock looked rather mundane in nature. I didn't feel any spells intertwined with this place, so I'm guessing my first assessment on the value of these swords was spot on if I'm correct. I grabbed hold of it, reinforcement filling my hand. I squeezed it slowly, not to make a huge racket, but until it loosened and popped out enough that I could twist it and undo the lock that was holding the door shut. It seemed old and undisturbed, like it hadn't been used in a while, so it was rather easy to break. I took one quick glance around and no one was paying attention to me, so I slid it open and sneaked inside. My eyes immediately lit up and I had to hold back a laugh. There were probably a couple dozen swords just haphazardly thrown in here along with a plethora of other things that were not very tidily kept. Honestly, there was dust all over the place and even the lock looked a little bit rusted. I wonder if this building was just completely forgotten, because it was clear no one had been in here for a while. Walking up to the nearest sword, I grabbed it and I felt something interesting. Even with the stolen zanpakuto I had on my hip, I could faintly feel that was taken. There was an imprint on it already forming, a sort of rejection of my own energy. I could maybe corrode it or replace it with my own with a lot of time and effort, but that felt utterly wasteful and too much effort. That being said, this sword I now held in my hand was blank. Completely and utterly blank in comparison, and it felt strangely familiar to hold. As my aura ever so gently flowed out and enveloped it, it seemed to eagerly accept my touch. Since you're the first one I picked up, let's call it fate. You'll be my new zanpakuto for now on. I looked at it happily. I don't know if there is any special meaning in picking a specific one or not, but this one is my pick. On the off chance that these things are tracked or something, I would just keep my own for now. In the future, it shouldn't be too hard to come back if I have the need for others for whatever reason. They might get a bit more pissed if they found out I had dozens rather than just one. Let's keep the greed to a minimum while I'm still ignorant of the world for the moment. But that didn't mean I wouldn't see if I could find anything else of note. There were a few boxes and I blew some dust off of. Opening one up, it was old uniforms and I pushed it to the side. Another one had what appeared to be old books. That piqued my interest. The first one at the top was barely held together, clearly having been weathered while stored here. I flipped a few pages and it also had some Kido written down in it. I shrugged, stuffing it in my ring with the other. However, the vast majority of the remaining ones appeared to be about Zenjutsu, or swordsmanship. It was a little interesting, showing basic forms. I'm guessing that's what they were practicing outside and what they mainly teach in regards to sword wielding here. I pocketed a copy of that as well. There was one last book that caught my attention, different from the others. Ho-Ho, The Art of Movement. I read the cover of it before skimming a few pages. And based on that alone, I'm suddenly remembering a very smug cat that could move in some strange and ridiculous ways. Now, isn't that interesting? I gladly pocketed that as well. It would be something I look into and see if it could be beneficial. Standing up, I realized that I seemed to have obtained everything I set out on getting here. However, there was one little thing I was curious about that hadn't been mentioned anywhere that Tesai told me. Wasn't there a branch of Kido that focused on healing? I hadn't seen anything thus far referencing that particular branch. I should give a look around here to see if I can find anything interesting about it. And didn't that Nanao Ise mention their injured members being sent to the 4th Division for treatment? Would it be a bad idea if I popped over there and took a look before going back if I can't get anything else? If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 370, Chapter 336. I didn't just rush over when the idea popped into my head. I'm more than aware that I have a tendency to tunnel vision things when they pique my interest, but I was being somewhat careful here. And the obvious first move would be to check the academy I was currently at to see if they had any information on this healing Kido variant. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like the academy had any viable information. I did find a library. Or the equivalent of whatever they would call it here. Tons of books. I may have taken a few. But the best I could find was some vague mentions of it and how if someone wanted to learn after mastering basic Keto, they would apply for the 4th division after graduation. So my current hypothesis was that it was something like medical school after basic college education. Something that requires specialized learning, be it hands-on or just academic knowledge that they weren't really able to teach in this kind of environment. It made sense, I suppose. I think the students here spend like 6 years, and that involves learning how to kill soul-eating monsters effectively. Which would be their main priority in every circumstance. Those predisposed to the healing arts would be small in number and not something they'd want to spend too many resources and time teaching if 99% of the graduates aren't going to properly learn it. Or I could be wrong, that happens sometimes. But finding a few books that would give me some context for several things I was wondering about would be helpful. And Jin is always thrilled when I bring things of this nature back for her. If nothing else, seeing her happy would make it more than worth it. Besides that though, I finally have my own Zanpakuto. It's hard to find the correct words to describe the feeling of getting a treasure I've been yearning for. I allowed myself to indulge in it, making sure I replaced that other guy's Zanpakuto and putting my own at my side. My hand never left the hilt for as long as I had been walking through the Siri-idi. Which hadn't been long, but I was still happy after gaining it that I was still in high spirits after leaving the academy. I continued to feed a strand of my aura into it, letting that be a bridge for my Ryatsu to also envelop the sword. It wasn't hard to imprint on it, actually it was very easy. But beyond the very basics, it didn't seem to change in any noticeable manner. I wasn't in a hurry, but it was worth noting that it would take a while to achieve any sort of progress that I was looking forward to. Do you feel anything strange, Drake? Since we've come here, I can sort of feel your soul better. I think as you've been taking in this stuff, it's been affecting me, but not enough to see how yet. Interesting, very interesting. Since you're not panicking, I assume it's probably good. I don't panic. And yeah, it doesn't feel bad, so I haven't really been fighting it. As for your sword, I think there's the tiniest bit of a resonance forming, but it's still minuscule. That's about what I thought. Keep an eye on it, please. No problem, it's more interesting than just sleeping. There is the thought about what would happen if you started taking in Ryoryoku as well. Would you be able to exist outside of the sacred gear if you got enough? The nature of your existence sort of requires a physical body as you're a clump of magical energy at your basic. Soul notwithstanding, obviously. But you're not a spiritual being, thus, being only a soul is hazardous if you wanted to continue existing normally. For all my power, I wouldn't be able to live without my body from before. This thing is as much a prison as it is life support. Drake sighed. You're right, I'm a physical being. I can't just live with only a soul. But maybe you're onto something. That bastard in the spear is sucking the stuff in at every opportunity, maybe I should take a page out of his book. I don't mind sharing some with you, see how it goes. Thanks, I appreciate it. He grumbled. And are we going to keep ignoring that you're being followed? I was letting it go for now. Kinda wanted to see how this would play out. I don't mind bailing at the drop of a pen if things go sideways. Sure, this isn't like that situation with the demon. I doubt anything here can actually interfere with your magic. I wouldn't mind seeing some more stuff here myself, so stick around as much as possible. Well, if you're interested too, yeah, I really don't mind investigating a little more. I want to check out the healing, as was obvious, but other than that, I had no objective. Their healing has to be soul-based, you don't really have anything good like that. True, very true. That was one of my thoughts as well. Nearly all of my healing is based on the physical body. Spiritual healing is rare, not something I've come across in my own travels. Maybe Gramps knows something, but I haven't asked him. The closest I've had access to is Avalon, and that doesn't actually heal souls. The situation with Kunu was only that the energy that invaded her soul and such was antithetical to Avalon, so it was able to safely remove and purify her. I guess it isn't wrong to say that Avalon has a spiritual component by virtue of its elevated existence, but that is not its intended purpose. After receiving a shock from that demon's attack, I'd say that anything would help. You said you're doing fine now, right? Yeah, just some aftershock, not really a big deal. Trust me, you would know if something was actually wrong cause the boosted gear would probably break apart. Prison and life support, as I said. Noted. Can you just confront him? I'm getting second-hand embarrassment at his attempts to tail you. Don't be mean, Drake, he's clearly trying his best. I pretended not to notice a rather large body peering around the corner. But I guess I shouldn't try to sneak into another division headquarters while someone is obviously on my ass. The fact that a captain would be by was enough to make me cautious, I didn't need this happening. I looked around, and found a nice little place out of the way. I let out a grunt, pushing off the ground and landing atop a building that was a little off the beaten path. You know, it was actually a nice view. Despite some of the many complaints I've had about this place so far, the Siriti was actually kind of beautiful. Though, the mood was ruined when I felt a presence looming behind me. It was accompanied by a displacement of air, like a loud one. Yoruchi in comparison was like a little squeak, while this one was like thunderclap. Skimming that book on movement, I could guess that it was pretty standard for Shinigami. And like, a big shadow was blocking the light and I think he was breathing out of his mouth. If the other signs before weren't very obvious. Honestly, I just had to tilt my head back to see him looming there. So you finally noticed me. The big guy announced, sounding all too pleased with himself. Yeah, sure. I turned around to actually face him. I admit, my first reaction was to introduce him to my lovely brick. However, I was curious about something and was going to see if I could prod him into showing me it. How unfortunate for you to appear before me, Ryoka. He looked at me and it was unnerving. Not because his strength was threatening, no. I don't think I'm one to usually insult another's looks in earnest, but in this case, I am a little speechless. He had a very large body, and perhaps a bigger head than he should for his size. Combined with oversized lips, oversized nose, and eyes that looked comically small on his face, yeah, I was having trouble finding the words. Growing up must have been hard on you. I said with full sincerity. He blinked and it just made it worse. And that just makes an awkward silence between us. Honestly, I think he was going to do some postulating, but now he seemed confused. How unfortunate for you to appear before me, Ryoka. He seemed to just reiterate. Didn't you appear before me? I questioned. An unfortunate twist of fate. He continued. All right, just ignore me. I am not without mercy, Ryoka. He said arrogantly. I will count to 10, so you have some time to properly regret running into me. Get the brick. I have the brick. I affirmed, taking it out of my ring. Why do you have a brick? He looked at me, blinking again. Probably to finish the job someone already started on you. I gave it a few swings. He quickly shifted into a scowl. My generosity is misplaced. Then I will defeat you swiftly and receive my due praise after turning you in. He took a step backwards instead of actually doing anything. Except as soon as he moved he disappeared with that same sound of air being forcibly displaced. He was now several yards away from me with a cocky grin on his face. He took another step forward and disappeared again, appearing at my side, then the other side. Switching around a few times. It wasn't like I couldn't keep up with him, but if he wanted to give me a first-hand look at his movement technique, I wouldn't say no. As expected, a mere Ryoka cannot keep up with my Shuinpa. You probably cannot even see me, your eyes unable to grasp me as my mastery of Shuinpa is beyond your comprehension. Fuck it, brick him. Brick him hard. Patience, Drake. Enough playing around. He stated, using his burst of speed to appear behind me, his sword drawn. I will end this in one strike. He swung down his sword in such an obvious manner. All it took was a side step, but he demolished the building as his blade collided with it. I didn't get caught up in the ensuing collapse, opting to slip off and land safely on the ground. Admittedly, that was impressive strength. In that, I didn't think he could do that if I were to be honest. My spiritual senses when it comes to Ryatsu isn't as refined as I would like it to be. He seemed weak, and well, he was weak comparatively to the captain I encountered. Yeah, Shuinsue was significantly stronger, and it even felt like he was holding himself back substantially. Impressive. He declared, pushing away rubble from the small building, climbing out of the remains. Was it fear of death that allowed you to transcend your limitations to avoid my sure-kill strike? I will applaud your survival instincts. Oh my god. I was a little distracted because the spear reacted when Drake said that. I will allow you to know my name. He puffed up, really sounding proud of himself. I am Jirobo Ikenzaka. I am known as Kamaitashi Jirobo. Oh, he has an epithet. I mean, it isn't super edgy, but kinda flat. Kamaitashi is a type of yokai, a sort of weasel if I recall correctly. I think they have something to do with wind manipulation. Kurosaki Ichigo. I introduced myself as well. Yeah, you sure introduced yourself. Drake said dryly. Hey. I leveled my brick to him, ignoring Drake. I heard Shinigami have positions in their divisions. Where do you stand? I wouldn't mind getting an idea of their general power level based on position. I am the 4th seat of the 7th division. His pride shined brightly. Interesting. And I also heard that Shinigami can, what word do I use to sound like I'm ignorant? Transform their swords. Can you do that? You wish to see my Shirkai? He grinned. Very well, I will allow you the privilege to see why I am known as the master of projectiles and am called Kamaitashi. Well, I thought it would take more goading, but he seemed eager. He placed one hand at the very tip of his blade, palm pressing down. Flap away, Tsunzikageresu. The words left his mouth and I felt a shift in the air. I felt something odd spread through and my soul sort of heard the name as well. It had weight to it, strangely enough. His hand atop his blade slammed down. It reminded me of those false blades that collapsed into themselves. However, he pushed fully down until his palm pressed against the hilt of his now bladeless weapon. Immediately, they appeared. Little dual-blade flying objects all around him. They spun in the air and I could imagine that they were razor-sharp. I could also feel him more predominantly as well. His Ryatsu spiked up a couple times. I could easily tell that he was at least 2 times stronger than he was previously. Was this the supposed Shurkai? It had that kind of strength increase by just releasing it. Then what about Bankai? What kind of monstrous strength would someone gain by using that? Obviously, I didn't consider him much of a threat, but if that kind of build-up transferred the same to someone of more stature, like Shunsui, then I can't really take captains lightly. This made me even more excited for my own Zanpakuto. No one who has seen this has even lived to talk about it. You may rejoice for falling victim to it as well. And my rampant thoughts were pulled back at his arrogant tone once more. I inspected his blades and counted 13 of them spinning around. Well, I think I've seen everything I've needed to. I have a question, if you don't mind. Oh. Very well, I will answer your last request. How did you know I was the Ryoka? As they seem to be calling me. Your description was given to every division, along with knowledge of your strange Ryatsu. He replied. Are you satisfied? Allow me to send you on your way. Apologies. You have sullied the honor of the court guards, no apologies will suffice. You misunderstand. I'm apologizing because I lied to you before. About the reason I had a brick, that is. I held it up for him to see. The real answer is that I thought it would be easier to sneak into the 4th division if I brought a patient with me in dire need of treatment. He did sound rather proud of his supposed mastery of projectiles or whatever other nonsense he spouted a moment ago. Well, allow me to reciprocate. My swords shot out of my ring. His own little blades flew towards me, like little propellers that sliced through the air. However, my swords were not normal by any means, and honestly, his blades looked a little fragile in comparison. Mirage, Dawnbreaker, Whisper, Ascalon, Sword of Destruction. They collided with them quickly, shattering the flying blades like they were made of cheap materials. They continued to swing out, slicing through others, and smashing the rest. It didn't take much, merely the blink of an eye before it began raining little pieces of his Zanpakuto. However, there was one left as it came towards me. That was kind of intentional. I drew my own Zanpakuto and swung it forward, encasing it with my own Ryatsu to the best of my ability. It collided in a ringing of steel, sending his little flying blade to the ground, shattered. I turned my attention back to him. He stood there, stiff, visible sweat dripping down his forehead and mouth hanging slightly ajar. My swords floating next to me a little protectively as I took a step forward. He followed suit, taking a hesitant step backwards. Hey, thanks for the information. But I have one more question for you. What do you want? I could see him glance around as if he was about to bolt. What's that on your face? What? My brick. I shot forward with a burst of speed. It wasn't a movement technique like he had, just pure physical prowess on my end that allowed me to catch his face with my brick, slapping his body to the ground with a loud thump. Satisfying. Indeed. Now, why don't we? I guess you are tougher than that other lot. I looked down at him, still conscious. Oh well. I slapped him with my brick again. Asterisk. Do you really need to lug him aground? He was helpful. I replied, grunted as I adjusted the massive man I was holding over my shoulder. I got to see a Shurkai being released, which was extremely beneficial. And I can use him to sneak into the 4th division without trouble. And seeing his movement technique was interesting, as was his use of Ryatsu in combat. Honestly, I got a lot of good data from that exchange. Which is why I let him prattle off as I did, otherwise he would have gotten a brick to the face much sooner. Admittedly, I'm happy I got to swing my Zanpakuto, even once. You're lucky they had a map at the academy. This place is so confusing. It's probably intentional. Even in the olden days, the construction of old castles were made confusing on purpose for invaders to get lost and to better defend. But, the 4th division should just be up ahead. It's close to the center, for the obvious reason that everywhere else is equally close to the healers if needed. It would be kind of weird if they shoved it in a far corner. How do you expect this to work? That guy even said that your description is basically everywhere now. Not to mention your Ryatsu sticks out like a sore thumb. Listen Drake, you need to have confidence. Just act like you belong, and everything else will follow. Right, cause this will definitely work this time. It might. I shrugged. Worst case, I run away cause I'm pretty much done here. True. Speaking of, that should be it again. The big, 4th Division sign on the building and what looked like were those nurse uniforms. Nice. No one spared me a second glance as I walked past the archway and into the large courtyard. Hell, I saw several eyes on me, or rather the body I carried over my shoulder, and there was more of an eye roll to accompany it than anything else before focusing on their own tasks. Maybe my Ryatsu was obscure due to how many people were probably here. I walked up, about to pull open the door before someone else slammed it open. A bald-headed Shinigami walked out in a huff before he paused, looking at me blankly. "It's you. Well done. Fuck off, Drake. Can I help you?" I looked at him in confusion, trying to play it off. "Haha, came here to ask those idiots about you, and here you are. Great." He looked excited. "Ikaku, what are you yelling about?" Another Shinigami walked over, looking a little bit more flamboyant with some interesting hair extension on his right eyebrow and eyelash. He then turned to look at me with surprise. "Oh. I think you have me confused with someone else. Red hair, weird Ryatsu." He snorted. "Do you think there aren't other redheads here?" Actually, we're there. The description is spot on. It did portray the Ryoka as rather handsome. The flamboyant one stated. "Wait, really?" I maybe preened a little as he said that. "It's nice to be complimented then." Wow, just admit it to their faces with a few honeyed words. Listen, I'm a sucker for compliments. They didn't say how well taken care of your hair was. What product do you use? I might get some the next time I'm in the human world. That's kind of you to say. I put a lot of effort into making my hair this full and healthy. It's nice to get some recognition. If you want, I can write down what I use. I offered. Oh right, the name is Kurosaki Ichigo. That was also written in the description. The flamboyant man chuckled. You can call me Yumichika Iasegawa. 5th seat for Division 11. Well, it's a pleasure to meet someone who shares my same interests in hair care products. Unfortunately, I have to deal with this. He gestured to his companion who looked to be steaming in annoyance. No one else in my division cares about their appearance like I do. It really is unfortunate. Are you done? The bald-headed one shouted at his companion. I've been itching for a fight since the walls dropped down. Let's get started. Huh, he seemed pretty intent on fighting me. Did I beat up one of your friends? Is that why you're wanting to fight me? Nah, I just want to have a go at someone with the balls to invade. He grinned. Only came here cause I thought some of the weaklings would know something so I could find you. I blinked, then turned towards Yumichika. A battle maniac? I questioned. We all are. He confessed easily. Division 11 is where the ones who like fighting go to. Oh, interesting. I'll just file that away for now. You don't seem to be biting at the heels for the chance. I already gave up my chance. Though if you manage to beat Ikaku here, I don't mind taking my turn. I'd hate to cut up that handsome face, but it can't be helped. There was a sharp edge to his tone. Enough talking, let's fight. The bald head named Ikaku shouted again, his Ryatsu erupting around him. Ikaku Madarame, 3rd seat, 11th Division. I tossed my little companion to the side, his big body rolling across the ground a few feet as I was about to ready myself to engage him. I didn't mind having some more data from a competent-looking Shinigami. And this one felt much stronger than the big idiot. However, a very cold presence washed over the surroundings, making not just me, but everyone else freeze. Excuse me. A soft voice muttered, and a figure appeared behind them and I hadn't even noticed until she had spoken. I believe you just said you're going to fight in my healing barracks. I saw their eyes widen in horror as they turned around. There was a woman standing there, black hair done up in a braid that went down her chest instead of behind her. She wore the standard Shinigami uniform, but had a white haori covering it, like Shinsui did under his flowery one. Ah, we were. You were leaving, yes. She smiled gently, however, it seemed to contain a bite of bloodlust. The Ryoka, we were. You were leaving. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her gentle tone betrayed the very cold air that she exuded that seemed to prick my skin. We were just leaving, Captain Anohana. Yumichika smiled forcibly, grabbing Ikaku who had sweat streaming down his face. The flamboyant Shinigami practically dragged his bald-headed friend away and out of the courtyard, leaving me with an apparent captain within arm's reach. Now, you. She turned to me with that sharp tone. It was gentle and pleasant to hear, but I felt a little shiver as her eyes landed on me. Are you here to cause problems in my healing barracks? However, that smile of hers, it reminded me of Scat-Hack. One that promised excruciating pain, and enough power to back it up. Cute. I unintentionally blurted out. She looked at me, that cold chill and hint of bloodlust dissipated quickly, replaced by one of bewilderment and possibly a hint of embarrassment. I coughed awkwardly, clearing my throat. Sorry, I didn't mean to just blurt that out. You just have a beautiful smile, and I couldn't help it. Was it my imagination, or was she looking slightly bashful? Wow, it's just completely unintentional for you, isn't it? What? Just, forget it. What did I do? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 371, Chapter 337. She looked at me but sorta, not at me. Like she was avoiding my gaze for some reason. I think I made things awkward. You think? It's not like it wasn't true. Hello. I offered. Her attention snapped back, focusing on me with a stern look. Why have you come here? I glanced at the body I brought with me. I'm doing my civic duty and attending to the wounded. She too looked at the twitching body with an overly swollen face that seemed to be crying a little bit. Huh, did he wake up at some point? I didn't even notice. He was like that when I found him. Shen then looked back at me with a blank expression. I, of course, gave her my most charming smile. She closed her eyes, letting out a cute little sigh. Bring him in. She turned around, re-entering the building. For a moment I thought she was going to kill you. No way. It really felt like it. Nah, I'm too charming. Sure, let's go with that. You're just jealous. Buffed, right. Are you going to ask this one to step on you too? Listen, I don't expect a dragon like you to understand my tastes. Actually, I completely understand. Really. I blurted out, grabbing the leg of the wounded Shinigami as I dragged him into the building. I was a young dragon once. And Tiamat, well. Respect. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not. Oh no, I'm being completely genuine. Why does it still feel like an insult? Rude. So, where do you want me to put him? I asked the captain. As I looked around. And it seems like everyone disappeared in a hurry. I could have sworn there were dozens and dozens of people out and about here before. The captain looked at me and at the Shinigami again. Put him on an empty bed. I shrugged, moving him towards the closest one and hefted him up. There were a few dozen around the room that made up this area. I hope I didn't scare away the medical staff. They know to evacuate when the members of the 11th Division make a ruckus. She said simply. And I do hope you will not be following in their footsteps. My barracks is not a place for conflict, are we clear? She glared at me. Yes, ma'am. I shuddered at the look she gave me. Very well. She seemed to accept my response, walking over to Mr. Projectile Master, taking a look at him. His wounds bear striking resemblance to dozens of others that were admitted to my barracks. She turned towards me. How strange. I looked away. I wouldn't know anything about that. Are you here to cause problems? She eyed me suspiciously. Not at all. I quickly denied. Then why are you here? Why would a Ryoka come to this place within the Siri-IDI? I just wanted to see what your healing arts looked like. Was there any point in lying? You wish to see our healing arts? Is that strange? The idea that spiritual beings have a healing system itself is something interesting. I just wanted to get a look at it. I replied. She blinked, shaking her head. Even in Soul Society, those who pursue this path are few. That's stupid. If everyone got some kind of compulsory education in healing, wouldn't survival rates skyrocket? I can't claim to know much about how you all handle hollows, but based on a few I've run into, they aren't really the cream of the crop when it comes to potential. I can imagine that there are a noticeable amount of deaths every year from fighting hollows. It's even a common practice for every magus to have some method of healing. Granted, mostly for oneself, but even so, it's the height of foolishness to not be at least capable of keeping yourself alive with some minor healing until you can procure a higher level of treatment. Hell, even Rin picked up some manner of healing when she was basically teaching herself as a kid. She looked at me strangely before the corners of her lips slightly curled. There are no rules against a Ryoka watching. She said simply. This is far from secret information. Thank you. I was not ungrateful for this opportunity. There is no need to thank me, I am merely doing my job. If we were not within the healing barracks, I would be obligated to catch you. However, I cannot put my patients at risk by fighting here. She softly replied, pretty much explaining the current situation. And it's not Ryoka. I corrected it. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. I politely bowed. Right, so you give your real name to the beautiful woman. But if anyone asks, please tell them I said my name is Kurosaki Ichigo. I added with a grin. There it is. She tilted her head looking slightly amused. Captain of the 4th Division, Anohana Retsu. She responded courteously. So, how does this healing work? I clapped my hands happily. Everything I've read has been very vague on the subject. The concept is simple, but the practical applications make it a difficult art to master. She replied softly, moving towards the guy I brought in. Her hand glowed in an ethereal green light. I could sense the Ryatsu of hers moving in a way I hadn't seen so far. I quieted down and let her work, as I took note of everything I could see. You're refilling his Ryatsu. I finally realized. She looked a little surprised. You noticed the first step. However, there is a slight problem. It appears his Zanpakuto is still released and thus draining his Ryatsu at a steady rate. An obvious offset for the increase in strength. I muttered, withdrawing where I stored his Zanpakuto, or rather, where the hilt of it remained. Do you need this? Thank you. She nodded, thankful, taking it from me as she laid it on his chest. Thankfully his release is not too difficult to undo. The spirit within should understand what I am trying to do and assist me. She stated, moving her hands as that same ethereal light shined. The sword on his chest glowed as his Ryatsu swirled and condensed back into the form of a normal katana. His Ryatsu should refill now without problems, however, I'm curious how that translates into healing. I continued to watch. It is natural for one's Ryatsu to reject another if I directly tried to interfere with their body even if it was to heal them. However, refilling their Ryatsu is much easier to accomplish. And once their own Ryatsu is full, I can then use mine to guide it to heal them properly. She explained as his body began glowing and her hand moved up towards where he was harmed, his face that is. This is the most simplistic method of Kaido. There are other methods and spells that exist within this school of Kido, but this is the most basic. You said this is the most basic. The whole concept did seem simplistic on the surface. And that mostly had to do with the fact that they possess spiritual bodies. That is correct. While simple, this method does require a thorough understanding of Kido arts before mastering. And there is the drawback of requiring spending one's own Ryatsu to refill another's. The healers here tend to have above-average Ryatsu in general, which makes it difficult to require promising healers. We have developed spells and such that provide a more direct healing method, but this one still remains the cornerstone of our division. Still, it seems like something that long-lived people like Shinigami should pick up as mandatory, especially if there are other techniques based around this. Even if they're bad at it, it's better than absolutely nothing. I shook my head at the weirdness of Shinigami. It seemed like common sense to me, but who knows? As I said that, the big guy started looking much better. His swollen face returned to normal. At least I think it was normal, it was hard to tell. I have brought up similar proposals in the past. It is unfortunate that many do not share such a view. She rescinded her healing and pulled her hand away. Are you satisfied? If I say that I am, are you going to chase me away? I questioned. Your curiosity should have been satisfied. You no longer have any reason to linger within my division. Maybe I just want to enjoy your company. I returned, earning a slight reaction from her, and it was rather cute. However, at the risk of sounding like I'm trying to make excuses, I do have a question, if you would indulge me. But I don't want to put you in an awkward spot. Very well, follow me. She stated, turning on her heels as she headed further inside. I have a few more patients to check as I finish my rounds. Do these other patients of yours suffer from similar afflictions? I winced as I entered the next room with her, recognizing some of them. She turned to look at me. It would seem so. The dry tone was clear. Would it help if I apologized for giving you more work? I offered. It would be the first time in many years that someone has done so. She seemed a little taken back before shaking her head. What is your question? Does this healing method work for living beings? I may as well get straight down to it. She perked up slightly. Are you interested in learning? I can't deny that I'd like to learn it. I would always welcome an increase in my repertoire. It takes years of dedicated study. I'm afraid it is not possible. And I do not believe you are long for this place. Even if the higher-ups have not made any overt actions, the longer you stay in Soul Society the greater chance that they will consider you an eyesore. It sounds like you're worried about me. I hummed, eyeing her expression, though she didn't react again. It's not the first time we've had Ryoka invade. We've had rebellions, hollow attacks, and even attempts to overthrow the Central 46. It's clear that you're not here to harm anyone. And I'm aware that no one has died due to your actions, so our response has been minimal. However, that may change if you continue to linger. Don't worry, I'm unparalleled when it comes to running away. I shot her a smile. And it took me by surprise, because she held a hand up to hold over her mouth and let out the most adorable giggle. She quickly regained her earlier composure. I am not entirely sure if a human can learn Kaido or not. She stated, turning it back to the previous subject. Oh, I guess we can set that aside for now. But with regards to living beings, would it work on a human? It seems very tailored for spiritual beings. It's more complicated, but yes. Kaido can be used to heal a human as well. She nodded, working on the first patient that was unconscious in the nearby bed. But how would that work? Spiritual beings are made up of, well, spiritual materials. Whereas a human body is physical. It makes sense how a spiritual being can be healed through that method, but how would that translate to a human? I pondered the question, speaking my thoughts out loud. Unless, memories of the soul. You use your Ryatsu to stimulate a human soul that remembers how their body is supposed to be in an optimal state, and it in turn stimulates healing physically. She paused, looking up at me, clearly startled. That is a nearly perfect description. I thought you said you were not knowledgeable of Kaido. Well, no, but I'm a magus. I practice magecraft, I'm adept at similar things, and working through it isn't too difficult. I briefly explained. What an interesting concept, one I wouldn't have normally considered. It would be remiss of me to ask for a demonstration. You want a demonstration? She stopped again. You don't look injured. I drew my Zanpakuto and in one swift motion, sliced my palm open. However, she frowned when she saw me. She took steps towards me with that same look. Do not harm yourself in my clinic. She glowered. Apologies, that was rude of me and I got overly excited. Her expression softened as she reached out and grabbed my hand. Your enthusiasm for the healing arts is refreshing. She smiled softly. But please remember that this is a place of healing, for the future. I did quickly pull back my aura and everything else, but... Allow me. I said quietly, placing my other hand over hers, and it became enveloped in my own golden light. She was startled briefly, but then she looked rather interested as she watched. Well, I felt bad. I didn't want her to clean up my literal mess after I made a fool of myself. I know some healing myself, though it doesn't touch the spiritual aspect. I stated, the golden light rescinding. She turned over my palm, the cut was gone, and she thoroughly inspected it. How peculiar, that was not Ryatsu healing in any regard. We humans have our own tricks. I moved my hand, letting her go. It seems so. She smiled herself, holding my hand up as she poked it a few more times to her satisfaction. Though, her smile slowly faded back to a neutral expression, releasing my hand from her grasp. Your curiosity should have been more than satisfied. It would not do you good to stay any longer. I advise you to return or turn yourself in. I imagine that they will be more lenient if you don't drag this out. I can leave whenever I want, you don't need to worry about that. I waved off her concerns. Very well, then depart. She said simply. Soul Society is not a place a living person should reside. Even with your strange Ryatsu, it's not appropriate for you to stay here. I can imagine that it would put you in an awkward position to keep playing host to me. I relented. I am thankful to you for humoring me for this time. There is no need to thank me, it was pleasant for me as well. Would you be against me coming back to visit? I hesitantly asked. Coming back to visit? She blinked, the words taking a moment to settle in. Again, her expression softened considerably. You would not be treated well on a second incursion. I'm afraid that the orders would be much harsher for your capture, and even I would be forced to abide. Well, if I could see that smile of yours again, I think it'd be worth it. I sent her a cheeky smile. She was taken a little off guard by my shameless flirtation. That tiny spark of bashfulness made an appearance before it was quickly squashed. You have a long life ahead of you, don't waste it by meddling with the matters of the dead. All right, I'll leave. I sighed, relenting. It's for the best. She said quietly. She's probably right. It wasn't good for me to stay around any longer. I already got everything I wanted and learned enough about her Kaido to satisfy me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I glanced once more at the 4th division, and Unohana gave me one last smile before she went back inside, and I headed out. She had been very kind to me. I didn't want to bring any problems to her doorstep than I already have. I think I fulfilled all my objectives. Zanpakuto, check. Kido, mostly checked. Getting up to the 50th numbered spell is a boon, I would say. I'll see about the others once I get proficient in these. And I had some other gains. This ho-ho thing is very interesting. I'll need to look into this immediately. A movement technique is something that would be highly beneficial for me. And lastly, getting a good look at that healing, or Kaido as she called it. It gave me some interesting ideas that I wanted to try out for later. Soul-based healing was something I didn't actually have, so I did have an interest in learning this at some point. Regardless, I had my gains. Should I just find a place to note down the coordinates in case I ever need to come back here? I also wouldn't want to just tear open a point in time and space in plain view. Hey, friend, wait up. My idle thoughts passed and my steps ceased as I turned around at a Shinigami running towards me. Can I help you? I was about to just grab my brick for the 100th time, but I felt kind of bad for adding more work to her. The Shinigami didn't have any outstanding features about him. Neat black hair, standard uniform, his power didn't really pop out at me. I'll just end this on a quiet note and head out. No need to be overly aggressive when this trip was already so beneficial to me. I saw you walk out of the 4th division, you're a healer, right? If you don't mind, I could use your help with something. I'm from the 12th division, can you come over with me? Sorry buddy, I'm from the 8th division, gotta go back and report to Captain Shunsui. Well, I don't think he figured out my identity, so that should get him off my back. Wait. He grabbed my shoulder. Please, it's really important that you come back with me. I really can't. He was acting kinda suspiciously. I went to take his hand off my shoulder, but his eyes widened, and his grip tightened. Wait. You said you wouldn't do. His shout was cut off as his body inflated and exploded. My aura flowed around me protectively, his body was gone, but there was a sort of haze that lingered in the air. I was getting some very unpleasant flashbacks to Chaldea. I kept my composure and snapped my fingers, condensing the air at a single point in front of me, then letting it burst out to scatter what I assumed was a poisonous mist that was lingering. Slowly, I turned around towards the sound of footsteps. Useless. The person spoke. He was strange. He was pale, extremely so to the point where I thought it was paint. Except, his face was black, and looked painted as well. All but his nose, that is, which was also white. And on his chin was some sort of bronze-looking coil. And where he should have had ears, were 2 more matching coils. Sitting atop his head, I think I could only call it some sort of distorted lilipad. Painted white, of course. To add it all together, he was apparently missing his lips entirely and his teeth were permanently visible. Lastly, was the white Haori that I had seen twice so far to designate him as a captain. Though his appearance was ridiculous, my attention was fully taken by what he held in his hand. What looked like a detonator with his thumb pressed firmly on the trigger. He couldn't even follow orders. I plainly told him to bring you back quietly. Useless, useless. Oh well, at least it allowed me to test one of my recent projects. Congratulations. I've known you for less than a minute and I already despise your existence. I scowled. Amusing. His teeth chattered. What a strange Ryatsu you have, I can't wait to get you on a table and figure out what that is. What a strange face you have. I can't wait to pull pieces off to see if there is something normal underneath. I shot back. He gained a very disgusting grin. I do like my experimental subjects to have personality. I am captain of the 12th division, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, resisting is pointless. Come along quietly and I may even remember to use anesthetic at some point. I thought you just wanted to look like a clown, not that you actually were one. His grin disappeared, turning into a frown with a little twitch to accompany it. I suppose I don't need you in one piece. I was going to leave quietly, but fuck it. Blew up one of his people without an ounce of remorse. He didn't even need to based on the power he was emanating. He did it just because it was convenient. The anger from what happened in Chaldea was bubbling to the surface as I looked at his arrogant expression. It's funny, I was thinking something very similar. I said I wasn't going to kill anyone, but I'd like to conduct a little experiment of my own. Let's find out how many pieces a Shinigami can be cut up into without dying. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 372, Chapter 338. Right, this guy pissed me off. Admittedly, it would be a good chance to see what the standards of a captain were. I vaguely felt like he was weaker than Shunsui and even Unohana, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's less of a threat. He reminded me too much of those unscrupulous bunch back at the clock tower. The kind that you would want to be on guard against regardless of how strong you got because there was not any depth they couldn't sink to for their own gains. We were far enough away from the 4th division so I wouldn't feel bad about causing a little damage. Originally, I planned on not causing a commotion, more than I already had. But after seeing how Soul Society is kinda a huge shithole and this asshole, I'm left with nearly 0 fucks right now. He said his name was Mayuri, something. His teeth chattered in clear happiness, it was easy to see he was in a good mood even if I insulted him. He probably didn't see me as a threat at all based on the amount of Ryatsu I had. I should keep the specimen in good condition before I begin. I shouldn't let the prattling of an experiment get on my nerves. I'll have plenty of time to fix that mouth once I have you under my knife. He held his right hand up as if he was going to grasp at me from that distance away. I jerked my head to the side, his hand flew past, extended unnaturally from where he was standing. It was fast, extremely so. To the point where I did have to pay attention, otherwise it could have caught me off guard. Slower than that movement technique, but still something I could label as ultimate class based on my birth world standards purely on speed alone. Oh, you dodged, interesting. He grinned, as his arm retracted as fast as it extended. But what about this? His arm shot out again as I stepped to the side, however, I looked at it and little pores opened up along its length and a purple, hazy mist sprayed out. Poison. I muttered. It seemed to be a recurring theme with him. Don't worry, it won't kill you. It's meant to capture my experiments without causing any lasting injury. However, an unfortunate side effect is the excruciating pain. I held my hand up, retrieving my staff of Magnus. I saw his eyes visibly light up with excitement. I slammed it on the ground, creating the required runes as it was basically second nature at this point. Fires of Muspelheim. One of the first spells I created. It was simple and direct. A massive wave of fire burst out from the epicenter, clearing away that poisonous fog with ease and swept towards the Shinigami. An interesting side effect, the area around us started burning. An obvious consequence in normal situations, but this place was made of reishi. It seems that the normal physics seemed to be mimicked here for some odd reason. I also noted the amount of magical energy I had to pump into it for it to actualize properly and sustain. It was fighting against this realm in addition to its normal properties. I would have to be careful on my magical energy expenditure just in case. There were simpler methods to clear away the poison, but I did want to verify a few things with something that required a little more oomph. Marvelous, what are you? That was not the manipulation of Ryuryoku. You are certainly no Quincy and that was not Kido. The Shinigami walked forward, swiping his hand and dispersing some of the flames around him. His clothes looked the slightest bit singed. Me. It seems like I'm someone about to beat up a clown. He twitched slightly. No matter, I'll have you. His arm shot out again, but I wasn't going to simply dodge and play around anymore. I withdrew my staff and Mirage entered my hand. My aura surged, and reinforcement filled my body to the limit. I slashed downwards at his extended arm, but it retracted in the blink of an eye. I followed suit, a burst of speed erupting from me, shattering the ground beneath my steps as I moved quickly at him, my sword slicing upward from below. His eyes widened as his hand quickly grabbed his Zanpakuto that was sheathed weirdly between his legs as opposed to his hip. He pulled it out enough that our blades clashed, but he was clearly in the losing position, his footing easily crumbled and he was sent skidding back. He stumbled slightly before coming to a stop and a snarl appeared as he fully unsheathed his sword and disappeared with a burst of displaced air. It was nowhere near the level of that other Shinigami I played with. This was magnitudes faster than that poor excuse from before. He almost escaped my perception and I had to genuinely focus to a good extent. His sword came from behind, forcing me to use Shuinpa. He said with a degree of frustration. Would. I announced to the world, the divine word swirled around me and I moved in a similar manner as him. The spot I was in a brief moment ago appeared empty and I instead was now behind him. What? He blurted out as I mimicked his action completely. However, my movement was much more awkward in comparison. My sudden burst of speed was limited to a singular instance with each use of the dragon word, whereas his movement technique seemed to be able to be used continuously with only a drain on stamina and possible Ryatsu. He jerked his body around to block a slash from me, his awkward action sent any guard he created broken, and his blade knocked to the side. I flicked my hand under my blade, 3 talismans appeared and they shot off, like shooting stars towards him at close range. His upper body leaned back, and they only tore up his clothing slightly before he pivoted and disappeared in a burst of speed. Lightning coated my arm and I slammed it downward. Spears of lightning shot up from the ground where he appeared. He looked surprised at the sudden assault and I took that moment where he dodged to leap forward and slam my sword down at him again. He moved to block after avoiding my lightning, the ground beneath him shattering at the weight. He looked to be struggling slightly under the straight. He stepped back in an attempt to escape, possibly activating his movement technique again, but I quickly summoned forth my other swords. They launched at splitting speeds through the air. The Shinigami was taken completely off guard and he was forced to abandon his plan, only narrowly avoiding fatal strikes as they slashed and pierced towards him. I took that moment to grab onto his annoying arm that could extend. Grabbing it tight, I slashed downwards with Mirage, severing it completely from his body before he disappeared again a few dozen meters away. That's one. I turned to look at him standing on the nearby wall, tossing his severed arm to the ground. I'm curious, that extension method. Be truthful, it wasn't originally created for your arm, was it? Insect. He growled out before grabbing his sword with his mouth and reaching into his kimono, pulling out a syringe with some strange liquid in it. He quickly stabbed it into his stub of an arm that was bleeding profusely. I was taken by surprise to see his arm visibly grow back. I could hear him barely hold back a muffled scream. Oh, that sounds like it hurts. I relaxed my stance a little. Whatever he did was interesting. To see limb regrowth like that was not something common if it came from an outside method. It does. He growled, tossing the syringe away. However, it's as good as new. Wonderful. I can cut it off again then. How many more of those do you have? I want to know how many times I can cut you up before your life is in danger. A mere experimental subject continues to mock me. He smiled ominously. I believe I've lost my patience. He held his blade up and turned it sideways. Rip, Ashisoji Jizo, he announced, and a feeling of weight washed through the surroundings, and even my soul shuddered from the proclamation. His power exploded a few times over. Instead of a more standard katana, a golden baby-faced figure replaced the guard. And protruding from it were three sort of branch-like blades that reminded me of a trident. There was also that faint haze that lingered around it. Poison again. I furrowed my brow, feeling a faint sense of danger from it. I had Avalon, so I wasn't too concerned, but there are always variables that I may not account for. Poison was one of those things that I never really focused on, so it could slip through if I wasn't careful. Heido number 54 Heian. He intoned, swiping his blade as a blast of purple energy fired off. My aura surged forward to meet it and I would have blocked it with my sword if necessary. However, once it collided with my aura, a good chunk of it completely disintegrated. An innate concept of destruction. No, it was much further down on the scale than that. Possibly something similar, but not on the level of my bloodline. Still utterly fascinating. He used that moment that I was examining the effects to move. His Shuinpa got noticeably faster to the point where I couldn't stay reactive completely. I took a step forward and swung out to meet a swing of his. Heavy. Everything about him got an increase, it seems like. However. I pushed his sword back a little. Something tells me you aren't a fighter. I didn't feel that same battle instinct that I could from most opponents on this level who tried to fight me. Oh, he had the raw power, I could practically feel it off him. But it wasn't honed like a real fighter would have. He snorted, twisting his blade. The mouth on the golden guard of his opened up and spewed a concentrated poisonous mist. I gathered my aura and released it in a concentrated amount, dispersing it with a burst of power. His eyes darted all over the place. An interesting power, I'll have to examine it carefully. Right. Hey, wanna see something cool? I held up my middle finger in front of his face with our blades locked. Heido number 1 show. I cast Kido for the first time against an opponent, filling it with a good chunk of Ryatsu. His head flung backwards, and he stepped back with another burst of Shuinpa. He looked calm, which was different than his arrogant demeanor form before, but there was a red mark on his forehead. A human knows Kido. He looked at me inquisitively. Fascinating. I flicked my wrist in his direction. 20 birds. The sword phantoms created from magical energy cascaded out. They were harder to create in this environment, but they would suffice. Petty tricks. He clicked his tongue, swinging his sword out in a blur, clashing with each one of them. Taking a step forward, he moved faster than before, as if it wasn't his top speed. Mirage was brought up to block a stab, that golden blade of his fighting against the flat of my blade as he tried to pierce me through the eye. He scowled, dropped his posture a little, swiping his blade upward, a hazy mist following the trajectory, making me step back to avoid hit. His blade scratched the ground, utterly corroding it with a singular movement. Can your poison's properties be changed? I looked at him because the earlier applications didn't really give me as much as a dangerous feeling as it did now. Humph, of course it can. What kind of ridiculous Zanpakuto would only have a paralyzing poison? He scoffed. I've decided that you don't need every body part. Your physical characteristics are irrelevant. His weapon continuously expelled that mist that enveloped the area. It began eating away at my aura at an alarming speed. I took a deep breath. Fusrodah, I bellowed out, shifting the world along with it. The flames that still lingered were immediately extinguished from earlier. The haze around me dispersed instantaneously. And in the path of my shout, the captain stood there in confusion as the invisible force rippled forward. He brought up his sword and braced himself, and his feet went skidding across the ground before he was utterly blown away at the force. He rolled on the ground before coming to a stop. He quickly pushed himself up and pulled back, my sword slashed downwards, sundering the earth. He tilted his body to the side and his arm thrust outward, his golden sword attempting to pierce at me. I was wary of his blade at the moment, that poisonous miasma it spewed did tickle my instincts to not be hit. Whisper came in from the side, slamming into it, altering its course. I motioned with my hand, and Dawnbreaker came slashing from overhead. The Shinigami was forced to dodge himself as a new gorge was opened up where he was previously standing. Mirage slid between the prongs of his blade with him attempting to force me with just strength. I could see him gritting his teeth, but I held my ground with increased strength. I gestured for my sword of destruction to follow up, flying from behind to stab him in the back. He apparently had good instincts because he noticed. He glowed bright with Ryatsu that shimmered around him and he let out a low growl, and slashed forward. It was enough to bisect the wall that was behind me as I moved to the side. I called upon my lightning, a thunderous boom emanating out with the crackling that soon followed, and I extended my finger. Lighting arrows. 3 of them manifested, shooting at him at high speeds. He swung his sword, destroying 2 of them, but one landed on his shoulder, making his growl and hiss in pain. However, it barely penetrated. You should pay more attention, I said, stabbing forward with a burst of speed. He growled again, swinging his blade to block. He moved at insane speed, quick bursts of Shuanpa that I made sure to watch intensely. They seemed like half steps to try and gain the advantage on me in close range. It made me go on the back foot as I adjusted to his speed. This technique was becoming more and more appealing to me by the second. However, I didn't want to drag this on any more. With a thought, I ushered my other blades to descend upon him. Whisper shot forward, barely missing his neck. Dawnbreaker slashed downwards, making him spin his body to the side. My sword of destruction caught him off guard, slamming into his thigh, making him stumble before pulling away. And Ascalon sliced at his side in one swift motion. What are these? He blurted out, looking at my swords hovering nearby, clearly having had enough of them at this point. Have you never seen a sword before? He grit his teeth in clear anger. Yeah, this guy doesn't have the instinct of a fighter. Not to say he's weak. He certainly had immense power, but his application of it was more systematic. He wasn't the kind to level a mountain with the swing of his sword, he was a scalpel that could break you apart with precision. And a scalpel in the right place can easily take down someone who casually punches mountains out of existence. He held up his palm, pointing it right towards me. Heido number 88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. He roared. Holy shit. A massive burst of lightning exploded from his palm. It completely covered my vision, and I mentally took back what I said about casually destroying mountains. I jerked my hand downwards, my staff appearing in my grasp once more. Shield of Asgard. I quickly cast, the golden shield enveloping me protectively. I could actually feel my shield shudder under the blow, straining to sustain itself. As it passed over me. It didn't last long, and I could see around me again after a brief moment. However, there were no longer any buildings in my immediate vicinity, and the area behind me was utterly desolate and nothing but charred ground for quite a distance. That was without the full chant. I wanted. Dismissing my staff once more, I reached out and grabbed Meridia's sword. My turn. I declared, and his eyes widened, his breath a little heavy, and he was obviously surprised at me withstanding his attack without harm. A massive amount of magical energy fluctuated around me. He reacted quickly. Bakudo number 73, Tazancho. He cast it in a panic in his tone. An inverse-like pyramid materialized around him. I swung my sword down. Dawnbreaker. The holy light roared to life and flowed out like a wave in his direction. The holy light consumed everything in its path, annihilated anything that it came into contact with. It closed the distance instantaneously, colliding with the barrier that the Shinigami put up in haste. It was funny, now as the light cleared away, both sides looked similar. 2 desolate areas joined together after each launching our attacks. However, the Shinigami was in much worse shape than I am. His shield had crumbled under the strain. Parts of it remained, but like glass, it was mostly shattered. Blood pooled around him on the ground as he used his sword to hold himself up. Huh, I said I'd take your arm again, but I didn't mean like that. I mocked him again, holding up Mirage to my shoulder. He was missing his right one again, along with other chunks of his body and a lot of his flesh seared at the holy light. His entire figure looked mostly disfigured from having to endure my attack. Even the tips of his hat thing were seared off. Shame, I wanted to pull it off myself to see what it actually was. You. His breathing was erratic. I will examine the pieces of you that remain. He roared in indignation, holding his sword up high, and his Ryatsu skyrocketed. Literally, in this case as a pillar of it released from him and reached to the clouds above. Bankai. The word reverberated through the surroundings. A whirlwind swept up the surroundings, and I even had to brace myself at the distance I stood. I could feel his presence intensify several more folds. His Ryatsu easily multiplied another 5 folds from his released state. A Bankai. I had been wondering about this since I heard it, and holy crap, did it live up to my anticipation. If he fought me like this right from the start, I'd have to go much harder. The dust settled and the Ryatsu settled down as it enveloped him and condensed. His sword was no longer in his hand, instead, there was now a creature coiled around him protectively. That same golden baby face from his sword on a body that seemed a mix between a worm and a centipede, maybe closer to a caterpillar. It was utterly disgusting. And it was huge. Its foot tore into the ground with each movement, and it could easily swallow me whole in one bite. Kanjiki Ashisoji Jaizo. He breathed out, a seething look on his face. Dangerous. That was dangerous, and I could feel a threat from it. It reminded me of NHGGR that appeared that time. The massive golden baby had opened its mouth and a torrent of poison spewed forth. I dodged out of the way, but a little bit of it landed on my aura and utterly ate away at it in seconds. It made me realize that poison like this was probably the nemesis of my aura. Or rather, a continuous ability that grinds or eats away is something I can't use my aura to consistently guard against. Ashisoji Jizo, go. The Shinigami commanded with a gleeful tone. It shot off with a speed that betrayed its awkward body and size. I would say it was nearly on par with the speed that he showed himself when using his movement technique. With every step it took, it continued to spew out that toxic miasma, making it difficult to actually engage it. The grounds even became contaminated as it seeped into the stones and dirt below. Yeah, I don't want to get hit directly by whatever the fuck that is. Brat, let me. You sure? I haven't had a fight in a while. Well, who am I to say no to that? I jumped to the side, avoiding its maw and ran to the side, jumping up on the ruined debris nearby as it coiled around trying to come after me. My swords that still floated around shot at it, slamming into its body, but that seemed to not slow it down in the slightest. It out a roar of rage and its speed increased substantially, and I instinctively coated my legs in lightning and shot away quickly. Yes, struggle, human. I'll enjoy these last few moments of yours. He cackled. Giant poisonous beast. I shouted. Well, I can do that too. I summoned the boosted gear onto my hand, and took out the staff that everyone helped me create. I slid to a stop and held it out in front of me, finding a good place that wasn't enveloped in that poison. Bex Z Zoer Frul Lo. Drake and I voiced together. The dragon words pulse out and actualize our intent. I held the staff up to add the finishing touch. Disginiad Yer Imrauder. Let the Emperor descend indeed. A massive spell circle appeared as I fed a substantial amount of magical energy to activate this. I had to pull on the kaleidoscope to facilitate the casting, to grab magical energy from other places. It was accompanied by a roar that shook the world. Drake's black claws slammed into the ground as it pulled itself out and brought himself into existence. The Shinigami, his Bankai reeled back, coming to a stop that made it slide on the ground before halting. It hesitated and looked wary at Drake's massive form coming into existence. A miasma leaked from Drake's maw and he stared at the creature in a sort of standoff. Drake, go beat up this baby. I commanded. He turned his head towards me. Did you have to word it like that? In response the thing screeched in fury, charging at us. Drake roared in response, shooting right at it as they collided in a huge impact, sending shockwaves out in every direction. The baby thing spewed out its poison. In return, Drake took a big breath and matched it, its necrotic breath filling the space. The two noxious gases intertwined and sort of dispersed outwards in a big cloud. I looked at Mayuri over there who didn't seem to understand what was going on. Oi, clown face. I grabbed his attention. You. I slammed into his stomach with the boosted gear, his body reeled back and salivia unconsciously spewed from his throat. His body went tumbling back but he quickly regained his footing. Ashisoji Jizo, give me a sword. He roared. I glanced at the baby thing as its head tilted up, and a massive amount of blades shot out, protruding from underneath. One of them was shot off, landing onto the ground in front of the Shinigami. It then launched forward, slamming its big body into Drake, its blade tearing into him. Drake in response, bit down on its huge body as they continued to tug around. I quickly brought up the staff I still was holding to block the Shinigami's attack. The force of it actually made me buckle a little under the power. He was significantly stronger than he was before releasing his Bankai. His Ryatsu was magnified, the source of their power, so it made sense that his physical attributes were in response, also increased to match. Go. I commanded, my flying sword shot down at him. He hissed, disappearing from the spot he was in as my swords impaled into the ground where he was a moment prior. I tossed my staff back into my ring and jerked Mirage out of the ground, swinging it around to block a blow from the back. Holding out my finger, I aimed it at him point blank. Bakudo number 1, Sai. I chanted. His arm holding his sword was forced behind his back for the briefest of moments. It was the first spell in the school. It was weak, all things considered. It was meant to restrain an enemy's arm behind their back, or in this case, singular arm. It didn't even fully pull it back before it broke under the strain of his impressive Ryatsu. I swung Mirage at his left side, a casual horizontal swing that he was forced to block with his own blade. He was definitely at a disadvantage due to the wounds he suffered. But I did promise Shuinsue I wouldn't kill anyone, I wouldn't go back on my word even if this guy disgusted me. In my free hand, still clad in the boosted gear, I flipped it over, producing a very familiar object that was quickly becoming sentimental to me. And I slapped him across the face with it. It didn't do much, some blood spit out from his mouth, but it was more the absurdity of it that made him come to an abrupt stop. Did you just hit me with a brick? He asked, incredulously. I wanted to say something cheeky, taunt him some more, maybe cut off his other arm, but I felt several more presences approaching quickly. "Drake!" I shouted. "Time to go. Do you think you can leave after humiliating me?" He glowered, fury igniting in his gaze. I looked him square in the eyes. "Yes." Drake took a deep breath, dragon words leaving his throat, and a flame descended upon the creature before him, engulfing it in a magical flame. I ran over to him, reaching forward to quickly grab him back into the boosted gear because I definitely didn't want to tangle with the several figures that were approaching and were only moments away. I suppose I crossed the threshold that others were going to get involved. Just Drake and the baby thing were upheaving a good chunk of the surroundings. Yeah, little bit of a mess. Drake dislodged himself from the thing with that burst of fire and flew to me, his body broke down and his soul re-entered the boosted gear. I could vaguely make out the silhouettes of others flying through the air and coming this way. Well, time to skedaddle. The Shinigami, surprisingly, didn't make a move. I think he realized he wasn't my match at this point. I returned everything to storage except Mirage and the brick. I looked down at my brick and had one last idea. I filled the brick with reinforcement. Fly true, great brick. My foot pushed into the ground and I reeled back my arm. Gathering all my strength, I threw it at him. He looked surprised, but not perturbed, probably a sidestep would all be required to dodge. But, how could I leave it just at that? Fuss. I bellowed out, that invisible force slammed into the back of the brick, and it shot forward, closing the distance before he could even react. I quickly sliced through the air with Mirage, creating a portal. The last scene was of my brick shattering on his face with enough force that he got lifted up off the ground before I jumped through and slammed it shut behind me. *****. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 373, Interlude 26. Shunsui Kairaku POV. What a mess. Era, am I the last one? I looked around the room to see all the other captains gathered. Though, I don't see Captain Kenpachi anywhere. Did he get lost again? You're late, Shunsui. Yukitake whispered as I stood next to him. He was looking healthy today, that's good. The old man isn't angry, so it's fine. I waved him off. I looked around the room to see everyone else. I knew why we were called, but why did it seem so solemn? Mayuri looked strange. Well, he always looks strange. He looks stranger than normal and not because of the weird things he does to himself. Let us get started. Guess we aren't waiting for the last of us then. I stood up a little straighter unconsciously. The old man's presence and words always did that. Not even a brat anymore, yet I can't help it. All he had to do was tap his cane on the ground and I stood to attention. Well, he's the captain commander for a reason. Captain Suifeng. The old man looked at the little girl. Report. She stood at attention and stepped forward. Always so serious, trying so hard to fill the shoes that Yoruichi left. The Ryoka has not been seen and after scouring the entirety of the 13 divisions, it appears that he is no longer here. She said firmly. How sure are you? The old man asked. I deployed all of the Onmitsukido and swept every corner, sir. He grunted with a nod. Captain Kairaku. Explain why you did not apprehend the Ryoka. Damn it. I didn't really see a reason to. I offered. You let him go. Suifeng exclaimed. Captain Kairaku, you really let a dangerous Ryoka roam around? Captain Hitsugaya asked. Well, when even the youngest of us wants to chide me, maybe I did mess up a little. Kid is barely even 100 or so, and he's already so hard-working. He should be reprimanded to the fullest extent of our laws. He knowingly allowed a Ryoka to run rampant and stain our honor. Captain Kachiki chimed in too. Snobby. He needs to get laid. Well, not from any of the girls from my division but someone, somewhere. He always reminds me why I hated dealing with the noble politics and left it all to my brother back in the day. Now, I think Captain Kairaku would have a good reason for doing so. I gave a thankful nod to Aizen. He's always great at calming everyone down. He wasn't really causing any problems when I ran into him. I scratched my cheek. Explain. The old man demanded, and the temperature rose slightly. He was just sneaking around. I didn't really think it was worth making a ruckus. I invited him over and we shared a drink, and talked about a few things. He said he was just looking around so I didn't mind it. Weren't there dozens of your division sent to Division 4 for healing? Hitsugaya asked. Captain Unohana. I turned to probably the scariest captain besides the old man. Despite how beautiful she was, I had no confidence there. How can I help you, Captain Kairaku? She replied. How many people died due to this Ryoka? 0. She said simply. Thank you, Captain Unohana. It's not a matter of death, Captain Kairaku. Captain Komamura replied. It's always fun to hear his gentle tone even with how loud and intimidating he usually is in stature. I don't know why he hides his face behind that armor either. We all know that he's a bit on the hairy side, and none of us really care. If you don't have a good reason, you will be punished. The old man added. Well, I thought it'd be good practice. I ran a hand through my hair. He said he wasn't going to be killing anyone. And if my guys couldn't handle a Ryoka that wasn't trying to hurt them, then they wouldn't really do much against a real invader, you know. How long has it been since we've been attacked? I think we've gotten a little lazy. You wish to use this Ryoka as a whetstone. The old man looked at me and I felt a little scared there for a moment until he closed his eyes. Very well, your words hold merit. However, you will still be punished for derelict of duty. Expect your budget to be cut and further reprimands to come. Damn, Nanao is going to kill me. I grumbled. What can you tell us about this Ryoka? He asked again. Well, there wasn't much to say. His Ryatsu, while impressive for a human, I think he's human, it felt weird, shouldn't have really been much compared to one of us. He did have some tricks, he said these words and my sword flung out of my hand and I couldn't stop it. Thought it might have been a good idea to leave a good impression for when he dies. A good chance he might be standing here with us in a couple centuries. That's it. Nothing about his overall strength. We barely have a description and a name. Suifeng snorted. I didn't really fight Kurosaki Ichigo, so I can't say. I shrugged. I wonder why he gave that name, it obviously wasn't his. Oh well, none of my business. He did say he wanted to get an Asachi though. I don't know if he managed to do that, but we talked about it over drinks. This Ryoka desired an Asachi? Aizen asked. Did he say for what reason? No idea. I shrugged again. Captain Unohana, the old man spoke up again. You also had dealings with this Ryoka. Captain Unohana, you too. Suifei looked at her with surprise. I could understand Kairaku, but how could you ignore the laws? Captain Suifeng, are you suggesting that I should have ignored the welfare of my patients and engaged a Ryoka within my medical barracks? She smiled gently at the little captain but it got frighteningly cold in here, despite the old man's fiery temperament. No one is faulting your decision. The old man quickly interrupted. We are aware of the importance of the medical division. If the Ryoka posed no immediate threat, you made the correct choice. Suifeng shuddered and closed her mouth. So this Ryoka snuck into the 4th division? Captain Aizen asked. For what purpose? He revealed an interest in our healing arts. We had a conversation about it and I gave him a demonstration. Captain Unohana replied. Really, that's it? Suifeng muttered. Did he mention any plans? Or his overall purpose for coming here was? Anything else that would be useful? No, besides speaking about healing, well. She paused. I do not believe it important. What? Any information may be valuable. He spent the remainder of the time attempting to flirt with me, if I am not mistaken. I think I didn't hear that correctly. I took a peek around the room, and even the old man had his eyes open, looking at her with a bit of shock. All right, guess I heard that correctly. Well, someone flirting with Captain Unohana that's not from around here. I could believe that, and wouldn't really give it a second thought beyond wishing the poor sucker the best of luck. But why did she sound receptive to it? I really need to buy that kid a drink the next time I see him because that is impressive. So, you were distracted by such nonsense. Mayuri snorted. I expected better from you at least. Well, I'll pour you a drink at your funeral, Mayuri. Captain Kuratsuchi, give your report. The old man wisely changed the subject, because Captain Unohana did not seem pleased with his comment. Oh, you ran into him too, Mayuri. I was surprised. Wait, why was he being so quiet? Mayuri should have been chomping at the bit to get his hands on a Ryoka with anything strange about it. Something is wrong here. Did you even read the report? Suifeng huffed. Do you really think us captains would gather for a single Ryoka who hadn't even killed anyone if there wasn't a good reason? Oh, Mayuri, what happened to you, huh? Oddly enough, he wasn't his usually arrogant self. He hadn't spoken a single word, even when I used his first name. I know he hates it when people call him with such familiarity. Captain Kuratsuchi, report. The old man ordered. I engaged the Ryoka outside the perimeter of the 4th division. He said simply. And? I asked. He twitched slightly. And he proved to be troublesome. Nothing about the dragon that appeared? Captain Hitsugaya asked. Dragon. I blinked. Haya Rinmaru confirmed it. He stated. His Zanpakuto was a dragon, if I remember correctly. But I still had an important question. What? I was still stuck on the whole dragon thing. I saw it when I approached after feeling Captain Kuratsuchi release his bankai. I can understand why Shunsui couldn't see it from his division. Yukitake responded. Huh, so that's what that Ryatsu spike was. I rubbed my chin. Did he really push you so much that you had to use your bankai, Mayuri? I chuckled. It was fun watching him twitch in annoyance. He merely surprised me. The pale-faced captain grit out. Can you please elaborate on what you mean by a dragon? Aizen asked. I was unfortunately preoccupied and could not see the situation up close. Right, dragon, yeah. I nodded along. Sounds weird to even say out loud. I do not know what it was. Mayuri grit his teeth. However, it was able to contend against my bankai and not lose. However, he fled before a winner could be determined. Yes, and how is your new arm, Captain Kuratsuchi? Captain Anohana asked. I hope there are not irregularities with it. I can't claim to know what you concocted, but limb regrowth isn't easy. You refused me to provide medical attention after the fight. Era, Mayuri, I don't think you're being honest. I chuckled. Sounds like a lot more than a tie. Did you lose an arm to a human? 2 arms. Suifeng corrected. I retrieved the first severed one and returned it to him afterwards. Thank you for your input, Captain Suifeng. He practically growled. Huh, so the kid is able to tangle with the captain. Can't say that's something I expected with his Ryatsu. Give your full report, Captain Kuratsuchi. The old man commanded. He twitched in annoyance again, but it's not like he could talk back to the captain commander. The Ryoka appears to possess weapons capable of harming us, however they did not appear to be Zanpakuto. He showed abilities similar to Aikido, but I sensed no use of Ryoryoku when cast. He possessed speed and strength far above what a human should possess. He possessed some sort of spiritual shield that protected him from my poison. And the dragon. I added. Yes, and the dragon. Mayuri hissed. I was unable to analyze this dragon in detail, so I cannot speak about it one way or another. I will need some time to prepare countermeasures. Right, a sore loser wouldn't let this go. I'll make sure the kid doesn't get near Mayuri if he pops up again. He isn't the strongest among our number, but give him time to prepare, and he's scary. Are you sure, Captain Kuratsuchi? A human with the power to match a captain shouldn't be unknown to us. Aizen commented. It does sound concerning. Yukitake also shared his thoughts. Though, the fact that this Ryoka didn't kill anyone does speak well about them, despite everything else. Doesn't matter. We should find him and kill him. He already invaded and attacked our own, this is a direct insult and declaration to us. Suifeng crossed her arms. If he's human, he's in the human world. Give me the order and I'll track him down. Humph, and you think you can handle him? I will deal with him myself. Mayuri scoffed. I will bring him back and research him thoroughly. Yeah, how'd that go for you this time? Suifeng shot back. You. Enough. The old man slammed his cane against the ground. Everyone seemed to go silent after that. Anything else? Of note? I asked, clearing my throat. I was probably just going to hand over the report to Nanao again, so if there was something important, better find out now. Did you analyze the weapon he used before he departed, Captain Kuratsuchi? Captain Anoahan asked. You were left in a poor state when I first arrived. I merely caught the last moments of the fight. There is nothing to analyze. Did something happen? Nothing happened. I am just concerned. I have never seen a brick able to inflict such damage on one of our number before. To see Captain Kuratsuchi reduced to such a state after having one thrown at his face. I am merely concerned. Captain Anohana's words sounded reasonable, but there was an odd bite to them. And I recall him running around with a brick and beating up the people from my division. Mayuri, did you get beat up with a brick? A bunch of my subordinates did too, so you don't need to feel bad. I was going to have Nanao give them extra training later. You can come join in if you want. I smiled. Perhaps we should move on. Aizen politely coughed. However, I would like to request a detailed report on everything that happened. Merely just to check any information we could have missed. Well, leave it to the nicest guy here to even defend Mayuri. I could tell he was ready to burst. Maybe I should stop while I'm ahead, I could tell the old man was starting to get annoyed at it too. But still, the thought of Mayuri getting a brick thrown at his face, I'll need to ask Captain Anohana for the details. It will be done. The old man grunted. I expect a more detailed written report, Captain Kuratsuchi. I would settle for him scowling and being ashamed for now. Never really liked him that much. Despite the uncertainties. It is clear that this Ryoka has the ability of a captain in combat potential. The old man tapped his cane on the ground again, gaining our undivided attention. Due to the battle that occurred, there is a significant amount of damage left in the aftermath. While no Shinigami were killed, I will be elevating this Ryoka to a higher danger rating. If he is to appear again, you will all be required to apprehend him, and I clear. He looked at me. I nodded. You have been provided with the Ryoka's information. Be on the lookout for this Kurosaki Ichigo. He has stolen a Shinigami uniform, be aware that he may mix in with our own members. Everyone else had been kinda quiet. Jin usually has more to say, but he's just been snickering. Though, why did he look like he was holding back a laugh at the name? Was it some joke I wasn't aware of? Well, I don't know why the kid told me that, but I'd report it anyway. It's not like he'd probably even come back at this point. He would have to know that things would be bad after his fight with Mayuri. Nah, the kid didn't seem that stupid. *****. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 374, Interlude 27. Jin POV. Why are you in my bed? I felt some hair tickle my nose. Silly girl, you climbed into my bed. Doesn't matter, don't get up yet. I grumbled, wrapping my arms around her. I am not used to sleeping beyond the early hours. Scat-Hack said gently. And I have duties I must uphold. You can sleep in your own bed if my schedule discomforts you. Don't like to sleep alone. Is it a wonder that our shared lover dotes on you? I felt her hand run down my hair. Very well, I will stay for a little while longer. I have been through this with you on numerous occasions at this point. If you desire companionship during the night, you may come find me whenever you want. You don't mind? I asked quietly. You've kicked Wilhelm out a few times. She chuckled. My student is an insatiable man who will not allow me proper rest. You, my sweet girl, are merely seeking for someone to accompany you onto your dreams. Thanks, sister. I closed my eyes again. There is no need to thank me. She cooed. I am more than happy to help you. I understand the loneliness you must have felt for all those years. I can say that I too enjoy sleeping next to someone after living by myself for all those centuries. Who do you stay with when I am away? Reiko lets me sleep with her too. I yawned. At least when I'm not with Wilhelm. Of course, she adores you just as all of us do. Scat-Hack giggled again. All my sisters are good to me. I snuggled closer. Silly girl. She sighed. I will wait an hour or two. Rest well. She gently pat my head. *****. I looked in the mirror and decided to wear my normal dress. Shoes? I'll wear my favorite heels, I'm in a good mood. Jewelry. Maybe just some earrings. Maybe just the studs I got recently. Wilhelm likes to play with my ears, so I don't really want to put too many on. That should be everything important. Got my bracelet that Wilhelm made me, so I pretty much have anything I could need. Really, the only last important thing to note is my lamp, and well, it's still safe. Snug and not going anywhere. At this point, I think it'd be more weird to take it out and try to walk around without it in my butt. Geez, I still can't believe that man did something so ridiculous with my lamp. A relic created by the gods and he turned it into a means of stimulating me sexually. I can't deny that it's convenient for carrying around. I can't really get far from it due to how tied I am to it. And I don't think anyone would look for it there. Admittedly, I've grown to like it quite a bit. It's not like I'm using my butt for anything else. My body belongs completely to Wilhelm. If he wants my lamp in my butt, it's staying there until he decides otherwise. The real surprise was finding out how quickly my heart followed. I joke about it early on when I first joined with him. But, it's strange, this feeling. I couldn't even have fathomed these thoughts I was having merely a year before. The lengths I would go in order to protect what I now have. It would have made my younger self shocked. Jin. I walked down the stairs, seeing a couple of familiar faces. Artoria. He smiled, rushing right at her and quickly hugged her. I missed you. I missed you as well, Jin. Artoria giggled. Even if it has only been a few days. And Rin. I shifted to the younger girl, giving her a big hug too. Jin. She squeaked by my surprise hug. I missed Rin too. We just met at the college 2 days ago. She responded, unable to escape. But that was at the college, not at our home. Hugs are nice. They all need more hugs. What are you both up to today? I refused to let go of Rin. I think she realized, because she just stopped fidgeting, accepting her new position. We are visiting the clock tower. Artoria replied. Something happened? No, I just need to grab some things from over there. May as well stay for a little while since we haven't been home in a few weeks. Rin spoke. Then I will be coming back to inspect the knights from the Pendragon family that have been training with Yasaka's forces. I imagine I will be assisting Scathach with whatever training she had devised. Artoria added on. What about you, Jin? Would you like to accompany me? It's sweet that she's trying to include me. I think my favorite thing about Artoria is how she is so blunt with her intentions. I actually need to go see grandfather. I was going to go to Remnant and I wanted him to give me a lift. Huh, you really call the old man that? Rin blinked in surprise. Of course. I'm Wilhelm's woman, that means he's my grandfather too. I am envious of your forwardness. Artoria said quietly. Really? I think I'm the one who should say that, Missy. I finally released Rin and stole Artoria again. I heard what happened from Scathach. Ah. Artoria blushed a little. I was surprised that it happened and still find it hard to believe. Ah, she's so cute. I'm happy for you. I reassured her. She did have some self-esteem issues, so I wanted her to know she was doing good. Though I am a little jealous. Maybe I'll work up the courage soon too. She quickly recovered. What do you desire back from your home? I believe you were against returning for the time being. I can't put it off forever. I was scared of going back. I just had to remind myself that Wilhelm wouldn't abandon me back to that same existence I was before. Besides, there's something I need to take care of there that's been weighing on me. Is there trouble? Do you require assistance? It shouldn't be dangerous. But I will be going to pay someone a visit. I think you know who I'm talking about. Are you sure? Artoria hesitantly asked. I have felt similarly, perhaps I should go with you. No. I shook my head. It's my home world, let me handle it. If you are positive, I will not interfere. But I expect you to reach out for aid if you find yourself in trouble. Of course. I pushed my cheek against hers. My sister will be here to help me if I get in trouble. It's nice having people that care about me. When are you heading out? I asked. We can go now if you want. Rin suggested. And I was all for it. Asterisk. Grandfather. I ran towards him too, giving him a nice big hug. If it isn't my darling granddaughter. He chuckled, happily accepting. What mischief are you getting up to today? Or are you coming to complain about my grandson? Has he been mistreating you? Do I need to have words with him? Nuha, Wilhelm treats me good. I quickly shook my head. Good. He nodded proudly. But tell me if he does anything you don't like. I don't mind giving him a little kick in the behind to set him straight. He winked. I'll be sure to tell you. I grinned. Family was nice. Wizard Marshal. Artoria greeted politely. One of these days, I'm going to get you to address me with more familiarity. Zelretch chuckled again. Look at Jin, you should take notes from her. Artoria smiled amusedly. She was polite, but it wasn't anywhere near stiff or formal. Teacher. Rin also was polite with her greeting. Rin. Zelretch smiled warmly. How have your studies been coming along? I'm doing well. I study the kaleidoscope nearly every day. And I'm also learning a lot at the college. Good, good. He nodded again. But don't just coop yourself up behind a book or in your workshop all the time. Go make some friends, go on an adventure, explore a little. Real-world experience is just as important as theoretical knowledge and studies. Don't worry, Wizard Marshal. Rin and I have been venturing far and wide within the land of Skyrim. We have uncovered tombs and old ruins. We have also taken quests to slay dangerous monsters and earned many valuable resources in the process. Artoria was quick to support Rin. I will not allow Rin to fall to one side or the other. Very good, I know I can count on you, Saber. Zelretch smiled. Where's Lucretia? I asked, looking around. She's usually out by now when I come to visit. She's nice and I like spending time with her. She treats me like her actual granddaughter. She's finishing up some matters back at her home world so she can move in permanently. Zelretch coughed a little. Wonderful. We should celebrate. Haha, we will when it's done. He laughed. We'll make sure to get everyone to come and celebrate. But enough about that, what brings you lovely ladies back here? I'm just picking up a few things. Saber's following along. Rin jerked her thumb at me. She's the one who needs you. Oh. Zelretch quirked an eyebrow. What do you need my help with? Well. I watched Rin and Saber walk off. Saber gave me a smile of encouragement before she disappeared. Can you drop me off somewhere if I give you the coordinates? I am capable, yes. But, I would like to know the specifics. I can't in good conscience allow you to venture somewhere dangerous without knowing the details. I want to go back to Remnant. I said simply. Oh. He rubbed his chin. Very well, I don't think I need to tell you to be careful. I can see how motivated you are. But even so, I do hope you take care of yourself properly. He said warmly, before shuffling around his pockets. Let's see, this will work. He pulled out a talisman. I admit I wasted some time playing around with this stuff after seeing Wilhelm devote time and effort to it. I had some inspiration after thinking about the idea of one-time use mystic codes, and well, I made this on a whim. Simply tear it and I'll immediately know, and I'll open a portal at your location. Thank you, grandfather. I cheered happily. And here you go. I handed him a piece of paper with the coordinates I needed. It's my pleasure. He waved his hand, his weird jeweled sword was already there. A simple motion with it and a portal all too similar to Wilhelm's opened up. Take care now. I'll be careful. I reassured him before stepping through. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was odd being back after so long. I felt myself being pulled towards my old role. It wasn't something I couldn't shake off, but I didn't like the feeling. I didn't want to stay here any longer than I needed. Especially in this place, so close to the grim pools left behind by the God of Darkness. I had no idea what he was thinking when he made these. They created me without me understanding anything about them beyond what was already widely known. I would almost call it childish in practice despite how horrible it sounded. Despite that, this was something I had to do. This was far from the extremes I would go to protect what I now have. And this was certainly a matter of protecting something precious to me. I don't know why Wilhelm feels the way he does about Salem. While his tastes are rather obvious, he also doesn't chase every single woman who matches them. I guess it doesn't really matter. The only important thing is that Wilhelm has feelings for Salem, the Grim Queen. And I absolutely would not allow her to hurt him because of that. I know him all too well at this point. As intelligent he is, he opens himself up easily to those he has affection for. I could easily see Salem abusing that for her personal gain. The thought of Wilhelm getting toyed with and heartbroken because of her made me feel emotions I didn't know I was capable of. He said good things about her so far, but I feel anxious about it. And that feeling persisted as I stared at her castle ahead. Zelretch dropped me off right in front of it. It's exactly as I recall. I knew everything about it, its construction, its design, its history. I knew how many bricks were used to create it. I knew where every room was, where every secret passage was, and everything that was hidden within. And more importantly, I knew everything about that woman. I even knew her 3 sizes, if Wilhelm ever thought to ask me. Though, while I was looking at it, something grabbed my attention. The snarling and growling that appeared all around me. Grim, many of them. However, they weren't immediately attacking me. I suppose my existence was strange to them. I was neither human nor faunus. I had emotions, but I didn't quite register with their pre-programming. I was close enough that they were hostile, but not enough to blindly rush me. Something like this. I had no qualms about killing. They weren't truly alive, so I didn't hold back. A single step forward, and I created a magic circle under my foot. What a wonderful discovery upon entering Wilhelm's birth world. The ability to pre-program a spell into a viable storage unit, or a spell circle. The calculations and everything necessary to cast the spell were all stored within the spell circle, and once you memorized it, you merely needed to reproduce it once again. The minute variables such as terrain could easily be added with additional clauses in the calculations that took it into account on each cast rather than needed to individually at each time. It's no wonder that something like this was never created here. The gift of magic from the God of Darkness was always leaning towards destruction via the natural elements. Most magic users in the old era only used elemental manipulation. Few sought to forge their magical energy into other effects. The spell I actualized was simple and leaned into what I was predisposed to. A simple method of manipulating the earth. A single spike shot up from the ground, impaling a rather large Ursa that was looking at me menacingly. I took another step forward, and created another magical circle. To the side, a Beowulf suffered the same fate. Though, this would take too long, so I slightly altered the spell sequence between steps. As I continued walking towards the castle, my next step created a chain. I altered the spell and added a location trigger. It sent out a minor shockwave through the earth, noted every being around me, then simultaneously cast the spell in a chain reaction. The dozens of Grimm that were around me all stopped moving, stopped making sounds. Only a loud thump was heard as their large bodies hit the dirt before dissipating, and I continued onwards, my heels tapping against the stone bridge that led into Salem's castle. The gate was shut tight, but I was under no delusion that Salem wasn't aware of my presence and waiting in preparation. I knew her all too well. If I really wanted to, I could probably predict what words she would say once I walked inside. But I was in no mood to play. I held up my hand, and flicked my finger. I gathered and compressed the air in front of me and fired it off. It collided with the gate with a land bang, blowing them open as I strolled inside. Who dares? I looked at the source of the sound. Cinderfall, is it? I could recall her with but a thought. Her hands lit up with the familiar feeling of magic. Her hands ignited in fire that came from the most obvious source. It seems she managed to steal the powers of a maiden while I was away. However, it doesn't look complete. Casting alteration to the composition of the stone floor. Observing the new chemical makeup of the stone. Casting an illusion to overlay a blueprint, then filling it in with the stone below. Calculating the required material ratios, then reforming into the desired shape. Synthesize and repeat. It was as if the stone warped and came alive, turning into chains and launching at Cinder. She was taken off guard and quickly disabled as they wrapped around her tightly. The topmost layer of stone was basically shaved away and reformed in that same movement to create the chains. It was as if the stone warped and came alive, turning into chains and launching at Cinder. She was taken off guard and quickly disabled as they wrapped around her tightly. A little trick I learned with illusionary magic in Skyrim. You can create the mold for the spell through illusionary means, cutting off several steps needed in the calculations. It can be quite useful in certain situations. Cinder. Another one shouted, foregoing any subtlety and charging at me. Emerald Sustrai. Her reaction isn't surprising considering how the young girl turned Cinder into her only form of emotional support. Practically putting her up on a pedestal as her idol. It might have been mistaken with love if you looked at it from the outside. But that girl only had Cinder in her life give her any kind of positive reinforcement, so she latched onto it and refused to let go. I held my hand up and picked a version of the paralysis spell I learned in Skyrim. I thought it was interesting how it was created. To lock a flesh and blood body regardless of the differences between living creatures, it worked similarly. So, I took that and created my own version. I call it space paralysis. Emerald, who jumped at me, was now stuck midair. It was annoying at first. But once I practiced it a little bit, it only became a matter of calculating the specific vectors each time I used it. I still need to create a proper spell circle for it later for ease of use. My gaze turned towards the last of this little trio. Mercury Black, are you going to fight me now? I looked at the son of a notorious assassin. Well, I'll be merciful in this case. I snapped my fingers and the ground beneath him sunk downwards. It was even easier than what I did to Cinder, basically turning the stone into a miniature version of quicksand until his feet were subsumed, then I changed it back, locking him in place. He uses his legs to attack via metal prosthetics, so he is effectively sealed away. It was a mercy because I didn't know what she would do if he decided not to fight me. I looked at her. She stared down at me upon her throne. Who are you? Salem, the Queen of the Grim, addressed me from above. She didn't even look the slightest perturbed that I disabled her minions. Me. Well, I am Jinn, spirit of knowledge who resided within the relic of knowledge. I introduced myself, earning a visible reaction from her. But I'm here under a different one. I am Jinn, Wilhelm's woman. I declared. I gave her a moment to let that sink her. The flurry of emotions that crossed her face were amusing, but I didn't allow myself to lose my composure. And I believe we need to have a talk, Salem. *****. A/N. Sorry for the late chapter, had a death in the family. As for the second interlude in a row, last week or so when I wrote this, I only had time to finish part of the chapter, which was Jinn's POV, so I just turned it into an interlude since it got this big. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 375, Chapter 339. The familiarity of my abandoned building that has become my pseudo-home for the time being. I was absolutely ecstatic about my gains, but I was also kind of tired at this point and the thought of just throwing myself into my bed sounded great. Right, Zanpakuto, keto, and even some other things I didn't quite anticipate but am happy to have taken. Things didn't really go as planned. Yeah, what happened to quiet and subtle infiltration? I kind of stopped giving a shit halfway through after seeing the state of that place. I admitted completely. Why the fuck is there poverty in heaven? I lied by accident to that little girl. I can only hope that she passed through the cycle of reincarnation and didn't get stuck in Soul Society. She didn't have that much Ryatsu, so I'm hoping she didn't get dropped somewhere, least of all, the outer districts that were literally slums. Finding her would be practically impossible. There had to be tens of millions of people in the Rakongai. And it's not like that wisp of divine power stayed with her, that was just asking for trouble. It was dispersed as soon as she entered the realm that encompassed soul society. What an absolutely clusterfuck that afterlife is. God, and I'm going to have to explain this whole thing to Izzy. I have no idea how a death god would react to how shitty that place is. Yomi isn't really a place for people to live, so the comparison isn't really honest. But even compared to Hades, soul society was absolute trash. When I point out that the Greek gods are better, you know it's pretty messed up. Though Hades isn't nearly as bad as his Olympian family. But I shouldn't get too worked up. It's really none of my business, they've been operating for an undetermined amount of time, clearly this is just how things work here. Could I even overturn this whole process if I wanted to? I don't have the means or the time to recreate a system of the afterlife. Sure, I could ask Izzy for help among others, but I don't really feel like it's right to meddle with it unless things really turn pear-shaped later. I'll just keep an eye on the situation for now, no need for me to make a bigger mess than I already have. I freely admit that I ran a little rampant in soul society, but there's a fine line between what I did and truly causing damage. Ugh, just thinking about it is going to annoy me more. I'll just take a nap and see how I feel later. Thankfully I keep a spare bed stored away. I need to get the Archmage something nice for the ring he made me. Otherwise I may have taken a lot longer to do something similar. There is the peach wine I still need to ask Vanillana to make. I think it's safe to say that he has a jar reserve with his name on it. He was so extraordinarily helpful to me when I was in desperate need of support. Getting ready to just jump right on my newly placed bed, I heard a familiar roar reverberate outside. That was definitely a hollow. And I did just get a new shiny Zanpakuto recently. Fuck it, I can nap after grabbing myself a hollow for later. Big G in my spear knows that I was having trouble finding a hollow before. I stepped outside to get some directions and vaguely sense out the hollow until I stopped in my tracks. I know I wasn't the most keen on sensing Ryatsu and such. Something I certainly need to train, and perhaps it was muddled based on being in a town full of above average for the people living here. But, what the fuck? Hollows everywhere. I counted at least 3 dozen in the sky above the town, just sitting there. And I was absolutely positive that wasn't all there was running around the city. So, I repeat, what the fuck? The lightning began crackling under my feet as I eyed the ones in my surroundings. Or rather, the closest ones I could reach at a moment's notice. With a loud thunderclap, I moved towards the town, jumping across the rooftops to get a better view. I came to a stop to see a hollow built like a gorilla, showing some of the same mannerisms as it walked down the street, leaving cracked pavement in its wake. My new Zanpakuto was already in my hand as I shot down at it, leaving a trail of lightning in my wake. It didn't have much of a chance to even roar in defiance as I slid across the ground, slicing at it from underneath, leaving a large wound on its underbelly. I flicked my wrist, cutting through its nearest leg, making it fall to the ground and finishing it off with a quick slash at the back of the neck. The massive hollow thumped to the ground, dissipating within moments. For a second, I briefly admired how clean it felt to use the Zanpakuto as opposed to a normal sword of mine. A tool specifically designed for such a thing, I suppose it shouldn't come as a surprise. I couldn't even properly admire my new treasure at the moment, it was making me a little annoyed. And to my surprise, I saw another hollow out of the corner of my eye. Not that it was surprising to see a hollow, but this one was tiny. Bakuto number 1, sigh. I cast, pointing my finger at a little gecko-like hollow that was climbing a nearby building. Its limbs immediately became bound and it fell down. It was smaller than a person, maybe about the size of a dog. Which was large comparatively to its animal counterpart, but it was tiny compared to every hollow I've met thus far. I took the extra moment to inspect it just because I didn't want to be surprised if there was something strange about it. It had a hole just like a normal hollow, and it had a mask, like a normal hollow. Though, it opened its mouth and breathed fire when I got close. I flared my aura to negate it, but it was still something that caught me mildly off guard. I could more or less gauge its strength by how much my aura depleted, so it was weak enough not for me to consider it any longer. I slammed my sword through its head when I got close, killing it easily. I hesitated just a little because the next closest one was more inside the actual town, and it was the middle of the day. The hollow can't be seen by normal people, even if they can feel the effects. But they'll see me performing supernatural feats. Annoying. Just as I was about to decide on a course of action, I noticed an abyss open up in the sky. Space was being torn open on a massive scale. A black void devoid of life revealed itself and a hand reached through onto our world. The space around the abyss cracked, the large white hand grabbing at the seams of reality that blended at the 2 points of collision. Another hand soon made its appearance, also grabbing at the edges, and something pulled itself through the void. A gigantic face appeared, donned in a white mask. Its size gave me pause. The void that it emerged from began to enlarge, shattering the normal space as to make room for its massive form to step through. To call it big was a bit of an understatement here. It was bigger than the form that Susanoo took when I fought him. It easily dwarfed the tallest buildings in this town. Hell, the big hollows I've faced so far were smaller than merely its head. The thing was odd in shape. It was a little elongated as it mimicked the form of a humanoid. It was as if someone wore a costume, a black cloak with an attached mask, as there were no other predominant features beyond the huge hole on its chest and the white feet and hands. The most color came from its glowing red eyes that seemed to skin the city below. A single step it took onto this plane of reality shook the city itself. And like that, my plans slightly changed. I looked around and found a good target a little ways away and moved with haste. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I had been eyeing that thing since it emerged from where it had been hiding. It hadn't moved in the past couple minutes, which I was thankful for. I was confident in being able to deal with it, but I also had concerns. Just, how many souls did that thing make up? Hollows should grow in strength by consuming souls. How many did it take for that disgusting creature to be born? How many would I doom if I destroyed it for the sake of this town? Sure, I had a Zanpakuto, but there's only so much I can do about that gigantic fucking thing in the middle of the day with everyone being alert. It was a really shitty situation, not to mention there were still dozens of hollows running rampant. Really, it seemed like that big fuck-off hollow wasn't that intelligent. Perhaps when that many souls converge into a single being, it loses its own coherent thought process. These other hollows were animalistic in nature, but they still retained some degree of thought. This one just seemed mostly vacant. But I sorta had a plan, I think. However, I did stop for a moment as someone familiar approached. A little black cat jumped up to the building I was standing on. Yoruchi. I looked over. Hey, I noticed you up here. Guess you saw the hollows everywhere. You mean the dozens of building-sized ones casually hovering and walking the city looking for meals? Or the big fuck-off hollow that could use those hollows as snacks? I said dryly. What the hell is going on? I had trouble finding a hollow here or there the other day, and now, this. Well, Yoruchi paused. Is that a Zanpakuto? He looked at my sword. Yes, it is. Now focus on the problem at hand. I knew for a fact that he would bring it up later, but now was obviously not the time. But, how? He opened his mouth after a moment and closed it. Later, all right. Yeah, don't worry too much about the hollows, we have it handled. Have it handled? I looked out at the town. Yoruchi, that's not gonna cut it. I killed some hollows on the way here, and there are still more. What the hell is going on? A Quincy brat that lives in town used some hollow bait. He was competing with Strawberry for some reason or something, and then all these hollows popped up and the Minos Grande appeared, which shouldn't have happened. Hollow bait doesn't work that well. He briefly explained. Minos Grande. Why is it Spanish? I questioned, looking at the big huge hollow looming over the town. It doesn't matter. Hollow bait. The fuck is that? Right, you're new to this stuff. It's exactly as it sounds, bait to attract hollows. It's good for seeking them out of hiding places. And this, kid? Quincy kid, I thought they were extinct or something. I shook my head, ignoring that because it didn't matter at the moment. He knowingly used something to attract hollows, soul-eating monsters, into a city filled with souls that have above-average Ryatsu due to this place being the highest concentration of reishi, probably in the entire world. Did I get that right? It's fine, we got it handled. This doesn't look like it's being handled. I snorted. You know this kid? Wait, are you involved? Not really involved, but we're paying attention, it's fine. Yoruchi, what the fuck? There are literal soul-eating monsters walking around, that's not fine. I spat out at his utter disregard. This is very much not okay. I can't claim to be the most morally upright person, I've done things I regret, and I've killed many people. However, Yoruchi, this crosses a line. You're a little shit, but I do kinda enjoy having you around. But if you're actually involved in something like this, for whatever reason, helping bring in monsters that could eat random and innocent people. Look, I wasn't involved, alright. We're trying to clean this up as best as possible, but my friend also is trying to help the kids out with something. Yoruchi sighed. It's not like I let hollows eat people, I was a Shinigami for a long time and took my duty seriously. I'm mainly the person who cleans up the hollows that appear every night. I'm going to put a stop to this. I don't care what's going on, I'm ending it. Bringing innocent people into messes like this is a line I draw and will hold everyone accountable for. Fuck, if you want to take them out, I won't tell you not to. It's not like I want them here any more than you do. He grumbled. I was killing them before I came over. But how are you going to end this? Well, that was a thought I had myself a few minutes ago, and I had a solution I believe would work. The important thing was making sure that I didn't harm the souls within the hollow that it consumed. Destroying a hollow improperly would damn those souls just as much as its own. Hence, a Shinigami Zanpakuto purifies the hollows it kills and frees the souls to properly move on. My divinity should be more than sufficient. I already tested it, my divinity has that kind of reaction on hollows from what I've discovered. I held my hand up to the sky and my divinity bubbled to the surface as I called upon the barest hint of my authority. I didn't have to actualize it into the world, I had a perfect medium to tap into its power. Strunbakuo. I announced with a thunderclap and the sky immediately darkened. What the hell? Yoruchi exclaimed at the sudden change. Did you just change the weather? The storms answer my call, I just need the quickest method to gather it. The air above crackled violently with the barely contained power. I looked at the hollows in the air, and eyed everyone I could see from up here. I made a mental note of them then clenched my hand tight. Strike! I commanded, and the storm answered. Every hollow I saw was targeted. Lightning rained down from the sky, smiting every unholy spirit that existed with my vision and my domain. Even the big guy got hit, a large bolt of lightning slamming down above. It was almost knocked off balance, its massive form stuttering, and it nearly fell over before catching itself. Each movement bringing about a small earthquake to the surroundings. Holy shit. Yoruchi looked at me in shock. But a Minos needs a little more than that to take it out. But holy crap, that was insane. Can all wizards do that? What did you say? I didn't understand those words, but they felt heavy. Yoruchi prattled on. I cleared up the majority of them. You said that you had it handled, I assume you have helpers. I asked, ignoring his question for now. Yeah, we had people going around taking care of them. This should be. The massive hollow turned its gaze towards us and its mouth opened, revealing a gathering of Ryatsu at an impressive quantity. It condensed and took form into a huge ball of energy. Shit, that's a Zero. And it's pumping a shit ton of Ryatsu into it. If it hits the city, it'll take out a few blocks easily. Yoruchi looked like he was about to make a move, and while I was curious to see what he would do, my trust right now was at its lowest at how this whole thing was handled. At this point, I was already this knee-deep into whatever was happening, may as well clean up properly. I held up my hand to the sky again. Come. I commanded, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and I squeezed it between my fingers. I drained what power remained within the clouds for this bit and condensed it into a usable form. It took shape, crackling along a bright shaft-like amalgamation, vaguely resembling a spear. Taking a step forward, I reeled my arm back and threw it towards the hollow. It soared through the air, and slammed right into the conglomeration of energy it was gathering, dispersing it and continued onward, erupting into a sphere of electrical discharge within the massive maw of the thing. The head of the hollow exploded with a loud thunderclap, the remains of the massive thing swayed back and forth, dissipating quickly under the command of my divine lightning, properly sending off all the contained souls it had devoured of its existence. I was prepared to intervene, but the body didn't collapse downward before it fully dispersed from the mortal world. God damn. Yoruchi muttered. Are you really human? What's that supposed to mean? I looked at him. That isn't something a human should be able to do. I know plenty of humans who can accomplish similar feats. Yoruchi looked at me silently, apparently having trouble formulating a response. The kid who used this hollow bait, is he nearby? I asked. He's down below with Strawberry, why? I'm going to have a chat with him about his actions. I put away my Zanpakuto, kind of wishing I had my break at this moment because I felt like I was going to need it. Alright, but I'm coming with. That's fine, lead the way. I gestured. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon.